Of course, the big ship still needs to be built, but there is no need to be so anxious. The Han tribe can build it slowly. Now that Youfu has opened the sea route to Zhudao, whether it is to build a new seaport base or rent fishing boats to the Xian tribe, the Han tribe needs to build a large number of small ships, especially ketch boats, but these ships cannot all be built. Let the shipyard in Luoyang County do the production, which will seriously slow down the progress of the Han tribe in building large ships. Therefore, Luo Chong's plan is to gradually release the production orders for small boats. He will first set up a shipyard at a coastal base, and then send some workers there. The shipyard here in Luoyang County will begin to concentrate on manufacturing large ships and developing new ship types. Of course, the new ship types are still mainly fishing boats, and they must be large enough to ensure harvest every time they go to sea. In order to increase the load capacity as much as possible, Luo Chong set the initial target at 80 meters long and 16 meters wide. It must be equipped with at least 6 masts, a depth of more than 4 meters, and a full load displacement of more than 2,000 tons. Such a ship is twice as big as the largest ship currently owned by the Han tribe, but for modern ocean-going fishing boats, it can still only be regarded as a younger brother. However, Luo Chong is not in a hurry. After all, the meal must be eaten bite by bite, and the target can be reached in one go. If it is set too large, various problems will be exposed in time. If it cannot be built, it will be good. If it is built and something goes wrong, then you can only cry. Such a large ship can carry hundreds of people. If something went wrong, it would be equivalent to the Han tribe directly losing a county. The Han tribe really couldn't afford such a loss. Moreover, when transitioning from a small boat to a large ship, the craftsmanship of many connecting parts needs to be changed. At the very least, a large number of steel components must be added to ensure the strength of the hull. At the very least, the ship cannot be broken apart by a big wave. Fortunately, the coking plant and steelmaking plant are now on the right track. There is really no shortage of steel in the Han tribe headquarters. Therefore, considering the problem of raw materials, the construction of large ships can only be placed here in the Han tribe headquarters. An 80-meter ship requires about 4,000 tall oak or fir trees. If it were placed in other tribes, just cutting, transporting and processing these woods would be a huge project. That is, the size of the Han tribe is super tribe, coupled with sufficient livestock capacity and automatic sawing machines, made it possible to complete such a great project. Regarding wood, Luo Chong is not too worried yet, because the natural environment in this era is extremely low exploitation, and there are dense virgin forests everywhere. The Han tribe has built more than 200 ships, large and small, in total. But the surrounding mountain forest still cannot be seen to be reduced, and the forest is still a thing that can recover on its own. As long as the tree roots are not dug out, it can still grow back quickly. While Luo Chong was racking his brains in his hometown to plan how to arrange the shipbuilding industry of the Han tribe, Beastia led the remaining half of the mission members and a large number of craftsmen left by the ambush fleet to start the manufacturing industry on Zhudao. When Beastia first arrived at the Xian tribe, he promised to give the pen, ink, paper and inkstone manufacturing technology as a gift to the Xian tribe. This was also what Luo Chong told him. Now that the mission has its own station, it has begun to officially techniques are taught. The Xian tribe attaches great importance to this technology transfer, and directly invited 5 elders to come over to learn in person. Elder Qi, as the boss of the Xian tribe's scientific research team, is the main person responsible for receiving the technology this time. He also received a special vote from Xian. The tribe's own craftsmen helped the mission while learning skills, which basically solved the mission's shortage of manpower. As for Elder Jean, who is specifically responsible for the smelting and casting of copperware, he does not have any specific affairs. He was sent to learn by Commander Xian. He does not need to learn any special skills. He just spends the whole day chatting with the craftsmen of the mission. Spanking is actually taking a peek at the various tools used by craftsmen and how to use them. After reading them every day, I go back and record them. When I have finished memorizing them, I take them back and use copper alloy to try to imitate a batch of tools. Especially various woodworking tools. Elder Zhu, as the only pro-Han member among the elders of the Qian tribe, took the initiative to ask to stay, and his reasons were very strong. He told Commander Qian that the Han tribe's mission was building a large-scale construction project, and he took the initiative to bring people to help. By the way, you can also learn the construction techniques of the Han tribe so that you can build a big house for the commander-in-chief in the future. Commander Qian had always coveted the various technologies of the Han tribe, so when he heard what Elder Zhu said, of course he readily agreed. In addition, Elder Mi and Elder Do came together. They came not to study pens, inks, paper and inkstones, but to learn about planting. When Luo Chong originally sent Bestia over, he asked him to bring some seeds, mainly wheat and peanuts, and a lot of rami seeds. They planned to use these low-yielding food and non-food crops to occupy large areas of farmland of the Qian tribe and cause them a food crisis. Now these things have finally begun to be planted under Luo Chong's plan. Rami grows very quickly. The weather in August and September is very hot. Rami sprouts within 2 days of being sprinkled on the ground. The growth rate changes every day. However, if the Qian tribe wants to start producing linen independently now, that is still impossible. Firstly, the rami has not grown well yet, and secondly, the yield from the first planting is too low to provide a large amount of raw materials. However, this was not difficult for the Qian tribe who was eager to learn textile technology, nor was it difficult for the envoy who was eager to consume Zhu Dao's labor force. The two sides hit it off and each came up with a way to solve the problem of raw materials in order to quickly complete the delivery of textile technology. Han Envoy, since the rami you mentioned will continue to grow for a while, and the cultivation will be gradually expanded, why don't we use other materials to practice spinning and weaving first? The person responsible for this technical docking, the elder asked cheerfully. Bestia was a little curious. Could it be that the Qian tribe also controlled other fiber raw materials, and the quantity was still very large? No wonder Monster Yu would make such a judgment, because as far as he knew, the Qian tribe currently had no crops that could provide a lot of fiber. Now that the other party's elders took the initiative to mention it, how could he not be curious? In addition to the rami you just planted, do you have other crops that can provide a large amount of textile raw materials? Yes. Elder Do smiled proudly. Have the Han envoys forgotten that our Qian tribe got the Han tribe's woolen cloth on the grassland? He. Bestia slapped his head speechlessly. He had been researching what crops to use to replace rami all day, and he really forgot about the woolen cloth. But since he was going to teach weaving, there was nothing wrong with adding another woolen cloth. He could just take advantage of this period. Do something during the window period of hemp growth treatment. Well, okay, let's do it like this. You are responsible for organizing the collection of raw materials. Our mission will provide machines and craftsmen. You can quickly learn the technology involved. In fact, weaving is a very simple thing. Beast. Elder Yajidu explained. The rest will be modified later. When Bestia first arrived at the Qian tribe, he promised to give the pen, ink, paper and inkstone manufacturing technology as a gift to the Qian tribe. This was also what Luo Chong told him. Now that the mission has its own station, it has begun to officially techniques are taught. The Qian tribe attaches great importance to this technology transfer, and directly invited 5 elders to come over to learn in person. Elder Qi, as the boss of the Qian tribe's scientific research team, is the main person responsible for receiving the technology this time. He also received a special vote from Xian. The tribe's own craftsmen helped the mission while learning skills, which basically solved the mission's shortage of manpower. As for Elder Jean, who is specifically responsible for the smelting and casting of copperware, he does not have any specific affairs. He was sent to learn by Commander Xian. He does not need to learn any special skills. He just chats with the craftsmen of the mission all day long. Spanking is actually taking a peek at the various tools used by craftsmen and how to use them. After reading them every day, I go back and record them. When I have finished memorizing them, I take them back and use copper alloy to try to imitate a batch of tools, especially various woodworking tools. Elder Zhu, as the only Pro-Han member among the elders of the Xian tribe, took the initiative to ask to stay, and his reasons were very strong. He told Commander Xian that the Han tribe's mission was building a large-scale construction project, and he took the initiative to bring people to help. By the way, you can also learn the construction techniques of the Han tribe so that you can build a big house for the commander-in-chief in the future. Commander Xian had always coveted the various technologies of the Han tribe, so when he heard what Elder Zhu said, of course he readily agreed. In addition, Elder Mi and Elder Do came together. They came not to study pens, inks, paper and inkstones, but to learn about planting. When Luo Chong originally sent Beastia over, he asked him to bring some seeds, mainly wheat and peanuts, and a lot of rami seeds. They planned to use these low-yielding food and non-food crops to occupy large areas of farmland of the Xian tribe and cause them a food crisis. Now these things have finally begun to be planted under Luo Chong's plan. Rami grows very quickly. The weather in August and September is very hot. Rami sprouts within 2 days of being sprinkled on the ground. The growth rate changes every day. However, if the Xian tribe wants to start producing linen independently now, it is still impossible to do so. Firstly, the rami has not grown well yet, and secondly, the yield from the first planting is too low to provide a large amount of raw materials. However, this was not difficult for the Xian tribe who was eager to learn textile technology, nor was it difficult for the envoy who was eager to consume Zhu Dao's labor force. The two sides hit it off and each came up with a way to solve the problem of raw materials in order to quickly complete the delivery of textile technology. Han envoy, since the rami you mentioned will continue to grow for a while, and the cultivation will be gradually expanded, why don't we use other materials to practice spinning and weaving first? The person responsible for this technical docking, the elder asked cheerfully. Beastia was a little curious. Could it be that the Xian tribe also controlled other fiber raw materials, and the quantity was still very large? No wonder Monster Yu would make such a judgment, because as far as he knew, the Xian tribe currently had no crops that could provide a lot of fiber. Now that the other party's elders took the initiative to mention it, how could he not be curious? In addition to the rami you just planted, do you have other crops that can provide a large amount of textile raw materials? Yes. Elder Do smiled proudly. Have the Han envoys forgotten that our Xian tribe got the Han tribe's woolen cloth on the grassland? He. Beastia slapped his head speechlessly. He had been researching what crops to use to replace rami all day, and he really forgot about the woolen cloth. But since he was going to teach weaving, there was nothing wrong with adding another woolen cloth. He could just take advantage of this period. Do something during the window period of hemp growth treatment. Well, okay, let's do this. You are responsible for organizing the collection of raw materials. Our mission will provide machines and craftsmen. You can quickly learn the technology involved. In fact, weaving is a very simple thing. Beast. Elder Yajidu explained. When Beastia first arrived at the Xian tribe, he promised to give the pen, ink, paper and inkstone manufacturing technology as a gift to the Xian tribe. This was also what Luo Chong told him. Now that the mission has its own station, it has begun to officially techniques are taught. The Qian tribe attaches great importance to this technology transfer and directly invited 5 elders to come over to learn in person. Elder Qi, as the boss of the Qian tribe's scientific research team, is the main person responsible for receiving the technology this time. He also received a special vote from Qian. The tribe's own craftsmen helped the mission while learning skills, which basically solved the mission's shortage of manpower. As for Elder Jean, who is specifically responsible for the smelting and casting of copperware, he does not have any specific affairs. He was sent to learn by Commander Qian. He does not need to learn any special skills. He just spends the whole day chatting with the craftsmen of the mission. Spanking is actually taking a peek at the various tools used by craftsmen and how to use them. After reading them every day, I go back and record them. When I have finished memorizing them, I take them back and use copper alloy to try to imitate a batch of tools, especially various woodworking tools. Elder Zhu, as the only Pro-Han member among the elders of the Qian tribe, took the initiative to ask to stay, and his reasons were very strong. He told Commander Qian that the Han tribe's mission was building a large-scale construction project, and he took the initiative to bring people to help. By the way, you can also learn the construction techniques of the Han tribe so that you can build a big house for the commander-in-chief in the future. Commander Qian had always coveted the various technologies of the Han tribe, so when he heard what Elder Zhu said, of course he readily agreed. In addition, Elder Mi and Elder Do came together. They came not to study pens, inks, paper and inkstones, but to learn about planting. When Luo Chong originally sent Bestia over, he asked him to bring some seeds, mainly wheat and peanuts, and a lot of rami seeds. They planned to use these low-yielding food and non-food crops to occupy large areas of farmland of the Qian tribe and cause them a food crisis. Now these things have finally begun to be planted under Luo Chong's plan. Rami grows very quickly. The weather in August and September is very hot. Rami sprouts within 2 days of being sprinkled on the ground. The growth rate changes every day. However, if the Qian tribe wants to start producing linen independently now, that is still impossible. Firstly, the rami has not grown well yet, and secondly, the yield from the first planting is too low to provide a large amount of raw materials. The technical teaching on Zhudao is proceeding in an orderly manner, and various achievements are constantly reaching the ears of Commander Qian, which makes him feel quite comfortable. Regardless of whether the next cross-sea bridge is built or not, the title of his generation of wise kings is running no, if nothing else, at least the Qian tribe has achieved leapfrog development in his generation. For example, now, he has already used the brushes, ink ingots, inkstones, and other products produced by his tribe. Although the paper has not yet been made, he can use the brush to write on bamboo slips, which is much more convenient than the previous engraving method. With these self-produced writing tools, one thing Commander Qian had to do every day was to copy the Han rites and Han laws presented by the mission. Commander Qian didn't have any ideological baggage when it came to learning the writing of Han tribes. Nowadays, there are no concepts such as nation-states. Everyone is the same people, and they are all from similar tribes. Anyone who has advanced things will learn from them, and there is no awareness of cultural protection. Although the Qian tribe also has its own oracle bone inscriptions, the number is very small. Some can only be defined by the concept of symbols. It is a bit self-deceiving to say that they are words, because they are completely unsystematic and can neither be repeated nor combined like alphabetic words. There is no precise structure like Chinese characters with up, down, left, and right radicals. Since the characters of the Han tribe are so practical and can express anything you want to express, then just use them to learn. Moreover, learning Chinese characters is not just for learning characters, but you can also learn advanced knowledge of the Han tribe through Chinese characters, such as tribal management experience, etc. Although the book Han Rites focuses on etiquette, after reading it thoroughly, you can also see the division of classes among the Han tribes, intentionally using the nobility system to control their own people, and regulating the behavior of the people through this set of promotion rules. Take one of the examples. Commander Xian could not understand why the Han tribe was so technologically advanced before. But when he saw it recorded in the Han rites, as long as he had practical inventions, he would be rewarded with a title in the Han tribe. Being able to obtain a higher social status than others, as well as land rewards directly linked to wealth, such a big temptation is in front of you, and the channels for promotion are still legal, so who wouldn't want to try their best to invent for the tribe? The Han tribe. It would be unreasonable if technology develops slowly. Of course, Commander Xian really misunderstood. The reason why the Han tribe has achieved such fruitful results is entirely driven by Luo Chong, but there is no problem if he understands it this way. What Luo Chong wants is this effect. If all of the people can clearly understand this, that is a good thing. It turns out that we can also promote the speed and direction of tribal development by formulating rules. I really learned a lesson. No wonder our Xian tribe is so lifeless and has no vitality. Is it because the tribesmen have no way to advance? No matter how hard they try, they can only be the same as everyone else, so they have lost their enterprising spirit? Commander Xian learned Chinese characters, absorbed the knowledge he needed from Han rituals, and repeatedly thought about the management methods of the tribe. As the saying goes, different professions have different perspectives on things, and the results obtained are also different. Commander Xian is indeed a talent. As the leader of a large tribe, he first saw the way to manage the tribe from Han rites. Most students from the Han tribe are not able to do this. This is a change caused by different positions. For example, if a small vendor from the Han tribe comes to read Hanli, the first thing he will definitely see is business opportunities. When will the festival be held again? What things need to be prepared for the festival? It seems that he has to stock up on goods in advance, and those who are about to young people who have graduated will only pay attention to the various etiquettes of marriage and Han rites, and will distort a lot of inappropriate pictures. This is the change in perspective brought about by status. Everyone has different concerns about the same things. Commander Xian, who has found a treasure, has been very happy recently. He eats a lot when he is happy. He has gained weight after not seeing anyone for a few weeks. Regarding the activities of the Han tribe mission in Judao, he has become more and more open-minded, giving more. Many permissions have not been released before. At least that's the case now, because so far, Commander Xian has not found out that the Han tribe has any bad intentions towards them. He thinks that the Han tribe has made its purpose obvious. The reason why the Han tribe is so active in helping their own tribe is simply because they want to monopolize the sea salt export trade of Judao, because among the many transactions between the Han and Xian tribes, the only valuable hard currency of the Xian tribe is white salt. In order to obtain these advanced without the technology and materials, the Xian tribe could only trade all the white salt they produced each year, thus cutting off the Xian tribe's communication with the grassland. Regardless of whether this is the case or not, Commander Xian feels that he has understood the Han tribe's strategy of cutting off the communication between Judao and the grassland. Coupled with the information that the Han tribe has built a city and stationed troops in the grassland this year, it is not difficult to guess based on these circumstances. The Han tribe is about to cause trouble on the grassland. However, whatever the Han tribe does has nothing to do with their Xian tribe, and even if it does, Commander Xian doesn't want to worry about it, because he feels that the leader of the Han tribe has given him enough hints, that is, the Han tribe is willing to use technology in exchange for the Xian tribe's silence. As long as he does not interfere in grassland affairs, he will be able to get opportunities for rapid development. Commander Xian is of course happy to watch the show. He would be a fool not to see such a good opportunity. He thinks this is Luo Chong's conspiracy. But these are just his own speculations. Luo Chong will never admit anything anyway. He just needs to follow his established plan. On the other side, Maodun, who lost the Xian tribe as a partner, was also very unhappy. Without the Xian tribe, they lost a lot of white salt and also lost the channels to obtain metal weapons. Since the Xian tribe's caravan after disappearing from the grassland, even bamboo arrow shafts have become a rarity in the entire grassland, and herdsmen are reluctant to shoot arrows easily. Because selling arrow shafts is the exclusive business of the Xian tribe caravan, the Han tribe does not sell those things at all. Now if the nomadic tribes in the grassland want to make new arrows, they can only find the materials to make them themselves, which gives them a lot of trouble. The trouble is that now even the prices of arrow-making materials have increased on the grassland, and they are still expensive but not available. Of course Luo Chong doesn't care about this. He is only happy when all the herdsmen in the entire grassland are disarmed. It would be better if the herdsmen can't buy arrows. He only cares about his own business now, and doesn't bother to care about anything else. The new city built by the Han tribe by the grassland lake has begun to take shape. After several months of construction, at least the inner city has been built. The craftsmen, slaves, and troops who came earlier have now moved into the inner city. Finally, there is no need to I went to bed in fear. With the completion of the inner city of Prairie New City, this city, which is currently farthest from the headquarters of the Han tribe, has also been officially listed as a county. Kaiyuan County is the name Luo Chong gave Prairie New City. You will know what it means by looking at the name. It is a new source of income for the Han tribe. The business in Kaiyuan County is very good, because it sells the daily necessities urgently needed by the herdsmen, and because of the withdrawal of the Xian tribe, this business is the only one in the entire grassland. If you want to buy other people's products, you can't buy them. It's a monopoly business, that's it. Overbearing. In addition, the Han tribe also officially launched its own currency system and began to try to use the currency system to control all nomadic tribes. Promoting currency is difficult to say, but it is simple to say. What the Han tribe practiced is not a pure credit currency, because copper coins and silver coins are inherently valuable things, unlike paper money, which is the real credit currency. Without a strong government and countless guarantees standing behind it, the banknotes are just a pile of waste paper. Coupled with Luo Chong's various methods, the currency of the Han tribe was promoted smoothly in the grassland. Copper coins and silver coins have their own value. Even if they are not made into coins, they can be used to make tools or utensils. This is its value. So when the Han tribe used this currency for transactions, the resistance among the herdsmen is not very strong. Of course, there were still difficulties, but Luo Chong had anticipated them in advance and had made plans in advance for these possible problems. How to make herdsmen who have never been exposed to coins willing to use currencies for transactions? This is a big problem, but in order to do this, the first step is to establish the credibility of the currency issuer among the herdsmen. Regarding this point, Luo Chong's first method is to build a city. Yes, it is to build a city. These two seemingly unrelated things are actually closely related in Luo Chong's eyes. In fact, the currency of the Han tribe has been developed a long time ago, and it is in good circulation in the Han tribe's headquarters. So why didn't it come to the grassland to promote it earlier? Why did we have to wait until the city was built before we started using currency? The gap here is actually huge. Put yourself in my shoes, if you were a herdsman and met a group of strangers who came from nowhere. They claimed to be a caravan from the Han tribe and wanted to exchange the metal discs in their hands for the cattle, horses, and sheep that I had managed to raise. The metal disc cannot be eaten or drunk, and it is of no use in my hands. Then I definitely don't want to trade with them. I would rather exchange cattle, horses, and sheep for some salt, or cloth and iron pots at a low price. Even if I suffer a little loss, these things are very practical. The white salt can be used to eat, the cloth can be used to make clothes, and the iron pots it can also be used for cooking, why should I choose to exchange it for some useless currency? But the current situation is different. I heard that a group of people who call themselves the Han tribe have set up a large yard on the grassland to sell some daily necessities. With the introduction of neighbors and acquaintances, I plan to bring my cattle, horses, and sheep to exchange for some things to use. But when we got there, those people who called themselves the Han tribe said that transactions could only be done with currency. I thought those metal pieces had no value and I didn't want to exchange them with them. I just wanted to exchange things for things. But those people said that transactions must be done with currency, and it is guaranteed that you can exchange currency with them for various goods. If not, you are welcome to come to them yourself. At the other party's insistence, I planned to try exchanging some currency first, but I didn't expect it to work really well. With the other party's guarantee, I decided to hold some currency. Anyway, the other party's home is here, so I don't think they can run away. If something goes wrong, I will come to trouble them. Luo Chong's purpose is to create such a mentality in the herdsmen. My home is here. I said those currencies will work if they work. If there is a problem, you can come to my house to find me. What? Are you worried that I will run away with my money? Shit, I spent so much manpower, material, and financial resources to build a yard here. Do you think I will run away because of your little money? Hurry up, take the money and get out, don't delay my work. This is the role of Qingshu in relation to the currency credit of the Han tribe. What is Qingshu? It is actually the fixed assets of the Han tribe on the grassland. Luo Chong is actually mortgaging this fixed asset under the noses of the herdsmen in exchange for their Han tribe currency trust. This is only the first step. Even so, most herdsmen still prefer to barter. It is direct and convenient. They don't have to worry about being cheated and there are not so many troubles. So how can we make them willingly choose to trade with currency? In response to this problem, Luo Chong's solution was to set up two markets. One was a livestock trading market, which was dedicated to buying livestock from herdsmen with currency. The other was a department store market, which had everything, mainly daily necessities. Mainly, when buying things here, you must pay with coins, one in, one out. This forms the circulation of coins and goods, and the entire market environment can be stable. The first is the trouble the herdsman encounters when buying things. He saw a pair of leather boots or an iron pot at the department store in Kaiyuan County and wanted to exchange it for the cow he brought. However, he felt that the cow would be at a disadvantage, and the other party did not want it. What should you do when you want a flock of sheep instead of cattle? Herdsmen can go to the livestock market next door to sell their cattle and exchange them for coins of equivalent value, and then use the coins to go to the department store to buy the leather boots and iron pots they want, while traders who want a group of sheep can take them with the money. He went to the livestock market next door to exchange for the sheep he wanted, and both parties were happy. From this point of view, currency serves the purpose of preserving value and refining transactions, making transactions more flexible. No matter what you bring with you, you can eventually exchange it for what you want, and you won't have to worry about it. If you suffer a loss, even if there is a price difference, you will receive currency equal to the price difference as compensation. This is the second step of Luo Chong's promotion of currency. In fact, at this step, the credit of currency has basically been formed. At least herdsmen are willing to try to use currency to trade, but they still have their own problems in terms of long-term holding. Vigilance. What if the money suddenly becomes worthless? What if the money suddenly cannot be exchanged for anything? What should we do then? No, I can't hold currency. After I exchange it for currency, I will spend it all immediately. Before the Han tribe changes their mind, I will first exchange all the currency for what I need. This is the true thinking of many herdsmen, and the third step of Luo Chong's promotion of currency is actually very simple, that is, stocking up. No matter how much you want to buy, as long as you bring money to buy it, I will definitely sell it to you. The first time you spent all the money and got what you wanted, the second time you were still worried and spent everything again. The third time, a month later, you use the money to buy things, and the Han tribe still sells you the full amount. At this time, you will start to hold the currency with confidence. Although it may not be much at first, this is a good sign. It was only at this point that currency was really popularized. Herdsmen began to admit that currency was valuable. They began to hold a large amount of currency and regarded currency as wealth. Herders even used currency to do some things between herdsmen. Transactions, so that the currency of the Han tribe can achieve real economic control on the grasslands. In September of the first year of the founding of the Han tribe, the grassland fell into a brief period of peace. Mao Dun successively looted many small and medium-sized tribes in the southern grassland. After gaining a large number of people and livestock, they began to shrink and slowly lick wound the entire Mao Dun force. Only a small group of people led by Dalan Tai are operating in secret, and they have not organized any decent sneak attacks. In Dalan Tai's own words, they are still conducting reconnaissance. This is not because he is afraid of war and is lying, but he is really engaged in reconnaissance. Through the recent reconnaissance of the Han army in Kaiyuan County, he is increasingly unable to understand the operations of the Han tribe, and he has never found any opportunities. Because those Han soldiers wearing iron armor have been unable to retreat and only move around the city every day. It seems that they are training. Yes, the soldiers of Qianyo Guard and Hu Ben Guard were indeed training, including the cavalry, composed of grassland herdsmen who had defected to the Han tribe. The Han tribe's grassland strategy against enemies needs to be changed. This is something Luo Chong knows very well. Today's Qianyo Guard and Hu Ben Guard are just like the Song dynasty facing the Jin and Liao dynasties. They have a lot of awesome weapons and equipment. It is almost invincible on foot when fighting against nomads, but it has short legs and cannot ride a horse. When facing nomads who mainly rely on cavalry, it means losing the initiative on the battlefield. It is not up to you whether you want to fight or not, but the enemy has the final say. They can harass them if they want. If they cannot be beaten, they will run away immediately. No matter how powerful the Han tribe is, they will not be able to catch up with them. Faced with this situation, there are only two ways to solve it. One is to build cities and forts like the Song dynasty. While building forts, station soldiers and civilians at the same time, build them all the way to the opponent's door, forcing the opponent to fight a city offensive and defensive battle. Because in this aspect, this was the advantage of the Song dynasty, but this strategy took too long and was too costly, and the current Han tribe simply could not afford it. The other is to use cavalry against cavalry and train a cavalry team that is more nomadic than nomadic. Just like Hu Tsubing did when he defeated the Huns, he would use the prairie people's method to seek a duel with the opponent's main force. Comparing the two methods, Luo Chong is of course more inclined to take the cavalry route, because it is more effective and less costly. The current Han tribe can do it, so Luo Chong recently gave the order to Qianyo Guard and Hu Ben Guard. It is a comprehensive cavalry restructuring. Different from the previous environment where war horses were scarce, now that Kaiyuan County is a new source of income, the Han tribe can continuously absorb livestock and horses from the grasslands. If they want to gather horses for 2 guard stations, they can still get 4,000 cavalry, which requires about 12,000 horses, which Luo Chong could not even imagine before, but now it is no longer a problem for the Han tribe. Moreover, after absorbing the support of nomadic tribes on the grassland, the Han tribe's horse raising and training technology has also achieved rapid development. Some previously unknown tactics have also been learned from the herdsmen, so the Han tribe has been practicing new techniques recently. The source of all these tactics comes from a small tribe that took the initiative to join the army a while ago. It was a nomadic tribe that took the initiative to seek refuge. It had only a few hundred people and a few thousand livestock. It could only be considered a small tribe on the grassland, but its leader was a capable man. His name was Baoyin. He didn't sound very impressive, but in fact there is no momentum, because the word Baoyin probably means blessing when translated into Chinese, and has nothing to do with words such as mighty, powerful, and able to fight. But it was this man who, after carefully studying the equipment and combat methods of the Han tribe's cavalry, provided a very useful suggestion. This guy was very confident that he could use his method to make the Han tribe's cavalry heavy. The speed is doubled in a short time. When this news reached Luo Chong's ears, Luo Chong also expressed great interest in it. In this world, Luo Chong dared to consider himself number one in terms of technology, but compared to raising horses and fighting cavalry, Luo Chong really couldn't dare to brag, because he has never raised a horse and does not understand the real cavalry fighting method. In this regard, he is not much better than those ancient war and military fans. So he humbly summoned the guy named Baoyin with an attitude of asking for advice. Of course, Luo Chong still didn't take the initiative to go see him, but asked him to take the Han tribe's cargo ship to Weishan County. Luo Chong, the first reason for waiting for him here is to learn, and the second reason is to let this guy gain insights and kill his spirit. Don't think that you are great just because you have come up with a good idea. Baoyin's first trip on a big ship really made him experience a lot. It was the first time in his life that he left the grassland he was familiar with and was taken to a strange place by a floating vehicle on the water. On the way, he saw more boats. Without exception, these big guys floating on the water all belonged to the Han tribe. These sailboats either carried many people or were loaded with various goods, even sand and black. There are special boats for transporting stones, and there is also a boat like the one he is riding, which is specially used for transporting livestock. Yes, Baoyin is riding a horseboat. When the sailboat passed Luoyang County, he saw a city several times larger than Kaiyuan City. According to the crew beside him, it was also one of the residences of the Han tribe, and there were other settlements like this among the Han tribe. A lot of. When he finally arrived at Weishan County, the destination of the trip, he saw a scene that shocked him. It was the wharf of Weishan County. It was a wharf with many heavy-duty berths and trestles, which could accommodate multiple heavy-duty cargo ships at the same time. Above the dock, there is a black road leading into the distance. It is a black road covered with cinders, and countless carriages are passing on it. He really relied on his strength to interpret what a busy traffic is, because there were too many carriages, and the style of those carriages was something he had never seen before. They seemed to be specially made for carrying cargo, and they contained more things. They were not at all the carts sold by the Han tribe on the grassland were comparable. Only then did he realize that the truly good things from the Han tribe were never sold outside. The lighthouse next to the pier shocked him even more. It was probably the tallest man-made building he had ever seen. People from the Han tribe seemed to be good at building houses. Although he still didn't know the actual purpose of this tower, but it was the unique shape of this building that left him in awe. After seeing and hearing things along the way, Baoyin's aura had already dropped a bit before he met the legendary leader of the Han tribe, and the confidence he had in his heart was also thrown away. The strength of the Han tribe was not what he could. Well. Imagination, yes, that's right, just imagination. He suddenly felt that his previous understanding of the Han tribe was very different from the reality. The inner city of Kaiyuan County did not represent the entire Han tribe. The Han tribe also there were many things that he couldn't even think of. Finally, in the official office of Weishan County, Baoyin met the man who was rumored to be the leader of the Han tribe. He was very young and looked to be only 16 or 17. He was not older than his younger brother. Baoyin could not imagine that. It was such a seemingly ordinary boy who led such a large Han tribe behind the scenes, and it was growing so rapidly. I heard that you have a way to increase the speed of the cavalry in a short period of time. Luo Chong put down the brush in his hand and asked Baoyin directly. Yes, I can. Baoyin didn't seem to expect Luo Chong to be so direct, which was a bit different from the meeting he expected on the road. What can be done? Luo Chong asked again. I want to join the Han tribe and become an officer like Ili. Baoyin did not answer Luo Chong's question, but took the opportunity to put forward his own conditions. Luo Chong's face was expressionless, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. He just said in a calm tone, I heard from the people below that you have joined the Han tribe, so this cannot be your bargaining chip, but can you become an officer? It depends on your ability. I will not let an incompetent person lead my soldiers to death, so if you want to be an officer, you can, but you must first prove your worth and ability. Luo Chong's answer once again went beyond Baoyin's expectations, which made him a little awkward, or uncomfortable, because the chips he had prepared seemed to have lost value with Luo Chong. Shouldn't he be the one who promised him first conditions, and then take the opportunity to offer good advice? What went wrong, and why did I suddenly become passive? He couldn't understand, but under Luo Chong's gaze, the gap between the two sides' identities gave him a great sense of oppression. The young man sitting opposite seemed to have a magical power that made people obey automatically, forcing him to follow the other's instructions. Respond to requests. I saw that the cavalry of the Han tribe were all wearing very thick iron clothing. They have very high defense. In a direct confrontation, there were almost no nomadic tribes that were their opponents. But the cavalry of the Han tribe were wearing too heavy iron clothing. Clothing is not flexible enough on a horse, and it will be very difficult for the horse to run with such a heavy load on its back. This is a big weakness for herdsmen who are naturally good at running and riding and shooting. I know there is a simple way that can allow the cavalry of the Han tribe to gain the fastest horse speed in a short period of time. It is very suitable for sprinting, because I think the attack method of those iron cavalry is basically sprinting. When Baoyin said this, he secretly glanced at Luo Chong, but Luo Chong was still expressionless. He didn't dare to use this as a bargaining chip to raise conditions, so he had to throw out his own chips and said silently in his heart, I hope this young man, the leader of the Han tribe, will be more generous. If he is not given any position, he will definitely leave with his tribe when he returns. There will be no future in following a stingy leader. Well, that's it. Taking a deep breath, Baoyin continued, horses are very timid animals. They are easily frightened. Sometimes they lose control when frightened, causing bad results. But we can also use this to obtain advantages. During a fight, when the two warring parties collide, the horse will be frightened. At least it will slow down automatically. In severe cases, it will run away out of fear. At this time, it is also difficult for the rider to control it. So my method is to cover the horse's eyes with something before the battle. When they can't see anything, they will no longer be afraid of the riding formation on the opposite side, and because of the temporary blindness, the horses will be very scared. Once an animal like a horse becomes frightened, it will run like crazy, and its speed can be several % faster than its normal fastest speed. This, as long as the rider can control the direction well, he can achieve a faster extreme sprint speed than usual. However, this also has disadvantages, that is, the horse will tire faster than usual, and the number of sprints will be reduced. However, the Han tribes, the cavalry, consists of 1 person and 3 horses. I think this is not a problem for the Han tribe. As long as they train regularly, they can master this method. After saying that, Baoyin looked at Luo Chong, who was above him with expectation and anxiety, waiting for his reaction. The rest will be modified later. I saw that the cavalry of the Han tribe were all wearing very thick iron clothing. They have very high defense. In a direct confrontation, there were almost no nomadic tribes that were their opponents. But the cavalry of the Han tribe were wearing too heavy iron clothing. Clothing is not flexible enough on a horse, and it will be very difficult for the horse to run with such a heavy load on its back. This is a big weakness for herdsmen who are naturally good at running and riding and shooting. I know there is a simple way that can allow the cavalry of the Han tribe to gain the fastest horse speed in a short period of time. It is very suitable for sprinting, because I think the attack method of those iron cavalry is basically sprinting. When Baoyin said this, he secretly glanced at Luo Chong, but Luo Chong was still expressionless. He didn't dare to use this as a bargaining chip to raise conditions, so he had to throw out his own chips and said silently in his heart, "I hope this young man, the leader of the Han tribe, will be more generous. If he is not given any position, he will definitely leave with his tribe when he returns. There will be no future in following a stingy leader." Well, that's it. Taking a deep breath, Baoyin continued, "Horses are very timid animals. They are easily frightened. Sometimes they lose control when frightened, causing bad results. But we can also use this to obtain advantages. During a fight, when the two warring parties collide, the horse will be frightened. At least it will slow down automatically. In severe cases, it will run away out of fear. At this time, it is also difficult for the rider to control it. So my method is to cover the horse's eyes with something before the battle. When they can't see anything, they will no longer be afraid of the riding formation on the opposite side, and because of the temporary blindness, the horses will be very scared. Once an animal like a horse becomes frightened, it will run like crazy, and its speed can be several % faster than its normal fastest speed. This, as long as the rider can control the direction well, he can achieve a faster extreme sprint speed than usual. However, this also has disadvantages, that is, the horse will tire faster than usual, and the number of sprints will be reduced. However, the Han tribes, the cavalry, consists of 1 person and 3 horses. I think this is not a problem for the Han tribe. As long as they train regularly, they can master this method. After saying that, Baoyin looked at Luo Chong, who was above him with expectation and anxiety, waiting for his reaction. When Luo Chong was halfway through what he said, Baoyin was very disappointed. He thought he would get a position like Ili and be able to lead a nomadic cavalry armed by the Han tribe alone, but no, the leader only agreed to give him a person who is in charge of training joins the army, and he knows what it means, because then he is just in charge of training and does not have any real power. But when Luo Chong stated the reasons for doing so, Baoyin was a little happy. The leader said that he should study and learn the army's management system. At this time, Baoyin suddenly realized that the leader was right, because he had so much respect for the Han tribe. He really doesn't know anything about the structure and management of a professional army. If the leader asks him to form a team under this situation, it means that his future achievements will only end here, and the leader will not give him more power, and letting him learn means more possibilities. Although his status and strength are not very high for the time being, this arrangement gives him more hope, so Baoyin agreed without hesitation. After that, Baoyin was not sent back to the grassland immediately. Instead, under the arrangement of Luo Chong, he went around the Han tribe. Of course, secret places were not allowed. He took the land route from Weishan County to Luoyang County, then westward from Luoyang County to Sidong County, then to Ruyang County, and finally to Hanyang County. He had no chance to go to several counties under Hanyang County, because he found that the leader had arrived at Hanyang County and was waiting for him. Hanyang County is the earliest city built by the Han tribe. It is not very big, but it is the residence of the leader. It has the most complete supporting facilities. There is a construction site under construction in the city. It is said that it is the new home of the leader. Baoyin saw the house under construction on the street. The house was very tall, with about 3 floors. Except for a few bricks and stones, the amount of wood used on it made him feel a little distressed. The Han tribe always likes to do something big on their houses. If we herdsmen would never waste so much material on building houses, there is so much good wood. If we can make more carriages and more bows and arrows, it's better than using it to build a house. But this is the charming characteristic of the Han tribe. Although the houses they built are not mobile, they are very beautiful and make them feel comfortable, because it is the place they call home. Herdsmen have no home. Herdsmen have been wandering all their lives. But can I still be considered a herdsman now? It may not be long before I have a home like that. Those Han people always say that a home is a place where you can live comfortably, where you can go back to your own nest to relax and rest after a busy day, so they are always willing to spend a lot of money to constantly improve their homes. They will build a well today and another well tomorrow. Build a grape trellis, buy some things to stuff into the house from time to time, and enjoy it every day. Thinking like this, Bowing suddenly felt envious. The nomadic life on the grassland was very difficult. They had no fixed place to live. They never knew when they would be forced to move because the water and grass were eaten up, or they would be attacked by other tribes. Fleeing, but the Han tribesmen didn't have to. They had homes, they had land, and they had a stable source of food. Even if they were attacked by the enemy, they could keep the enemy away with their tall city walls. No, maybe there is no idea of daring to attack the Han tribe at all, because the Han tribe is too powerful. Along the way, from the layout of the Han tribe's many cities, Bowing deduced that no enemy could defeat the Han tribe, because just surrounding or attacking a city was already very laborious, and it might require at least tens of thousands of warriors at one time. In order to surround a city, the Han tribe only needs to close the city gates and hold on for a few days, and reinforcements from other cities will come from all directions to support them. Therefore, no one can defeat the Han tribe, at least there is not such a powerful one yet. Tribe. Bowing, this time the army is fully refitting the cavalry, it needs a large amount of weapons and supplies. You need to return to Yuan City with this batch of supplies. There is also an elder from the Xian tribe with you. I want you to ensure the safety of this batch of supplies. Can you successfully hand them over to the army? Luo Chong asked Bowing on the 5th floor of the Hanyang County Government Building. Okay, I will definitely send the things to Kaiyuan County, please don't worry, Chief. Bowing is now full of fighting spirit, because he has a vision for the future in his heart. That is hope, given to him by the chief. Well, take these things. Here are the waistbands, seals, ribbons, official uniforms, armors, letters of appointment, and a weapon of your own that have been made for you in the past few days. Well, I heard if you like the sword of the Han tribe, let someone make one for you. Luo Chong said, sitting behind his desk and pointing to the things on the coffee table by the window. Bowing was suddenly excited, not because of the complicated official uniforms and seals, but because of the armor and long knives placed there, which were all things he dreamed of. The first reason why he was willing to take the initiative to join the Han tribe was because the grasslands had been too chaotic recently, especially in the area of influence close to Maodun. Many small tribes had been forcibly annexed or plundered. In order to protect himself, Bowing in order to seek asylum from the Han tribe, he joined the Han tribe. Another reason why he did not choose to join other large nomadic tribes was because the materials of the Han tribe were stable. Following the Han tribe would not worry about the embarrassment of lacking this or that due to the war, because the Han tribe itself produced those things and did not have them. People can cut off the supply of goods to the Han tribe, unless the entire Han tribe collapses, which of course is impossible. Of course, the most important reason is that Bowing himself is also ambitious. He feels that Ili is not much better than him. Even comparing the two tribes before they joined the Han tribe, Bowing feels that whether it is population or livestock, not inferior to Ili, then since Ili can be reused in the Han tribe and has the power to command an armored cavalry, why can't he do it himself? So he wanted to try, so he came. Suppressing the excitement and joy in his heart, He saluted Luo Chong with poor etiquette and said, "Thank you, chief," and then he couldn't wait to come to the pile of rewards. The silver-white armor shone with cold light, and was no different from the armor of ordinary soldiers in appearance and color. It was not the fish-scale armor worn by military officers, nor was it pierced armor like ordinary soldiers, but was uniformly equipped by low-level officers. Mountain pattern armor, but as the difference between joining the army and ordinary officers, his armor is actually equipped with a round guard on the front and back, which are the so-called breast guards, while the military officer has two on the front and one on the back. In addition to the arm guards, his armor also has an additional animal head to protect the shoulders, which ordinary officers do not have. After all, joining the army ranks fourth in a regular army of the Han tribe. It's a good fight. Don't be too cold after all. The sword placed aside didn't seem to be much different from the standard waist knife. In fact, Bowing himself didn't know much about it. He could only tell that the scabbard of the knife was made of black wood, and the wood was very hard, with a silver hollow sheath ring on it. As for the entire knife, it is longer than those standard knives, and the blade is narrower. It has a certain upward curvature, but it is not an exaggerated symmetry. The same thing as the standard waist knife is that this knife also has a tang, a guard between the blade and the handle is not very long. It is still a one-handed knife, not a heavy knife used for charging, but it is very suitable for the slashing of Qingshu, which is a style he likes very much. This sword is a saber more suitable for cavalry, and is different from the infantry swords used by sword and shield soldiers. This was Bowing's evaluation after carefully looking at it. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. The leader's reward did not allow him to be picky. In fact, he was already very satisfied with it. After accepting Bowing's thanks again, Luo Chong took him to the material warehouse and explained to him the materials that needed to be transported this time. At the same time, he also asked him, a professional cavalryman, to join the army to evaluate the performance of the weapons and equipment. After all, were they good or not? Its usefulness needs to be tested by first-class riders on the front line, and Bowing happens to be that first-class rider. The door opened, and the warehouse was full of supplies, mainly 4 kinds of things. Horse gear, mainly stirrups and saddles, which are essential basic equipment for forming a cavalry, and then iron ingots, which are sent to logistics. The raw materials are mainly used for repairing equipment and playing horseshoes. Yes, the cavalry may not waste their shoes very much, but the horseshoes need to be replaced frequently. At least this is the case with the Han tribe. Others include armor and armor parts, such as armor pieces and ropes, used to repair damaged armor. What surprised Bowing the most were the thousands of sinewood composite recurve short bows. They were made last winter, but they have never been used because everyone uses them. This kind of short bow is most suitable for cavalry. Of course, infantry can also be used, but the infantry of the Han tribe already have divine arm crossbows, so these bows have been stored, and now they are finally coming in use. Along with these bows, there is also a large inventory of arrows. These are all inventories that have been accumulated for a long time. Bowing picked up a standard recurve short bow and began to examine it carefully. It felt like being on a blind date with a strange girl. Riding and shooting is a tradition engraved in the bones of the nomadic people. They already have a bow and arrow of their own since they were born, because it is a toy prepared by their father for them. Every child on the grassland has been growing up since childhood. They grew up riding sheep and playing with small bows. When they grew taller, the mounts under their crotches turned into horses, and the toys in their hands turned into weapons that could easily kill prey and enemies. No one knows how to ride and shoot better than the nomads, which is why Luo Chong chose him to join the army. How about this bow, if it is used for riding and shooting? Luo Chong asked Bowing. I don't know yet. This is the first time I've seen such a bow, but it looks very well made. Chief, can I hang up the bowstring and try it? Bowing asked, holding a bow. Of course. Luo Chong nodded. Anyone who knows bows and arrows knows that those bows and arrows are not stringed until they are used. If they need to be stored for a long time, it is best to remove the strings, which can maintain the elasticity of the bow. The rest will be modified later. This sword is a saber more suitable for cavalry, and is different from the infantry swords used by sword and shield soldiers. This was Bowing's evaluation after carefully looking at it. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. The leader's reward did not allow him to be picky. In fact, he was already very satisfied with it. After accepting Bowing's thanks again, Luo Chong took him to the material warehouse and explained to him the materials that needed to be transported this time. At the same time, he also asked him, a professional cavalryman, to join the army to evaluate the performance of the weapons and equipment. After all, were they good or not? Its usefulness needs to be tested by first-class riders on the front line, and Bowing happens to be that first-class rider. The door opened, and the warehouse was full of supplies, mainly 4 kinds of things. Horse gear, mainly stirrups and saddles, which are essential basic equipment for forming a cavalry, and then iron ingots, which are sent to logistics. The raw materials are mainly used for repairing equipment and playing horseshoes. Yes, the cavalry may not waste their shoes very much, but the horseshoes need to be replaced frequently, at least this is the case with the Han tribe. Others include armor and armor parts, such as armor pieces and ropes, used to repair damaged armor. What surprised Bowing the most were the thousands of sinewood composite recurve short bows. They were made last winter, but they have never been used because everyone uses them. This kind of short bow is most suitable for cavalry. Of course, infantry can also be used, but the infantry of the Han tribe already have divine arm crossbows, so these bows have been stored, and now they are finally coming in use. Along with these bows, there is also a large inventory of arrows. These are all inventories that have been accumulated for a long time. Bowing picked up a standard recurve short bow and began to examine it carefully. It felt like being on a blind date with a strange girl. Riding and shooting is a tradition engraved in the bones of the nomadic people. They have had their own bow and arrow since they were born, because it was a toy prepared by their father for them. Every child on the grassland has been growing up since childhood. They grew up riding sheep and playing with small bows. When they grew taller, the mounts under their crotches turned into horses, and the toys in their hands turned into weapons that could easily kill prey and enemies. No one knows how to ride and shoot better than the nomads, which is why Luo Chong chose him to join the army. How about this bow, if it is used for riding and shooting? Luo Chong asked Bowing. I don't know yet. This is the first time I've seen such a bow, but it looks very well made. Chief, can I hang up the bowstring and try it? Bowing asked, holding a bow. Of course. Luo Chong nodded. Anyone who knows about bows and arrows knows that those bows and arrows are not stringed until they are used. If they need to be stored for a long time, it is best to remove the strings, which can maintain the elasticity of the bow. Never point your back towards the enemy. This seems to be a motto for all types of warriors, but it is an exception for cavalry. This may not be accurate, but it should be cavalry who can ride and shoot. Bowing's riding and shooting skills were very standard. Although he was standing on the ground with no horse under his crotch, he was using the most authentic nomadic shooting method. One characteristic of the nomadic horse archers is that because they ride on horses, they are best at shooting sideways and backwards. The reason for doing this is mainly because of the influence of the horse's head in front. The usual tactic used by cavalry archers is to cruise around the enemy and then shoot sideways at the surrounded enemy. If there is a pursuit, the person being chased will have an advantage without stirrups, because every herdsman can skillfully master the technique of shooting arrows backwards, and can attack the enemies behind him without any scruples. However, the pursuers behind them had no stirrups and could not stand up on the galloping horses, so they could only shoot arrows from the side and behind, or directly chase the front enemy's parallel flanks, so that they could have a chance to counterattack. Another point is that the distance between cavalry and archery battles is usually not too far. Both sides will basically only release arrows when they are within 50 meters. The first reason for this is because the bow is not good, and the arrows are not good either. Not so powerful, so you can only hit it closer. The second reason is that the targets are moving at high speed, which is not easy to aim. If the distance is too far, you just release the arrow, then you need to predict the shot and take the advance into consideration when releasing the arrow. However, the target is also moving at high speed at this time. An experienced person can quickly adjust the direction and speed after you release the arrow. Therefore, in the case of mounted archery, there is no point in shooting arrows if the distance is too far, and it will be easily avoided by the opponent. Doing so will only waste your precious arrows. How do you think of these bows and arrows? Tell me what you think. Luo Chong asked Baoyin, who had just withdrawn his bow. Baoyin thought for a while and said, "Chief, this bow is very good. Although I haven't tried it on horseback, it feels good, the weight is very suitable, and the length is also very suitable. It is just like a bow specially made for cavalry. The elasticity of the body is also very powerful. I think it can shoot farther than the herdsman's bows, but I still have some objections. These arrows are too heavy and will slow down the flight speed of the arrow. If they are replaced by lighter arrows, I think it may be more useful in mounted archery. After all, both sides are moving fast during mounted archery. The one with the faster arrow speed has the advantage. The more obvious it is. Of course, what I said may not be right, because we are all used to using hollow bamboo pole arrows. This is my first time coming into contact with such solid wood arrows. Maybe I am not used to it." Bowing quickly gave his opinion. He spoke highly of these recurve bows, but he was not very satisfied with the arrows. However, in the end, he may have been afraid of upsetting Luo Chong, and attributed the problem with arrows to his own usage habits. As for what will happen in the end, it was Luo Chong's business to decide how to decide, and he was just giving a suggestion. Luo Chong pondered for a while, and there was definitely no problem with the bow. Then the problem was the choice of arrows. Luo Chong didn't know much about arrows, but he was very familiar with long-range shooting weapons. There is a law in thermal weapons, that is, when the speed is equal, the greater the mass of the warhead, the greater the kinetic energy it conducts. In other words, the larger the caliber, the greater the power. Although bows and arrows are not hot weapons, they are also a type of long-range weapons. In fact, this theory can also be applied. Heavy arrows are equivalent to large-caliber ammunition and are very powerful. In the era of cold weapon combat, heavy arrows are most suitable for breaking through weapons. Armor, but light arrows, which are equivalent to small-caliber ammunition, also have their own characteristics, that is, they shoot fast, receive less resistance, and have strong penetrating power, but their power is not very good. According to Luo Chong's theory, weapons of equal quality are not good or bad in terms of type. There is only a question of suitability. Therefore, choosing the right weapon for your own goals is the wisest choice. The imaginary enemies of the Han tribe are mainly grassland natives. Even the enemies of other tribes are mainly unarmored targets. The enemies are equipped with low-end leather armor at most, so the Han tribe does not have high requirements for armor penetration. As long as the arrows are equipped with metal arrows, it will be a piece of cake to break the armor. If analyzed this way, the heavy arrows equipped by the Han tribe are really useless. Then just focus on light arrows, Luo Chong thought. Well, I know everything you said. I will ask people to prepare light arrows. Take these arrows with you as well. Think of it as a city defense reserve. Luo Chong nodded and agreed, which made Bowing very happy, indicating that the leader still valued him. After testing the bows and arrows, the two began to check other materials and equipment. A small number of horse swords, a large number of new sabers, and assault knives for heavy cavalry. The luxury of the Han tribe's equipment once again refreshed Bowing's knowledge, but after a while he seemed very excited at the thought that he would soon join such an army and become one of its senior officers. The supplies were quickly counted and then began to be loaded into the truck. Because there were too many, it took a day to load them. Bowing would set off on the next day, accompanied by Niu Wei, the messenger sent by the Qingshu tribe. Although they were traveling the same way, their itineraries were somewhat different. The supplies will be transported to Luoyang County by fleet, and then loaded onto a ship there. Then Bowing and Niu Wei will board the ship. They will take the water route to Kaiyuan County on the bank of Prairie Lake, which is Bowing's terminal, but Niu Wei's. At the transfer station, he decided to go and have a look, and Luo Chong also decided to let him have a look. Niu Wei will stay in Kaiyuan County for a few days to see the new base of the Han tribe in the grassland, and at the same time let him see the influence and strength of the Han tribe on the grassland, and then tell their elders about this when he returns. Commander. This is a deterrent given by Luo Chong to the Qingshu tribe, and it is also a declaration of sovereignty. The grassland will be ours from now on, at least on the surface. Even if the Qingshu tribe wants to come to the grassland to do business in the future, it will have to go through the Han tribe. Otherwise it is not allowed. Niu Wei also knew what Luo Chong meant. In terms of the relationship between the Han and Qingshu tribes and the true strength of the Han tribe, Niu Wei knew better than their leader how the two tribes would get along with each other in the future. Niu Wei actually felt more confident. There is a bottom. He will stay in Kaiyuan County for about a week, and then take a boat to reach Bamboo Island by sea, not the hidden bridge in the northwest of Bamboo Island. He has walked across the hidden bridge for at least 10 years, there is nothing special about it, and he has not caught up with the time. Otherwise, we would have to wait on the shore for a while in vain. If we have time, we might as well take a sea route and see how the Han tribe got to Bamboo Island from the sea. Luo Chong agreed. This was also to show the Qingshu tribe the strength of the Han tribe and clearly told them that there was a waterway leading to Zhudao. As the actual developer and manager of this waterway, how many ships did the Han tribe have? How big is the one-time delivery capability of the Han tribe? Of course, whether to deliver troops or technology and materials depends on the future relationship between the Han and Qingshu tribes. To show off their strength and muscles, many senior officials saw the purpose of this operation, but to whom they were showing it off, they were not quite sure. Most people thought the target was the Qingshu tribe, but in Luo Chong's eyes, maybe it was just one person, and that person was Niu Wei. Although Luo Chong didn't have much contact with Uxiu, through the Jinwei spies placed around him, Luo Chong was very familiar with Uxiu's every move every day. Niu Wei is a smart man, and he is also capable and courageous. From his series of arrangements in the grassland back then, as well as his courage to take people all the way to the Han tribe as envoys without the permission and notification of the Han tribe, he also returned the favor. Judging from his series of performances after arriving at the Han tribe, Niu Wei is not a simple person. According to Luo Chong's evaluation, it is more than enough for Niu Wei to be a county guard. He is even more suitable to lead the Qingshu tribe than Commander Qingshu. If he is allowed to be Commander Qingshu, the current Qingshu tribe will never be like this. It will definitely be stronger now. It would even bring a lot of trouble to the Han tribe, but unfortunately he was not the one, and Commander Qingshu would not give up his position to him. So in this case, what would Niu Wei, who knew the strength of the Han tribe, choose? When he has a deep understanding of the Han tribe and returns to the Qingshu tribe he is familiar with, what choice will he make after comparing the two? Should they secretly join the Han tribe and accelerate the demise of the Qingshu tribe, or should they stand firmly on the side of the Qingshu tribe, be loyal to their leader, look for opportunities to develop rapidly at the cooperation point between the two tribes, and then turn against the Han tribe? To be honest, Luo Chong didn't know the answer, but he dared to do it. He dared to put back the oxtail that had lived in the Han tribe for more than a year. He dared to put back the oxtail that had mastered the actual situation of the Han tribe. This is what Luo Chong gave him. Oxtail attitude. Luo Chong is betting on Niu Wei's ambition. If Niu Wei has no ambition, then he will follow the general trend and do nothing, letting it develop according to Luo Chong's derivation. But Niu Wei is not that kind of person. Luo Chong believes in his own vision. If Niu Wei had some ambitions, then he would join the Han tribe, become an undercover agent placed in the Qingshu tribe, and become a promoter to help Luo Chong implement his plan. There is no doubt about this, because Luo Chong knows very well that for Niu Wei, the so-called loyalty to the Qingshu tribe is just a joke. There are two choices before him. The first is to continue to be his Qingshu tribe elder, and the second is to continue to be his Qingshu tribe elder. It is to join the Han tribe and become a high-ranking official of the Han tribe. It is also working under the hands of others. Which of these two options is more promising? Anyone with a little brains and a little ambition knows how to choose. It happened that Ushio was a man with brains and ambition, and Luo Chong had strong self-confidence because he had a powerful Han tribe with a brighter future, so he felt free to let Ushio choose. In the last case, when Niu Wei has brains, ambition, and courage, he will come to Luo Chong for more benefits on the condition of joining the Han tribe. If his ambition is more than a high-ranking official of the Han tribe, then he is most likely looking forward to the leader of the Qingshu tribe under Luo Chong. It may be a mouthful to say this, but it is the fact that it is the actual controller of Zhu Dao with independent power under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe. This is probably Ushio's biggest ambition. However, if Ushio made such a request, Luo Chong would never agree to him. The rest will be modified later. According to Luo Chong's evaluation, it is more than enough for Niu Wei to be a county guard. He is even more suitable to lead the Qingshu tribe than Commander Qingshu. If he is allowed to be Commander Qingshu, the current Qingshu tribe will never be like this. It will definitely be stronger now. It would even bring a lot of trouble to the Han tribe, but unfortunately he was not the one, and Commander Qingshu would not give up his position to him. So in this case, what would Niu Wei, who knew the strength of the Han tribe, choose? When he has a deep understanding of the Han tribe and returns to the Qingshu tribe he is familiar with, what choice will he make after comparing the two? Should they secretly join the Han tribe and accelerate the demise of the Qingshu tribe, or should they stand firmly on the side of the Qingshu tribe, be loyal to their leader, look for opportunities to develop rapidly at the cooperation point between the two tribes, and then turn against the Han tribe? To be honest, Luo Chong didn't know the answer, but he dared to do it. He dared to put back the oxtail that had lived in the Han tribe for more than a year. He dared to put back the oxtail that had mastered the actual situation of the Han tribe. This is what Luo Chong gave him. Oxtail attitude. Luo Chong is betting on Niu Wei's ambition. If Niu Wei has no ambition, then he will follow the general trend and do nothing, letting it develop according to Luo Chong's deduction. But Niu Wei is not that kind of person. Luo Chong believes in his own vision. If Niu Wei had some ambitions, then he would join the Han tribe, become an undercover agent placed in the Qingshu tribe, and become a promoter to help Luo Chong implement his plan. There is no doubt about this, because Luo Chong knows very well that for Niu Wei, the so-called loyalty to the Qingshu tribe is just a joke. There are two choices before him. The first is to continue to be his Qingshu tribe elder, and the second is to continue to be his Qingshu tribe elder. It is to join the Han tribe and become a high-ranking official of the Han tribe, and it is also to work under others. Which of these two options is more promising? Anyone with a little brains and a little ambition knows how to choose. It happened that Ushio was a man with brains and ambition, and Luo Chong had strong self-confidence because he had a powerful Han tribe with a brighter future, so he felt free to let Ushio choose. In the last case, when Niue has brains, ambition, and courage, he will come to Luo Chong for more benefits on the condition of joining the Han tribe. If his ambition is more than a high-ranking official of the Han tribe, then he is most likely looking forward to the leader of the Xian tribe under Luo Chong. It may be a mouthful to say this, but it is the fact that it is the actual controller of Bamboo Island with independent power under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe. This is probably Ushio's biggest ambition. However, if Ushio made such a request, Luo Chong would never agree to him. Baoyin and Ushio left, one went to Kaiyuan County to take up a post, and the other was about to go home. As for the current senior officers of Qianyu Guard, Luo Chong will make adjustments to them. The commander of Qianyu Guard is still Chai Duoduo, who originally joined the army. It is to replacing Rue as the Wei Sima of Qianyu Guards, so that the vacant position of joining the army will be left to Baoyin. The replacing Rue immediately left the military system, and was appointed by Luo Chong as the governor of Kaiyuan County, and was officially promoted to the chief of local administration. Luo Chong had already arranged these personnel changes in advance. The soldiers were sent to Kaiyuan County via Flying Eagle. As long as Baoyin escorted the supplies, the two sides could start the handover directly. He didn't have to worry about the rest. By mid-September, after Luo Chong had made all the arrangements, he began to concentrate on packing up his house. Now that it was autumn, he planned to build the house as soon as possible and then move into his new home in the winter. In a few months, the main body of the house has been built. According to its current name, this is a Chinese-style villa that combines ancient and modern times. The rectangular courtyard is divided into 4 front and rear courtyards by several main buildings, and the front one is the main building is a 2.5-story brick and wood structure building. The living room is not placed in the central hall, but in a corner of the main entrance. The front wall next to the courtyard is still empty. A large floor-to-ceiling window will be installed there. Of course, the Han tribe does not yet have the ability to make large pieces of flat glass. Therefore, this floor-to-ceiling window will be made into a grid shape according to the method of the lighthouse curtain wall, and each grid will be installed with a rectangular glass with an area of approximately 1 square meter. The upper part of the living room is designed to be hollowed out. A small carbide chandelier will be installed there, which is currently being customized. The tile floor in the hall will be covered with a circle of wooden sofas, and there will be a wooden sofa in the back. One side of the wall is hard to collapse. It is actually a fire Kong made of bricks and stones, but it is not as big as a sleeping Kong. It is used as a place for people to sit in the hall to entertain guests in winter. By the way, can be used as heating equipment. There are several rooms on the first and second floors, including a study room and a bedroom. The bedroom is equipped with a fire pit. In addition to the rooms, the second floor also has a terrace with an area of dozens of square meters. You can usually put some flower pots and set up a table. Enjoy the breeze on the terrace. The third floor is not very large, but it is a luxurious sunroom. Most of the walls will be installed with glass, allowing people to bask in the sun in winter. In terms of the overall structure, except for a small amount of blue bricks, most of the structure is made of wood, including the design of the roof, eaves, beams, and columns, all made of mortise and tenon joints. Such a house, in modern times, is at most a country villa, but in the Han tribe, it is enough to be called a top-notch mansion. Of course, it cannot be compared with those government schools, but those buildings are not for private use. So they cannot be compared together. The kitchen is built separately, separate from the main building, and also takes into account the needs of hygiene and fire protection. This is just the building in the front yard. There is also a backyard, called the inner courtyard, behind the main house. There is a circle of two-story buildings in a zigzag shape, which can also be used for living. Luo Chong plans to wait until his children are older. When the time came, they were allowed to live in separate rooms in the inner courtyard. The remaining two side courtyards are not small in size. One of them is for maids to live in, and it also has the functions of cooking and laundry. The other courtyard is for male servants to live in, and it also serves as a sundries warehouse and stables. And parking functions, so that basically all aspects of life can be taken care of. Regarding male servants and maids, it is of course impossible for Luo Chong's two wives to clean a yard as big as Luo Chong's, so servants are still needed. As for the source of servants, you can choose those with all the family members from the prisoners of war, which is more desirable. Free, or select orphans from newly added tribesmen, as long as they are young, and bring them back to cultivate them yourself. There will be no shortage of orphans in every newly joined tribe, because the casualty rate of those tribes that rely solely on gathering and hunting has always been very high, and some even live in group marriages and do not know their parents at all. Who is? There are many children without support, so Luo Chong does not have to worry about recruiting servants. Craftsmen in the wood processing factory are building various furniture according to the drawings given by Luo Chong. Many rare decorative materials are shipped from all directions, especially lamps and flat glass from the island in the middle of the lake. Luo Chong even wanted to build a fish tank, but it was a bit technically difficult. Glass could be a solution, but after considering the issues of oxygen supply and temperature, so let's forget it. Originally, he thought about digging a fish pond and building a pavilion on top of the fish pond, but the land was not big enough, so he could only think about it. In Luo Chong's old house, the purple fruits on the cotton rack were in full bloom, and white cotton burst out from the peel. Xiao Dai was happily picking the first-generation cotton from the Han tribe, and then wrote it in a small book. It records the entire process of cotton growing to harvesting here in the Han tribe. Zhang has recently fallen in love with cooking, and has learned many novel food preparation methods from Luo Chong. Of course, the main thing is to feed the children. Because the two children have grown up, now they can slowly eat more food besides breastfeeding. Eat some other foods as nutritional supplements, and then look for opportunities to wean. This requires a slow transition. At this time, the two children, Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan, were sitting face to face in a wooden cart. The weather was getting colder, and both children had put on thick autumn clothes. Of course, they were both driving. Crotch. On the car, between the two children is a removable movable table. There is now a bowl of soft egg custard on it. The two children are waving wooden spoons to grab it in their mouths. They have ties tied around their necks. He kept his long napkin covering his calves, but even so, he still had food all over his body. Zhang took care of it with a smile, holding a handkerchief and wiping this and that. Luo Lan has been acting more naughty recently. She threw away the spoon in the middle of eating, then picked up her feet and took off her tiger head shoes. While her brother was still eating egg custard, she started waving her. The shoes slammed against the small table. The sound of snapping made the wooden bowl on the table jump up, and the egg custard directly smeared Luo Cheng's face. She was still trembling with laughter. When Luo Cheng got angry, he hugged the almost empty wooden bowl. When Luo Lan reached his arms, he also threw away the spoon and stuck his whole head into the wooden bowl to lick the remaining custard residue. Seeing this, Luo Lan started to fight with him for the wooden bowl again. The two children are still in the stage of babbling, but they can also waddle when being held by an adult. Luo Cheng has specially prepared a walker for them. I don't know when these two little kids will be able to walk. Can learn to walk. I guess it will be almost done after this winter. Luo Cheng thought so. Father. Father. P. Perhaps because he ate too much egg custard, Luo Cheng suddenly slapped the small table in front of him and shouted. Luo Chong, who was drawing on the table next to him, heard this and quickly carried the guy under the cotton rack and held him in his arms. The two calves started to urinate. Dad, IP2. The rest will be refreshed later. There will be no shortage of orphans in every newly joined tribe, because the casualty rate of those tribes that rely solely on gathering and hunting has always been very high, and some even live in group marriages and do not know their parents at all. Who is? There are many children without support, so Luo Chong does not have to worry about recruiting servants. Craftsmen in the wood processing factory are building various furniture according to the drawings given by Luo Chong. Many rare decorative materials are shipped from all directions, especially lamps and flat glass from the island in the middle of the lake. Luo Chong even wanted to build a fish tank, but it was a bit technically difficult. Glass could be a solution, but after considering the issues of oxygen supply and temperature, so let's forget it. Originally, he thought about digging a fish pond and building a pavilion on top of the fish pond, but the land was not big enough, so he could only think about it. In Luo Chong's old house, the purple fruits on the cotton rack were in full bloom, and white cotton burst out from the peel. Xiao Dai was happily picking the first-generation cotton from the Han tribe, and then wrote it in a small book. It records the entire process of cotton growing to harvesting here in the Han tribe. Zhang has recently fallen in love with cooking, and has learned many novel food preparation methods from Luo Chong. Of course, the main thing is to feed the children. Because the two children have grown up, now they can slowly eat more food besides breastfeeding. Eat some other foods as nutritional supplements, and then look for opportunities to wean. This requires a slow transition. At this time, the two children, Xiao Luo Chong and Xiao Luo Lan, were sitting face to face in a wooden cart. The weather was getting colder, and both children had put on thick autumn clothes. Of course, they were both driving. Crotch. On the car, between the two children is a removable movable table. There is now a bowl of soft egg custard on it. The two children are trying hard to grab it with wooden spoons in their mouths. They have ties tied around their necks. He kept a long napkin covering his calves, but even so, he still had food all over his body. Zhang took care of it with a smile, holding a handkerchief and wiping this and that. Luo Lan has been acting more naughty recently. She threw away the spoon in the middle of eating, then picked up her feet and took off her tiger head shoes. While her brother was still eating egg custard, she started waving her. The shoes slammed against the small table. The sound of snapping made the wooden bowl on the table jump up, and the egg custard directly smeared Luo Chong's face. She was still trembling with laughter. When Luo Chong got angry, he hugged the almost empty wooden bowl. When Luo Lan reached his arms, he also threw away the spoon and stuck his whole head into the wooden bowl to lick the remaining custard residue. Seeing this, Luo Lan started to fight with him for the wooden bowl again. The two children are still in the stage of babbling, but they can also waddle when being held by an adult. Luo Chong has specially prepared a walker for them. I don't know when these two little kids will be able to walk. Can learn to walk. I guess it will be almost done after this winter. Luo Chong thought so. Father. P. Perhaps because he ate too much egg custard, Luo Chong suddenly slapped the small table in front of him and shouted. Luo Chong, who was drawing on the table next to him, heard this and quickly carried the guy under the cotton rack and held him in his arms. The two calves started to urinate. Dad, IP2. There will be no shortage of orphans in every newly joined tribe, because the casualty rate of those tribes that rely solely on gathering and hunting has always been very high, and some even live in group marriages and do not know their parents at all. Who is? There are many children without support, so Luo Chong does not have to worry about recruiting servants. Craftsmen in the wood processing factory are building various furniture according to the drawings given by Luo Chong. Many rare decorative materials are shipped from all directions, especially lamps and flat glass from the island in the middle of the lake. Luo Chong even wanted to build a fish tank, but it was a bit technically difficult. Glass could be a solution, but after considering the issues of oxygen supply and temperature, so let's forget it. Originally, he thought about digging a fish pond and building a pavilion on top of the fish pond, but the land was not big enough, so he could only think about it. In Luo Chong's old house, the purple fruits on the cotton rack were in full bloom, and white cotton burst out from the peel. Xiao Dai was happily picking the first-generation cotton from the Han tribe, and then wrote it in a small book. It records the entire process of cotton growing to harvesting here in the Han tribe. Zhang has recently fallen in love with cooking, and has learned many novel food preparation methods from Luo Chong. Of course, the main thing is to feed the children. Because the two children have grown up, now they can slowly eat more food besides breastfeeding. Eat some other foods as nutritional supplements, and then look for opportunities to wean. This requires a slow transition. At this time, the two children, Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan, were sitting face to face in a wooden cart. The weather was getting colder, and both children had put on thick autumn clothes. Of course, they were both driving. Crotch. On the car, between the two children is a removable movable table. There is now a bowl of soft egg custard on it. The two children are trying hard to grab it with wooden spoons in their mouths. They have ties tied around their necks. He kept a long napkin covering his calves, but even so, he still had food all over his body. Zhang looked after her with a smile, holding a handkerchief and wiping this and that. Luo Lan has been acting more naughty recently. She threw away the spoon in the middle of eating, then picked up her feet and took off her tiger head shoes. While her brother was still eating egg custard, she started waving her. The shoes slammed against the small table. She threw the spoon away, then picked up her feet and took off her tiger head shoes. While her brother was still eating egg custard, she started waving her shoes. The Mid-Autumn Festival falls in mid-September of the first year of the founding year of the Han tribe. Luo Chong's home is still in the renovation stage, and the entire Han tribe is about to usher in the joy of another round of harvest. On the vast grasslands in the south of the Han tribe, herdsmen have also begun their own stockpiling work. They are rushing to Kaiyuan County to take over. Surplus livestock are sold to reduce livestock losses in winter, and the money from the sale of livestock is used to purchase necessary living supplies, especially salt. Mao Dun, who had just fought with the Han tribe this year and suffered heavy losses, and was recovering slowly by licking his wounds, was even worse. They suffered a big defeat this year and suffered heavy material losses. In addition, they lost the Qingshu tribe as an ally, and their days were even worse. It was miserable. Mao Dun wanted his adopted son Dalantai to go and rob the Han tribe, but the Han tribe had been busy building houses and cities in the past few months, and two regular armies in full armor were also undergoing military reforms, and they surrounded him every day. Training around Kaiyuan City, with no intention of leaving the nest. The trade between the Han tribe and the Qingshu tribe took place directly by sea, and they did not even have the chance to rob the caravan. Seeing winter approaching day by day, the white salt reserves in his hands were getting less and less, and Mao Dun was very anxious, because they must get enough supplies before winter comes, otherwise their tribe's survival will become a problem. Of course, it was impossible to bow to the Han tribe, and they could not win in a fight, but they were still in urgent need of supplies. Dalantai, who had no choice but to give up, gave his godfather an idea. "Father, why don't we pretend to be a small tribe and go to the Han tribe to do business with them? Anyway, their Kaiyuan city sells everything. As long as the herdsmen go to buy things from them, they all agree. Besides, they can't know the entire grassland. All tribes, we can definitely hide our identities and trade like this," Dalantai said. Madan's eyes immediately lit up, and he felt that this method was feasible, but he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and immediately became a little embarrassed. I heard that the Han tribe's Kaiyuan city only uses coins for transactions now. If we exchange a large amount of coins and are discovered by the Han tribe when we come back, what will happen if they don't sell us anything? Also, our tribe needs so many supplies and the transaction volume is so large, they will definitely find out, right? Since Dalantai proposed this plan, how could he not have thought about these things, so he said confidently. Father, don't worry about the coins. We can exchange them for coins and spend them all directly in Kaiyuan City, so we don't have to worry about them finding out and refusing to trade with us. As for the problem of too large transaction volume, we can pretend to be many small tribes and go to Kaiyuan City to purchase in batches. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is very safe. Madan nodded immediately. What you said makes sense. My son Dalantai is still smart, so I'll do as you say. As for the livestock for the trade, I will let all the tribes come together to collect the supplies. When the time comes, the supplies will be distributed. It is also divided according to the contribution of each account. As for the candidates who go to trade, it is all up to you. This is a good opportunity. You can sneak into Kaiyuan City and do some reconnaissance to see the weaknesses of the armored armies of the Han tribe and what they are doing recently. In addition, we need to study their city carefully. If we were to attack their city, how many soldiers would be needed and what method would be used? When making the final transaction, don't forget to take a look at what good things the Han tribe has. If you see something we can use, try to exchange as much as possible. Let's survive this winter first. When the water and grass are luxuriant next year, it's time for Kaiyuan City to take action. Okay, just do as I tell you. Yes, the child will definitely live up to his adoptive father's trust. Dalantai hurriedly and happily agreed to purchase supplies. This was a fat job. I even asked me to arrange the candidates for the transaction. Then I would not be the one to arrange the price of the purchased items? Well, I made a lot of money this time. Not to mention how much I could embezzle, but I still had to withhold some good things to subsidize the family anyway. Having made his wishful thinking, Dalantai immediately began to gather his cronies. This time they were going to disguise themselves as a small tribe. At the same time, in order to reduce the suspicion of the Han tribe, Dalantai also decided to bring some young men and women with him to make them appear more powerful. Weak, at least they don't look like a group of strong men. They look like they are going to rob. Modu spent 2 days gathering livestock from various grazing areas of the tribe, and Dalantai also spent 2 days selecting manpower and carefully planning the route for this operation. They couldn't go directly from their own tribe this time, otherwise they would be able to guess by looking at the direction of the Han tribe that they were coming from Motan. Therefore, Dalantai's plan was to take people around in a circle, starting from Kaiyuan City. Go west. In addition, as for the trading team this time, they not only had to bring people and livestock, but also move the tents together. They first took the people around to the west of Kaiyuan City, and then stationed most of the people and livestock there to let them pretend to be a tribe, use this place as a transit base, and then send people to take turns going to Kaiyuan City to trade supplies. Finally, after getting all the needed supplies, everyone will return to the tribe together. In this way, the duration of the transaction will be very long. Even if we send people in turns every day, plus the time of traveling back and forth, I am afraid it will take at least half a month. By then the weather will be cold enough, so when Dalantai went to trade supplies, Maudun also led his troops to start migrating to their winter grazing land. Then, when Dalantai got enough supplies, they would go to the winter grazing land to meet up. 2 days later, Dalantai set off with his people. There were not many people on this trip, but there were many livestock. First, the fodder in winter pastures was limited. If there were too many livestock, the herdsman would not be able to feed them in winter. So when winter comes, herdsmen will slaughter some old livestock in advance and dry the meat for winter consumption. At the same time, this also saves limited pasture so that the mature and young livestock can survive the winter safely. Another reason is that they have no intention of taking action with the Han tribe this time. They are here for fair trade, so in order to obtain enough supplies, they can only bring more livestock. The trading team walked for 5 days and finally arrived at their scheduled camping location. The accompanying personnel immediately began to set up tents on the spot while scouting the surrounding pastures. After all, during these days of trading, most of the livestock had to be just raise them here for grazing first. After waiting for another day and seeing that his men had arranged everything, Dalantai personally led a team of dozens of people and a large number of cattle and sheep to Kayuan City. There is no problem for him to go by himself. Dalantai was originally a small figure in Motan's tribe. Motan did not take him with him when he robbed the Han tribe's caravan, but let them stay behind the tribe. It can be imagined that his status is not very good. Dalantai only made a small contribution when the Han tribe attacked Mao Dun's lair, so he was appreciated by Mao Dun and became his adopted son. Don't say that the outside tribes don't know about this, they are just taking risks. There are very few people in Dun's own tribe who know about it, so as long as he doesn't tell him, the possibility of his identity being discovered by the Han tribe is extremely low. The group of people diverted to Kayuan City on the east side of the lake. On the way, they met many people who had just bought things from Kayuan City. Dalantai also greeted them warmly, took out food to share with them, and offered them inquire about the rules of trading in Kayuan City and the prices of various products of the Han tribe. Be sure to know the rules so that you will not be easily cheated. Dalantai led the people to travel for another 4 days, and finally saw the city standing on the lakeside from a distance. However, it was almost dusk at this time, and Kayuan City had packed up and closed its doors long ago. Even if they went there now, they couldn't make it in time. Kayuan City would not let people from strange tribes stay overnight, so they had to set up a tent not far outside the city and sleep in the open air for 1 night, and then rush to trade early tomorrow morning. At this time, Kayuan City only had an inner city, which was inhabited by people from the Han tribe. There were also important banks, warehouses, residential areas, and other facilities. Even the herdsmen from small tribes who had taken refuge with the Han tribe could only stay in the city for the time being. They live in tents outside, and besides, it's impossible to build a large livestock fence for them in the inner city. They can't come back from grazing every day and drive the livestock to the city. As for the livestock obtained from the trade, they were usually temporarily given to the herdsmen who took refuge with the Han tribes for grazing. Then after being screened, some of them were sent to the Han tribes by boat, and the other part were directly placed with the herdsmen for foster care. However, these are only temporary. The herdsmen who have taken refuge with the Han tribe are changing their living habits. From nomadic herding to fixed-point grazing, they have completely stabilized. Next year, Luo Chong will order to continue outside the existing Kayuan City. By building Wucheng, these herdsmen can be firmly put to death here and completely transformed into Han people. Aren't the Han people able to settle down and herd sheep at the same time? It's no different. Early the next morning, when a red sun slowly rose from the top of Kayuan City, Dalantai also led his team to the outside of Kayuan City. According to the information he had inquired about before, they arrived at the livestock market in the north of Kayuan City. This is a place specifically for herdsmen to trade livestock. However, after arriving here, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have arrived early. The Han tribe's market had not yet opened, but the vendors who set up stalls to buy breakfast early in the morning had already begun to attract customers at the top of their lungs. Fragrant bone soup, crispy sesame cakes, mutton steamed buns. If you are not afraid of the smell, come and try it. The stall owners took turns hawking in both Chinese and animal languages. The rest will be refreshed later. The trading team walked for 5 days and finally arrived at their scheduled camping location. The accompanying personnel immediately began to set up tents on the spot while scouting the surrounding pastures. After all, during these days of trading, most of the livestock had to be just raise them here for grazing first. After waiting for another day and seeing that his men had arranged everything, Dalantai personally led a team of dozens of people and a large number of cattle and sheep to Kayuan City. There is no problem for him to go by himself. Dalantai was originally a small figure in Moton's tribe. Moton did not take him with him when he robbed the Han tribe's caravan, but let them stay behind the tribe. It can be imagined that his status is not very good. Dalantai only made a small contribution when the Han tribe attacked Mao Dun's lair, so he was appreciated by Mao Dun and became his adopted son. Don't say that the outside tribes don't know about this, they are just taking risks. There are very few people in Dun's own tribe who know about it, so as long as he doesn't tell him, the possibility of his identity being discovered by the Han tribe is extremely low. The group of people diverted to Kayuan City on the east side of the lake. On the way, they met many people who had just bought things from Kayuan City. Dalantai also greeted them warmly, took out food to share with them, and offered them inquire about the rules of trading in Kayuan City and the prices of various products of the Han tribe, so that you have a clear understanding of the situation, so that you will not be easily deceived. Dalantai led the people to travel for another 4 days, and finally saw the city standing on the lakeside from a distance. However, it was almost dusk at this time, and Kayuan City had packed up and closed its doors long ago. Even if they went there now, they couldn't make it in time. Kayuan City would not let people from strange tribes stay overnight, so they had to set up a tent not far outside the city and sleep in the open air for 1 night, and then rush to trade early tomorrow morning. At this time, Kayuan City only had an inner city, which was inhabited by people from the Han tribe. There were also important banks, warehouses, residential areas, and other facilities. Even the herdsmen from small tribes who had taken refuge with the Han tribe could only stay in the city for the time being. They live in tents outside, and besides, it's impossible to build a large livestock fence for them in the inner city. They can't come back from grazing every day and drive the livestock to the city. As for the livestock obtained from the trade, they were usually temporarily given to the herdsmen who had taken refuge with the Han tribes for grazing. Then after being screened, some of them were sent to the Han tribes by boat, and the other part were directly placed with the herdsmen for foster care. However, these are only temporary. The herdsmen who have taken refuge with the Han tribe are changing their living habits. From nomadic herding to fixed-point grazing, they have completely stabilized. Next year, Luo Chong will order to continue outside the existing Kayuan City. By building Wucheng, these herdsmen can be firmly put to death here and completely transformed into Han people. Aren't the Han people able to settle down and herd sheep at the same time? It's no different. Early the next morning, when a red sun slowly rose from the top of Kayuan City, Dalantai also led his team to the outside of Kayuan City. According to the information he had inquired about before, they arrived at the livestock market in the north of Kayuan City. This is a place specifically for herdsmen to trade livestock. However, after arriving here, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have arrived early. The Han tribe's market had not yet opened, but the vendors who set up stalls to buy breakfast early in the morning had already begun to attract customers at the top of their lungs. Fragrant bone soup, crispy sesame cakes, mutton steamed buns. If you are not afraid of the smell, come and try it. The stall owners took turns hawking in both Chinese and animal languages. Are you afraid of death? Dalantai immediately retorted after hearing what the old man said. Is there anything wrong with being afraid of death? don't you want to live? The old man smiled and was not angry. He buried the dough in the pot and didn't forget to reply. You. Dalantai was choked and speechless. He had never seen anyone express his fear of death so confidently. You are not worthy of being a warrior on the grassland. A timid person like you has no right to call yourself a herdsman. A warrior on the grassland should ride the strongest horse, marry the most beautiful girl, be able to fight tigers, and bend a bow to shoot eagles. Dalantai said to you twice. He was so angry that he started to fight again. The old man who made the stone buns shook his head and stopped talking. The young man in front of him was only 20 at most, and he was still young. If you try it in 30 or 40 years, do you think he can still say this? Dalantai saw that the old man had been silenced by him this time, so he calmed down and went to eat next to him. He was even a little afraid of his impulse just now. He was too excited and what he said was too radical. What if someone with an intention listened to it? If you go, you may have to doubt yourself. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't expect the old herdsman to speak like this, otherwise he wouldn't be angry. What he didn't know was that it wasn't the old man setting up the stall in front of him who held this view. Almost all the grassland herdsmen who joined the Han tribe now had this view. Luo Chong's plan to assimilate the herdsmen has been going on for a long time. What kind of assimilation is used? Of course it is cultural concepts. How to attract the herdsmen to actively join the Han tribe. Then just pick out the human shortcomings of the nomads and compare them with the advantages of the Han tribe. You fool. They can all distinguish between good and bad. Of course, the good and bad they recognize are all guided by Luo Chong. Take respecting the elderly as an example. Of course, farming tribes like the Han tribe have no problem supporting the elderly. Anyway, as long as there is still a harvest of food in the fields, there will be no shortage of food for the elderly. However, the herdsman will abandon the elderly when food is scarce. There is actually nothing wrong with this. Survival of the fittest. If the Han tribe encounters that kind of situation, when his family starves to death together, or when the choice is between leaving food to the young and the children, Luo Chong will not hesitate to choose to abandon the old man. In fact, it is not only the nomadic tribes, but also most of the tribes in the mountains who live by hunting and gathering. This is the case. This is just a method used by Luo Chong to attack the nomadic moral culture. Who doesn't know how to play double standard? As long as you are on the favorable side, double standard will definitely fly. After a few months, the herdsmen who joined the Han tribe have become accustomed to the living habits of tying their hair, wearing Han clothes, and eating food. The Chinese language is also slowly becoming popular. Now, in addition to continuing to herd and not farm, there is not much difference between the tribesmen in the Han tribe headquarters. Luo Chong also wanted them to farm. The land by the lake did not have to worry about lack of water, but there was a market in Kaiyuan City, and a large number of livestock were traded every day. These purchased livestock could not all be killed and eaten, so it still needs a lot of herdsmen to take care of it. There will be farming in the future, but grazing cannot be abandoned. The high-quality military horses of the Han tribe in the future are still waiting for these herdsmen to raise them themselves. When a group of people in Dalantai had almost eaten, the gate to the north of Kaiyuan City also opened, and a dozen or so small officials came out sparsely, including those who kept accounts, some who weighed people, and some who checked the age of livestock and whether they were sick. Quarantine officer, with one sound of the gong, today's livestock market is officially open. After finishing the last sip of soup in a hurry, Dalantai hurriedly called his men to go to the market with him. The stall owner selling stone buns also called his waiter to take the cow and go with them to settle the bill. The herds were not driven out of the temporary storage place. Under the leadership of the mute clerk, they took the stub wooden sign directly to the market manager, and naturally someone handled the sales procedures for them. First, the quarantine officer checked the status of the livestock, then set a price based on the age of the livestock, and finally counted the number of livestock, and the transaction price was quickly calculated. The quality of the livestock brought by Dallin Tai was not very good, and the price was not high, but he knew what was going on. There were no diseases, but the cattle and sheep were older, especially the cattle. The Han tribe still had hoping to use these cattle to tame them into farm cattle. He brought over a batch of old cattle. They were weak and did not have much life left, so of course he would not give a high price. However, this situation is normal. Winter is coming soon, and the herdsmen are anxious to deal with their old livestock. Almost all the livestock collected this season have this virtue, so the Han tribe has no doubts. Putting several bags of silver coins in free sacks and carrying them on the horses in the team, Dallin Tai and his party were ready to go shopping in the department store outside Nanching. However, not far from the market, several people came running from the base of the city wall. A group of 10-year-old children rushed in front of Dallin Tai, so frightened that he picked up the stone axe. I can translate and lead the way. Brother, let me take you shopping. It only costs 2 yuan a trip. A young man immediately introduced himself in pastoral language. The pastoral language of the grassland is very pure, and he sounds like a herdsman. Let me go, let me go. Not only can I translate, but I can also do accounting. I am also familiar with the department store. Whatever you want to buy, I can take you directly to the best and cheapest one. It only costs 3 yuan a time. Money. Another older boy said, but his pastoral language was very poor, and it sounded like he had just learned it. Dallin Tai was shocked. He didn't expect that there were people doing this around the market. However, it was his first time here and he didn't understand anything. Although he had asked people about it on the road before, he had never been here before, so now we need a translator who can settle accounts and lead the way. Silently putting away the axe in his hand, Dallin Tai glanced at several people, and finally chose the Han kid who asked for 3 yuan. It wasn't that he didn't like the herdsman, but it was his first time trading with coins, and he was sincere about this thing. I can't play with it, so it's better to find a Han kid who can settle accounts and is familiar with coins. The Han children took Dallin Tai away, and the remaining children continued to squat on the wall to study, learning Chinese characters and arithmetic. Only by learning more knowledge can they charge more than others when leading the way. There is no way, it is just such a reality. Brother, this is your first time here. I see how nervous you are. Don't know what you want to buy this time? Don't worry, I'm familiar with that place, and I guarantee that I can buy you the right thing. The young man took the initiative to help. Dallin Tai led the horse and led the way, asking the other party's purpose as he walked. I want to buy salt, and an iron pot, and some cloth. I haven't thought about other things yet. I'll wait until I get there to see what they have. Dallin Tai thought for a while and said. The young man looked back and saw that there were about 30 people in Dallin Tai's group, and only about 50 horses, less than 2 horses per person on average, and more than half of them were carrying people, so he suggested. Brother, do you want to buy a lot of things? I see that you don't have many horses. If you buy a lot of things, I'm afraid you won't be able to take them back. Why don't you buy 2 carriages first? Dallin Tai was stunned after hearing this, and thought to himself, this is really the case. He came here to purchase a large amount of supplies. If he only relied on horses, he would definitely not be able to bring them there. Fortunately, this Han guy reminded him, well, these 3, the money was not wasted. Is there anyone selling carriages here? Do I need to buy a horse to buy a carriage? Is the carriage expensive? It's not expensive, don't worry. In addition, if you just buy a car, you don't need a horse. You will also bring your own horses. When the time comes, let the guys from the car dealer help you put them on, and you can pick 2 smart ones from among your own people to follow. Just learn it for a while and you'll be good at it soon, and it won't delay you from buying other things," the young man introduced immediately. "Oh, that's good, then you can take us to see the car first." Dallentine nodded after hearing this, and immediately greeted a few of his subordinates, preparing them to learn to drive the car later. The group of people arrived at the car dealership outside Nanching. There were only 2 types of cars sold here. They were all double-coupled carts. They were divided into large and small sizes. The small one was slightly narrower and only needed 1 horse to pull it. It is wider and requires 2 horses to pull the full load. Dallentine didn't know how much he could hold the things he wanted to buy, but even if he couldn't fill it this time, it wouldn't be a loss to buy the carriage back. It would definitely be used by the tribe, so he might as well take this opportunity to buy a few more, but after calculating the number of horses he brought, Dallentine only bought 3 2-horse carts. The young man who led the way acted as an interpreter throughout the whole process, and helped Dallentine count the money when he checked out. A large trolley cost 800 yuan, which was as much as the price of 2 old cows. Dallentine felt distressed, but in the end he gritted his teeth. Bought it. The guys at the car dealership hurriedly moved out the parts, and then started assembling the vehicle on site. Yes, it was assembled on site. The car panels, beams, axles, wheels, and tractors were all disassembled and installed. It was shipped on a ship. Otherwise, if the entire car was transported directly, the ship would not be able to carry much. Moreover, Kaiyuan City is located in the prairie and there is a shortage of wood, so it is impossible to build a car directly here in Kaiyuan City. It can only be shipped from the rear. The guys assembled the cart, and helped Dallentine select a few obedient horses to hitch on it. They also presented bamboo poles and whips for driving the cart, and then began to train the drivers selected by Dallentine. Of course, Dallentine didn't have time to wait here for them to learn how to drive, so he asked the translator to take him to buy other things first, including salt and an iron pot, which were all necessary items, and of course a spoon, as well as cutting and peeling meat. The knives used for picking bones are all sharp knives made of wrought iron. They are not very long and look similar to ordinary pig-killing knives. These are still within the range of the Han tribe's sales. Of course, the knives cannot be cheap. I bought all these things, and collected a pile of small wooden boards with stubs and invoices. When they left, they could call the carriage and load them away at once. There was still some money left on the horse, so Dallentine asked the translator to take him to buy some linen and woolen cloth. These were bought for the big guys in the tribe. The ordinary tribesmen should let them continue to wear sheepskins. Winter is coming soon anyway, and it will be warmer to wear sheepskin. All the things that should be bought were bought, and there was only half a bag of money left. Dallentine looked at the messy things in the market, and suddenly he didn't know what to buy. Anyway, all the money had to be spent all at once, and they had no plan to do so. Take the coins back. The boy who led the way saw this situation and quickly made a recommendation. Brother, you will be migrating to the winter pasture soon when you go back this time. Then why don't you buy some alfalfa seeds? You can sprinkle some on the current pasture and wait until winter. Sprinkle some more when you pasture to ensure that your pastures will be filled with the best grass next year. What is alfalfa? Dallentine asked. Look, there is alfalfa over there. It's a grass that's almost thigh long. Each leaf is divided into 4 petals. That kind of grass is called alfalfa. It's the grass that livestock loves to eat. After eating it, it can produce more milk. Improve, the grass seeds I'm talking about are alfalfa seeds. As long as you buy them and scatter them in the pasture, they will grow by themselves next year. Is that alfalfa expensive? Do you have many people buying it here? Dallentine continued to ask. It's not expensive. A sack only costs 1 yuan. There are quite a few people buying it. Tribes with fixed pastures will basically bring some with them. Can you buy some too? The young man continued to encourage Dalantai to spend money. Buy grass seeds. Dalantai thought about it for a while, and actually agreed directly. Anyway, there was still a lot of money in the bag, so it was not impossible to buy a dozen bags and go back to study them. Just treat it as a reconnaissance situation. Brother, do you want a lamp? Our Han tribe has newly made a gas lamp. It does not burn wood or oil. You only need to pour some pebbles into the water to light the lamp. The lamp is bright, and it is also windproof and rainproof. Here we go. In winter, even if it's windy and snowing outside, you can use this light to check on livestock at night, and there'll be no problem at all, and that thing can also start a fire automatically, which is very convenient to use. If the fire in the tribe goes out one day, as long as you can still find clean water, you can just use the gas lamp to start the fire. They all come with their own flint lighters. Yes, if you want, I will take you to see it. There are not many lights now, and there may not be any if you go late. The young man saw that Dalantai wanted to spend all the money directly, so he quickly started to encourage him to buy other things. Good things like carbide lamps are not difficult to make, and they have already spread to Kayuan City. However, because of the long distance, the price is higher than that at the Han tribe headquarters. After all, it costs a lot to travel such a long distance. The same carbide lamp sells for 5 yuan in the Han tribe headquarters, and is sold to herdsmen in Kayuan County for 10 yuan. There are still herdsmen who keep buying it, because it is really convenient to use, and the most important thing is, as the young man who led the way said, this lamp can be used not only for lighting, but also as a large lighter. Who knows when the fire in the tribe will be extinguished? It must be convenient to have such a lamp that can make fire. Quite a few. The Han tribe actually has such good things? The young man who led the way successfully aroused Dalantai's curiosity. With the attitude of wanting to learn more whether he wanted to buy it or not, Dalantai asked the young man to take him to a shop selling lamps. The lamp was quickly taken out, and the shopkeeper also demonstrated the operation method on the spot. Looking at the portable lantern with yellow strong light in front of him, Dalantai was shocked, liked it very much, and wanted it very much. Does this thing only need stones and water to be bright? Dalantai was already preparing to buy it, but of course he still had to find out how to use it before buying it. As long as the water is clean water, the stone is not an ordinary stone. It is called calcium carbide. Only our Han tribe can make it, so you can only buy it here. The shopkeeper explained while the boy next to him translated. Oh. Dalantai hesitated. The stone used to light the lamp was controlled by the Han tribe. Whether he could buy it next time was a question. Without that special stone, the lamp would be useless, so should he buy it? After thinking about it for a long time, Dalantai still liked it so much that he finally made up his mind and gritted his teeth and bought it. You can buy more calcium carbide at once. Anyway, he has money now. As for next time, he will send someone to buy it at worst. If it doesn't work, he can buy some second-hand goods from other tribes. After all, it's not the people who bought calcium carbide lamps on the grassland. Just their family. Having made up his mind, Dalantai quickly purchased a batch of calcium carbide lamps, including hundreds of lamps. He almost bought out all the inventory in Kayuan City. He spent the remaining money to buy a 2-horse carriage. The car was finally loaded with a car full of calcium carbide. After buying the carbide lamp, the boy continued shopping with Dalantai. Seeing that they were wearing felt boots made by the herdsmen themselves, he recommended the leather boots of the Han tribe to Dalantai. Leather boots are also one of the most popular commodities sold in Kayuan County. They not only buy livestock from herdsmen, but also by cattle hides, horns, tendons, sheepskin and wool and other livestock byproducts. Some are taken back to make bows and arrows, and some are woven into woolen cloth. Cowhide and sheepskin are also they were made into various leather belts, leather school bags, leather jackets, and leather boots and were sold to various Han tribes. The sales here in the grassland were also very huge. For this reason, Kaiyuan City also raised a group of cobblers and established Kaiyuan County, the first government-run factory here. Dalantai was also unequivocal and bought 2 pairs for each of his subordinates who came this time, a pair of single shoes and a pair of cotton boots with fur inside. He also brought some for his acquaintances and family members. After buying the necessary things, the remaining 100 yuan was used to pay the service fee of the young man who led the way. Then he led his men to have a sumptuous lunch and bought some dry food for the road. So far, all the money was spent and not a penny was left. While it was still dark and the Han tribe was not aware of it, Dalantai and his party drove 4 carriages filled with goods on their way back, and the young man who led the way happily shook the 3 silver coins in his hands, put the money into a small cloth bag close to his body, took the stack of transaction vouchers used by Dalantai when buying things, and started running from house to house to ask for the reward. Car sellers, shoe sellers, cloth sellers, lamp sellers, wherever he takes people to, every shopkeeper will reward him with some change, not much, just 1 or 2 cents, and some only give him a few pennies was a thank you gift for helping him introduce clients, and a few pennies was enough for a full meal. First release, domain name, please remember. After a round, I collected more than 1 yuan. Adding the 3 yuan given by Dalantai, there are more than 4 yuan, which can equal the salary of an ordinary craftsman for 4 days. For a boy in his early 10 years, this amount absolutely a huge sum of money. It's a shame to say that the buyer eats the seller after eating, but no one thinks so. The money he earned based on his own ability has not been stolen or robbed, so why should he look down on him? Of course, some people are jealous of such easy money, but not everyone can do this business. Although the government does not care about this, the requirements for individuals are very high. First of all, they must be able to speak Chinese and move bilingual and be courageous. You also need to be sharp-tongued and know how to observe people's emotions. Not everyone can make money just by doing this. They can only find customers who come to Kaiyuan City for the first time and are not familiar with anything. After coming a few times and becoming familiar with the transaction process, no fool will be willing to do so. No more wasted money. After all, 2 or 3 yuan is a lot for herdsmen, and they can buy a lot of things here. The reason why the government doesn't care about it is because the Han tribes are currently short of translators who can speak both Han and Mu languages. How can they do business if they can't communicate well? Therefore, having these people can promote the business of Kaiyuan County. Besides, according to the current situation, these people it won't take long for the herdsmen to become familiar with Kaiyuan City, and there will naturally be no room for them to survive. On the afternoon of the return trip to Dalantai, a short farewell was also going on at the dock near the lake in Kaiyuan City. Ing Rui, as a representative of the Han tribe, was seeing off Niu Wei, the merchant elder of the Xian tribe. Niu Wei has been here for 3 days. He has visited the city and the market outside the city. He also heard Ing Rui introduce the idea of the Han tribe to build Guqing outside the existing Kaiyuan City. In the future, Guqing will build Guqing. The markets on both sides are included. The Han tribe is very powerful and getting stronger, and its influence on the grassland is also deepening day by day. Many tribes far away from Kaiyuan City come here to buy things, and the herdsmen exchange the livestock they depend on for survival. It became the currency of the Han tribe. He didn't know what it meant, but he knew that this must be what the young and ambitious leader of the Han tribe was using. In the future, the Xian tribe should not plan to get involved in the grassland unless they have the permission of the Han tribe. Just like the white salt that the Han tribe now sells to the grassland herdsmen, it is actually sea salt produced by their Xian tribe. Because there is a trading relationship with the Han tribe, now all the sea salt produced in Zhudao can only be sold to the Han tribe, and then the Han tribe uses the sea salt produced by them to make money on the grasslands. After seeing all this, Niue couldn't stay any longer. The Han tribe was developing too fast. He didn't know where Luo Chong's plan had gone, nor how much time he had. He has to go back as soon as possible. There is not much time left for him. It is better to join the Han tribe sooner rather than later. The higher the degree of completion of Luo Chong's plan, the lower the utilization value of the oxtail. The fewer the chips, the less valuable the benefits would be. So he was very anxious. His original plan to stay for a week was now only 3 days, and he couldn't stay any longer. After boarding the big sailboat from the pier to go home, Bushio stood on the deck beside the ship and bowed to Yingrui. He was now dressed in Han tribal clothes, with his hair tied up and a bone hairpin inserted in his head, and he looked like he was bowing to Yingrui. He is also very thorough, and it is obvious that his study abroad career for more than a year has not been in vain. There is no need to send more to Sherifing. The oxtail will come back soon. I will definitely bring some specialties from my hometown to Sherifing. Yingrui also stood on the pier and returned the greeting from a distance. Don't worry, Elder Niu. Ying will definitely host a banquet for you next time you come back. Then I will entertain you with the best wine from the Han tribe. I also wish Elder Niu a good journey. The two of them looked at each other and said goodbye. The sailors on the boat raised the giant sail while shouting slogans. The huge 3-masted sailboat began to move slowly and gradually left the dock of Kaiyuan County. There are a total of 4 3-masted buildings going to Takashima this time. In addition to sending Ushio back, there are also many craftsmen on board, as well as a lot of supplies and materials. Takashima's resources are relatively rich. But now there is no iron, and many urgently needed tools for the mission are in short supply. Luo Chong had to send some blacksmiths, blacksmithing tools, and a large number of iron ingots. Since the 3 places of Xing'an County, Dongxing County, and Koking Plant were operating normally, the Han tribe had never been short of iron, so it didn't hurt to get some to Luo Chong on Zhudao, since it was for their own use anyway. Among other things, he asked Beastia to prepare stone bricks for building a lighthouse on Zhudao. This work required the use of a lot of crowbars, steel drills, hammers, and other tools, which the mission does not have now. So we have to ship a batch over quickly. In addition, there are a large number of craftsmen from other industries on the ship. They also brought some new hemp seeds to be planted on a large scale in Zhudao, as well as some hemp rope making machines just developed by the Han tribe, which are actually hemp twisters. It is a wooden machine with a crank handle that can be used to twist thicker hemp ropes, mainly rigging such as ship cables. These will all be made on Zhudao. Luo Chong has already set the tone for vigorously developing the fishing industry in the future. Therefore, whether it is shipbuilding, net weaving, or sail weaving, a large amount of material reserves will be needed for the time being. The Han tribe will grow food. If you can't plant it yet, how can you get so much land to grow hemp grass? It's better to put these inedible things on the bamboo island. Anyway, they need fishing nets for fishing there. The rest will be refreshed later. After boarding the large sailboat from the pier to go home, Ushio stood on the deck beside the ship and bowed to Yingrui. He was now dressed in Han tribal clothing, with his hair tied up and a bone hairpin inserted in his head. He looked like he was bowing to Yingrui. He is also very thorough, and it is obvious that his study abroad career for more than a year has not been in vain. There is no need to send more to Sherifing. The oxtail will come back soon. I will definitely bring some specialties from my hometown to Sherifing. Rui also stood on the pier and returned the greeting from a distance. Don't worry, Elder Niu. Will definitely host a banquet for you next time you come back. Then I will entertain you with the best wine from the Han tribe. I also wish Elder Niu a good journey. The two of them looked at each other and said goodbye. The sailors on the boat raised the giant sail while shouting slogans. The huge three-masted sailboat began to move slowly and gradually left the dock of Kaiyuan County. There are a total of 4 three-masted buildings going to Takashima this time. In addition to sending Ushio back, there are also many craftsmen on board, as well as a lot of supplies and materials. Takashima's resources are relatively rich. But now there is no iron, and many urgently needed tools for the mission are in short supply. Luo Chong had to send some blacksmiths, blacksmithing tools, and a large number of iron ingots. Since the 3 places of Xing'an County, Dongxing County, and Koking Plant were operating normally, the Han tribe had never been short of iron, so it didn't hurt to get some to Luo Chong on Judao, since it was for their own use anyway. Among other things, he asked Bestia to prepare the stone bricks for building a lighthouse on Judao. This work required the use of a lot of crowbars, steel drills, hammers, and other tools, which the mission does not have now. So we have to ship a batch over quickly. In addition, there are a large number of craftsmen from other industries on the ship. In addition, they also brought some new hemp seeds for large-scale planting on Judao, as well as some hemp rope-making machines just developed by the Han tribe, which are actually hemp twisters. It is a wooden machine with a crank handle that can be used to twist thicker hemp ropes, mainly rigging such as ship cables. These will all be made on Judao. Luo Chong has already set the tone for vigorously developing the fishing industry in the future. Therefore, whether it is shipbuilding, net weaving, or sail weaving, a large amount of material reserves will be needed for the time being. The Han tribe will grow food. If you can't plant it yet, how can you get so much land to grow hemp grass? It's better to put these inedible things on the bamboo island. Anyway, they need fishing nets for fishing there. After boarding the big sailboat from the pier to go home, Ushio stood on the deck beside the ship and bowed to Rui. He was now dressed in Han tribal clothes, with his hair tied up and a bone hairpin inserted in his head, and he looked like he was bowing to Rui. He is also very thorough, and it is obvious that his study abroad career for more than a year has not been in vain. There is no need to send more to Sherifing. The oxtail will come back soon. I will definitely bring some specialties from my hometown to Sherifing. Rui also stood on the pier and returned the greeting from a distance. Don't worry, Elder Niu. Will definitely host a banquet for you next time you come back. Then I will entertain you with the best wine from the Han tribe. I also wish Elder Niu a good journey. The two of them looked at each other and said goodbye. The sailors on the boat raised the giant sail while shouting slogans. The huge 3-masted sailboat began to move slowly and gradually left the dock of Kaiyuan County. There are a total of 4 3-masted buildings going to Takashima this time. In addition to sending Ushio back, there are also many craftsmen on board, as well as a lot of supplies and materials. Takashima's resources are relatively rich. But now there is no iron, and many urgently needed tools for the mission are in short supply. Luo Chong had to send some blacksmiths, blacksmithing tools, and a large number of iron ingots. Since the 3 places of Xing'an County, Dongxing County, and Koking Plant were operating normally, the Han tribe had never been short of iron, so it didn't hurt to take some to Judao and Luo Chong. It was for their own use anyway. Among other things, he asked Bestia to prepare the stone bricks for building a lighthouse on Judao. This work required the use of a lot of crowbars, steel drills, hammers, and other tools, which the mission does not have now. So we have to ship a batch over quickly. In addition, there are a large number of craftsmen from other industries on the ship. In addition, they also brought some new hemp seeds for large-scale planting on Judao, as well as some hemp rope-making machines just developed by the Han tribe, which are actually hemp twisters. It is a wooden machine with a crank handle that can be used to twist thicker hemp ropes, mainly rigging such as ship cables. 78 Chinese first release. At the end of September in the first year of the founding year of the Han tribe, this was the first time that an ox with a tail as big as its tail went to sea by boat. The blue sky is filled with white clouds, the sun is high in the zenith, the light blue water is rippling with the waves, and the sea breeze is a bit salty, stirring the sails to ride the wind and waves. White seabirds were circling in groups at low altitude, and from time to time they plunged down suddenly. In the blink of an eye, they picked up a silver swordfish and rushed out of the sea, spreading their wings and soaring again. Some got tired of flying and stood on the side of the tall ship to take a nap. Then they were knocked down by a shirtless sailor with a stick, and the fish and birds were seized together. Ha 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 ha, we have whitebait stewed with bird soup for lunch. Remember to pluck out the row of flight feathers on the wings. Those are used to make arrows. They can be sold for money. I know, don't worry. The sailor quickly packed up his harvest. Ushio stood on the bow of the boat and looked at them enviously, then he burped and touched his belly. After running on the boat for a few days at sea, he found that he had gained weight. The food resources at sea are really abundant. Whether it is fish in the water or birds in the sky, as long as you have a boat, you don't have to worry about making money, because you can easily feed a group of people no matter what you do. Unfortunately, this is the privilege of the Han tribe. I have been out to sea for 2 days. The weather is crisp and clear in late September. The windy and rainy seasons have passed. This is the best time of the year. Many fish in the sea have reached the mating and spawning period. The fish at this time are the fattest and like to gather in groups. Niuwei once saw with his own eyes that the sailors of the Han tribe casually cast a net and fished out a net full of whitebait from the sea. It was so heavy that several people could not pull it up. In the end, they had to use ropes and pulleys on the boat to pull up 4 fish. Hundreds of people on the ship couldn't finish the food for 2 days. It was too much. And it smells so good. If the Qingshu tribe also has a boat, well, it's impossible for the Qingshu tribe to have a boat, because it won't be long before even the Qingshu tribe is gone. This was something Niuwei discovered in the past 2 days, because from the perspective of the Han tribe, fishing at sea is too profitable. If he were the leader of the Han tribe, he would definitely decide to vigorously develop the ocean fishing industry. However, the inland geographical location of the Han tribe is too far from the sea, so if you want to fish on a large scale, you must build an advanced base close to the sea. Bamboo Island is the best choice. Just turn it into the Han tribes. This is the simplest and fastest way. Therefore, coupled with this reason, the attitude of the Han tribe towards the Qingshu tribe can only be described as determined to win. Perhaps, in the future, I should consider things from the perspective of the Han tribe. What can I do to help the Han tribe rule Judao faster? Niuwei stood at the bow of the boat and thought for a long time. Until someone called him to eat, he couldn't think of a reason, because he suddenly realized that he didn't understand the Qingshu tribe now. He hadn't been back for more than a year, and he didn't know where he was. What has become of the Qingshu tribe now due to the interference of the Han tribe? Put aside those chaotic thoughts and stop thinking about whether the rice doesn't taste good or the fish in the sea doesn't taste good when eating. We had another delicious meal from the Han tribe, and it felt so good to eat for free. The oxtail lay on the straw mat spread on the bow of the boat, basking in the warm midday sun, and soon started to snore. The fleet continued sailing for 7 days, and finally arrived at the mouth of the Qingshu River in Judao on the afternoon of the 8th day after departure, where the Han tribe's envoy was stationed in Judao. Beastia had received the notice in advance and came to greet him personally with some officials from the mission. Of course, it was not to welcome Ushio, but to welcome the craftsmen and materials who had traveled thousands of miles to assist him in his work. The mission has a lot of work to do and is really short of tools. As for Ushio, welcoming him can only be regarded as a casual job. After getting off the boat, Niue did not go home directly. He planned to stay at the Han tribe envoy for a few days, to observe first. Seeing Beastia directing the crowd to unload supplies from the ship, everyone was smiling. Although they were very tired, they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Iron ingots were hung down in baskets, followed by various tools, and a large number of coins packed in sacks. The mission was to establish a bank on Judao and issue the currency of the Han tribe. This was something that had been settled for a long time, and now it's about to start, and there's no telling if a mint will be opened in Takashima in the future. Ever since, Ushio's thinking started to diverge. If the Han tribe wants to promote coins in Judao, it is unrealistic to expect them to be shipped from behind. The population of Judao is not much less than that of the Han tribe, and the amount of coins needed is huge. Therefore, building a coin factory on Judao in the future is almost a certainty. But once the Han tribe promotes currency on Judao, what will be the reaction from the Xian tribe? Is it a boycott, or is it also issuing its own currency? After all, the Xian tribe also has copper, and the quantity is quite large, and the craftsmanship of copper casting is not low. Although the Han tribe cannot make the exquisite stamped coins, it is not a problem to cast a few coins with characters, so it cannot be ruled out that the Xian tribe plans to mint its own coins. But in this case, will the Xian tribe ban the currency of the Han tribe from circulating on Judao, and will the banks of the Han tribe recognize the value of the Xian tribe's coins? How will both sides react? What can I do from it, and what benefits can I get in return? Oxtail, who has been exposed to currency in the Han tribe for more than a year, has a certain understanding of its use and circulation process. If the Han tribe promotes brass currency in Judao, then they must recognize the value of the Xian tribe's copperware, because the two are originally the same material. Your copper is money, why is my copper not valuable? You don't recognize me, your copperware is valuable, which is equivalent to telling others that your own copper coins are not valuable. This is something that can't be helped, so what will the Han tribe do to solve this trouble? If this problem is not solved, the Han tribe's currency will definitely not be promoted, but if the value of the Xian tribe's bronzes is recognized, then they took their own copper host to the Han tribe envoy to exchange goods and coins, and whether the Han tribe would exchange them or not. If you don't change it, you won't be able to promote it. If you change it, the Han tribe will definitely suffer losses. What should you do? Otherwise, go talk to the commander yourself and persuade him not to cause trouble for the Han tribe. Now the two tribes are in the honeymoon period of cooperation. It is better not to ruin the relationship because of this matter. Now we should seize the opportunity to develop ourselves. I don't know if the commander-in-chief would believe it or not, and whether he would agree to it. This matter cannot be rushed. No, I have to talk to Beastia and ask him about the plans of the Han tribe and whether I need to cooperate with them. Well, it seems it's time to show your attitude. Time waits for no one. Seeing that it would take quite a while to load and unload the supplies, Ushio didn't want to wait there, so he found someone to lead the way and take him around the mission's residence. More than half a year has passed, and the station has become a small city. However, the city wall has not been built. The remaining houses, shops, markets, warehouses, docks, factories, government offices, and even a stone and brick fortress, the banks are already there in good shape, but now they only need a school and a wall, and it will be no different from the cities in the Han tribe's headquarters. As for why no school was built, considering that the Han tribe did not have enough paper themselves, and Takashima's own paper is still in the material preparation stage, even if a school was built, how could others go to school? But why didn't the mission build the city wall? Maybe they want to continue to expand the size of this station, Ushio thought. The market established by the mission was crowded with people. Groups of local indigenous people came to buy and sell. They brought home-raised chickens and eggs, or carried grain on poles to sell. There were also people who came to sell livestock, mainly sheep and mainly pigs, which are the most common livestock and poultry in people's homes. You can exchange a lot of things here, although they are all small tools, such as needles, threads, and brains. Since the Qingshu tribe does not have them themselves, they can only buy them here. Some people come to buy needles and just drive a pig to exchange them. The mission is here. He even said that he had no change and couldn't find it, so he couldn't sell it. 78 Chinese is the fastest mobile version. The native who sold the pigs asked for all the pigs to be replaced with needles and thread, and then he would carry them home to share and exchange them with his fellow villagers in his hometown. If someone wanted to get goods from him, he could only exchange them with things. The needles and threads in the hands of the mission have obviously become something like currency, and have actually begun to be exchanged and circulated as a store of value. The rest will be refreshed later. If the Han tribe promotes brass currency in Judao, then they must recognize the value of the Qingshu tribe's copperware, because the two are originally the same material. Your copper is money. Why is my copper not valuable? You don't recognize me. Your copperware is valuable, which is equivalent to telling others that your own copper coins are not valuable. This is something that can't be helped, so what will the Han tribe do to solve this trouble? If this problem is not solved, the Han tribe's currency will definitely not be promoted, but if the value of the Qingshu tribe's bronzes is recognized, then they took their own copper host to the Han tribe envoy to exchange goods and coins, and whether the Han tribe would exchange them or not. If you don't change it, you won't be able to promote it. If you change it, the Han tribe will definitely suffer losses. What should you do? Otherwise, go talk to the commander yourself and persuade him not to cause trouble for the Han tribe. Now the two tribes are in the honeymoon period of cooperation. It is better not to ruin the relationship because of this matter. Now we should seize the opportunity to develop ourselves. I don't know if the commander-in-chief would believe it or not, and whether he would agree to it. This matter cannot be rushed. No, I have to talk to Bestia and ask him about the Han tribe's plans and whether he needs to cooperate with it. Well, it seems it's time to show your attitude. Time waits for no one. Seeing that it would take quite a while to load and unload the supplies, Ushio didn't want to wait there, so he found someone to lead the way and take him around the mission's residence. More than half a year has passed, and the station has become a small city. However, the city wall has not been built. The remaining houses, shops, markets, warehouses, docks, factories, government offices, and even a stone and brick fortress, the banks are already there in good shape, but now they only need a school and a wall, and it will be no different from the cities in the Han tribe's headquarters. As for why no school was built, considering that the Han tribe didn't have enough paper themselves, and Takashima's own paper is still in the material preparation stage. Even if a school was built, how could others go to school? But why didn't the mission build the city wall? Maybe they want to continue to expand the size of the station, Ushio thought. The market established by the mission was crowded with people. Groups of local indigenous people came to buy and sell. They brought home-raised chickens and eggs, or carried grain on poles to sell. There were also people who came to sell livestock, mainly sheep and mainly pigs, which are the most common livestock and poultry in people's homes. You can exchange a lot of things here, although they are all small tools, such as needles, threads, and brains. Since the Qingshu tribe does not have them themselves, they can only buy them here. Some people come to buy needles and just drive a pig to exchange them. The mission is here. He even said that he had no change and couldn't find it, so he couldn't sell it. The native who sold the pigs asked for all the pigs to be replaced with needles, threads and brains, and then he would carry them home to share and exchange them with his fellow villagers in his hometown. If someone wanted to get goods from him, he could only exchange them with things. 78 Chinese first release 78 ZW. M.78 ZW. The needles and threads in the hands of the mission have obviously become something like currency, and they have actually begun to be exchanged and circulated as a store of value. Well, it seems that it is time to express our attitude. Time waits for no one. Seeing that it would take quite a while to load and unload the supplies, Ushio didn't want to wait there, so he found someone to lead the way and take him around the mission's residence. More than half a year has passed, and the station has become a small city. However, the city wall has not been built. The remaining houses, shops, markets, warehouses, docks, factories, government offices, and even a stone and brick fortress, the banks are already there in good shape, but now they only need a school and a wall, and it will be no different from the cities in the Han tribe's headquarters. As for why no school was built, considering that the Han tribe did not have enough paper themselves, and Takashima's own paper is still in the material preparation stage, even if a school was built, how could others go to school? But why didn't the mission build the city wall? Maybe they want to continue to expand the size of the station, Ushio thought. The market established by the mission was crowded with people. Groups of local indigenous people came to buy and sell. They brought home-raised chickens and eggs, or carried grain on poles to sell. There were also people who came to sell livestock, mainly sheep and mainly pigs, which are the most common livestock and poultry in people's homes. You can exchange a lot of things here, although they are all small tools, such as needles, threads, and brains. Since the Xian tribe does not have them themselves, they can only buy them here. Some people come to buy needles and just drive a pig to exchange them. The mission is here. He even said that he had no change and couldn't find it, so he couldn't sell it. The Weixin tribe didn't have any, so they had to come here to buy needles. Some people came to buy needles and just drove a pig to exchange them. The mission even said that they didn't have any change and couldn't find them, so they couldn't sell them. Seeing Ushio suddenly appearing in front of him, Beastia was a little surprised, but also a little shocked, because before Ushio came back a few days ago, the leader had sent him a letter, saying that Ushio might come back to look for him, and also said it might be about something. He didn't believe it at first, but he didn't expect that Ushio really came to his door now. How could he not be shocked? The leader is really getting more and more amazing. Beastia sighed inwardly. I have time. Didn't we just explain today's affairs clearly? I haven't had dinner yet. Why don't we come together, Elder Nyo? There were just a few boxes of liquor unloaded on the ship. I haven't drunk it yet. Let's try it together? Beastia laughed. Invitation. Old fox. Ushio couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Looking at Beast Tooth's appearance, it was obvious that he had known that he would come to him. Well, it must have been the Han leader who told him. The Han leader was so powerful that he had already counted himself out. It seemed that even if he wanted to turn back now, it would be difficult. Being respectful is worse than obeying orders. Ushio held up the carbide lamp and cupped his hands. The two of them went to the main room in the inner courtyard of the mission's official office together, and ordered the cook to prepare dinner. They also asked someone to get a bottle of wine. The carbide lamp was hung on the pillar in the main room, illuminating the whole room. After putting fried peanuts on the table and pouring wine into oxtail from a small cup, Beastia asked, I wonder what Elder Nyo wants from me. Ushio Shin, at this point, are you still pretending? However, he didn't point it out. It would only make him look worse. After all, what he had to do now was to seek glory from the cellar, which was not a good thing after all. It was better to keep a low profile, so he asked tentatively. Han Envoy, do you want to promote copper coins in Judao? Ong, that's right. I wonder if Elder Nyo has any advice? Bestia was generous and admitted it directly. It would be impossible not to admit it. After all, today I unloaded a boatload of coins in front of so many people. Ushio hesitated for a moment and didn't know what to say. He was a little irritable at this time and secretly hated Luo Chong and Bestia. Since you all know that I plan to join the Han tribe, can't you leave me the last bit of dignity? You should win over me quickly, I will definitely agree immediately. But no, Bestia just didn't say anything and just ate peanuts, frowning and sipping white wine. Ushio is anxious, do you have to let me say it myself? After all, the concept of wooing the other party is different. If the other party woos the other party, then threatens him, and then he agrees, that is called knowing the current affairs, and he is a hero. But if he takes the initiative to surrender to the enemy, then he is a traitor. He wants to join the Han tribe. He didn't want to be a traitor, so he was very torn. This is how difficult it is to build a memorial arch after becoming a sister. So he decided to carry it a little longer. I don't take this advice seriously, but I am worried that the Han envoy's currency may not be promoted well. If the Han tribe uses copper as money, the people of Zhudao also have a lot of copper utensils. What if they come to use the copper utensils to extort supplies? What about currency? Ushio continued to explore. Bestia still had a smile on his face, took another sip of liquor and said, is Elder Nyo threatening our Han tribe? Oxtail. Ushio is really angry. If you don't bully people like this, I just want to remind you. How come it has become a threat to you? Can we still be friends? The Han envoy was joking, how could this be a threat? Although Nyoue is an elder of the Xian tribe, he has been studying sincerely in the Han tribe for more than a year, and he also likes the culture and life of the Han tribe. If the Han tribe is in trouble, as a half-Han tribe person, I certainly don't want to see it. I just wanted to give the Han envoy a warning, and if the Han tribe was in need, Nyoue was also willing to do a little bit. After all, I have also lived in the Han tribe for more than a year. It is convenient and fair to trade items with coins. The benefits of this coin are obvious to all. Of course, such a good thing should be promoted as soon as possible. As the Shang elder of the Xian tribe in charge of transactions, Ushio felt the same way when he saw the inconvenience of transactions for his tribe, and felt worried. Naturally, he hoped that the coins of the Han tribe could be promoted in Zhudao as soon as possible. He could not ignore it for both public and private purposes. Han envoy, do you think so? He risked everything. Apart from not explicitly saying that he wanted to join the Han tribe, he basically said everything that could and could not be said. The hints were so obvious. No, this was simply made clear. If the other party still didn't agree, that's really unreasonable. Oh? Let me put it this way, I misunderstood Elder Nyo just now. You see, after just 2 sips of this wine, my mind started to get confused. Beast Fangs chattered and laughed. Misunderstanding, he, the Han envoy must have misunderstood me. Oxtail also climbed up the pole, but his eyes were looking forward to the reply from the beast's teeth. I feel Elder Nyo's love for the Han tribe. I hope that the people of his tribe can live more conveniently. I can understand this. However, regarding the promotion of coins on Zhudao, the leader has already made complete arrangements. Don't bother Elder Nyo, Bestia said seriously. Snap. Ushio slapped the table. You are simply too much of a bully. I have humbled myself so much that I just had to call the Han tribe daddy. What else do you want? Do you have to force me to say those words? Bestia's face turned red after drinking, and was startled by Ushio's sudden reaction. He slowly narrowed his eyes and stared directly at Ushio's face, but quietly held the chopsticks in his hand. You must know that his name is Bestia, and he is the son of the last leader of the Han tribe. Before the Han tribe had metal weapons, the weapons he was best at using were the pair of tusks left to him by his father, such as chopsticks. He is the most comfortable with sharp things. Looking at the beast's teeth like a tiger staring at its prey, Niue was also a little panicked. It's so good. What kind of table are you taking pictures of? It's really... Bang, squeak. At this tense and embarrassing moment, the chef came in with 2 side dishes he had just made. Behind him were 2 guards with knives. They even pulled out the long knives from their waists and stared at them warily. Ushio asked Beast Tooth with his peripheral vision. It seemed that as long as Beast Tooth nodded, the 2 men would immediately pounce on him and chop him to death. Ushio looked at the sharp blade and immediately broke out in white hair. It was so scary. He rubbed the table in embarrassment and murmured in his mouth, "Oh, in such a cool weather. There are actually mosquitoes in the house, haha, ha 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 ha." While he was laughing, he was also picking at the palms of his hands, as if he was really swatting mosquitoes just now, pretending to be presentable, but there was a touch of bitterness in his smile. Beastia waved his hand, and the chef put down the dishes, and then led the 2 guards out. The guards sheathed their swords, and then closed the door of the room for them again. Ushio chuckled and felt very embarrassed. Since the Han tribe had rejected him, he was too embarrassed to continue sitting down to eat. Look at the situation outside and don't risk his life soon. Beastia also gradually stopped playing. The fish had already slipped back and forth several times and could no longer slip away. If it kept slipping anymore, it would be time to unhook, so he listened to what he said. "Come, Elder Nyo, sit down and eat." Ushio sat down awkwardly. He didn't dare not sit down. There were 2 people holding knives outside. "Elder Nyo really wants to do something to help the Han tribe?" Beastia began to wind up. "Of course, Niue really loves the Han tribe. I have lived in the Han tribe for more than a year. The Han tribe has been so good to me. Niue should regard it as repayment and should respond." Niue expressed eagerly. "Be determined. Then I wonder in what capacity does Elder Nyo want to serve the Han tribe? Is he an elder of the Xian tribe? Or is he a student of the Han tribe?" Beastia had already lifted the fish out of the water. Equals 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 refresh the rest later equals 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 equals. At this tense and embarrassing moment, the chef came in with 2 side dishes he had just made. Behind him were 2 guards with knives. They even pulled out the long knives from their waists and stared at them warily. Ushio asked Beast Tooth with his peripheral vision. It seemed that as long as Beast Tooth nodded, the 2 men would immediately pounce on him and chop him to death. Ushio looked at the sharp blade and immediately broke out in white hair. It was so scary. He rubbed the table in embarrassment and murmured in his mouth, "Oh, in such a cool weather. There are actually mosquitoes in the house, haha, ha 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 ha." While he was laughing, he was also picking at the palms of his hands, as if he was really swatting mosquitoes just now, pretending to be presentable, but there was a touch of bitterness in his smile. Beastia waved his hand, and the chef put down the dishes, and then led the 2 guards out. The guards sheathed their swords, and then closed the door of the room for them again. Ushio chuckled and felt very embarrassed. Since the Han tribe had rejected him, he was too embarrassed to continue sitting down to eat. Look at the situation outside and don't risk his life soon. Beastia also gradually stopped playing. The fish had already slipped back and forth several times and could no longer slip away. If it kept slipping anymore, it would be time to unhook, so he listened to what he said. "Come, Elder Nyo, sit down and eat." Ushio sat down awkwardly. He didn't dare not sit down. There were 2 people holding knives outside. "Elder Nyo really wants to do something to help the Han tribe?" Beastia began to wind up. "Of course, Niue really loves the Han tribe. I have lived in the Han tribe for more than a year. The Han tribe has been so good to me. Niue should regard it as repayment and should respond." Niue expressed eagerly. Be determined. Then I wonder, in what capacity does Elder Niu want to serve the Han tribe? Is he an elder of the Xian tribe? Or is he a student of the Han tribe? Beastia had already lifted the fish out of the water. As the Shang elder of the Xian tribe in charge of transactions, Ushio felt the same way when he saw the inconvenience of transactions for his tribe, and felt worried. Naturally, he hoped that the coins of the Han tribe could be promoted in Judao as soon as possible. He could not ignore it for both public and private purposes. Han envoy, do you think so? He risked everything. Apart from not explicitly saying that he wanted to join the Han tribe, he basically said everything that could and could not be said. The hints were so obvious. No, this was simply made clear. If the other party still didn't agree, that's really unreasonable. 78 Chinese first release 78 ZW. M.78 ZW. Oh? Let me put it this way, I misunderstood Elder Niu just now. You see, after just 2 sips of this wine, my mind started to get confused. Beast Fangs chattered and laughed. Misunderstanding, he, the Han envoy must have misunderstood me. Oxtail also climbed up the pole, but his eyes were looking forward to the reply from the beast's teeth. I feel Elder Niu's love for the Han tribe. I hope that the people of his tribe can live more conveniently. I can understand this. However, regarding the promotion of coins on Judao, the leader has already made complete arrangements. Don't bother Elder Niu, Beastia said seriously. Snap. Ushio slapped the table. You are simply too much of a bully. I have humbled myself so much that I just had to call the Han tribe daddy. What else do you want? Do you have to force me to say those words? Beastia's face turned red after drinking, and was startled by Ushio's sudden reaction. He slowly narrowed his eyes and stared directly at Ushio's face, but quietly held the chopsticks in his hand. You must know that his name is Beastia, and he is the son of the last leader of the Han tribe. Before the Han tribe had metal weapons, the weapons he was best at using were the pair of tusks that his father left for him, such as chopsticks. He is the most comfortable with sharp things. Looking at the beast's teeth like a tiger staring at its prey, Niu was also a little panicked. It's so good, what kind of table are you taking pictures of? It's really... Bang, squeak. At this tense and embarrassing moment, the chef came in with 2 side dishes he had just made. Behind him were 2 guards with knives. They even pulled out the long knives from their waists and stared at them warily. Ushio asked Beast Tooth with his peripheral vision. It seemed that as long as Beast Tooth nodded, the 2 men would immediately pounce on him and chop him to death. Ushio looked at the sharp blade and immediately broke out in white hair, it was so scary. He rubbed the table in embarrassment and murmured in his mouth, "Oh, in such a cool weather. There are actually mosquitoes in the house, haha, ha 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 ha." While he was laughing, he was also picking at the palms of his hands, as if he was really swatting mosquitoes just now, pretending to be presentable, but there was a touch of bitterness in his smile. Beastia waved his hand, and the chef put down the dishes, and then led the 2 guards out. The guards sheathed their swords, and then closed the door of the room for them again. Ushio chuckled and felt very embarrassed. Since the Han tribe had rejected him, he was too embarrassed to continue sitting down to eat. Look at the situation outside and don't risk his life soon. 78 Chinese is the fastest updated PC version. Beastia also gradually stopped playing. The fish had already slipped back and forth several times and could no longer slip away. If it kept slipping anymore, it would be time to unhook, so he listened to what he said. Come, Elder Niu, sit down and eat. Ushio sat down awkwardly, he didn't dare not sit down, there were 2 people holding knives outside. Elder Niu really wants to do something to help the Han tribe? Beastia began to wind up. Of course, Niu really loves the Han tribe. I have lived in the Han tribe for more than a year. The Han tribe has been so good to me. Niue should regard it as repayment and should respond. Niue expressed eagerly. Be determined. After Niue expressed his intention to surrender, he did not go to Commander Xian immediately, but stayed here at the mission station, because Beastia had to send a letter to Luo Chong first, inform Luo Chong of the situation, and then wait for Luo Chong's follow-up plan, and arrangements for the oxtail. Ushio has no objection to this. He is also happy to stay here at the mission station every day, because it makes him feel comfortable and convenient no matter what he does. It is almost the same as when he lived in the Han tribe. Now if you let him go back to live in the bamboo house, I'm afraid he won't be used to it. The letter was quickly sent back. At this time, Luo Chong had moved to the study room of his new home to work. The house here was very tall, with sunny glass windows, and powerful carbide lamps at night, which gave him a slight sense of returning to modern times. It feels very cordial and gratifying. These are all achievements achieved through my own efforts. Xiaodai and Zhang were playing with their 2 children in the living room. The 2 little kids were standing on the rattan walker, struggling to flip their legs, and running around very naughtily. Luo Chong is dealing with matters related to autumn harvest, winter storage and grain dispatch in various counties. Now the Han tribe has a larger territory, but not every place produces grain, such as Xing'an County, Dongxing County, Huxin Island. These 3 places are an iron mine for steelmaking, a coal mine for coal mining, and a chemical plant in a swamp. These 3 places are not suitable for growing food, but they are very critical and have a large population, so the food needed in these places can only be mobilized from other places. The autumn grains in counties must be harvested and dried as soon as possible, and tax grains must be returned to warehouses in a timely manner. Grain warehouses in various places must also be prepared to purchase excess grain from the people, because the Han tribes grow high-yielding crops, and the yields of rice and corn are low. A small family with 20 to 30 acres of land cannot eat all the food they grow. In addition to paying part of the grain tax and their own rations, the rest can be sold directly. This is the main source of income for an ordinary farmer in a year. Income. 78 Chinese first release 78 ZW. M.78 ZW. After the grain is collected through taxation and procurement, the taxed grain will be directly sealed and cannot be used without special circumstances. The remaining grain purchased through the grain stack will be distributed to Xing'an County, Dongxing County, and Huxin Island. 3 main areas. However, these grains are not distributed unconditionally, but are sold at a fair price. These 3 places, one is coal mining, one is steelmaking, and the other is chemical industry. Although they do not produce food, there are many workers. They usually work for the tribe, and the tribe also pays them wages. These wages are enough for them to support their families, so the food will not be given to them for free, but they will have to pay for it themselves, because the tribe has already given them money. This matter involves the dispatch of materials and food in all the territories belonging to the Han tribe. The authority is very high and there are many departments involved. It is considered a very important operation and Luo Chong must personally direct the dispatch. Every time at this time, Luo Chong would lament that the administrative system was still not perfect enough, and he would die of exhaustion if he continued like this. The Han tribe was centered on Luo Chong, with counties and counties divided under it. There were many local officials who could basically handle all aspects of affairs. However, there were too few officials in the central government and too few high-ranking officials who could do big things. So although the following it seems to be going smoothly, but Luo Chong is really busy here. It's not that Luo Chong is reluctant to delegate power, but that there is no one to use it. As an important minister who handles national affairs, he can't understand everything, so he still has to be thrown to the bottom to hone his skills. First, he should be familiar with local government affairs, otherwise he will become a kid who just came out of school, went directly to the central government. He didn't even know the procedures of local government affairs below, so how could he help Luo Chong direct and coordinate all counties? However, he has also made a plan. It has been several years since the Han tribe established counties, and the oldest Luoyang County Governor Dashu has been in office for several years. He can appropriately promote a group of people from below, and then put these. The local administrative chief was transferred back to his side and listened to it. Having made up his mind, Luo Chong quickly got busy, but not long after, a clerk delivered a letter from Beastia to Luo Chong's desk. Luo Chong smiled knowingly when he saw the report about Niu Wei's surrender, and I guess this guy must have had to jump in even though he knew he was going to die. Sure enough, he still jumped in because he had no choice. As for what he wants Ushio to do, he hasn't thought about it yet. After all, he has never been to Zhudao and has only heard about the situation there. Therefore, Ushio, as the elder of the Xian tribe merchant, is very important at this time. Yes, because he is a senior member of the Xian tribe and knows much more about the Xian tribe and Zhudao than others. Therefore, Luo Chong did not give any opinions, but directly wrote back to Ushio for his opinion, asking him to stand from the perspective of the Han tribe and see if there was any way to successfully capture Zhudao, and then combine it with his original comparing the two plans, which one is easier to use. Of course, even if the oxtail method is adopted, Luo Chong's plan can continue to be implemented. His method is very gentle. It is a cultural transformation like boiling a frog in warm water, and fundamentally turns Zhudao into the territory of the Han tribe. Regardless of this, it must be implemented now or in the future. The letter was quickly sent back, and then Beast Tooth and Ushio were confused and asked what Ushio could do. What could Ushio do? Ushio himself couldn't figure out what he could do, so he started to think blindly. Chief Han, what does this mean? Is he testing me? Want me to do something small to test my loyalty first? Look at my determination to betray the Xian tribe? Or are you just looking for an idea? Or do you want to take this opportunity to test your abilities? See if you can take on the big responsibility? Ushio's thinking was divergent. He thought for a while and finally thought that these things might be available, so what idea should he come up with? The first thing to do is to show loyalty, and then the Xian tribe must be destroyed quickly. It is to gain actual control of Zhudao as soon as possible. Finally, it must be done to gain enough benefits for oneself. 78 Chinese is the fastest mobile version. Yes, let's do it. Ushio quickly revised a copy of the book himself, then gave it to Beast Tooth, asking him to send it to the leader for him. Beastia glanced at the content of the letter in confusion, his eyes almost flying out. Elder Niu, can this be done? Isn't it too risky? It may be risky for others to do it, but it will be foolproof if someone like Niu does it. Don't forget, Han Envoy, I am the Elder Shang of the Xian tribe now, and the only person above me is Commander Xian. Niu said very confidently. Well, since Elder Niu insists, I'll pass it on to the leader for a look. Beastia had no choice but to send the letter back anxiously. He felt that things might change in Takashima and something big would really happen. There are still today. Ushio's plan soon flew to Luo Chong's desk again. When he opened the contents, he couldn't help but be stunned. Ushio's idea is too radical. He actually wanted to organize a friendly large-scale diplomatic visit and induce Commander Xian to take most of the elders to the Han tribe for a field trip. Then the Han tribe directly took action and put them all under house arrest. Then the Han tribe could use Commander Xian's name issuing orders to Takashima, with Ushio himself as the intermediary and Luo Chong's microphone. In this way, what the Han tribe wants to do on Zhudao in the future will be directly given to Ushio. Ushio will go back and say that this is the arrangement of Commander Xian, and use the name of the commander to quickly incorporate and reform Zhudao, in order to actually control Zhudao as quickly as possible. Island. It's so audacious. What is this called? holding the emperor hostage, to order the princes. No, 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 use the commander to command Zhu Dao? I have to say that this idea is very tempting. Compared with Luo Chong's plan of boiling frogs in warm water that required continuous investment for several years, it is almost instantaneous. However, the difficulty is not small, and there is also a little caution for Muxio himself. Machine. If Commander Xian and most of the elders are really arrested, then if the Han tribe is directly exposed and uses the name of the Han tribe to forcefully control Zhu Dao, it will definitely trigger a certain degree of resistance. This will definitely affect the Han tribe's later control of Zhu Dao. Rule is unfavorable. To maintain stability, a certain number of troops must be stationed for a long time to quell local rebellions in a timely manner. The cost of this kind of governance is too high. Luo Chong cannot leave his army idle there. It is not cost-effective. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, the Han tribe can only continue to issue orders in the name of Commander Xian. This may make some people suspicious, but before seeing Commander Xian's people, plus Niuwei, a serious elder of the Xian tribe, is standing there, even if others doubt it, they can't say anything. Therefore, Muxio became a crucial and irreplaceable link. He even had the power to control the entire Bamboo Island with the help of the Han tribe. This guy is too courageous and ambitious. But Luo Chong is still interested in this plan because it is so tempting. An oxtail is nothing. You can just kill him. No matter how ambitious you are, what's the use? You can't do anything if you're dead. A truly smart person should figure out his own position. It's weird if he insists on committing suicide. No one else. Well, that's it. Having made up his mind, Luo Chong immediately wrote a reply and a serious diplomatic invitation letter, inviting the commander-in-chief of the Xian tribe to visit the Han tribe for a friendly inspection and visit, so as to deepen the relationship between Han and Xian. If you are friends, you can directly bring a group to visit and study. The number of people should be limited to less than 100 people, so it is more convenient on the boat. After finishing writing, a reply letter and an invitation letter were packed together and sent back directly using the Flying Eagle. There is a beginning to this matter and we need to do it well. Where is the house arrest? Luo Chong began to think about it. If they are obedient, then just put them in any city. If they are not obedient, then just throw them to an island in the middle of the lake in the swamp and send people to imprison them. Well, that's it. Then we will first carry out the comprehensive Chinese reform of Zhu Dao. You can use this excuse to say that after inspecting the Han tribe, Commander Xian felt that the Han tribe was good everywhere and the people's living standards were also high, so he proposed to learn from the Han tribe in an all-round way. According to policy guidelines, he will take several elders to continue to study in the Han tribe, and then the Han tribe will send an advisory group to help Zhu Dao implement a comprehensive sinicization reform plan. Perfect. When Zhu Dao is almost completely reformed in the future, a notice will be issued in the name of Commander Xian, saying that he has a very good relationship with the leader of the Han tribe. The Han tribe and the Xian tribe are as close as brothers. For better development, the two tribes became stronger together, so in the name of the two tribal leaders, Han and Xian, a plan was proposed to formally merge the Han tribe and the Xian tribe into one tribe. Of course, the merger is fake. In fact, it is a full takeover by the Han tribe. However, using the word merger is stronger than occupation, rule, etc., so that the opposition of the people will be minimal. Moreover, during the merger process, Zhu Dao, which has undergone comprehensive Chineseization reforms, should naturally be dominated by Han tribes, so the merged tribes are also called Han tribes. Finally, make Commander Xian a king or something, let him find a corner to enjoy his blessings, and then use chronic poison to kill him, including his children and elders who are hostile to the Han tribe, so that Zhu Dao will be, they are completely from the Han tribe. First release, domain name, please remember. If you want to further maintain stability, you can also conduct immigration exchanges. Immigrate from the Han tribe to a part of Zhudao, and immigrate from Zhudao to a part of the Han tribe. If you mix with each other, you will not be afraid of problems. 78 Chinese is the fastest mobile version. At most 10 years will pass, and nothing will happen in the future. A few days later, when Luo Chong's reply came back to Zhudao, both Beastia and Ushio were stunned. Beastia didn't expect the leader to agree to find a plan, and Ushio didn't expect Luo Chong to agree so simply, and even he immediately wrote himself an invitation letter so that he could use it to deceive others. Is there something wrong with this? Leader Han has wanted to do this for a long time. Has he already guessed what I will be thinking? This is really terrible. However, what Ushio didn't expect was that he just gave an opinion, and Luo Chong had already thought about the plan for the next 10 years. His consideration was so far-reaching that he couldn't keep up. This is the so-called difference between tactics and national development strategy. Ushio's can only be regarded as a little cleverness, while Luo Chong's is a real strategic policy. Ushio was excited, happy, and nervous after receiving the invitation and consent letter. Was his purpose too obvious? The leader of the Han dynasty was a decisive person. He wouldn't want to kill himself. He had seen Jin Yi's head hanged on the street in Hanyang City before. Ushio touched his neck a little fussily. No matter what, let's get this done first. At worst, after the Han tribe takes full control of Zhudao, they can apply to be a county governor. A county guard on Zhudao is also fine. Zhudao is so big, and there are no less than 100,000 people. According to the current way of dividing the population of the Han tribe, it should be divided into 4 or 5 counties. It shouldn't be too much to ask for a county guard by then. If the Han leader is so stingy that he doesn't even agree to this, then I still want to do it with him. Damn it, I just did the opposite. After exchanging a brief farewell with Beastia, Ushio took the invitation letter from Luo Chong and set off for Qingshu Valley at the northwest end of Bamboo Island. He was going to lure the commander-in-chief to the Han tribe. The commander-in-chief was so impressed by the Han tribe. Interested, you should agree, right? Ushio took the letter and set off for Qingshu Valley in the northwest of Zhudao. He rode through countless villages along the way. Every time he could see the influence of the Han tribe on Zhudao. The most common thing is that there are a lot of carts in villages, of which wheelbarrows are the most common. There are also 2-wheeled carts, but they can only be seen in larger villages. The roads in larger villages are easier to walk. Then there is the textile handicraft industry that the mission has promoted in Zhudao. Many villages have purchased spinning machines or looms. You can often see people working in the open spaces in front of their homes, in front of bamboo buildings, all over Zhudao. They were spinning their own cloth. Even those small mountain villages that cannot afford spinning machines and looms will go around looking for wild hemp grass, harvest it, soak it in hemp ponds, and prepare to harvest enough hemp fiber to replace the spinning machines with the Han tribe. This is only a change at the grassroots level. On the official side of Bamboo Island, the most obvious change is that there are more carriages on the road. Most of the carriages are loaded with recently harvested grain. Unlike the previous bamboo baskets, now all the food was packed in sacks, and these sacks came from the hands of thousands of people on Zhudao. 78 Chinese first release. This inconspicuous change alone has brought a leap-forward improvement to Takashima's transportation capacity. If the Han tribe fully intervened in Zhudao, what huge changes would it bring? Moreover, the Han tribe will soon promote metal currency here. The promotion of metal currency is the comprehensive optimization of people's inherent transaction methods. Coupled with the popularization of transportation in the future, Zhudao's commercial vitality will definitely be boosted. After all, the current population of Zhudao is not much smaller than that of the Han tribe. Only the population can drive demand. There is also comprehensive land and tax system reform, which is a powerful tool for making money. Only when those in power have sufficient financial resources can they do more infrastructure construction, water conservancy, transportation, and military, and these projects can be vigorously developed. I hope that stupid commander-in-chief will agree to this visit. Ushio thought about everything in his mind as he galloped all the way to Qingshu Valley. In a natural cave in Qingshu Valley, this is Elder Qi's Technology Research and Development Center. Commander Xian is here with a group of elders to accept and test the first batch of tools they have built. There are all kinds of tools, including shovels, pickaxes, and pickaxes for digging. There are also various axes and I-beam saws specially used for woodworking. Hand saws, ink cartridges, chisels, hammers, nails, and planer knives of different sizes. Without exception, these things are all made of light golden metal. To be precise, they should be bronze alloys. Leader Xian and the other elders couldn't help but marvel as they watched Elder Qi's men personally use these tools to saw a log into planks, and then polish and flatten it with shaving knives. Were all these tools invented by the Han leader himself? Commander Xian asked in surprise. According to the craftsmen working at the mission station, it is indeed like this. Their Han leader is very young and smart. He has invented many things that are very useful and effective. These are just tools. According to what we learned from the craftsmen, their Han leaders also designed something called a windmill, with various tools installed underneath. No manpower is needed. As long as the wind blows, the tools can work by themselves. It is very magical. 78 Chinese is the fastest mobile version. However, few of the craftsmen in the mission are good at making windmills. I heard that the thing was very big, bigger than a bamboo house. The principle of use was probably the same as the sailboat we took that day. That kind of wooden boat can be used as long as the wind blows. Can you walk on water? Elder Qi explained. Well, then is there any way we can imitate it? The wind here is not small. There are strong winds every summer and winter. There are winds all year round near the coast. If we have such a good thing, isn't that a lot more work without having to eat or drink, and you don't know how to be tired? No wonder their Han tribe is developing so fast. Elder Jean also asked with emotion. This is a bit difficult, mainly because we have never seen it before, and the craftsmen in the mission also said that such large tools cannot be made by 1 or 2 craftsmen, and a large number of the best craftsmen must be required. Just do it together. I heard from the craftsmen of the mission that their large sailboats require nearly 1,000 craftsmen to work together to build the ship, and countless people prepare the materials. By the way, they also have the tools for building the ship. Those wooden boards were also sawn by windmills, because they did not need to rest, otherwise even the Han tribe would not have been able to produce so many wooden boards in a short period of time. Elder Qi continued to explain, sharing the information he had recently collected from the apprentices. Commander Xian also nodded in agreement. He had just witnessed the speed of manual sawing of wood. It was very slow, but I have to say that this magical tool is the best way to process wood. Let alone the question of whether it is slow or not before. They couldn't even make such a flat board, which shows that sawing is still very practical. As for the reason for the slowness, it may be that the quality of the saws they make is not very good. Of course, it is also due to the unskilled craftsmen, but even if their speed is doubled, it will still be very slow. With the speed of sawing wood at this speed, they might not be able to save enough wood to make a big ship in just a few years. Commander Xian has personally been on a sailboat, and he knows very well that such a ship will probably need to be used. How many planks and squares of wood were there? Without the windmill sawmill, their shipbuilding plan would have gone bankrupt. Looking at these dazzling array of practical tools, Commander Xian was very high-spirited. Although there were not many, and although the craftsmen were not yet skilled in using them, they already existed. They had gone through the stage of starting from scratch, and were still far away from widespread use and promotion. Will it be far? So Commander Xian continued to ask, Elder Jean, can these tools be mass-produced? Back to the Commander-in-Chief, we can't do it yet. The metal we are making now, well, the Han tribe calls this kind of thing extracted from ores metal, and the metal we are using to make tools now is used by the Han tribe. The craftsmen call it bronze, and they call our red gold copper. All alloys smelted with other metals and copper are called bronze. According to rumors, the Han tribe also used weapons, tools and agricultural tools made of bronze before they had iron tools. However, their bronze was smelted with copper and a white metal called tin. But we don't have tin, so we use it to imitate the bronze of the tools as smelted from our red gold and the iron sold by the mission. According to them, this is called copper-iron alloy. Therefore, what limits our bronze production is actually how much iron material we can obtain. If there is more iron, we can naturally make more. Elder Jean, who is responsible for the smelting and casting of copperware, explained. Bronze? As long as copper is smelted with other metals, is it called bronze? Commander Xian didn't quite understand, so he could only continue to ask. Yes, Commander. Since bronze can be made in this way, can't we use our red gold and platinum to smelt bronze? Doesn't it have to be made of iron? Commander Xian came up with an idea. This is definitely not possible. Before Commander Xian, a layman, could continue to ask questions, Elder Jean explained himself. Although the alloy made by smelting it together with copper is called bronze, the uses of the resulting bronze vary depending on the metals that are fused. Take tools and weapons as an example. The bronze used must have a certain hardness. And our platinum and gold, oh by the way, the Han tribe called them silver and gold. Silver and gold are relatively soft metals. Yes, the hardness is not as high as that of copper. If these two metals are added to bronze, you will only get bronze that is softer than copper. Such bronze cannot be used to make weapons and tools. We can only smelt these three metals for the time being, but none of them happen to be hard metals. As for the tin that the Han tribe people mentioned, we have not found it, and we don't know what the ore is like. We don't even know if there is iron. I heard someone from the Han tribe's mission say that their leader discovered a small island floating in the sky and concluded that there was iron ore underneath the island. As expected, they dug out iron ore. If we judge this way, maybe we should look for a place like this. Even if it is not as big as a small island, it would be fine to have a stone floating in the sky to guide us in the direction of the iron ore. I think the Commander-in-Chief needs to be on Judao, do a comprehensive search. Elder Jean suggested after explaining. The rest will be modified later. Back to the Commander-in-Chief, we can't do it yet. The metal we are making now, well, the Han tribe calls this kind of thing extracted from ores metal, and the metal we are using to make tools now is used by the Han tribe. The craftsmen call it bronze, and they call our red gold copper. All alloys smelted with other metals and copper are called bronze. According to rumors, the Han tribe also used weapons, tools and agricultural tools made of bronze before they had iron tools. However, their bronze was smelted with copper and a white metal called tin. But we don't have tin, so we use it to imitate the bronze of the tools as smelted from our red gold and the iron sold by the mission. According to them, this is called copper-iron alloy. Therefore, what limits our bronze production is actually how much iron we can obtain. If there is more iron, we can naturally make more. Elder Jean, who is responsible for the smelting and casting of copperware, explained. Bronze? As long as copper is smelted with other metals, is it called bronze? Commander Xian didn't quite understand, so he could only continue to ask. Yes, Commander. Since bronze can be made in this way, can't we use our red gold and platinum to smelt bronze? Doesn't it have to be made of iron? Commander Xian came up with an idea. This is definitely not possible. Before Commander Xian, a layman, could continue to ask questions, Elder Jean explained himself. Although the alloy made by smelting it together with copper is called bronze, the uses of the resulting bronze vary depending on the metals that are fused. Take tools and weapons as an example. The bronze used must have a certain hardness. And our platinum and gold, oh by the way, the Han tribe called them silver and gold. Silver and gold are relatively soft metals. Yes, the hardness is not as high as that of copper. If these two metals are added to bronze, you will only get bronze that is softer than copper. Such bronze cannot be used to make weapons and tools. We can only smelt these three metals for the time being, but none of them happen to be hard metals. As for the tin that the Han tribe people mentioned, we have not found it, and we don't know what the ore is like. We don't even know if there is iron. I heard someone from the Han tribe's mission say that their leader discovered a small island floating in the sky and concluded that there was iron ore underneath the island. As expected, they dug out iron ore. If we judge this way, maybe we should also look for a place like this. Even if it is not as big as a small island, it would be fine to have a stone floating in the sky to guide us in the direction of the iron mine. I think the commander-in-chief needs to be on Judao, do a comprehensive search. Elder Jean suggested after explaining. Back to the commander-in-chief, we can't do it yet. The metal we are making now, well, the Han tribe calls this kind of thing extracted from ore's metal, and the metal we are using to make tools now is used by the Han tribe. The craftsmen call it bronze, and they call our red gold copper. All alloys smelted with other metals and copper are called bronze. According to rumors, the Han tribe also used weapons, tools and agricultural tools made of bronze before they had iron tools. However, their bronze was smelted with copper and a white metal called tin. But we don't have tin, so we use it to imitate the bronze of the tools is smelted from our red gold and the iron sold by the mission. According to them, this is called copper-iron alloy. Therefore, what limits our bronze production is actually how much iron we can obtain. If there is more iron, we can naturally make more. Elder Jean, who is responsible for the smelting and casting of copperware, explained. Bronze? As long as copper is smelted with other metals, is it called bronze? Commander Xian didn't quite understand, so he could only continue to ask. Yes, Commander. Since bronze can be made in this way, can't we use our red gold and platinum to smelt bronze? Doesn't it have to be made of iron? Commander Xian came up with an idea. This is definitely not possible. Before Commander Xian, a layman, could continue to ask questions, Elder Jean explained himself. Although the alloy made by smelting it together with copper is called bronze, the uses of the resulting bronze vary depending on the metals that are fused. Take tools and weapons as an example. The bronze used must have a certain hardness. And our platinum and gold, oh by the way, the Han tribe called them silver and gold. Silver and gold are relatively soft metals. Yes, the hardness is not as high as that of copper. If these two metals are added to bronze, you will only get bronze that is softer than copper. Such bronze cannot be used to make weapons and tools. We can only smelt these three metals for the time being, but none of them happen to be hard metals. As for the tin that the Han tribe people mentioned, we have not found it, and we don't know what the ore is like. We don't even know if there is iron. Just when Commander Xian was still hesitating about who to send envoys to the Han tribe next time, someone suddenly came from outside to report that Niue was back. It was really a no-brainer, just to see what he had to say. If this guy was still of some use, he wouldn't mind letting him go to the Han tribe again. At least he was familiar with it. 78 Chinese first release 78 ZW. M.78 ZW. Let him come in. Commander Xian nodded. It happened that almost all the elders were here, so there was no need to find a place to hold the meeting. After a while, Niuwei came over in a hurry. He was still dressed like a Han tribe, with his hair tied up and a hairpin. He wore a cross-collar robe outside his trousers and undershirt, a cloth belt around his waist, and pedals on his feet. A pair of cloth shoes made of old linen. No one said anything about him, because Commander Xian and several other elders were dressed similarly. The Han tribe's attire was very smart and practical. The key was that the cloth was more comfortable to wear than animal skins and felts, and it looked taller. As the top leaders of the Xian tribe, they also want to be proud. Who wants to wear animal skins with disheveled hair every day if they can wear something comfortable and good-looking? Ushio has met the commander-in-chief. Niuwei, who was in his early 30s, greeted Commander Xian with the Han tribe's hand-over-hand salute as soon as he entered the door. Commander Xian didn't say anything even though he wasn't used to it yet. I heard that you have been observing the mission area these days. Have you discovered anything? Is the technology they provide us the best among the Han tribe? Xian Tong asked straight to the point. When did you observe them at the mission station? Ushio was a little confused, but when he saw Elder Zhu nodded slightly to him, he knew what was going on. Elder Zhu was covering for himself. Could it be that he was also from the Han tribe? Putting all these aside, Ushio thought about Commander Xian's question, organized his words a little, and then replied. Back to the commander-in-chief, I have discovered something. In terms of technology you asked about, some are good and some are not the best. Then tell me everything. Commander Xian pinched his brows after hearing this. As expected, the mission was making moves again. Aren't these the best technologies? What are the better technologies that Elder Niu said? Obviously, Elder Qi and Commander Xian have different concerns. He only cares about his own technical issues. As for Han, what the tribal mission will do is none of his business. Let's talk about technology first. Pen, ink, paper, and inkstone are the technologies that the Han tribe promised us. By the way, there are also movable type printing technology and woodblock printing technology. But because we don't have paper for the time being, we can't do this yet. The original technology of pen, ink, paper, and inkstone is very simple, and there is no distinction between high and low. However, in terms of papermaking, due to different raw materials, the papermaking method and the quality of the finished product are also different. We have a lot of bamboo on Zhudao, so the Han tribe taught us the paper is made from bamboo, and the quality of the bamboo paper is pretty good. I have used it in the Han tribe, so I can rest assured. In terms of movable type printing, the Han tribe uses metal movable type. The Han tribe will definitely not give it to us for free, but we can buy it with copper. Their metal movable type is made of bronze alloy and cast, and there is also engraving printing, which we now don't you have a carving knife and a wooden board? You can carve it yourself, and there is no distinction between superior and inferior. In terms of transportation, the vehicles sold to us by the Han tribe are relatively ordinary, but they are still relatively good. When I was in the Han tribe, I saw a four-wheeled heavy-duty carriage. The front wheels of that carriage were okay. The steering is made entirely of iron and wood and can hold a lot of things at once, but the road requirements are slightly higher, so we don't need to consider this for the time being. For the rest, in terms of shipbuilding, judging from the carpentry tools displayed here, we can already try to make it. Even if the Han tribe doesn't give it to us, we can still explore it ourselves. 78 Chinese is the fastest updated PC version. Regarding other technical matters, there is also the technology of textile fabrics. What we are currently learning is not the best among the Han tribe. The textile technology of the Han tribe is very advanced, which can be seen from the cloth they weave. You should have seen the very wide cloth of the Han tribe, but the looms they sold to us cannot weave it. I know that the Han tribe has a flying shuttle loom. Its efficiency is more than 6 times that of the loom we use now. It is faster and easier. One weaver can carry 7 or 8 people here, weaving at the same time. Ushio thought for a long time and finally chose to tell the truth. How could he gain everyone's trust if he didn't tell the truth? Besides, these truths are nothing. As long as the people in front of him are not stupid, they should understand that the Han tribe is not. It may be that the most advanced technology is directly passed on to them. It's actually so different. Commander Xian and the elders were surprised. Although they had already made an internal estimate in this regard, knowing that the Han tribe's own technology would definitely be better than the foreign trade version sold to them, they were still shocked by the gap. Elder Nyo, what is the difference between the shuttle loom you mentioned and the loom we use now? Why is the one we use so much stronger? Elder asked, curiously. As the boss of the Technology Research and Development Department, Elder Qi wanted to imitate a series of machines including textile technology. However, he couldn't help but feel alarmed when he learned that the machines he thought were very advanced were already obsolete technologies from the other party. And surprise, and deep inferiority complex. I'm not sure. They won't let me take a closer look, that is, take a look from a distance. I only know that the loom is much larger than the one we use. It's very wide and huge. The most important thing is, the most advanced technology is the shuttle. It is said that with that thing, there is no need to hand the shuttle back and forth. The shuttle can thread the thread back and forth by itself, so the weaving speed is very fast, Ushio explained. What is the shuttle made of? Elder Nyo, have you never seen it before? Elder Qi felt that this kind of thing was very magical, so he asked reluctantly. I didn't look at it carefully, so I took a look at it from a distance. That thing is made of metal, either bronze or iron. In addition to these, I also heard a news. It is said that there is a very high-end metal part on the shuttle, which is made of steel. It's not common even among Han tribes. Niue revealed another important information. Steel? What is that? Elder Jean, who was in charge of metal smelting, also became interested. It should be iron. I heard that it is a metal made from iron as the main raw material, which is better than iron. Steel, you can also understand it as the most powerful iron. If you use these two things to make a knife, if so, the steel knife can easily cut off the iron knife. Of course, it is not a problem to cut off our copper weapons, because copper is not as hard as iron. By the way, this year the Han tribe also established a new county, called Qingyang County. I heard that it is a county specializing in steel production. Ushio replied again. Elder Jin's eyes lit up when he heard this. It turned out that the Han tribe had metals that were more powerful than iron. Sure enough, the things they brought were not the best, but this was normal. As Jean, who has been dealing with metal smelting for half his life, elder, at this time his curiosity about steel became more and more intense. Oh, by the way, the Han tribe has come up with even more powerful things in recent months. I have brought a few here to show you. These are the things they have shipped to Zhudao and started to sell out. Otherwise, I will also make them. No. Ushio said and turned around to get something. They are willing to sell us the new things they just made. Aren't they afraid that we will learn from them? Elder Qi asked doubtfully. You'll know after you see it, we can't make this thing. Ushio walked as he talked, and quickly took back a few carbide lamps from outside the cave. Everyone was immediately attracted by the transparent glass lampshades. Can humans make these things? Elder Nyo, what is this? Why is it as transparent as water, but just a little yellow? Elder Sheng also spoke for the first time. The things he talked about before had little to do with him, but this one was different, because I really haven't seen it before, and I am curious in my heart, so I can't hold my tongue. This is a glass lampshade. It is made transparent so that the firelight inside can shine through. Ushio explained. You said this is a lamp? Elder Qi couldn't help but wonder. Commander, can you get some water? In addition, please put out the fire in the cave. This thing is called a carbide lamp. It is very bright when it is lit. Ushio did not answer, he decided to light it directly. Give them a long experience. Commander Xian thought for a moment and agreed. He also felt that this thing was very fresh. The naturally formed cave was not very bright. Even though it was daytime, many braziers were lit in the cave for lighting. However, because of Ushio's suggestion, all the braziers were temporarily extinguished. Ushio asked people to find fresh water, filled up the water tanks of several carbide lamps, and started to light the lamps. Elder Nyo, don't you need oil to light this lamp? Can this lamp be lit by boiling water? Several elders were all confused. They had never seen such a lamp before. Almost. Niue ignored them and started to operate on his own, lifting the glass lampshade, unscrewing the valve for adding water, and when there was a smell coming out of the lamp wick, he pulled the flint ignition device inside, and there was a soft pop. The dazzling white flames started to light up. Oxtail lowered the yellowed glass lampshade, adjusted the water control valve slightly, and then let it go. Several carbide lamps were lit in turn, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire dim cave space. Commander Xian and others, who had not yet adapted, all narrowed their eyes. What is this? Is this a light? Why is it so bright? Those who just a moment ago still despised the flashy lamps made by the Han tribe were all dumbfounded now, because they had never seen it before, let alone heard of an artificial light source that could achieve such brightness. Can such a bright lamp really only be used to boil water? Commander Xian finally spoke, because he really couldn't believe it was true. No, this is called a carbide lamp. The translucent glass lampshade outside actually has no special function. It is just a ceramic-like thing fired by the Han tribe. There is no essential difference from ceramics. The only difference is that it can transmit light, so it is used to make lampshades. The most critical part of this carbide lamp is actually its fuel, which burns gas. Ushio lowered the flame of a lamp so that it was no longer dazzling, and then he took it to explain to them. Qi can also burn? Several people looked puzzled and found it a bit incredible. Able. Ushio found a water bowl, then took out a piece of calcium carbide and introduced it. This lamp is called a calcium carbide lamp because it uses this kind of calcium carbide as the raw material for generating energy. This stone was made by the Han tribe. As long as it touches water, it will react and release flammable gases. Take care of it. Oxtail put a small piece of calcium carbide into the water bowl, and then placed a small burning stick on top of the bowl. The calcium carbide soaked in the water and quickly rolled violently, and then released a large number of bubbles to the surface. These were slightly, as soon as the smelly acetylene gas came out of the water, it encountered a burning open flame and was quickly ignited. There was a soft pop sound, and a dazzling white flame suddenly appeared on the water in the bowl. Oxtail took the stick away, but the reaction in the bowl continued. Just as the previous flame was about to go out, there was another one under the water. New acetylene gas refill. When it came up, a ball of white fire suddenly appeared on the water in the bowl. This strange scene of water and fire making the surrounding Commander Xian and the great elders widen their eyes. This is amazing too. Finally, all the carbon elements in the calcium carbide were consumed, and a lot of hydrogen atoms in the water were also consumed. The water level dropped a bit. The calcium carbide inside had now turned into calcium carbonate limestone again, and the water had turned into turbid lime. water, the reaction was completely over, and the bright fire disappeared. It's so magical. After holding it in for a long time, Elder Sheng and Elder Qi said this with emotion. Is this thing newly made by the Han tribe? Commander Xian asked. Yes, it sold well among the Han tribes as soon as it was made. Although it is a bit expensive and requires a worker several days' wages to buy one, it is practical. In the long run, it is actually more cost-effective than burning oil lamps because calcium carbide is more cheap. Later, they were sold to the grasslands by the Han tribe, and now carbide lamps are also sold well in the grasslands. The ones I brought here were delivered to me in the same boat when I came back a few days ago. In addition to these, the Han tribe recently built a lighthouse to guide ships at night. It was also made of this kind of carbide lamp, but it was larger. The lamp was the size of a house and could emit light in the dark. The white light beam can illuminate a distance of tens of kilometers. Well, it is probably the distance of half a day's riding on horseback. Ushio introduced again. So far away? It turns out that the lighthouse that the people from the mission mentioned was made of this kind of thing. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yes, the Han tribe has many good things. The most important thing is that they are developing very fast. If you don't see us for a while, you don't know what weird things they will come up with. The gap between us and the Han tribe is still very big. Therefore, in order to catch up with the Han tribe as soon as possible, I propose to the Han leader to give us a chance to go on a mission again. This time the mission can bring more people, with the purpose of exchanging and learning from the Han tribe, as well as inspecting and visiting. The leader of the Han dynasty was also very interested in this matter. He even wrote a letter himself, inviting the leader to visit with the elders of the Xian tribe. I guess he might want to sell us something for use. Make money, or just want to buy something from us. Commander, look, this is a letter written by the leader of the Han dynasty. Are you going this time? After Ushio finished speaking, Commander Xian didn't say anything yet, but several elders around him began to get excited. They had long thought about how they could have such an opportunity. The leader of the Han tribe invited me to take the elders to visit and inspect? Commander Xian looked very surprised. He didn't know what the Han tribe was thinking and would actually send out such an invitation. Yes. Ushio hurriedly explained as if he saw the commander's doubts. According to my observation, this Han leader is very young. He has developed his tribe so powerfully in his teens. Moreover, he is very smart and has invented many practical production tools. Therefore, he is very proud. When getting along with each other, they also have a superior attitude. They never take us seriously and think that we are very backward. So I guess he wanted to show off to our Xian tribe by inviting the commander and the elders so generously this time. But we shouldn't think like this. Although this mission to the Han tribe may be looked down upon, it is indeed a rare learning opportunity. We can stay in the Han tribe for a while and bring more guards and smart people. If craftsmen go there, they might be able to learn more advanced technologies, so I think we should go. Ushio deceived them. Yes, Elder Nyo's analysis is right. We should really go and learn more about how they weave cloth, how they make iron, how they make steel, and how they build ships, cars, and even their lives. We need to learn from the Han tribe about learning, farming, and storing food. It doesn't matter if we are looked down upon by others. The most important thing is to learn something. Elder Zhu, who had long wanted to see the Han tribe, also quickly helped. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, especially in mining, smelting, casting, and metal processing, our technological gap is really huge. This is the most basic material technology. It is also because of the various useful tools that the Han tribe he has built so many practical large-scale instruments. Elder Jean also quickly persuaded him. No matter what others thought, he really wanted to see it anyway. I just want to see how they farm. I heard that the Han tribe built a lot of water conservancy facilities, as well as windmills and water wheels. These are very useful for farmland irrigation. There is only one freshwater river in Zhudao, and the fields are basically distributed around the river. If we also learn with water conservancy technology, we can cultivate more fields. With fields, there will be a population, and with a population, there will be a labor force. If we develop agriculture well, our Xian tribe will be stronger in the future. He has not said much. Elder Mi couldn't help but interject at this time. Commander Xian looked around and glanced at several elders. Everyone was looking at him eagerly, hoping that he could agree to the Han tribe's invitation. But he was still very hesitant in his heart, should he go or not. To be honest, Commander Xian really wanted to go. After all, the Han tribe was so much stronger than the Xian tribe, and everything was very developed. But what the Han tribe was like had always only stayed in the legends of others. But if he took the elders with him, we went to the Han tribe. What should we do with Zhudao? What to do with the Xian tribe? He is the ruler of Zhudao and the commander-in-chief of the Xian tribe. Others can ignore this issue, but he cannot. He must be responsible for Zhudao. This invitation from the Han tribe is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Just as the elders said, you can take this opportunity to learn a lot. As for whether you will be looked down upon by others, that is not important. What is important is that the Xian tribe can develop rapidly. The most important thing. Regardless of whether he goes or not, a few elders will always go, Commander Xian thought. As for himself, he was too conflicted, so he had to say. There will definitely be a few more people going this time. If any of you elders want to go, you can start making preparations and arrange everything after you leave. As for me, I will think about it again. The elders were overjoyed when they heard this and immediately agreed, except Ushio, who was a little anxious. Isn't the commander-in-chief going? The leader of the Han tribe specially invited the commander-in-chief. If the commander-in-chief doesn't go, will the Han tribe show us those things? After all, no matter how high the status of the elders are, they will be different from the Han tribe. The identity of the tribal leader is also unequal. The young leader must have no interest in the elders. Ushio once again aroused the nerves of the elders. The elders were anxious when they heard that. Yes, they went to the Han tribe just to see those good things. If they didn't show it to them because the commander-in-chief didn't go, then what the hell did he do? Is it really the past? To be ridiculed by others? Thinking of this, the elders also began to persuade Commander Xian. Commander, you must go. This opportunity is too rare. Even if you will be ridiculed by the little leader, it will be worth it if you can learn something real. Elder Jean suddenly remonstrated. Hey! What did Elder Jean say? Will we be ridiculed if we go? I can't see it. The Han tribe is pretty good. They are civilized, know etiquette, and distinguish between superior and inferior. How could such a tribe mock the guests they invited? Although we may be looked down upon, they will not openly ridicule us. Besides, we are indeed not as powerful as the Han tribe now. Even if we are not in the Han tribe, we will eventually be looked down upon by others. This is not the same as whether we go to the Han tribe or not. It doesn't matter. On the contrary, if we can learn something this time, I also suggest that the commander-in-chief come with us. Elder Zhu, who claimed to be familiar with Han tribal culture, also tried to persuade him, but he said it more tactfully, hoping that this would dispel the concerns of the great commander. 78 Chinese updates fastest computer version. Commander Xian glanced at them and said coldly, "Why, do you all want to see me make a fool of myself in the past? Humph, you are still not the elders of the Xian tribe." Elder Jean and Elder Zhu didn't dare to say anything. Ushio wanted to say a few more words when he saw this. Commander Xian immediately waved his hand. No need to say it. I'll think about it after I said it. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to send an envoy. Let's take a look. What are you so anxious about? Do you have any self-respect as an elder? Everyone is rushing to give face to others. Commander Xian muttered in his heart, and at the same time he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the elders were also doing it for the good of the Xian tribe, and everyone was doing it for the development of the Xian tribe, but when he thought that he would be looked down upon by a child, he couldn't swallow his breath. Why should he go over and show his face to others? I wouldn't. Commander Xian waved his sleeves and refused to take away a single cloud. He left and went back to his home. After a while, he sent 2 servants over and took away all the carbide lamps Niue had brought without saying a word. The matter of giving money made Niue dumbfounded. I obviously didn't want to admit that I was inferior to others, and tried hard to maintain my dignity and pride in front of others, but in the end I couldn't help but use the carbide lamp made by the Han tribe. This is probably a common problem of being a leader. You say you are so proud. Wouldn't it be better if you go there and be put under house arrest by the Han tribe as soon as possible? Then you can find a broader future. Ushio has returned to his home for the time being. This matter has not yet been resolved. He cannot leave here yet, otherwise all his previous efforts will be in vain. I went home to see my family and brought some gifts from the Han tribe. They were actually small tools and fabrics, and it was not convenient to bring anything else. Why cloth has always been one of the most traded commodities in the world in ancient times is because transportation is inconvenient and the transportation speed is too slow. General fresh products cannot be stored for long at all, but cloth is different. The shelf life is very long, and it is a daily necessity that everyone needs, so even between the Han and Xian tribes, cloth is still a popular commodity. It's just that what Ushio brought back from the Han tribe was definitely not the ordinary stuff on the market. What he brought was silk and linen blended summer fabrics, as well as wool and linen blended winter fabrics. These blended fabrics are still on Takashima for the time being. No, high-end goods. After staying at home for 2 days, Ushio suddenly received another summons from Commander Xian. Not sure if that guy finally decided not to go, Ushio hurried to Commander Xian's newly built home. Ushio has met the commander-in-chief. After entering the house, Ushio handed over his luggage again. Did you salute that little leader like this, when you were in the Han tribe? Commander Xian asked, staring at him. This is a proposition, you can't just talk nonsense. Ushio thought for a while and then said, yes, the etiquette of the Han tribe is that people of similar status just bow to each other. When meeting someone with a higher status, they not only have to bow their hands, but also bow to show respect. As he said this, Ushio's waist bent down again. Humph. Commander Xian snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Didn't you say the day before yesterday that you found something at the mission's residence? What on earth were they doing, and what were they going to do? The day before yesterday, I was only talking about technical matters and forgot to mention this matter. Let's talk about it now. Commander Xian asked. That's what happened. Ushio felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he was not here to trouble him. He thought for a moment, and then began to explain. Back to Commander-in-Chief. When Ushio came back this time, there was a large sailboat filled with coins in the fleet. I asked the Han envoy at the station, and they said they wanted to promote their currency in our bamboo island. What is a coin? What is a currency? Why should we promote it here? Is there any benefit or disadvantage to us? This was the first time Commander Xian heard this term and couldn't help but ask curiously. Ushio thought for a while, then simply took out his money bag and counted out 1 Han tribe coin of each denomination, so that he could use it to explain to Commander Xian. Commander, please see, these are the coins of the Han tribe. These coins also have a general name, which is called currency. They are a kind of thing. As for why they are called currency, it is because they are used to trade goods. As long as you have this, you can exchange all the products sold by the Han tribe at will, which is very convenient and fast. Is it used for trading goods? Just exchange for this? You can exchange for anything you want? Commander Xian asked without understanding. Yes, but the prices of goods are also different. As long as you have enough coins, you can exchange them for what you want. Ushio continued to introduce. Please see, Commander, these currencies of the Han tribe are divided into 3 grades, namely Wen, Jiao, Yuan. Each of Wen and Jiao has 3 denominations, namely 1, 2, and 5. Yuan has 4 denominations. 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan. These currencies can not only be used to exchange goods and commodities, but can also be exchanged with each other. 10 coins are exchanged for 1 jiao, 10 jiao is exchanged for 1 yuan, and large and small currencies can be exchanged with each other. For example, I took a 1 yuan coin and wanted to buy a chicken, but the chicken is worth 3 cents, so the other party can give me a chicken and 7 cents in change, so that it is fair for both of us. But if I exchange a sheep for someone else's chicken, the other person will not be able to return the remaining value to me first, and the other party may not need my sheep, so the two of us will not be able to do business. But if there is currency, as a medium of transaction, can balance the value gap between buyers and sellers and make transactions fairer. Commander Xian held the currency and gestured there for a long time, and then suddenly asked, "This thing is really convenient, but where does their currency come from?" These currencies were made by the Han tribe and issued by them. If our people want to exchange things from the Han tribe, they can first sell the appraised value of the goods they brought to the Han tribe to obtain the coins first, and then buy them. If you want something from the Han tribe, you can use the currency to buy it from them. Their things are also sold to us with clearly marked prices. If we want anything, we can just pay the equivalent amount of currency to buy it, explained Miaowei. Road. Are the Han tribes themselves like this? Commander Xian suddenly asked in surprise. Yes, the Han tribe has now fully popularized this metal currency in their territory. People can use the coins to exchange for anything they want. As for the source of the coins, it is just like what I just said. Peasants cultivate the land and obtain food. In addition to their own rations, the rest can be sold to the official grain store of the Han tribe, where they can obtain coins of equal value, and then buy the things they need, or salt, or cloth. If you want a car or a boat, you can save enough coins to exchange them. As for those craftsmen who did not farm and devoted themselves to working in the tribe's workshops, the Han tribe would also pay them corresponding wages according to the number of days they worked, which was enough coins to live on. The craftsmen could use these coins to buy firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Support the whole family. Another thing is that in the first half of this year, the Han tribe has promoted their currency on the grassland. Now all the nomadic tribes in the entire grassland are using currency to do transactions with the Han tribe. The herdsman will first use the Han tribe to Kaiyuan City, which is located in the grassland, exchanges its livestock for money, and then uses the money to go to the nearby department store to exchange for the supplies it wants. Awesome, if you put it this way, isn't this coin so convenient? It can be used to exchange for all things. As long as the price of any commodity is marked, it can be exchanged for the corresponding number of coins. This was also thought up by the little leader of the Han tribe? Commander Xian asked in surprise. 78 Chinese first release. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, please look at the reverse side of these coins. The human heads cast on these coins are the little leader of the Han tribe himself. He carved his face on the coins, so that no matter how many Han tribes there will be in the future, no matter how many people join the tribe, they can let everyone know that he is the leader of the Han tribe. Niue pointed at the Luo Datu on the silver dollar and introduced. Commander Xian's eyes suddenly shone when he heard this. He also wanted his people to know him. This was a good way to increase his prestige. Ushio looked at Commander Xian's eyes shining with helplessness and contempt in his heart. He knew that Commander Xian would definitely have the idea of minting his own coins, but even if he did, he would probably have to lose money. What if coins are really that easy to make? Commander, it's hard to make money. It's even harder to issue your own currency. Ushio couldn't help pouring cold water on him. Why? Isn't it just a small round piece made of red gold? Commander Xian was still looking forward to it, but he was immediately unhappy after being hit by the oxtail. Ahem, Commander, this coin is indeed not easy to make, because it is not only an object, but also carries the credibility of a tribe, so the money must not only be of high purity, but also cannot be distributed randomly, otherwise you will destroy your tribe's economy. Furthermore, although this small disc does not look big, there are many processes, so the cost is also a big issue. If we spend a dime of labor to create a coin with a face value of 1 penny, wouldn't we lose money? But if we only issue large denomination currency because the cost remains high, then what use does the coin have? Transactions are basically mostly those with small denominations, so how to generate money in large quantities and at low cost is the most critical issue, and it is not that simple. According to our existing technology, I think it would not be difficult to imitate a similar coin, but the difficulty lies in how to manufacture it in large quantities. Commander Xian almost understood it, and then frowned. The cost was indeed a problem. After all, it was something that needed to be popularized on a large scale. If the quantity was not enough, it would lose its effect. And what Ushio said did exist in history. For example, the Ming dynasty's banknotes issued by the Ming dynasty, the cost of printing money in the later period was actually higher than the face value of the banknotes, so they were no longer printed. This is still paper money. Compared with paper money, the cost of metal coins is higher. After all, metal has a certain inherent value, and there is also the heat energy consumption during heat treatment. These are all money. Then we have to give it a try. What if we can cast a large amount of it ourselves? Commander Xian struggled unwillingly. General, if you want to issue currency, of course you can give it a try, but I have obtained some information from the Han envoys. If we don't issue currency ourselves, it will be more beneficial and let the Han tribes pay for it. Wouldn't it be better for us to use currency directly? Ushio continued to advise. What news? What greater interests? Commander Xian asked, curiously. He knew that Niue was relatively familiar with the Han tribe, so he was very interested in some of the intelligence and information Niue provided. The commander-in-chief may not know much about the way currency is issued. For example, the Han tribe uses copper to make money, so all copper should be worth the same as the money. So if they issue copper coins, the copper utensils in the homes of our tribesmen will be as valuable, and according to the currency rules of the Han tribe, those bronze wares can also be used to exchange for their goods and supplies, Niue introduced. Is there still such a thing? Commander Xian stood up in shock. If all the copper of the Xian tribe could be used as money, how many good things could be bought, such as four-wheeled vehicles, sailboats, etc., as long as the Han tribe was willing to sell them, then the Xian tribe would definitely I can afford it. Ushio seemed to know what the commander was thinking, so he quickly continued to pour cold water on him. General, the matter is not as simple as you think. As a tribe that has successfully promoted its own currency on the grassland, how could the Han tribe not think of such a thing? They have already thought of countermeasures and will never let us take advantage of it in vain. What do you mean? Commander Xian asked with a frown. It's not interesting. It's what I just said. If the Han tribe wants to promote copper coins in copper-producing tribes like our Zhudao, they must be prepared to be squeezed for supplies. If they don't exchange supplies for us, or raising the price of goods would be equivalent to devaluing the value of copper coins. They would definitely not do this. They had already thought of this. So the Han tribe decided to exchange their ironware for our copperware. If someone really went to the Han tribe to exchange their own copper farm tools for supplies, they would only be able to exchange for some ironware in the end. They couldn't exchange it. If they get other supplies, they will not exchange them for other supplies, because our people still need metal farm tools for farming. If there are no farm tools, what will they eat? You mean, the Han tribe will exchange all our copper for iron? Commander Xian asked in surprise. Well, that's pretty much it. If someone comes to exchange it with copper, they will definitely do it. If no one exchanges it, that's another story. But I guess it's unlikely, because everyone knows it now. Ironware is easier to use than copperware, so whoever doesn't replace it would be a fool. Ushio explained again. 78 Chinese is the fastest mobile version. If you say that, wouldn't all the red gold of our Xian tribe be exchanged for them? Then as you just said, we will have huge benefits. What are these benefits? Commander Xian asked again in confusion. Of course it's iron. According to the pricing of the Han tribe, their copper is more expensive than iron, so we can use a small amount of copper to get more iron. Bronze is far less useful than iron. We dig it from the mountains ourselves. The copper that comes out can be exchanged for more high-grade iron. Isn't this a huge benefit? 78 Chinese first release? 78 ZWM.78 ZW. With this iron, we can make more iron tools. If we have useful tools, are we still worried about not being able to make good things? If we could produce a variety of goods and useful equipment ourselves, would we still worry about having no money? Ushio started to talk serious nonsense again. It was clearly about the Han tribe preventing the Xian tribe from developing its own currency, but he made it sound like the Xian tribe was taking advantage of it. His eloquence was simply top-notch. Of course, this was also because he knew the currency promotion plan of the Han tribe mission in advance, and also had a special understanding of Commander Xian's character and thoughts, so he was able to deceive him in a targeted manner. Others might not be able to explain these things clearly, just like the other elders of the Xian tribe, they don't even know how money is played. But Niue is different. He has been in the Han tribe for more than a year. He even watched the Han tribe start to issue metal currency internally, so he has a better understanding of the method of currency issuance, otherwise he would not have seen it. So thorough. That's wrong. Commander Xian said suddenly. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong for a while. After wandering around the room twice, Commander Xian finally found the problem. What you said is wrong. If the Han tribe really issued their copper coins here, then we could exchange red gold for a lot of their iron. But weren't we talking about issuing our own currency before? If they exchanged all the copper, what else would we use to make our own coins? Should we use the exchanged iron? If iron is used to make such coins, and we cannot produce iron ourselves, then if the Han tribe brings over a lot of iron, according to the rules you mentioned, wouldn't they be able to exchange iron for anything of ours? Also, if the Han tribe really promotes currency on our Bamboo Island, then the people on Bamboo Island will use coins engraved with the heads of the Han tribe leaders every day. Then who will be the real Bamboo Island leader? Although Commander Xian still did not grasp the key to the problem, because of Luo Datu, he still very much refused to promote Han tribe coins. How is it okay to make the head portrait of someone else's leader known to everyone in your own tribe? That's all for today. The rest will be added tomorrow morning, 2 updates tomorrow, and a new book is being planned. If nothing else happens, the new book may be released next Monday. Come and support me then. This book will continue to be written, and the holes that need to be filled will be filled in, and it will not be unfinished. More than 1.9 million words have been written, and there is still a million or so words left. In an instant, Commander Xian thought about many things. Currency is indeed a good thing. It promotes commerce and brings convenience to transactions. These are all unquestionable, but the Han tribe actually wants to use this thing to promote them to the Xian tribe. Leader, what do they want to do? Moreover, the Han tribe is still inviting themselves and their elders to this stall where currency is about to be promoted. What do they want to do? Do you want to kill all the top leaders of the Xian tribe and then successfully control Zhu Dao with money? Even if they don't forcefully detain him, they just want to find an excuse to delay it for a while, such as inviting him to visit various parts of the Han tribe. The Han tribe has so many counties and counties distributed in different areas, so he must have watched it for a while, right? Because their elders are greedy for the technology of the Han tribe, they won't want to leave so easily, right? When we can no longer delay, we will tell them that there is no boat or anything, and they can only go back by land by horseback and carriage. This will probably delay another 2 or 3 months. After all, who can make it in time for the low tide at the end of the month or the beginning of the month? If you just miss the low tide and there is no hidden bridge, how should you return to Bamboo Island? I went there for 2 months, stayed for 2 or 3 months, and came back for another 2 or 3 months. More than half a year has passed. For more than half a year, the Han tribe should have promoted currency long ago. Will it be useful to come back by then? Is Zhu Dao still from the Xian tribe? Is the Xian tribe still our own? I won't go, this is a conspiracy. Commander Xian figured out many things in one go. Although Commander Xian thought about a lot of things, he guessed the result accidentally. He really never thought that the Han tribe actually wanted to put him under house arrest, because he always felt that the Han tribe was such a powerful and advanced tribe, and why should I respect my inheritance of cultural etiquette and treat myself in such a despicable manner? He didn't quite believe it. But even if the Han tribe didn't put him under house arrest, they could delay him for more than half a year. This result was something he couldn't bear. This was definitely a conspiracy of the Han tribe. Therefore, the Han tribe is not helping Zhu Dao at all, they want to seize Zhu Dao. So is the Elder Niu in front of us an enemy or one of our own? Was he instigated by the Han tribe to rebel or just deceived by the Han tribe? Both of these are possible. After all, this guy has been in the Han tribe for so long. More than a year is enough to change a person. People change. Thinking of this, Commander Xian did not show a nervous or unhappy expression. He was afraid of being noticed by Niue. If this guy really had defected to the Han tribe, he couldn't alert him and had to find a way to deal with it. The current Xian tribe is not a match for the Han tribe, so what should we do? We cannot confront the Han tribe openly, we can only do this in secret. After thinking for a long time, Commander Xian finally spoke. Elder Niu, please go back first. You must continue to pay attention to the movements of the Han tribe's mission. If there is any new news, remember to report it back in time. Let me think about the currency again. Ushio was a little unsure of Commander Xian's attitude, so he asked tentatively, then what does Commander mean? What should we do if the Han tribe starts to promote currency right away? They brought cash. Even if we have to mint the currency ourselves, it will definitely take a lot of time to trial produce it and then mass produce it, right? Commander Xian waved his hands a little irritably, and said impatiently, I will consider this matter. You go out first. Remember to call Elder Qi and Elder Jin to come to me later. Also, do you give me this set of currency? I stayed. Yes, then Ushio resigned. Ushio couldn't figure out what this guy was thinking for the moment. The other party had already started to chase people away. He also knew that he couldn't act too hastily, so he had no choice but to bow and leave. Commander Xian sat down on the bamboo chair. He suddenly felt a little scared. The Han tribe had been thinking of ways to deal with him, and the Han tribe was still so powerful that even the diplomatic rights of both sides were firmly controlled by the Han tribe. There is only one channel from the Xian tribe to the Han tribe, which is to take the hidden bridge and then cross over the grassland. But now that the Han tribe has basically controlled the grassland, this road is no longer feasible. Taking the water route is convenient and fast, and is not affected by tides. However, because the Xian tribe does not have shipbuilding technology, the water route is equivalent to being unilaterally open to the Han tribe. They can come whenever they want, and their military strength is still so strong, but they can only passively defend themselves. It is really difficult for the Xian tribe. 78 Chinese is the fastest mobile version. Therefore, he suddenly began to panic and shivered on the bamboo chair. He hoped that the elders who were loyal to him would give him some advice and find a way to save the Xian tribe. He only called Elder Jin and Elder Qi. On the surface, it seemed that they were planning to make currency. In fact, it was because he felt that these two elders were the most loyal to the Xian tribe. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that as many of those elders were corrupted by the Han tribe, especially Niue and Elder Zhu. Now all that guy can think about is the tall buildings of the Han tribe, and he can no longer look down on the bamboo buildings of the Xian tribe. The other elders, Mi, Do, and Xing, are all unambitious guys. They only care about benefiting their respective families every day. They have no hope at all when they encounter something. There are not many people they can use. He suddenly felt a deep sense of crisis. Ushio doesn't know yet that Commander Xian is suspicious of him, and his plan has been ruined. Now he only wants to make a great contribution quickly, so that he can show his value in front of Luo Chong, so that he can benefit himself in the future. Looking for a better future, as for the Xian tribe, he doesn't care whether the Xian tribe lives or lives. Besides, even if the Han tribe rules Zhudao, only the high-ranking leaders and elders will die, and the people below will only get better and better. Well, I am helping them live a good life, Ushio comforted himself like this. After leaving the large courtyard of Commander Xian's house, he went down the mountain to find Elder Jin and Elder Qi. He told them that the commander might ask them to make currency, and then he left first. Elder Jin and Elder Qi came to Commander Xian's house in confusion. They didn't know what currency was yet, and why Commander Xian came to find them. When Niue found them just now, these two people were still giving themselves money. There was a meeting with his subordinates and cronies, discussing their work arrangements after going to the Han tribe. They both couldn't wait to go to the Han tribe to visit and study. This time when Commander Xian came here, they also had the idea of persuading them again. As a result, as soon as they arrived in front of Commander Xian, the guy said something very sad. Our Xian tribe may be in trouble, the Han tribe is targeting us. There are still today. Elder Jin and Elder Qi were confused. Didn't they say they wanted to create some currency? Why are they being targeted by the Han tribe? What are the Han tribe targeting? Seeing the confused expressions of the two elders, Commander Xian explained what Niue had just told him, as well as the Han tribe's intention to implement currency on Zhudao, including the real purpose of inviting them to visit the Han tribe this time. Coupled with his own analysis and doubts about Ushio, he told them both. Elder Jin and Elder Qi were also covered in cold sweat after hearing this. Before they came, they were still arranging what they would do after going to the Han tribe. Now, looking at it again, if they go by themselves, maybe their tribe will still be there when they come back. I don't know if I'm here or not, no, I might not even be able to come back. Then what the commander-in-chief means is that we won't go this time. But looking at the attitude of the Han tribe and what that guy from Ushio means, whether we go or not, the Han tribe's mission will promote it in our Zhudao monetary, what should we do then? Elder Jin picked up a silver dollar and turned it over in his hand. Looking at Luo Chong's portrait on it, he felt a little complicated. It was this young man who could bring a devastating blow to the Xian tribe with any decision he made. I've thought about it, we can't let the Han tribe promote currency here, and we can't go to the Han tribe's invitation this time, because once we refuse their request to promote currency, whether it is me or you, if we go to the Han tribe maybe I really won't be able to come back. But currency is indeed a good thing. Even if we don't have the money and technology of the Han tribe, we have to make it ourselves. It doesn't matter if it's not as refined as the Han tribes. This set is also divided into 3 levels. If it is too difficult, we can make it into 2 levels and use our red gold, copper, and platinum, silver, to make it. In this way, when we have our own currency, it will be difficult for the Han tribe to promote their currency. Moreover, when we conduct trade in the future, we will also require the Han tribe to use our money to buy it. If not, we will continue to use physical goods in the same way as before. Barter, what do you think of this idea? Commander Xian asked. Well, yes, anyway, as long as the Han tribe has it, we must also have it. If it doesn't work, we will slowly develop it. I don't think it is very difficult to make this currency, but it is the issue of the currency value that the commander just mentioned. If we promote currency ourselves, will the people use their own copperware to cash in? We don't have as much iron as the Han tribe? Elder Jean thought for a moment and said. This is not a big problem. After all, the Xian tribe belongs to us. As long as we order that copper cannot be used for trading, only copper cast into coins can be traded. This can avoid people's bankruptcies. Besides, just like what the guy at Niue said, the people still rely on those farm tools for food, and they can't all exchange them for other things. Commander Xian immediately said his solution. The 2 elders nodded in agreement and said nothing. They were both thinking about what they needed to do. Do you 2 have any other ideas? If you refuse the invitation of the Han tribe this time, and then prevent them from issuing currency on Judao, the relationship between our 2 tribes may deteriorate rapidly, and we may not be able to return it by then. There will be a war. Do we need to make some preparations? Seeing that the 2 were silent, Commander Xian simply asked himself. 78 Chinese First Release. Elder Qi thought for a while and suddenly said to Commander Xian, Commander, I have a suggestion. Since Niue has surrendered to the Han tribe, we definitely can't keep him, but after all, this guy is staying with the Han tribe. After more than a year, our familiarity with the Han tribe is unmatched by ours. So I suggest arresting him and interrogating him carefully. Maybe we can get some things out of him that we don't know about the Han tribe, such as the Han tribe's army, the Han tribe's system, and various aspects of the Han tribe's information. Now this is all news that we urgently need. Since we have to be prepared to fall out with the Han tribe, we should still know more about our opponent's methods. 78 Chinese First Release 78 ZW. M.78 ZW. For example, this guy definitely knows more about currency promotion methods than we do. Yes, what the elder said is right. We really need this information. No one in our Xian tribe knows more than him. In addition, I would like to add that those who went to the Han tribe with Niue, I think we should arrest them all together. They are all Niue's confidants. They have also been in the Han tribe for so long and know a lot. 1 or 2 people refused to say anything, but with so many people, there were always a few who were willing to say it. Elder Jean also added on the side. Commander Xian narrowed his eyes and was very moved by this suggestion, but if Niue had really defected to the Han tribe, would catching him at this time hasten the Han tribe's rebellion? Thinking of this, Commander Xian suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head. It didn't matter whether the Han tribe turned against them or not. Anyway, they didn't have good intentions towards their own tribe. Then catch them. Commander Xian made up his mind. Elder Jean and Elder Qi looked at each other, then nodded to indicate that the proposal was approved. Do you have any other suggestions? That's a Han tribe, so it will definitely be difficult to deal with. Commander Xian continued to ask. Here, let me think about it. If we really fall out with the Han tribe, then if the Han tribe comes to attack us, they must have come from the sea, and there is also the station of their mission. We must also take precautions. We don't have a big ship that can compete with the Han tribe at sea, so we can only find a way on the shore, Elder Jean analyzed. Yes, weapons and soldiers, we have to start preparing. In addition, I also suggest that we try to contact that Mao Dun in the grassland. Although this guy is not a good guy, if we can let him cause trouble for the Han tribe, I believe that the Han tribe does not have that much energy to deal with us. After all, their territory is so large, but their population is very limited. Even if they want to attack us, the number of soldiers they can use is limited. If we let that guy from Modu pin down all the Han tribe's soldiers in the grassland, then we will have more time to develop. I know some news on the grassland. Ever since the Han tribe built a city on the grassland, life in Maodun has been very difficult. They are now very short of salt. We can provide weapons and salt to let them attack the Han tribe city on the grassland. Elder Qi continued to add. That guy in Moton is really hateful, but if he can block the knife for us in front, it would be a good idea, so let's settle it like this. Send someone to the headquarters of the Han tribe's envoy and tell them that their coins are not allowed to be used on Judao. Then send a team of people to the grassland to contact Moton. It's best to ask him to send someone over so that we can keep in touch. Then we must also find ways to seize the time to mint our own coins. But before that, we'd better catch the oxtail first. Commander Xian decided. Commander Xian and his two most trusted elders planned to capture Niuwei. Niuwei himself didn't know about it yet. He was even thinking about when Commander Xian would agree to Luo Chong's invitation to go to the Han tribe. This guy was already eager for quick success. His thoughts went to his head. He wanted to prove his worth in front of Luo Chong. On the Han tribe's side, Luo Chong also encountered something, not very serious, but not minor, because suddenly someone sent news that the Han tribe's iron supply was running out. There will be so much iron that it can't be used up? This thing is so nonsense. Luo Chong can only feel how weak the Han tribe is. After all, in such a developed era in his previous life, the annual steel production ranked first in the world, and there was never a time when there was no shortage of steel. The reason is not that the iron smelting industry of the Han tribe is so developed, but that the population is too small. There are hundreds of thousands of people in total. Even if everyone wears iron armor, how much iron can be used? Therefore, the endless use of iron can only prove that the Han tribe has few people, not how powerful the Han tribe is. So should we continue to produce now? If not, what will the people of Xin'an County do? The coal in Dongxing County can continue to be mined, and it doesn't matter if the coal mines can save a little more. Moreover, Xin'an County will no longer make steel, and Kaiyuan County on the grassland will also be a large user of coal. The grassland is completely white in winter. There are very few trees and cannot provide enough fuel. The herdsmen collect cow dung and dry it in the sun to use it as fuel, because there are grass clippings in it. But things are different now. After the Han tribe built a city on the grassland, they naturally had to consider the issue of fuel. Kaiyuan County is located on the lakeside. It is most convenient to transport coal by large ships. This season is also the season when the most coal is stored. In addition, Dongxing County is also located on the bank of Luyang River. Even if they don't dig coal anymore, they can still farm. But Xin'an County is different. Xin'an County is full of mines, the ground is full of heavy metals, and there is a salt lake. It is also surrounded by grassland and hilly landforms. There are not even woods, and fresh water is far away. It's true that food cannot be grown in that place. If we don't mine and smelt iron, the people in this entire county will have nothing to do. Therefore, iron smelting cannot be stopped. Since it can't be used up now, let's find a way to find more things to do. Except for the necessary reserve resources, we can use up everything else as much as possible. Using things with a lot of steel, Luo Chong walked around the study and found that there was really nothing he could do now. It would definitely take a lot of iron to lay a railway, but without a rolling mill, it would be impossible to make such a long rail. He had to rely on manual work and hammers. That is whimsical. Steel bars are also a good thing, a tool for infrastructure construction, and are used in building houses, paving roads, and building bridges. However, mass production of that stuff also requires a rolling mill. As for the one that was placed on the lighthouse as a lightning rod last time, that is true. Knocked by hand. Seamless steel pipes also play a great role. Not to mention making guns and cannons, it also requires a lot to make bicycles, tricycles, and the like. After all, most of those things are welded with steel pipes, but mass production of steel pipes also requires a lot. A rolling mill will do. As a result, the situation is very embarrassing. There are many things needed, but there is no rolling mill to do it. Isn't this nonsense? The rolling mill is actually not that difficult. It is just a large steel machine, but it must have power before it can be used, otherwise it will just be a piece of iron that can only grow rusty. In other words, the current situation is that the Han tribe needs a man-made power machine to solve the problem of excess steel production capacity. This problem is very simple. With the current conditions of the Han tribe, they have coal and iron, and they can just build a steam engine. But that thing, it's not that easy to make either. The core technology of the steam engine is the four important components of the cylinder, piston, bearing, and valve. Almost every one of them is something that the Han tribe cannot currently do. Take the cylinder as an example. It needs to fit perfectly with the piston, be strong, and not leak. The reason why the West built this thing in the first place is because their technology in this area is relatively mature. At that time, the West was at the end of the Age of Discovery, and technologies such as artillery casting technology and boring machines had reached the pinnacle of mankind in that era. Artillery and steam engine cylinders were similar in that they both required strength and durability. There must be no air leakage, and the cylinder, barrel, must be tightly integrated with the piston, shell. As a result, some people used the method of making cannons to build the most primitive Newcomen steam engine. So if the Han tribe wanted to make a steam engine, did they also have to develop artillery first? Chiba Chinese is the fastest, mobile version. This seems to be a good idea, because regardless of whether the steam engine can be used, at least these cannons alone can consume a lot of iron. After all, artillery requires not only the cannon body, but also a lot of iron ball projectiles. The cannon weighs 1,000 kilograms. If we make a few more of them, won't the iron be used up? Having made up his mind, Luo Chong immediately began to design and make cannons. This thing is actually quite useful. It can not only be used in field battles, but can also be placed on city walls to defend the city, or placed on ships as naval guns. Let's not talk about the accuracy of hitting or not. As long as it can explode, in this era, it can scare the enemy away. Of course, it would be better if it can be hit. Firing a cannon is an art, and casting a cannon is a technology. If you want to cast a cannon with good quality and easy to use, the technology is even more difficult. The first thing is to select the materials. Take the front-loaded smoothbore cannon as an example. The steel cannon is the first, followed by the bronze cannon, and the third is the iron cannon. The steel cannon is first of all strong enough, and it is also lighter in weight and has the best durability. Bronze cannons are actually pretty good, probably the most famous one is the Napoleon cannon. The biggest advantage of the bronze cannon is that it is resistant to high temperatures, so it is very durable, has good ductility, and is not easy to explode. However, the disadvantages are also obvious, because bronze is much heavier than steel of the same volume. And bronze is too expensive. As for the remaining iron, there is no need to consider it. Not only is it easy to explode, but it is also very heavy. If you have the ability to make steel, iron does not need to be considered at all. Besides, the main purpose of casting cannons this time is not because the Han tribe lacks military firepower, but because there is too much iron to use, so the primary purpose is to consume steel. In this case, bronze will not be used anymore, so use it to make cannons. Isn't money delicious? The materials were selected, and then came the purpose. The artillery of the Han tribe was mainly used for defense. It was a little early to make field cannons for the time being. There were no field battles for the Han tribe to fight, so Luo Chong decided to design a cannon for both ship and city purposes. Which also saves you the trouble of supplying too many styles. To put it bluntly, it is a unified caliber. The naval guns placed on the ship are actually of little use, because the Han tribe does not have an enemy with a big ship now, so the naval guns may only be used when they are used to attack land. Such a high-range gun, powerful artillery, became the first choice target of the Han tribe. According to the theory that the longer the barrel, the longer the range, Luo Chong directly set the gun length to 2 meters to save worry, and the caliber was made according to the standard 12-pound gun, not too big, not too small, just enough. Let's refresh the rest tomorrow morning. I revised the new book manuscript for a whole day today. I'm so sleepy that I didn't finish it at night. I'll make it up tomorrow. This seems to be a good idea, because regardless of whether the steam engine can be used, at least these cannons alone can consume a lot of iron. After all, artillery requires not only the cannon body, but also a lot of iron ball projectiles. The cannon weighs 1,000 kilograms. If we make a few more of them, won't the iron be used up? Having made up his mind, Luo Chong immediately began to design and make cannons. This thing is actually quite useful. It can not only be used in field battles, but can also be placed on city walls to defend the city, or placed on ships as naval guns. Let's not talk about the accuracy of hitting or not. As long as it can explode, in this era, it can scare the enemy away. Of course, it would be better if it can be hit. Firing a cannon is an art, and casting a cannon is a technology. If you want to cast a cannon with good quality and easy to use, the technology is even more difficult. The first thing is to select the materials. Take the front-loaded smoothbore cannon as an example. The steel cannon is the first, followed by the bronze cannon, and the third is the iron cannon. The steel cannon is first of all strong enough, and it is also lighter in weight and has the best durability. Bronze cannons are actually pretty good, probably the most famous one is the Napoleon cannon. The biggest advantage of the bronze cannon is that it is resistant to high temperatures, so it is very durable, has good ductility, and is not easy to explode. However, the disadvantages are also obvious, because bronze is much heavier than steel of the same volume. And bronze is too expensive. As for the remaining iron, there is no need to consider it. Not only is it easy to explode, but it is also very heavy. If you have the ability to make steel, iron does not need to be considered at all. Besides, the main purpose of casting the cannon this time is not because the Han tribe lacks military firepower, but because there is too much iron to use, so the primary purpose is to consume steel. In this case, bronze will not be used anymore, so use it to make cannons. Isn't money delicious? The materials were selected, and then came the purpose. The artillery of the Han tribe was mainly used for defense. It was a little early to make field cannons for the time being. There were no field battles for the Han tribe to fight, so Luo Chong decided to design a cannon for both ship and city purposes. Which also saves you the trouble of supplying too many styles. To put it bluntly, it is a unified caliber. The naval guns placed on the ship are actually of little use, because the Han tribe does not have an enemy with a big ship now, so the naval guns may only be used when they are used to attack land. Such a high-range gun, powerful artillery, became the first choice target of the Han tribe. According to the theory that the longer the barrel, the longer the range, Luo Chong directly set the gun length to 2 meters to save worry, and the caliber was made according to the standard 12-pound gun, not too big, not too small, just enough. This seems to be a good idea, because regardless of whether the steam engine can be used, at least these cannons alone can consume a lot of iron. After all, artillery requires not only the cannon body, but also a lot of iron ball projectiles. The cannon weighs 1,000 kilograms. If we make a few more of them, won't the iron be used up? Having made up his mind, Luo Chong immediately began to design and make cannons. This thing is actually quite useful. It can not only be used in field battles, but can also be placed on city walls to defend the city, or placed on ships as naval guns. Let's not talk about the accuracy of whether to hit or not. As long as it can explode, in this era, it can scare the enemy away. Of course, it would be better if it can be hit. Firing a cannon is an art, and casting a cannon is a technology. If you want to cast a cannon with good quality and easy to use, the technology is even more difficult. The first thing is to select the materials. Take the front-loaded smoothbore cannon as an example. The steel cannon is the first, followed by the bronze cannon, and the third is the iron cannon. The steel cannon is first of all strong enough, and it is also lighter in weight and has the best durability. Bronze cannons are actually pretty good, probably the most famous one is the Napoleon cannon. The biggest advantage of the bronze cannon is that it is resistant to high temperatures, so it is very durable, has good ductility, and is not easy to explode. However, the disadvantages are also obvious, because bronze is much heavier than steel of the same volume. And bronze is too expensive. As for the remaining iron, there is no need to consider it. Not only is it easy to explode, but it is also very heavy. If you have the ability to make steel, iron does not need to be considered at all. Besides, the main purpose of casting the cannon this time is not because the Han tribe lacks military firepower, but because there is too much iron to use, so the primary purpose is to consume steel. In this case, bronze will not be used anymore, so use it to make cannons. Isn't money delicious? The materials were selected, and then came the purpose. The artillery of the Han tribe was mainly used for defense. It was a little early to make field cannons for the time being. There were no field battles for the Han tribe to fight, so Luo Chong decided to design a cannon for both ship and city purposes. Which also saves you the trouble of supplying too many styles. Chiba Chinese first release 7*8 ZW. M.7*8 ZW. To put it bluntly, it is a unified caliber. The naval guns placed on the ship are actually of little use, because the Han tribe does not have an enemy with a big ship now, so the naval guns may only be used when they are used to attack land. Such a high-range gun, powerful artillery, became the first choice target of the Han tribe. According to the theory that the longer the barrel, the longer the range, Luo Chong directly set the gun length to 2 meters to save worry, and the caliber was made according to the standard 12-pound gun, not too big, not too small, just enough. The materials were selected, and then came the purpose. The artillery of the Han tribe was mainly used for defense. It was a bit early to make a field cannon for the time being. There were no field battles for the Han tribe to fight, so Luo Chong decided to design a cannon for both ship and city purposes. Which also saves you the trouble of supplying too many styles. To put it bluntly, it is a unified caliber. The naval guns placed on the ship are actually of little use, because the Han tribe does not have an enemy with a big ship now, so the naval guns may only be used when they are used to attack land. Such a high-range gun, powerful artillery, became the first choice target of the Han tribe. According to the theory that the longer the barrel, the longer the range, Luo Chong directly set the gun length to 2 meters to save worry, and the caliber was made according to the standard 12-pound gun, not too big, not too small, just enough. Just when Luo Chong was thinking about how to increase the steel consumption industry, time had already entered October of the first year of the Han tribe's founding year. This was the last month of autumn. The cold winter was coming soon. However, at this time Yu Yi is still in the north and has no plans to come back. In an unknown river valley thousands of kilometers northeast of the Han tribe, a large flag with Chinese characters is fluttering in the wind. This is a temporary camp set up by Yu Yi. However, the camp is a busy scene at this time. It was a flat land in the river valley. After it was cleared, many low adobe houses were built. The densely packed houses were located in an orderly manner and looked like residential areas in Han tribal cities. Although these houses did not have courtyards, they are very simple. Most of them have thatched roofs, but they are arranged neatly. There are many houses, perhaps thousands, and the number continues to increase. In this suspected large settlement, many people are nervously collecting supplies for the winter. The crew led by Yu Yi are also here. Some crew members, women and half-year-old children are harvesting corn planted on the hillside. It is grown from the reserved grain carried on the sailboat of Yu Yi. The corn broken off is put into the vines. The remaining corn stalks are then harvested and returned to the camp for storage and used as winter fuel or livestock feed. The dedicated corral in the camp houses some captured wild Argali sheep, unknown deer, and even a dozen blue-gray-haired wild donkeys, which are mainly used to pull carts. The car was built by the craftsmen who accompanied the ship. The technology of building adobe houses was also brought by Yui. Farming and breeding are all things brought from the Han tribe. There are miniatures of the Han tribe everywhere here, but living here, these people are called survivors by Yui. These are all tribes that have been attacked by cannibals. Some of them were captured, and some escaped. They are all the remnants of the original tribe, so they are called the survivors. Some of them were even rescued from the cannibal team by Yu Yi and others, or after being discovered by Yu Yi, they were uniformly placed here. In more than half a year, 4,000 to 5,000 people were rescued, even abducted. And it continues to increase. In the afternoon, the men came back either carrying the prey they had caught or carrying a bundle of firewood on branches. In short, no one came back empty-handed. These people carry longbows on their backs, spears in their hands, and stone axes in their waists. Each of them is also equipped with 4 or 5 arrows. All of them are armed. They go out to hunt and chop firewood every day, and they also carry out patrols. But compared to their previous life now is much better. With the help of the Han tribe, they learned many new skills. Archery is just one of them. The most important thing is that they learn to set traps, which can help them saves a lot of hunting time. Sometimes if a hunting team of cannibals is discovered, Yi will call in people to rescue them. Every one of them has a bow and arrow. Coupled with the advantage of sneak attacks and large numbers of people, they can always win when encountering a small hunting team. Otherwise, we would not have taken in so many refugees in just half a year. After the men came back with the prey, special people were responsible for butchering it. They used the iron knives brought by Yui and others. The iron tools here are too scarce. Most of them are personal equipment brought by the crew themselves, and the iron pots are also used. There are only 2 of them, which are always used by Yui and the others. Fortunately, the versatile crew taught these people how to make pottery, and thousands of people were able to use pots and pans. Salt is also available here. It is a salt pond that Yui found in another place. It is actually a saline alkali land with some water. You can get some salty soil and filter it yourself and evaporate it. The yield is not large, but it can maintain the daily consumption of the camp. Even the elderly and children are not idle. They plant or collect wild hemp, rattan and other things, then retting the hemp, taking the skin and twisting it into ropes, bow strings, or weaving nets, which can be used to make the traps used to catch prey can also be used to catch live prey. This is how the wild sheep and donkeys in the camp came. Rattan and the like are used to make baskets or chicken coops. There are no looms here, and the carpenter on board the ship doesn't know how to make such things, so there are no sacks here, and baskets are basically the only way to carry things. Chickens are also captured pheasants, mainly to collect some feathers for making arrows. The resources here are not as abundant as those of the Han tribe, so making arrows is quite troublesome. Most of the arrows used are ground from animal bones. The camp was busy until dark. A lot of bonfires were lit, and smoke was rising from every house. The only catch in the camp also came back. Everyone cheered and hurriedly carried the basket to greet it. It must be a boat full of fish. This ship is still under the personal command of Yui. He goes out fishing every day and looks for any similar survivors. He goes out for several days and every time he comes back, he either brings some strangers or is full of people. A boatload of fish caught. Of course, reconnaissance at the cannibals' base camp is also one of their tasks. After all, there is no reason for Yui to gather so many survivors. The reason why he can successfully lure so many people here is that he agrees to help them rescue the tribesmen and protect them by the way. These remnants, this is one of the goals of the Han tribe anyway, so it doesn't matter if they agree, as long as these people can be brought back to the Han tribe in the future. This time was no exception. Yui directed the crew to approach the simple pier. A dozen surviving clan leaders immediately led their men up. They began to unload the fish below and replaced new fishing nets. Several surviving clan leaders also found that they were following the clansmen who went out together, didn't come back, so he immediately started asking nervously. Zhang Yu, where are the children we went out with? Why didn't they come back? Chief Yu, have you encountered those alien tribes that cannibalize people again? Yui looked a little tired and went to the shore holding a torch and said to several clan leaders surrounding him. No, clan leaders, don't worry, they are all fine. We just found the remnants of a small tribe of more than 200 people outside. The sailboat cannot bring them back at once, so I left some people and food there to watch. We will go out soon after unloading all the fish on the boat, and it will take 3 or 4 trips to get everyone back. Clan leaders, don't slack off. It's better to build more houses while it hasn't snowed yet, otherwise winter it will freeze to death. So that's how it is, that's good, it's okay. It's fine, Commander Yu, you have worked really hard. How many more houses need to be prepared? There are still dozens of empty houses, which should be enough. The number of people has increased again, so we need to save more food. If not, I will lead people to get the bison herd back tomorrow. The hunting team has been watching it for several days. Then we will bring more people there. A group of clan leaders said in a noisy manner again. Let's prepare more houses. There will always be more and more of our people in the future, so prepare more and be prepared. You just have to make arrangements for hunting. Ask the hunting team to be careful and avoid big losses. It is not easy for everyone to survive. Yui immediately assigned tasks to them. This is the current management of this camp. Although the founder of the settlement is Yui of the Han tribe, and it is nominally the frontline counterattack base camp organized by the Han tribe, Yui cannot manage all the daily affairs after all, so he puts aside the daily work of managing the camp. It was divided among the heads of these surviving clans, and they were willing to do these things. Yui was happy and relaxed, and he still drove the boat around every day. The rest will be refreshed tomorrow morning. Of course, reconnaissance at the cannibals' base camp is also one of their tasks. After all, there is no reason for Yu Yi to gather so many survivors. The reason why he can successfully lure so many people here is that he agrees to help them rescue the tribesmen and protect them by the way. These remnants, this is one of the goals of the Han tribe anyway, so it doesn't matter if they agree, as long as these people can be brought back to the Han tribe in the future. This time was no exception. Yui directed the crew to approach the simple pier. A dozen surviving clan leaders immediately led their men up. They began to unload the fish below and replaced new fishing nets. Several surviving clan leaders also found that they were following the clansmen who went out together, didn't come back, so he immediately started asking nervously. Zhang Yu, where are the children we went out with? Why didn't they come back? Zhang Yu, have you encountered those alien tribes that cannibalize people again? Yui looked a little tired and went to the shore holding a torch and said to several clan leaders surrounding him. 78 Chinese geniuses, no, clan leaders, don't worry, they are all fine. We just found the remnants of a small tribe of more than 200 people outside. The sailboat cannot bring them back at once, so I left some people and food there to watch. We will go out soon after unloading all the fish on the boat, and it will take 3 or 4 trips to get everyone back. Clan leaders, don't slack off. It's better to build more houses while it hasn't snowed yet, otherwise winter it will freeze to death. So that's how it is, that's good, it's okay. It's fine, Commander Yu, you have worked really hard. How many more houses need to be prepared? There are still dozens of empty houses, which should be enough. The number of people has increased again, so we need to save more food. If that doesn't work, I will take people to get the bison herd back tomorrow. The hunting team has been watching it for several days. Then we will bring more people there. A group of clan leaders said in a noisy manner again. Let's prepare more houses. There will always be more and more of us in the future, so prepare more and be prepared. You just have to make arrangements for hunting. Ask the hunting team to be careful and avoid big losses. It is not easy for everyone to survive. Yui immediately assigned tasks to them. This is the current management of this camp. Although the founder of the settlement is Yu Yi of the Han tribe, and it is nominally the frontline counterattack base camp organized by the Han tribe, Yu Yi cannot manage all the daily affairs after all, so he puts aside the daily work of managing the camp. It was divided among the heads of these surviving clans, and they were willing to do these things. Yui was happy and relaxed, and he still drove the boat around every day. Of course, reconnaissance at the cannibals' base camp is also one of their tasks. After all, there is no reason for Yu Yi to gather so many survivors. The reason why he can successfully lure so many people here is that he agrees to help them rescue the tribesmen and protect them by the way. These remnants, this is one of the goals of the Han tribe anyway, so it doesn't matter if they agree, as long as these people can be brought back to the Han tribe in the future. This time was no exception. Yui directed the crew to approach the simple pier. A dozen surviving clan leaders immediately led their men up. They began to unload the fish below and replaced new fishing nets. Several surviving clan leaders also found that they were following the clansmen who went out together, did not come back, so he immediately started asking nervously. Zhang Yu, where are the children we went out with? Why didn't they come back? Zhang Yu, have you encountered those alien tribes that cannibalize people again? Yui looked a little tired and went to the shore holding a torch and said to several clan leaders surrounding him. No, clan leaders, don't worry, they are all fine. We just found the remnants of a small tribe of more than 200 people outside. The sailboat cannot bring them back at once, so I left some people and food there to watch. We will go out soon after unloading all the fish on the boat, and it will take 3 or 4 trips to get everyone back. Clan leaders, don't slack off. It's better to build more houses while it hasn't snowed yet, otherwise it will freeze to death. So that's how it is, that's good, it's okay. It's fine, Commander you have worked really hard. How many more houses need to be prepared? There are still dozens of empty houses, which should be enough. The number of people has increased again, so we need to save more food. If that doesn't work, I will take people to get the bison herd back tomorrow. The hunting team has been watching it for several days. Then we will bring more people there. Of course, reconnaissance at the cannibals' base camp is also one of their tasks. After all, there is no reason for Yu Yi to gather so many survivors. The reason why he can successfully lure so many people here is that he agrees to help them rescue the tribesmen and protect them by the way. These remnants, this is one of the goals of the Han tribe anyway, so it doesn't matter if they agree, as long as these people can be brought back to the Han tribe in the future. This time was no exception. Yui directed the crew to approach the simple pier. A dozen surviving clan leaders immediately led their men up. They began to unload the fish below and replaced new fishing nets. Several surviving clan leaders also found that they were following the clansmen who went out together, didn't come back, so he immediately started asking nervously. Zhang Yu, where are the children we went out with? Why didn't they come back? Chief Yu, have you encountered those alien tribes that cannibalize people again? Yui looked a little tired and went to the shore holding a torch and said to several clan leaders surrounding him. No, clan leaders, don't worry, they are all fine. We just found the remnants of a small tribe of more than 200 people outside. The sailboat cannot bring them back at once, so I left some people and food there to watch. We will go out soon after unloading all the fish on the boat, and it will take 3 or 4 trips to get everyone back. Clan leaders, don't slack off. It's better to build more houses while it hasn't snowed yet, otherwise it will freeze to death. So that's how it is, that's good, it's okay. It's fine, Commander you have worked really hard. How many more houses need to be prepared? There are still dozens of empty houses, which should be enough. Countless reeds grow around the salt marshes in the Alpine mountains. Perhaps only humble and strong creatures like reeds can grow tenaciously in such harsh saline alkali lands. Hidden among the reeds are large and small salt ponds, which look like small puddles. Although the surrounding tidal flats are muddy, they are covered with white salt frost. At this time, there are about 300 cannibals. The totem warriors were watching over their newly captured slaves and collecting the salt and frost that naturally formed here. On the other side of the reed swamp, there were dozens of warriors wearing animal skins watching them quietly, and more large troops were hidden in the periphery. This was a plan personally planned by Yui and the leader of the surviving clan who was in charge of hunting. A rescue and annihilation operation. More than 800 people versus 300 people, it was quite a battle. The leader of the surviving clan who is in charge of hunting obviously knows how to hunt, but when it comes to real battles between similar species, of course Yui is more experienced. After all, he is also considered a veteran of the Han tribe. He joined the Han tribe at the time. After the Tree tribe and the Black Rat tribe, I had witnessed the battles between the Han tribe and several invading cannibals. Well, he hasn't participated in it either, but he has seen it at least. Especially regarding the formation use of weapons such as bows and arrows, Yui obviously had more say, so the battle plan was settled based on Yui's tactics. The 800-person hunting team was divided into 2 parts. The 200 without bows and arrows all used melee weapons such as spears, stone axes, and shields. Of course, their purpose was not to rush forward and fight the enemy hand-to-hand, but as the bait attracts the enemy's attention and draws most of the enemies away to the designated attack position. The longbow group then covers it with long-range firepower, using superior firepower to take away the enemies in one wave and try to avoid short-handled handover battles. Occur to avoid unnecessary losses to one's own side. There is actually another reason for making such a decision, and that is that the current position of the cannibal totem warriors is a bit troublesome. They are standing with the prisoners. If they suddenly launch a covering attack with bows and arrows at this time, it is estimated that the enemy will not be killed. At some point, half of the prisoners controlled by the enemy would die in the rain of arrows, which would go against their original intention of saving people. Therefore, they must first lure the enemy away, temporarily separate them and the prisoners into two places, and then concentrate their superior forces to annihilate them. Riding a tiger out of the mountain and luring a snake out of its hole is obviously a technical job. If there are fewer people, if you get 50 or 60 people, the other party may not like it at all, so just sending out 100 or 80 people is enough to deal with it. Revealing all the people at once will only scare the enemy. At that time, they will either run away directly or simply stick together to defend. This is contrary to Yuye's tactical purpose. 200 people is just right. The apparent strength of 200 people will make the other party's 300 people feel oppressed. If the other party does not want to suffer too much losses, it is necessary to allocate an equal number of troops to deal with them. This can be achieved with this effect. Yu is already very satisfied. If the enemy's 200 main force can be killed in one round, then the remaining 100 people will face our own superior force of 800, plus the prisoners who are likely to riot. By then, more than 1,000 people will not easily beat them to death. The leader of the surviving clan, who was in charge of hunting, was also very optimistic about Yu's plan. He agreed directly after hearing what he said once, and asked himself to lead the bait for the 200 people. He liked weapons like bows and arrows, but when it came to how to use a crossbow, he really doesn't understand how to fight with his hands. 200 people have quietly arrived behind the cannibal totem warriors. Their straw sandals are soft and silent when they step on the muddy beach. No animal can run fast in such terrain, and humans are no exception, but it is very suitable for sneak attacks. Because the surrounding reeds are very high, they can effectively provide cover. Even if there are 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers hiding in this reed swamp, they will probably be able to hide perfectly, let alone only a few hundred of them. They chose to take advantage of the first move and launch a sneak attack, hoping to reduce the enemy's number by more than 50 after the first round of sneak attacks, so that they would be able to fight more easily in the future. The sound of flying stones and spears suddenly sounded from the reeds behind the cannibal totem warriors, and the next moment there was a scream. First release, domain name, please remember. The unsuspecting white devils were attacked from behind. Some of them were hit by flying stones, or were completely pierced by spears. The unlucky ones were even hit directly on the head with flying stones. Such a dense crowd. Here, there are always two lucky ones who are either knocked unconscious on the spot, or they are shot to death on the spot. However, the combat prowess of the cannibal white devils is not bluffing. They have grown up in constant battles. The moment they were attacked, they determined the enemy's position. Behind them. Then these people picked up their weapons and started to line up without any panic, as if this was not the first time. Some people did not participate in the battle here, but stared at the prisoners around them vigilantly, shouting from time to time. Two unintelligible screams told them to be honest. The Han tribe camp that had successfully launched a sneak attack did not continue to hold on. Their purpose was to lure the tiger away from the mountain and lure the snake out of its hole. If they did not show up, how could they lure the enemy away? As a result, the 200 people who had just completed the sneak attack rushed out with shouts. Even in order to make it easier for the enemy to nod their heads, they were divided into many teams, a group of 50 people, divided into 4 teams, let enemies judge their numbers at a glance. Then they did not rush forward blankly, but continued to attack with flying rocks or throwing spears and stone axes. They also threw a round of projectile weapons into the opponent's crowd. The cannibal white devils also began to counterattack defensively. First, they blocked the wave with a rattan shield. When they saw that there were only 200 enemies who suddenly appeared, and there was no movement in the reeds behind them, the leader made an instant judgment that they would pursue them. And most of the people have to be sent to chase. These are just a group of rookies who have never fought before. Judging from their timid appearance, they only know how to stand in the distance, with rocks, and throw them around. This kind of attack can hit people. There are only a few that can be injured. The opponent is obviously a mob. As long as we send out superior forces to make such an impact, this group of people will become their prisoners. Then a dramatic scene appeared. 70 or 80 people were left on the cannibal side to guard the prisoners. The remaining nearly 200 people, including the slightly wounded who were just born in the sneak attack, all pursued them one after another. Go up. The prisoners were all tied into strings, with ropes. In addition, they did not have suitable weapons in their hands. Faced with the spears in the hands of the white devils and their ferocious dressing, they did not dare to resist for a while, and they also saw that this time the number of people who came to attack the white devils was not very large. They might be defeated soon, and there was not much hope of being able to save them. The pursuit battle on the other side started quickly. In such a muddy field, neither side could run fast, so they had to exchange fire and chase at the same time. The Han tribe camp in front threw a bunch of stones from time to time, but the stones they carried were almost used up. Stone axes are not easy to make, so they should not be thrown around. At the end of the team, there was someone in charge of the rear who was carrying a shield. They are also crudely made simple shields. Some are made of rattan, and some are directly it is made of a row of wooden sticks of varying lengths arranged and tied together. Although the carpenters in the camp are capable of making wooden boards, the hand-sawed wooden boards are not enough for other purposes. How can they be used to make shields? These simple, the weapons are also made by the warriors themselves according to the methods provided by Yu Yi. Dang rocks hit the wooden board, but few people were hurt. The cannibals also had spears, but in this kind of pursuit, spears were the most useless weapons because of the effective range of this thing. It's not far away, and the Han tribe camp in front is protected by shields. It's crazy if they can kill people. However, during the pursuit, some people were still injured, some were hit by stones, and some were hit by stone axes. This can only be blamed on their bad luck. Fortunately, there were not many injured people, and they were not injured on the legs, so they can still run and don't fall behind for the time being. But the cannibal white devils who were chasing after them felt something was wrong. What was the origin of this group of people? They made a sneak attack and then kept running away? Could it be that they wanted to lure people like themselves away and then send another wave of people to rescue that wave of prisoners? It seems possible. The leader of the team was about to give an order to stop the pursuit on the spot, but just when they reached a small muddy pond, the 200 Han tribesmen running in front suddenly stopped. They stopped running, and then lined up and turned around. He raised his weapon and faced them head-on, as if he planned to fight them to the death in this muddy place. However, the leader of the team obviously thought that things were not that simple. The guy quickly swept through the dense reeds on three sides of the mudflat, alerting that more enemies would suddenly rush out of it. But no, the 200 people in front of them seemed to be real noobs. They didn't know any tactics such as sneak attack, seduction, and ambush. There was no one around in such a good ambush location. Are they fools? Since you want to fight to the death here, then come and use the combat experience of the cannibal totem warriors and the fearless fighting style to deal with these rookies in front of you. It will definitely be a wave of impact. Win. The little leader of the cannibal tribe raised his arm high, and when he was about to wave it down and issue an attack command, the leader of the Han tribe camp on the opposite side spoke first. You Qingshu, they are coming, shoot the arrow quickly. The leader of the cannibals was stunned after hearing this, but because of the language barrier, he didn't know what the other side was shouting just now. He just looked at them curiously. Why did the two leaders behind him finish shouting? How about 100 people standing still? No, that's right, why don't they move? Could it be that what the man just shouted was not an order? This is impossible, there must be something wrong somewhere. Was he shouting to someone else? The little leader of the cannibals looked around the reed swamps on three sides again with vigilance, but there was still no movement around him. But just when he relaxed his vigilance a little, he suddenly felt something flying in groups in the sky. It sounded like insects or a flock of birds, but the birds probably didn't fly that fast. He raised his head and looked at the sky around him. The next moment, 600 feather arrows suddenly appeared in his field of vision, sliding high parabolas from all directions and shooting towards them from above their heads. Knowing the range advantage of the longbow, and to avoid being too close to be alerted by the enemy, Yi ordered the people to be ambushed further around, and all members used projectiles to carry out ceiling attacks. Hearing the news from the leader of the decoy group, after sending the signal, the longbow team immediately launched a wave of neat projectiles. Change it later But no, the 200 people in front of them seemed to be real noobs. They didn't know any tactics such as sneak attack, seduction, and ambush. There was no one around in such a good ambush location. Are they fools? 78 is the fastest updated 0.80 omega.c delta. Since you want to fight to the death here, then come and use the combat experience of the cannibal totem warriors and the fearless fighting style to deal with these rookies in front of you. It will definitely be a wave of impact. Win. The little leader of the cannibal tribe raised his arm high, and when he was about to wave it down and issue an attack command, the leader of the Han tribe camp on the opposite side spoke first. You Qingshu, they are coming, shoot the arrow quickly. The leader of the cannibals was stunned after hearing this, but because of the language barrier, he didn't know what the other side was shouting just now. He just looked at them curiously. Why did the two leaders behind him finish shouting? How about 100 people standing still? No, that's right, why don't they move? Could it be that what the man just shouted was not an order? This is impossible, there must be something wrong somewhere. Was he shouting to someone else? The little leader of the cannibals looked around the reed swamps on three sides again with vigilance, but there was still no movement around him. But just when he relaxed his vigilance a little, he suddenly felt something flying in groups in the sky. It sounded like insects or a flock of birds, but the birds probably didn't fly that fast. He raised his head and looked at the sky around him. The next moment, 600 feather arrows suddenly appeared in his field of vision, sliding high parabolas from all directions and shooting towards them from above their heads. Knowing the range advantage of the longbow, and to avoid being too close to be alerted by the enemy, Yi ordered the people to be ambushed in a nearby place, and all members used projectiles to carry out ceiling attacks. Hearing the news from the leader of the bait group, after sending the signal, the longbow team immediately launched a wave of neat projectiles. Yi had already led 600 archers to appear around the battlefield at this time. Without him giving any orders, another group of 200 soldiers responsible for the task of luring them rushed forward with a roar, beating the enemies who were not dead yet. Last hit. The sound of spears piercing flesh could be heard everywhere, and all the cannibal totem warriors who had not yet breathed their last breath were quickly killed. Everyone immediately began to clean the battlefield, and the archers picked up their own arrows to replenish their ammunition. The advantage of feather arrows is that they can be reused, which is an advantage that gunpowder bullets cannot compare with. The Han tribe hunting team members, who had taken a break, were ready to go and went back quietly again. At this time, there were only a few dozen totem warriors left in the temporary camp of the cannibals, and there were hundreds of captives being watched there. Coupled with the 800 people on our side, victory is almost a certainty. The soldiers were very excited. In the battle just now, no one on their side was sacrificed. Only a few soldiers who served as baits were slightly injured in the pursuit, but they killed more than 200 people on the other side. This is undoubtedly very huge. The result of the battle, at least in their eyes, was a huge victory. The cannibal totem warriors who were waiting in the camp began to panic. Their companions had not returned after such a long absence. Just now, they could still hear some fighting sounds, running sounds, and many people screaming, but there was no sound, and there was deathly silence all around, leaving only the rustling sound of the reeds blown by the bleak autumn wind. Could it be that the enemy deliberately lured them away? And the real purpose is people like myself? Or is it to rescue those prisoners? The totem warriors who were left behind began to think wildly, and the captives who were tied up in strings also realized that something was wrong. They also began to whisper to each other in a low voice, and were ready to move, as if they were always ready to explode and rebound. Seeing this, the totem warriors of the cannibals became even more panicked and began to talk one after another. They seemed to be ready to abandon these prisoners and run away at any time. They became more and more vigilant. Any disturbance in the surroundings could scare them away. Terrified and nervous. At this moment, the sound of the surrounding reeds became louder, and the sound was everywhere, as if thousands of people were surrounding them from all directions. By this time, no one doubted anything anymore. They were already very sure that the 200 companions had been deliberately lured out, and more enemies seemed to be hiding around them. They began to move closer slowly, holding up the few shields and scanning the surrounding reed swamps vigilantly. However, what they never expected was that this action just met the tactical needs of Yui. Fire arrows! Suddenly a shout came from the reeds in front, frightening the remaining dozens of cannibal totem warriors. However, before they could make any move, the next second, whoosh whoosh whooshed. The sound of arrows breaking through the air sounded in the surrounding area. Dense arrows flew out of the reeds like poisonous snakes spitting messages, and flew quickly towards the target ahead. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the gathered enemy camp. Many people died in the first round of arrow rain. Hit by an arrow and fell to the ground. Then there was a new round of arrow rain, and then another round of arrow rain. Each wave was a neat volley of 600 arrows. It was impossible to guard against the arrows coming from all directions, because there were so many. There are arrows flying from almost every direction. The captives who were tied in a row were squatting aside and looking dumbfounded. They had never seen this kind of fighting method before. They didn't even see the shadow of their opponents. The enemies here fell in pieces. In the past, those white devils who beat and scolded them and killed them at will were easily killed. After the 4 rounds of arrow rain ended, almost no one was still standing on the ground intact. At this time another voice came out from the reeds, and then more voices. The shouts of dozens, hundreds, and thousands of people came from all directions. "Come at me and kill them." There was a roaring sound, and the surrounding reeds swayed crazily. The next moment, about 800 people rushed out of the reeds together. Except for the warriors holding longbows who were on guard outside, the other warriors all rushed in. He passed by, but the prisoner squatting next to him didn't dare to move at this time. This group of people who dared to kill even the white devils at will seemed even more ferocious. They killed people without blinking an eye. They were also afraid of entering the tiger's den after emerging from the wolf's den. The sound of last-minute strikes was heard nearby, and blood kept splattering. It was brutal and bloody. This was a one-sided massacre. It seemed that as long as the giant ape did not appear, the Han tribe would always be invincible. As far as this era is concerned, bows and arrows are indeed real weapons of war, especially when the number of archers reaches a certain level and the opponent does not have decent armor. Basically anyone who encounters such a formation will be the only outcome is to be massacred. The prisoners were in panic. They didn't know whether the larger group of strangers in front of them were friends or foes, whether they were here to save them or to rob them, the prisoners. However, the next moment, while others were still cleaning the battlefield, Yui had already led a group of people over and personally loosened the ropes for them. A man in his 20s or 30s walked over cautiously. Judging from his attire, Yu Yi was the leader of the group. He stretched out his hands and gestured while talking. "Are you here to save us? What do you want to do with us?" Yui couldn't understand what he was saying at all, but directly handed the dried meat and dry food he brought with him into his hands, then sat cross-legged on the overturned reeds, took out the water bag and started drinking. Water. Being able to share such good food with him is a sign that the other party is taking the initiative to show goodwill, and he is definitely not a bad person. The man's nervous mood relaxed a little. As soon as he relaxed, his stomach began to growl, and then he felt embarrassed. He scratched his messy hair and began to eat the food handed over by Yu Yi. During the period when they were captured by the cannibal white devils, in order to reduce their resistance, the white devils would not feed them at all, let alone prepare food specifically for them. If they are slow or disobedient, they will be killed directly for others to eat. On the one hand, it is to reduce the burden and abandon the old, weak, sick and disabled. On the other hand, it is to assimilate these captives, let them live a life of cannibalism, and integrate these people into their own tribe as soon as possible. While the prisoners were afraid, in order to continue to live, they had to bite the bullet and eat their own companions, and they did not dare to be lazy when traveling, because the result of being lazy was to become the next meal. This kind of a cruel elimination method has almost broken their spirits. They dare not eat, because if they don't eat food, they will lose strength. If they don't have strength, they will fall behind, and then they will be killed and made into food. This is also the reason why so many of them were willing to be detained by 300 people, but did not dare to resist. First, they were not full and had no strength to resist. Second, they were simply afraid of being forced by them. It had been a long time since he had eaten normal food. The man almost choked to death while eating the corn tortillas and bacon jerky in his hands. Upon seeing this, Yuno immediately handed over the kettle and told him to eat slowly. At this time, the leader of the surviving clan, who had just finished cleaning the battlefield, came over and asked Yui. "Yu Zhongshi, what should we do now? How should we deal with these people?" Yui looked back at the hundreds of newly rescued prisoners around him, then turned around and explained. "First you go and take the soldiers to clean up the battlefield where we were just now, and take back all the animal skins from those white devils. We have increased our number of people all of a sudden, and the demand for animal skins is very high. Those animal skins have seams you can still make clothes from mending, don't waste it, otherwise this winter will be difficult." "Yes, I will take someone to do it right away." The leader of the surviving clan was very convinced of Yu Yi after this battle. He led them to win such a big victory with just a casual arrangement. His side had almost no losses. Except for the loss of some arrows, all 800 people were killed. There were only a few minor injuries, which they had never dared to think about in previous battles with cannibals. Otherwise, they would not have been scattered by the cannibals and become displaced survivors. "Follow us. We have many people, are safe, have clothes and food, and can let you survive this winter. Let's fight side by side. You don't have to be afraid of them anymore." Arrangements were made for cleaning the battlefield and collecting supplies. Yi immediately turned around and tricked their group of captives into joining his camp. After understanding what Yu Yi meant, the prisoners agreed without much hesitation, because as Yu Yi said, apart from their lives, they had nothing else and no adequate food at all. and a safe shelter to sustain them through the long winter. If I were to move and escape with my people at this time, most of them would be dead before my group could get far. So Yui immediately called on his soldiers to take the prisoners back to their own camp, then set up a pottery jar to light a fire to cook, and cooked some beef polenta to restore their health, and then waited until the other half who went to skin the beasts returned, and began to discuss the follow-up evacuation plan. Hundreds of bison were obtained during this hunting operation. It is impossible to carry them back on human backs, so they can only be transported by boat. Even so, the meat of hundreds of bison cannot be taken away in one trip. Loading these beef, there is no room on the ship for people. As a result, the entire team stayed in place. More than 800 hunting team soldiers will walk back to the base camp in the river valley with the nearly 600 refugees they just rescued. By then, it is estimated that new houses will have been built. Alright. This is the advantage of an adobe house. The production process is simple, the structure is sturdy and durable, and with a large number of people, the construction speed is extremely fast. As long as the house is slightly dry, people can live in it directly. If it is really not dry, you can still build it in the house. A Kong is burned inside to artificially dissipate moisture, so that the house can reach usage standards as soon as possible. The divided beef, hides, horns, and other items, as well as the animal skins seized from the cannibals, were all loaded onto sailing ships in batches and quickly transported away. The newly joined refugees, in order to prevent themselves from becoming freeloaders, naturally helped a lot when working. Women and children stayed in the camp to help boil salt, while the men went to the river to help carry supplies. When I saw the large sailing ship marked with the flag of the Han tribe, I was immediately shocked and muttered, "No wonder these people fought so hard." It turned out that they could build such a magical and powerful means of transportation. As a result, these refugees became more determined to continue living with Yui. As long as they followed the tribe in front of them closely, even if they really couldn't defeat the cannibals, they would still be able to lead them to escape quickly. I'll revise the rest later. It's a little bit off. So Yui immediately called on his soldiers to take the prisoners back to their own camp, then set up a pottery jar to light a fire to cook, and cooked some beef polenta to restore their health, and then waited until the other half who went to skin the beasts returned, and began to discuss the follow-up evacuation plan. Hundreds of bison were obtained during this hunting operation. It is impossible to carry them back on human backs, so they can only be transported by boat. Even so, the meat of hundreds of bison cannot be taken away in one trip. Loading these beef, there is no room on the ship for people. As a result, the entire team stayed in place. More than 800 hunting team soldiers will walk back to the base camp in the river valley with the nearly 600 refugees they just rescued. By then, it is estimated that new houses will have been built. Alright. First release, domain name, please remember. This is the advantage of an adobe house. The production process is simple, the structure is sturdy and durable, and with a large number of people, the construction speed is extremely fast. As long as the house is slightly dry, people can live in it directly. If it is really not dry, you can still build it in the house. A Kong is burned inside to artificially dissipate moisture, so that the house can reach usage standards as soon as possible. The divided beef, hides, horns, and other items, as well as the animal skins seized from the cannibals, were all loaded onto sailing ships in batches and quickly transported away. Chiba Chinese is updated the fastest PC version. The newly joined refugees, in order not to let themselves become freeloaders, naturally helped a lot when working. Women and children stayed in the camp to help boil salt, while the men went to the river to help carry supplies. When I saw the large sailing ship marked with the flag of the Han tribe, I was immediately shocked and muttered, "No wonder these people fought so hard." It turned out that they could build such a magical and powerful means of transportation. As a result, these refugees became more determined to continue living with Yui. As long as they followed the tribe in front of them closely, even if they really couldn't defeat the cannibals, they would still be able to lead them to escape quickly. Luo Chong quickly received Yuye's letter. He was really surprised when he saw the front part, but then started to hesitate again when he saw the back part. He is not opposed to Yuye establishing a temporary base outside, but temporary is temporary after all. Sooner or later, they will all move back to the Han tribe. The location of the temporary base is too far from the Han tribe and is not suitable for long-term operations. The current Han tribe, we still don't have the ability to put our control power so far away, and the land around us can't be developed yet, so why go so far away? Since it is temporary, there is no long-term investment value. Even if the materials are sent there now, they will have to be shipped back soon, which is a waste of manpower and material resources. However, you still have to give. Luo Chong did not expect that he could get such a large population there. The Han tribe has developed so far that it can be said that the resources are sufficient. Even if he had it, he would not be able to develop other things, such as oil. The gadgets are useless, and I can't draw them out. But the population resources, no amount of Luo Chong is too much. In the low production era without power machinery, population is the primary productive force. Without enough population, nothing can be done, so since this temporary base can still play a role, the role of plundering the population cannot be easily discarded. Seeds, no problem, just a little grain. The Han tribe didn't care and could afford it. Considering the geographical climate and environment of the temporary camp, Luo Chong gave more corn and less rice. Since it was a river valley, it must be there are places where rice can be grown, but corn yields more and is more adaptable. It is safer to have more corn. Luo Chong also distributed some other beans and vegetable seeds so that they could be self-sufficient for the time being. Farming tools are easy to deal with. The Han tribe now has steel, and there is too much to use. If there are no ready-made farm tools, just give them iron directly. Then we can send some craftsmen and tools and make them on site when they arrive at the place. However, livestock cannot be given. Long-distance transportation of cattle and horses is inherently difficult. Besides, the Han tribe's livestock that have been domesticated enough to cultivate the land are not very wealthy. If there are more, Luo Chong would like to cultivate a few more acres in the Han tribe's territory. The fertile fields. There was no shortage of people to eat. They made pottery bowls themselves, but iron pots were in great need. The Han tribe also had hundreds of pots, and Luo Chong agreed. Another large quantity of supplies is cloth. They are short of clothes. Winter is coming soon. Wearing animal skins is okay at this time, but when spring comes next year, most people will have no choice but to go naked. However, most of the cloth of the Han tribe was exported to the grasslands and Bamboo Island. It was not realistic to mobilize so much cloth now. It was okay to give some of them, and then give them a few looms and cotton and linen seeds, and let them make their own go weave. You can't rely on the Han tribe for everything. The last item is to ask Luo Chong for someone, and this is where Yu Yi is more likely to get into trouble. Although Yu Yi is temporarily in charge of all the affairs of the temporary camp, he actually doesn't care about anything. He still goes out and wanders around every day. All the affairs in the camp are assigned to the surviving clan leaders. This will definitely not work. It is not conducive to the control of the Han tribes over them. Yui himself knew this, so he asked Luo Chong for people, craftsmen, teachers, and even officials, to help manage the specific affairs of the temporary camp. In this way, Yui can feel at ease when he goes out. Luo Chong can also take this opportunity to place his own people. Luo Chong can also feel relieved. Both parties have tacitly finalized the matter. After the list of supplies was made, Luo Chong immediately asked people to prepare it. As for the people who were going to go there this time, they were recommended by the officials below. It was impossible for Luo Chong to know everyone in the Han tribe. Anyway, as long as there was one of his confidants, well, for example, the people of Jinwu Guard. Jinwei developed very quickly in the hands of Yu Ji. Of course, this was also inseparable from Luo Chong's help and guidance. For example, he took in the orphans who had recently joined the tribe and then trained them intensively. This was a stable source of members. There were actually very many savages who joined the Han tribe, or orphans from small tribes, because when they lived by hunting and gathering before, it was so normal for people to die, and there were as many orphans as there were. Now these people have spread all over the Han tribe, including craftsmen of various professions, students and teachers in schools, soldiers in the army, sailors in the fleet, vendors on the streets, and even herdsmen on the grasslands. Some outside personnel were developed by Jinwei, and a huge intelligence network was initially formed. Some peripheral members don't even know what organization they belong to, such as some herdsmen on the grasslands. They only know that people from the Han tribe pay them to get information. Since they have money, of course they can say anything. But they actually don't know where the information was sold or to whom. In addition to having a list of Jinwu guards with Yu Ji, there is also a list with Luo Chong himself. After Luo Chong has selected the people he needs, he can just have someone notify them one by one. After selecting the materials and personnel, the fleet used for transportation must also be prepared in advance. Moreover, once these ships pass by, they will not come back within a short time. The crew members must also stay there to facilitate the travel. Action, so that with stronger mobility, he can do more things in the future. As for the problem of not knowing the road, this is easy to solve. Yui has already given good advice. The fleet transporting materials and personnel only needs to go directly north from the Ruyang River to the Sancha River mouth, where you have been. He will also send the boat he is responsible for, and the two parties will meet at the mouth of the Sancha River, and then Yu Yi will lead them there. This time, a total of 5 early model ketch boats and a new 3-masted building ship were dispatched, which were mainly used to house the accompanying personnel. According to the information provided by Yui, the waterway they chose can fully accommodate the 3-masted sailing ship. The sailing ship also asked Luo Chong to tell the personnel dispatched this time that they should not worry about safety issues. It was already a week after Luo Chong received the letter from arranging all this matter until the materials and personnel were shipped out. During this week, the Han tribe not only completed the delivery of supplies, but the woodworking workshop in Hanyang City also made a model of the artillery that Luo Chong wanted, along with a set of wooden models of the same scale using iron molds. Even the mold can be cast easily. Luo Chong was naturally overjoyed after getting these models, and hurriedly took the things to Xing'an County in person, where he wanted to personally preside over the cannon casting process and technology. However, just as he was happily directing his workers to make iron molds for cannon casting, an urgent letter marked top secret was delivered to Luo Chong. The letter was sent by Yu Ji, and the content came from Jinwei's own intelligence channels. It contained a series of matters related to the arrest of Niu Wei, the elder of the Xian tribe. This incident was undoubtedly a bombshell for the Han tribe and Luo Chong, disrupting Luo Chong's original plan. Just when he was still thinking about what to do, another letter was delivered to Luo Chong the next day. This time it was from Beastia in Judao. The content of the letter made Luo Chong even more deeply. He frowned deeply because it actually said that the Xian tribe strictly ordered the mission not to promote the use of currency on Judao. The rest will be modified later. Some peripheral members don't even know what organization they belong to, such as some herdsmen on the grasslands. They only know that people from the Han tribe pay them to get information. Since they have money, of course they can say anything. But they actually don't know where the information was sold or to whom. In addition to having a list of Jinwu guards with Yu Ji, there is also a list with Luo Chong himself. After Luo Chong has selected the people he needs, he can just have someone notify them one by one. After selecting the materials and personnel, the fleet used for transportation must also be prepared in advance. Moreover, once these ships pass by, they will not come back within a short time. The crew members must also stay there to facilitate the travel. Action, so that with stronger mobility, he can do more things in the future. As for the problem of not knowing the road, this is easy to solve. Yui has already given good advice. The fleet transporting materials and personnel only needs to go directly north from the Ruyang River to the Sancha River mouth, where you have been. He will also send the boat he is responsible for, and the two parties will meet at the mouth of the Sancha River, and then Yu Yi will lead them there. This time, a total of 5 early model ketch boats and a new 3-masted building ship were dispatched, which were mainly used to house the accompanying personnel. According to the information provided by Yui, the waterway they chose can fully accommodate the 3-masted sailing ship. The sailing ship also asked Luo Chong to tell the personnel dispatched this time that they should not worry about safety issues. It was already a week after Luo Chong received the letter from arranging all this matter until the materials and personnel were shipped out. During this week, the Han tribe not only completed the delivery of supplies, but the woodworking workshop in Hanyang City also made a model of the artillery that Luo Chong wanted, along with a set of wooden models of the same scale using iron molds. Even the mold can be cast easily. Luo Chong was naturally overjoyed after getting these models, and hurriedly took the things to Xing'an County in person, where he wanted to personally preside over the cannon casting process and technology. However, just as he was happily directing his workers to make iron molds for cannon casting, an urgent letter marked top secret was delivered to Luo Chong. The letter was sent by Yu Ji, and the content came from Jinwei's own intelligence channels. It contained a series of matters related to the arrest of Niu Wei, the elder of the Xian tribe. This incident was undoubtedly a bombshell for the Han tribe and Luo Chong, disrupting Luo Chong's original plan. Just when he was still thinking about what to do, another letter was delivered to Luo Chong the next day. This time it was from Bestia in Judao. The content of the letter made Luo Chong even more deeply. He frowned deeply because it actually said that the Xian tribe strictly ordered the mission not to promote the use of currency on Judao. Some peripheral members don't even know what organization they belong to, such as some herdsmen on the grasslands. They only know that people from the Han tribe pay them to get information. Since they have money, of course they can say anything. But they actually don't know where the information was sold or to whom. Chiba Chinese is updated the fastest PC version. In addition to having a list of Jinwu guards with Yu Ji, there is also a list with Luo Chong himself. After Luo Chong has selected the people he needs, he can just have someone notify them one by one. After selecting the materials and personnel, the fleet used for transportation must also be prepared in advance. Moreover, once these ships pass by, they will not come back within a short time. The crew members must also stay there to facilitate the travel. Action, so that with stronger mobility, he can do more things in the future. As for the problem of not knowing the road, this is easy to solve. Yui has already given good advice. The fleet transporting materials and personnel only needs to go directly north from the Ruyang River to the Sancha River mouth, where you have been. He will also send the boat he is responsible for, and the two parties will meet at the mouth of the Sancha River, and then Yu Yi will lead them there. This time, a total of 5 early model ketch boats and a new 3-masted building ship were dispatched, which were mainly used to house the accompanying personnel. According to the information provided by Yui, the waterway they chose can fully accommodate the 3-masted sailing ship. The sailing ship also asked Luo Chong to tell the personnel dispatched this time that they should not worry about safety issues. It was already a week after Luo Chong received the letter from arranging all this matter until the materials and personnel were shipped out. During this week, the Han tribe not only completed the delivery of supplies, but the woodworking workshop in Hanyang City also made a model of the artillery that Luo Chong wanted, along with a set of wooden models of the same scale using iron molds. Even the mold can be cast easily. Luo Chong was naturally overjoyed after getting these models, and hurriedly took the things to Xing'an County in person, where he wanted to personally preside over the cannon casting process and technology. However, just as he was happily directing his workers to make iron molds for cannon casting, an urgent letter marked top secret was delivered to Luo Chong. The letter was sent by Yu Ji, and the content came from Jinwei's own intelligence channels. It contained a series of matters related to the arrest of Niu Wei, the elder of the Qingshu tribe. This incident was undoubtedly a bombshell for the Han tribe and Luo Chong, disrupting Luo Chong's original plan. Just when a group of them were still thinking about what to do, another letter was delivered to Luo Chong the next day. This time it was from Bestia in Judao. The content of the letter made Luo Chong even more confused. Chong frowned deeply because it actually said that the Qingshu tribe strictly ordered the mission not to promote the use of currency on Judao. There wasn't much content in Beast Tooth's letter. He had been at the mission station and couldn't get that much information. He just talked about the recent progress of various aspects of the mission's work, and then talked about what Ushio had told him a while ago. Finally, a few days ago, Commander Xian specially sent people to say that Han tribes were not allowed to promote currency, and his attitude was very tough. He also sent people to watch every day. Every day, those people had to go to the transactions between the mission and the local indigenous people. Take a look. At present, the attitude of the Qingshu tribe is relatively stable, but they do not allow the mission to promote currency, and it does not prevent them from trading with the locals, nor does it restrict their scope of activities too much. It seems that they are not ready to intensify the conflict, maybe, but they don't want to go to war with the Han tribe yet. Another piece of information from Yu Ji was much more detailed. The intelligence network in his hand could even access Ushio, who was currently secretly imprisoned, and he also got a lot of useful information from Ushio. When Niu Wei first came to the Han tribe, they had made plans to dig out technical talents from the Han tribe. They did succeed in poaching some, but Luo Chong secretly pushed them through. Those who were poached by Niu Wei, the first batch of people, were actually the first members of Jinwu Guard. Luo Chong originally asked Jin Yi to select some trustworthy elders from the Han tribe, and asked them to disguise themselves as savages from outside the tribe and go to the construction site in Luoyang County to work with Niu Wei's men. On the surface, the identity and background of these people had nothing to do with the Han tribe. But because he had worked in the Han tribe and had some skills, he was quickly valued by Ushio and managed to recruit him. The order these people received was to sneak into the Qingshu tribe. Since the other party took the initiative to recruit them, of course they agreed directly. Later, when the Han tribe sent a mission to Judao, these technical savages were sent to the Qingshu tribe together. Because their skills were relatively popular, they were quickly reused by the elders. Now they have been for nearly 2 years. Over the years, these people have long become the backbone of the Qingshu tribe's elders. Therefore, these people know a lot about the dynamics of the elders of the Qingshu tribe and the small actions among the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe, including the arrest of Niu Wei this time. They even participated in the arrest plan with several elders. Even though the upper echelons of the Qingshu tribe have now made clear their antagonistic relationship with the Han tribe, these people are not under any suspicion because Luo Chong initially set their identities as barbarians who do not belong to the Han tribe. Since they are not from the Han tribe, but just savages who worked in the past, there is nothing to doubt. After Yu Ji took over Jinwei's intelligence network this year, he vigorously developed intelligence transmission channels. Through frequent transactions between the mission and the local indigenous people of Zhudao, Yu Ji developed some postmen among the indigenous people of Zhudao. The postman is only responsible for delivering the information, but does not touch the content of the information, so it is very safe. It was through these postmen that he reconnected with the Jinwei spies who had been lurking for almost 2 years. There was a lot of information from the spies, and some of them were doing well under Elder Jean. It was said that Elder Jean had recently received an order from the commander-in-chief, asking him and Elder Qi to develop the Xian tribe's own currency as soon as possible. This spy was even lucky enough to become one of the project leaders. In addition, it was this spy who successfully came into contact with the imprisoned Ushio, and also learned about Ushio's arrest. Ushio himself said that Commander Xian summoned him at night, saying that he had produced several currency samples, and asked him to go over and take a look, and give him. Ushio didn't think much about it, but he was held down by the person who was hiding as soon as he entered the house. It was so late at night that no one saw this unlucky guy, but he was secretly imprisoned in a secret room in a cave in Qingchuan Valley. It was the same cave where the weapon master had been staying for tool research and development. Unexpectedly, there was actually a cave inside that was manually dug by the Xian tribe a long time ago. The secret room is known to many elders. However, Ushio was just an elder who had been promoted halfway. As soon as he was promoted, he went on a mission to the Han tribe and had no idea about the secrets that only the old guys knew. In addition, the spy under Elder Jean also said that the Xian tribe was interrogating Niuwei and asked him for various information about the Han tribe. Based on his observation of Elder Jean, Niuwei might have said something. The spy also asked for information about the Han tribe. Don't think of ways to rescue Ushio, or kill him directly, otherwise everything about this guy's Han tribe will be revealed. This is the handling of Niuwei within the Xian tribe. Important information from another spy is that the Xian tribe has sent envoys to the grassland to contact Mao Dun. As for the purpose, it has not yet been clarified. Yu Ji has already issued an order for the intelligence network at Moton to investigate this point. It is estimated that it will take some time to get accurate information. However, after seeing this and combining the existing intelligence, it is not difficult to discover the real purpose of the Xian tribe's senior officials. They must have discovered the Han tribe's intention to occupy Zhudao, so they strongly prevented the Han tribe from promoting currency on Zhudao. Niuwei's intention to deceive all the senior officials of the Xian tribe into the Han tribe must have been noticed by them, otherwise they would not have arrested Niuwei. However, they did not make it clear what they would do to the Han tribe's envoys, and even allowed the envoys to continue trading with the local indigenous people. This showed that they were not ready to go to war directly with the Han tribes. In addition, they took the initiative to contact Mao Dun on the grassland, who was an enemy of the Han tribe. It was almost easy to know what they wanted to do without guessing. They couldn't guard against it at sea, so they had to use Mao Dun to contain the Han tribe. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Although the senior officials of the Xian tribe had not heard this sentence, it did not affect their decision to make the same decision. The Xian tribe alone is not scary. Without boats, they can't even get to land. They can only come a few people at a time through the hidden bridge. Mao Dun alone is not scary either. Although there are many people, that guy is brave and fierce. Cunning, but he is short of supplies and does not pose much of a threat to the Han tribe for the time being. But now these two tribes are uniting again. One has people and the other has resources. After complementing each other's shortcomings, these two tribes have become a threat to the Han tribe. But after such a long period of development, Luo Chong no longer worries about these two things. There are already Han tribe cities on the grassland. It is certainly no problem to rely on the cities for basic defense, but the war will only bring open source. County material sales will decrease, and other items will basically not be affected. As for the Qingshu tribe on Bamboo Island, they can't do anything without a boat. Although there were plans to build a new cross-sea bridge on the hidden bridge, the construction has not started yet. Looking at the current situation, I want to rely on Qingshu. It is almost impossible for the tribe to build the bridge by themselves. The most important thing is that Luo Chong looked at the cannon next to him that was polishing the barrel with a wind-boring machine, and he couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Now that I have this thing, am I still afraid that you two will join forces? The rest will be revised tomorrow morning. However, after seeing this and combining the existing intelligence, it is not difficult to discover the real purpose of the Qingshu tribe's senior officials. They must have discovered the Han tribe's intention to occupy Zhudao, so they strongly prevented the Han tribe from promoting currency on Zhudao. Niuei's intention to deceive all the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe into the Han tribe must have been noticed by them, otherwise they would not have arrested Niuei. However, they did not make it clear what they would do to the Han tribe's envoys, and even allowed the envoys to continue trading with the local indigenous people. This showed that they were not ready to go to war directly with the Han tribes. In addition, they took the initiative to contact Maodun on the grassland, who was an enemy of the Han tribe. It was almost easy to know what they wanted to do without guessing. They couldn't guard against it at sea, so they had to use Maodun to contain the Han tribe. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Although the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe had not heard this sentence, it did not affect their decision to make the same decision. The Qingshu tribe alone is not scary. Without boats, they can't even get to land. They can only come a few people at a time through the hidden bridge. Maodun alone is not scary either. Although there are many people, that guy is brave and fierce. Cunning, but he is short of supplies and does not pose much of a threat to the Han tribe for the time being. But now these two tribes are uniting again. One has people and the other has resources. After complementing each other's shortcomings, these two tribes have become a threat to the Han tribe. But after such a long period of development, Luo Chong no longer worries about these two things. There are already Han tribe cities on the grassland. It is certainly no problem to rely on the cities for basic defense, but the war will only bring open source. County material sales will decrease, and other items will basically not be affected. As for the Qingshu tribe on Bamboo Island, they can't do anything without a boat. Although there were plans to build a new cross-sea bridge on the hidden bridge, the construction has not started yet. Looking at the current situation, I want to rely on Qingshu. It is almost impossible for the tribe to build the bridge by themselves. The most important thing is that Luo Chong looked at the cannon next to him that was polishing the barrel with a wind-boring machine, and he couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Now that I have this thing, am I still afraid that you two will join forces? However, after seeing this and combining the existing intelligence, it is not difficult to discover the real purpose of the Qingshu tribe's senior officials. They must have discovered the Han tribe's intention to occupy Zhudao, so they strongly prevented the Han tribe from promoting currency on Zhudao. Niuei's intention to deceive all the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe into the Han tribe must have been noticed by them, otherwise they would not have arrested Niuei. However, they did not make it clear what they would do to the Han tribe's envoys, and even allowed the envoys to continue trading with the local indigenous people. This showed that they were not ready to go to war directly with the Han tribes. In addition, they took the initiative to contact Maodun on the grassland, who was an enemy of the Han tribe. It was almost easy to know what they wanted to do without guessing. They couldn't guard against it at sea, so they had to use Maodun to contain the Han tribe. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Although the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe had not heard this sentence, it did not affect their decision to make the same decision. The Qingshu tribe alone is not scary. Without boats, they can't even get to land. They can only come a few people at a time through the hidden bridge. Mao Dun alone is not scary either. Although there are many people, that guy is brave and fierce. Cunning, but he is short of supplies and does not pose much of a threat to the Han tribe for the time being. But now these two tribes are uniting again. One has people and the other has resources. After complementing each other's shortcomings, these two tribes have become a threat to the Han tribe. But after such a long period of development, Luo Chong no longer worries about these two things. There are already Han tribe cities on the grassland. It is certainly no problem to rely on the cities for basic defense, but the war will only bring open source. County material sales will decrease, and other items will basically not be affected. As for the Qingshu tribe on Bamboo Island, they can't do anything without a boat. Although there were plans to build a new cross-sea bridge on the hidden bridge, the construction has not started yet. Looking at the current situation, I want to rely on Qingshu. It is almost impossible for the tribe to build the bridge by themselves. The most important thing is that Luo Chong looked at the cannon next to him that was polishing the barrel with a wind-boring machine, and he couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Now that I have this thing, am I still afraid that you two will join forces? However, after seeing this and combining the existing intelligence, it is not difficult to discover the real purpose of the Qingshu tribe's senior officials. They must have discovered the Han tribe's intention to occupy Zhudao, so they strongly prevented the Han tribe from promoting currency on Zhudao. Niuwei's intention to deceive all the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe into the Han tribe must have been noticed by them, otherwise they would not have arrested Niuwei. However, they did not make it clear what they would do to the Han tribe's envoys, and even allowed the envoys to continue trading with the local indigenous people. This showed that they were not ready to go to war directly with the Han tribes. In addition, they took the initiative to contact Mao Dun on the grassland, who was an enemy of the Han tribe. It was almost easy to figure out what they wanted to do without guessing. They couldn't guard against it at sea, so they had to use Mao Dun to contain the Han tribe. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Although the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe had not heard this sentence, it did not affect their decision to make the same decision. The Qingshu tribe alone is not scary. Without boats, they can't even get to land. They can only come a few people at a time through the hidden bridge. Mao Dun alone is not scary either. Although there are many people, that guy is brave and fierce. Cunning, but he is short of supplies and does not pose much of a threat to the Han tribe for the time being. But now these two tribes are uniting again. One has people and the other has resources. After complementing each other's shortcomings, these two tribes have become a threat to the Han tribe. But after such a long period of development, Luo Chong no longer worries about these two things. There are already Han tribe cities on the grassland. It is certainly no problem to rely on the cities for basic defense, but the war will only bring open source. County material sales will decrease, and other items will basically not be affected. As for the Qingshu tribe on Bamboo Island, they can't do anything without a boat. Although there were plans to build a new cross-sea bridge on the hidden bridge, the construction has not started yet. Looking at the current situation, I want to rely on Qingshu. It is almost impossible for the tribe to build the bridge by themselves. After getting the equipment for aiming, the last thing is the tools for launching. A front-loading smoothbore gun needs to go through at least 10 steps from aiming to firing. The process is quite complicated. This still uses relatively advanced firing methods, such as fixed charge technology. If you still use a small shovel to fill the gunpowder into the barrel with that kind of method, I'm afraid it would be good to be able to play one round in 3 minutes. Of course, Luo Chong does not allow his artillery to be so inefficient, so not only must the artillery hardware be improved, but the software must also keep up. A carpenter was summoned to build a new field-wheeled gun mount, plus a set of tools for filling and cleaning. There were also 2 buckets hung on each gun carriage, one with a lid for easy storage of water, and the other with an open small one. Buckets are convenient to use. It was also the first time for Luo Chong to actually use this thing, so he was equally excited, even more excited than the tribesmen who didn't know what the use of this thing was. This was a big killer. It was the 8th day of November in the first year of the Han tribe's founding year. It was a bit cloudy in the early winter season, but fortunately the wind was not strong, but the weather was still wet and cold. It felt like a heavy snow was going to fall soon. At noon that day, Luo Chong personally took thousands of people out of the city to visit and test the cannon. Except for the several hundred people who cast the cannon, processed the gunpowder, and made the cannon mount, most of the others were ordinary people in Qingshu County. Now it's winter, and basically everyone who has nothing to do at home comes out to watch the fun. There were also some officials and coachmen who came from Luoyang County and Weishan County. In order to test the cannon this time, the Han tribe also mobilized a lot of materials, such as fragmented wooden boards from the shipyard. With something new like this, it's natural to stay and take a look. The Han tribe did not have many official holidays, and there were no grand entertainment activities. In addition, this was a rare test of cannons, and those cannons were just made by the leader of the omnipotent leader. According to the leader, this was a new type of weapon would be very powerful. How could the people still sit still after hearing such news? Luo Chong asked people to use ropes to draw out a warning range on the hilly grassland outside the city to prevent anyone from being accidentally injured. In the long test site, the 8 cannons that were first polished were lined up, with a distance of 10 meters between each cannon. The distance of 3 kilometers in front had been cleared. 500 meters in front of the muzzle was a slender wooden board. It is used to simulate human targets. In addition, in order to measure the ultimate range, there is no mound of earth bunker at the farthest point. This will indeed allow the cannonballs to fly farther, but it will not be easy to find the cannonballs later. Warning cordons have been set up on both sides of the site. Thousands of people are standing on both sides of the site. The 3-kilometer-long test gun range is enough for everyone to stand in the first row and watch. The remaining hundreds of craftsmen follow Luo Chong stood around the cannon. What's interesting is that in order to test the ultimate level of the artillery this time, Luo Chong was already prepared to blow up the 2 cannons, so he also had people build a temporary huge bunker behind the artillery position. It was actually a large mound of soil to conveniently cover itself. The 8 cast steel cannons shine with a cold silver-gray light. They have not undergone any surface treatment. The barrels cannot be oiled or painted, because after being fired a few times, the barrels will become hot. If not done properly, the paint on the surface will spontaneously ignite, causing serious accidents. And adding coatings will also hinder the heat dissipation of the gun body, so all 8 cannons are made of cast steel in their original metallic color. However, Luo Chong has already planned to develop a chemical plating process. If the outer layer of the gun body can be plated with a layer of copper, the anti-corrosion effect will definitely be better. After all, the carbon steel used now is too easy to rust. Chief, if the target is placed so far away, can it still be hit? The county guard of Qingshu County Dali followed Luo Chong, looking at the targets located at 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, and 2,500 meters in the distance. They were completely invisible to the naked eye. Dali asked with great suspicion. At the same time, he very much hoped that the leader had not lied to him. If the Han tribe really had such a powerful weapon, then the Han tribe would be invincible in the world. You'll know if you hit it or not. You operate it and I'll teach you how to fire the cannon. Luo Chong was unsure, but he knew it could definitely go off. If the artillery could reach the level, he wouldn't know. I know, because this type of cannon is still his original work. It is different from the famous cannons in history. There is no reference for comparison. Ah? Let me shoot it once. Oh, okay. Dolly was very excited after hearing this. This is a major event that can be recorded in the annals of history. In the future, when anyone talks about the cannons of the Han tribe, they must mention the number 1 of the Han tribe. One shot was fired vigorously by him. Well, leader, what should I do? Dolly rubbed his hands excitedly, looking at the cannon in front of him, but not knowing how to use it. What to do? First look at the front sight and rear sight, and then adjust the gun mount to align these 2 points with the target. This is called adjusting the shooting range. Luo Chong also immediately entered the role and began to give serious instructions and teaching. Chiba Chinese is updated the fastest PC version. Dolly and another craftsman leader personally adjusted the artillery firing range. After finishing, they stood at attention and asked for the next step. Use the angle measuring instrument to adjust the pitch angle to +5 degrees. Luo Chong gave the order again. However, this thing cannot be played with Dolly. It is the carpenter who made the tool himself to complete this step. After adjusting the firing range and angle, the ballistic direction of the artillery was basically determined. The next step was to clean the barrel. Although it was a cold shot, there was no residue in the barrel, but Luo Chong still asked them to strictly follow the requirements. Dolly took a stick with a towel tied to the head and soaked it completely in the bucket, then inserted it into the barrel and scrubbed it thoroughly, then used a brush with a wire wrapped around the head to reach in and take it out, and then used a wet towel again. Rod cleaning, and finally use a dry towel rod to dry the barrel and suck out the water inside. After the cleaning of the gun barrel was completed, the next step was to load it, and Luo Chong immediately began to give them orders. One-time gunpowder charge. Chief, how much is double? Dolly still didn't quite understand the special terms for artillery operation. One-time gunpowder is gunpowder with the same weight as the cannonball. We use a paper package of fixed charge. One-time gunpowder is 1 package, and it is marked with Chinese characters. Luo Chong explained, pointing to the gunpowder box next to him. Oh, got it. Dolly picked up a paper bag of gunpowder marked with double the charge and stuffed it into the muzzle of the gun. Then under Luo Chong's guidance, he used a thick-headed mallet to push the gunpowder to the bottom of the gun barrel. Then he took another iron ball and stuffed it into the muzzle, pounded it in again with a mallet, and compacted it. Then the loading step is over, and finally there is the preparation stage before launch. The artillery designed by Luo Chong is a flintlock ignition device. The flintlock engine on it can be disassembled through the bamboo shoots. The flintlock engine is directly used on the carbide lamp. It was slightly modified and then moved over. Dolly first used a steel cone to break the paper wrapping inside from the fire door, and then took a bamboo tube of loose gunpowder to fill the fire door and medicine pool to ignite the fire. Then he could launch directly. A 3-meter-long thin hemp rope is tied to the fusilator. As long as the hemp rope is pulled to activate the fusilator, the artillery will fire. Because no open flame is used, accidents caused by on-site errors can be minimized. There are also skills in pulling the rope. Don't use too much force, otherwise the flintlock machine will be damaged directly, especially if the person is strong or rough. Luo Chong was afraid that he would use brute force, so he specially taught him the skills of pulling the rope. First, wrap the rope around your hands and tighten it, keeping the rope in a taut state. Then put your hands on your belly, and then use a turning movement to pull the rope. You don't have to use your arms. This strength and pulling method are much gentler. Dolly prepared himself according to Luo Chong's instructions, and then stood there nervously. Stay close and plug your ears. You know, it will be very loud after a while. It will be like thunder. Everyone withdraws 20 steps behind the cannon. After the cannon is fired, they will rush back due to the recoil. Don't stand too close. You are the same, Dolly, don't be scared for a while. Luo Chong immediately began to vaccinate the people around him. As for the people in the distance, there is no need to plug their ears, since they are still far away. I understand, leader, give the order. Dolly was also ready to turn around and pull the rope at any time. Luo Chong nodded. After seeing that everyone was ready, he raised the red triangular flag in his hand and waved it down fiercely. Fire! Seeing the leader's command flag waved down, he turned around violently, and the flint engine was immediately triggered. The flint struck the fire sickle and created bright sparks, which instantly ignited the gunpowder in the medicine pool. Then there was a bang, a bunch of white smoke and firelight rising from the fire door, and then there was a loud bang, like an explosion like thunder on the ground. The 121 mm caliber cast steel cannon violently ejected a burst of white smoke and fire. The black iron ball instantly broke through the smoke and flew into the distance. The artillery also violently retreated several meters due to the recoil. The gun mount was specially designed to prevent retreat. The resident Ho plowed a shallow furrow in the ground. On the shooting range in front of the artillery, the group of wooden planks 500 meters away was instantly blown away in a straight line. Countless wooden plank fragments were thrown high into the sky like snow. The iron ball was still flying 1,000 meters away. Here, a row of wooden boards were smashed into pieces again. Then at 1,500 meters, the artillery shell began to fall to the ground, slamming into the wooden planks. Because of the cold weather and hard soil, the artillery shell rebounded after landing, causing a ricochet phenomenon, and then landed again. It jumped up and repeated this 3 times before the cannonball lost its kinetic energy and stopped completely. However, at this time, the artillery shells had already flown to a position of 1,800 meters after several bounces, and the target group of 1,500 meters just now had also been penetrated. Such an astonishing power still shocked thousands of people present, and everyone exclaimed. Only Luo Chong was calm, because the results were more in line with his estimated values. Hurry up and check the target range. Remember to find out the impact points several times before and after. Luo Chong immediately ordered the people next to him. Someone immediately turned over and rode towards the shooting range to check it out. All along the way, they heard the cheers and exclamations of the people. Dear me, this thing called a cannon is so powerful. It can throw an iron ball so far. Of course, this was invented by our leader. How can we do it if we are not powerful? I saw a large piece of the wooden board over there being blown away when I was far away. If there were a group of people standing there, ugh, I don't dare to think about it. How many people could this guy kill with one shot? Hey! Do you know what that cannon hit? I just saw a black shadow flying past, and then a large piece of wood flew away. The thing flew too fast, and I couldn't see it clearly. I don't know, maybe it's a big rock. Shit, you don't understand. It's called artillery. It shoots iron balls. An iron ball weighs 10 kilograms. The iron ball is stuffed into the cannon and blown up with gunpowder. An iron ball weighs 10 pounds. My dear, no wonder it's so powerful. But how much does it cost to hit it like this? Can you get it back after you hit it? It should be possible. Look, someone is riding a horse to find it. The target inspector quickly found the impact point of the cannonball. After all, it was impossible for the cannonball to turn around halfway. As long as it followed the trajectory, it would definitely be found. The first impact point was found at a distance of 1,650 meters, which was exactly in the center of the number 3 target area. Among the broken wooden boards, there was an obvious long shallow pit on the ground, which was plowed by artillery shells. Came out. The final impact point of the artillery shell was measured to be 1,820 meters. It bounced 3 times in the middle, which was seen by nearby people. The crater of the ricochet was also found on the ground. As for the target in the middle, there was no need to look at it, because as long as no target on this line is intact. The target tester quickly ran back with the shells and reported the actual shooting data to Luo Chong. The recorder who had been prepared nearby also recorded this important information. When the gun test was over, it is the best material and proof used to compile range tables. Luo Chong also directed everyone to reset the cannon during the target inspection period, and then directed them to start cleaning the barrel. First release, domain name, please remember. The first time you clean the gun barrel, you must use a wet towel stick. This must be remembered, because the purpose of using a wet towel is not only to quickly cool down the gun barrel, but also to effectively extinguish all the remaining sparks from the previous shot. If this step is omitted, the gunpowder in the paper package may be ignited on the spot during the second charge, causing a serious accident. Fortunately, Luo Chong learned the most correct operation method before they fired for the first time. Leave it to them, and just keep it in the future to avoid more unnecessary harm. After recording the information about the first shot, and completing the reset and cleaning of the artillery, Luo Chong gave orders to everyone again. Shoot in the target area, directly in front of you, with an elevation angle of 5 degrees, 1.5 times the charge, load it, and prepare to fire. The artillery test continued. Because there was no reference object, all the data had to be recalculated. They would have to fight for a long time this day to test the power and range of the artillery in various environments and formulate a standard shooting process for the future. Provide important information. I have revised the new book several times and rewritten the beginning of 5 or 6 versions. Today I was sent back by the editor to continue rewriting. It was so difficult for me. The caliber of the 12-pound gun is 121 millimeters. This data is calculated based on the diameter of a 12-pound lead ball. However, Luo Chong used an iron ball, so for the same volume, the iron ball is lighter, weighing about 10 kilograms. 12 pounds is approximately equal to 10.8 kilograms, here it is calculated as 10 kilograms. Following Luo Chong's order, Dolly took out a 15-pound medicine package from the box next to it and stuffed it into the barrel. He pounded the medicine package into the bottom with a mallet and put an iron ball inside. Aiming at the target, pouring the ignition powder, and when everything was ready, Luo Chong fiercely waved the command flag. There was a loud bang that was louder than before, and a cloud of white smoke spurted out from the muzzle along with the fire. The cannon also jerked back a step under the recoil. This was what Luo Chong couldn't stand the most. That's a problem, because just resetting the gun after each shot and re-aiming this series of operations will waste a lot of time. In Luo Chong's eyes, the 2 big words backward seemed to be branded on the shining barrel, but in the eyes of others, this was no less than a weapon of the gods, because the second cannon had a longer range. A cannon was fired, and this time without waiting for Luo Chong's order, someone immediately went to check the impact point and damage effect. While the elevation angle of 5 degrees remained unchanged, the charge amount was increased by half. It would be unreasonable for the shell not to fly farther. Sure enough, the final measured data showed that the first impact point of this shot had reached an astonishing 1850 meters, which is further than the last impact point of the previous shot. This time the farthest impact point has reached an abnormal distance of 2,280 meters. Make a good record of this shooting, Luo Chong ordered again. 5 degrees of elevation, twice the charge, loaded with chain rounds. What is a chain bomb? Dolly asked, curiously. As a result, before Luo Chong could answer, the head craftsman in charge of casting cannonballs came over with a chain bullet, shocking everyone around him so much that their eyes popped out. The chain bomb is 2 10-pound iron balls, connected with a 60-centimeter long iron chain in the middle. It looks similar to the flying stone rope Luo Chong used back then. This thing is specially used by the Navy in serious artillery battles. It is mainly used to destroy the opponent's masts, sails, and other equipment when engaging in firefights with enemy ships. Once the cannon is blasted out, 2 shells will spin continuously. The iron ball flies forward like an electric fan. No matter how thick the mast is, it can be destroyed with 1 shot. However, it is not appropriate for the Han tribe to use this kind of chain ammunition for the navy, because the forces hostile to the Han tribe do not have a navy, or even a ship, so there are no masts and sails for them to shoot. What Luo Chong was thinking was use this chain bomb to deal with enemy infantry groups or cavalry groups. If this cannon hits the opponent's cavalry group, it won't be very exciting, just like a harvester. Can this thing be beaten out? Dolly said with some surprise and doubt. It will definitely be able to hit, but I don't know how effective it will be. For the sake of safety, everyone will stay farther away this time. Luo Chong explained, he really didn't know how far the chain bullet could hit. After hearing the words, everyone stepped back some distance, and vigorously and carefully loaded twice the gunpowder and chain bullets. Because there was no double fixed charge, they could only fill in 2 times at a time, otherwise the quality of the wrapping paper would be too bad. It cannot support 20 kilograms of gunpowder because the powder column is too long and will easily break in the middle when being transported. In order to avoid the problem of delayed explosion of gunpowder when charging twice, the interface between the 2 powder packages must be pierced in advance, and then tightened with a mallet, and then the chain bomb can be loaded. After pouring the igniting powder at the fire gate and vigorously preparing to pull the string, Luo Chong waved his flag again to order the cannon to fire. There was a loud bang, and this time everyone saw the chain bomb flying in the air, because it was so conspicuous when it flew. But what is embarrassing is that the chain bullet only flew more than 300 meters in rotation before plunging to the ground. This was still twice the charge. The effect was so embarrassing that even the first target group 500 meters away was none of them hit. If the range is so close, it would be better to shoot a shotgun directly. The people around him didn't dare to speak, and didn't know what to say. Although sending 2 10-pound iron balls flying more than 300 meters was enough to shock them, they saw the frowning expression on the leader's face. Obviously very dissatisfied with this result. Do it again, double the charge, load chain bullets, and shoot at a 15-degree angle. Luo Chong ordered again. The impact caused by the chain bomb landing just now was huge, indicating that the shell obviously still had some remaining power. It was just because the time in the air was not long enough that the range did not reach the expected distance. This time he wanted to try to see if he could adjust the shooting angle. Way to provide more time for the shells to stay in the air. Dolly quickly followed the instructions and reloaded, adjusted the shooting elevation, and the muzzle of the gun was raised upward again, and there was another loud bang. Everyone stared closely at the cannonball flying in the air. This time, the flying height of the cannonball was much higher than before. The 2 iron balls quickly rotated forward under the action of centrifugal force, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. After waiting for almost a second or two, there was another crackling sound. The first target group located 500 meters away was instantly swept down by a large area of the chain bullets, and the ground further away was also splashed. In a cloud of smoke and dust, the shell fell to the ground. This time everyone around could not help but cheer. Needless to say, the range of the chain bomb definitely reached a distance of more than 600 meters, otherwise it would not have such an effect. The target inspector quickly rode a horse to check. The facts also proved Luo Chong's guess. The first target group at 500 meters was swept away diagonally, and a large area was swept away, and the first impact point of the chain bullet was also sufficient. There are 680 meters, and the second impact point has reached 750 meters, and then stopped. It turns out that the number of rebounds of the chain bullet is not as many as that of a single iron bullet. Luo Chong originally thought that the chain bullet would be like a wasted effort. How many more flights should I take? Now it seems that he is overthinking it. If you think about it carefully, the chain bomb is made of two connected iron balls rotating and moving forward. When they land, the two iron balls will definitely be separated in order. In this way, the one that flies into the air will definitely be hit by the one that lands. The implication and the interaction of forces quickly offset it. This result is quite acceptable, and it does achieve the expected huge lethality at medium and short range, but the chain bullet has no ballistic trajectory at all. The direction in which the thing flies can only be determined by faith, and after hitting the cluster target, the impact will cause the chain bullet to deviate from the central axis. The result of this test firing is obvious. The chain bullet penetrated the first target group diagonally. However, this effect almost satisfied Luo Chong. The target of the chain bomb is cluster targets within 500 meters to 1,000 meters. Anyway, we don't require precise shooting. This thing can hit a wide range. If you want accurate, just hit a single iron ball. Next was a simulated attack on cluster targets within 500 meters. Luo Chong quickly gave the loading order again, and then asked people to reset the shooting range. The targets used this time were all scarecrows, standing in dense rows with distances of 200 meters, 350 meters, and 500 meters respectively. There were 3 arrays in total, and each array stood on 2 levels in a dense formation. The left and right shooting range is 0 degrees, the shooting elevation angle is 10 degrees, twice the charge, and double shotgun loading. Although he didn't understand the shotgun this time, before he could ask, the cannon casting craftsman next to him had already brought up the shotgun. This thing was an iron bucket with a diameter the same as that of the cannonball, and then it was stamped and cut. Finally, it was hammered and shaped, and it was filled with small iron balls with a diameter of 1.5 centimeters. An iron bucket weighed 10 kilograms. The number of small iron balls from the 2 shot shells combined was about 600. After loading, Luo Chong waved his command flag, and there was another loud bang. Under the huge chamber pressure, the 2 iron barrels filled with small iron balls were blown to pieces as soon as they came out of the muzzle, and then the shot shells inside became the fan-shaped scattering surface sprayed forward. The scarecrow array at a distance of 200 meters was instantly blasted open a gap, directly dismembering the 2 rows of scarecrows on the spot. The shotguns were still flying forward, once again piercing the scarecrow array at a distance of 350 meters, and flew directly to the 5 rows farther away. The target is 100 meters, but by the time it reaches 500 meters, basically few scarecrows have fallen. This time Luo Chong personally checked the scattering effect of the shotgun. It was still far from the expected effect, but it was still acceptable. The target at 200 meters was directly blown to pieces, and the target at 350 meters was also partially scattered. And some were just shot through a few holes, to when it reaches a distance of 500 meters, almost all of them are holes, and there are still some that have not been hit, because at such a distance, the scattering area of the shotgun is too large to be traced at all, and the gaps between them are also large. It's scary, and it's normal for there to be targets that luckily escape shooting. This is still the case when the target is a scarecrow. If the target is a living person or an animal, Luo Chong estimates that he can hit the sky only about 300 meters at most, because the trunks of humans and animals are very thick, and there are still skeletons inside. The blocking power against shotgun shells is much stronger than that of a scarecrow. It is estimated that it will fly to more than 300 meters and pass through a few people, and the rest will be unable to continue flying. If the target is wearing heavy armor, the effect will be greatly reduced. Chiba Chinese is updated the fastest PC version. But Luo Chong can also accept this effect. Shotguns, chain rounds, and single cannonballs can all target targets at 3 distances from near to far. However, this is still not the limit of this cast steel cannon. If we look at the range of the cannonballs alone, it can actually hit farther. Luo Chong quickly initiated the extreme test. First, he fired 3 kinds of charges at 0 degrees left and right and 10 degrees elevation, 1 time, 1.5 times, and 2 times. When the artillery is at an elevation angle of 10 degrees, one charge can directly hit 1,850 meters. This is the same range as the range of the gun with 1.5 times the gunpowder at an angle of 5 degrees. In this way, after testing, we can clearly know that next time when you want to hit a target at a distance of more than 1,850 meters, you can just use a 10-degree shooting angle. There is no need to use 1.5 times the charge at a 5-degree shooting angle. For the same shooting range, you can save half of the gunpowder, which is of great significance. When charging at 1.5 times the 10-degree firing angle, the shell flew directly to 2,200 meters, and the impact was still very strong. It jumped 4 times, before completely losing kinetic energy. When charging twice the 10-degree firing angle, the artillery's range directly exceeded the 2,500 mark, and the first impact point reached 2,620 meters. The final impact point even ran outside the 3,000-meter line, although it did not exceed the 2,500-meter mark. Far. However, Luo Chong still did not give up. He once again ordered an elevation angle of 10 degrees, a charge of 2.5 times, and a single iron bullet. This time the range was even more terrifying. The impact point of the first bullet reached 2,950 meters, almost breaking through the 3,000 mark. The bounce distance of the artillery shell also increased significantly, and the final impact point was already 3,500 meters away. Luo Chong gave up the triple charge experiment directly. It was not because he was afraid that the steel cannon would explode. He was still very confident in the process of cold cast steel core. The reason why he gave up the triple charge experiment was because the barrel was not long enough. 30 kilograms of gunpowder, the length of the gunpowder alone accounts for half of the length of the barrel. If an iron ball is installed, how much acceleration distance is left for the iron ball, and the remaining length of the barrel? Luo Chong estimates there is not enough gunpowder to burn and expand completely. Such an experiment is meaningless and wasteful. In this way, Luo Chong's carefully prepared bunker was no longer needed, because 2.5 times the charge was still not enough to handle the cast steel cannon. It was still good. The explosion scene that Luo Chong expected did not happen at all. After repeated tests at various angles, various charges, and various shells, Luo Chong finally collected a satisfactory experimental data, which was enough to write a shooting form. The people around him were also enjoying watching it in this cold weather. Luo Chong randomly selected 3 cannons for quality inspection. They all used the maximum charge amount, directly 2.5 times, and shot a single iron bullet, continuously. After 5 shots were fired, the quality of the artillery was inspected. Luo Chong was very satisfied with the test results. After firing 5 times at the maximum charge, the artillery was still in good condition. Even because of the cold weather, the cast steel cannon did not get too hot. It looks like it can fire a few more shots in a row. After the quality was checked, Luo Chong finally ordered a volley of 8 guns, all with twice the charge at an angle of 10 degrees. The flag was waved down, boom boom boom, the artillery was ignited one after another. The cannonballs roared into the distance, and the people on the sidelines suddenly became more energetic. They were all excited by this spectacular scene, and everyone was cheering. Displaying the powerful weapons of one's tribe in front of one's own people is just like the effect of a military parade. It is an important means to enhance national pride and national honor. This is also the reason why Luo Chong did not stop the people from coming to watch the fun. I just plan to use their mouths to tell more people that the Han tribe has a powerful weapon and is not afraid of provocations and challenges from any tribe. If they don't accept it, they will be beaten. The final 8-gun salvo and 8-gun continuous fire also pushed today's artillery test activities to a climax. All the targets in front were cleared by dense artillery shells, and the artillery shells and targets on the test artillery field, except for chain bombs, and the individual iron bullets were recovered one by one, but it was difficult to find the other shot shells, and it was also difficult to clean the targets. In the end, in order to save trouble, Luo Chong directly ordered the people around to watch the cannon test to clean up the broken wooden targets themselves. They could pick up the broken wooden targets and burn them home. The shot shells that were spread over a large area were also handed over to all the people present. Whoever picked them up, when you arrive, you can take it back as a souvenir. After hearing the good news, the people also cheered and helped clean up the shooting range, but Luo Chong had already returned to the city with his people and 8 cannons at this time. I have to continue to rewrite the beginning of the new book tonight, I'm so miserable, Omega. After the artillery test was over, various standard parameters had been set. Luo Chong quickly ordered the start of mass production, with an initial production of 212-pound standard artillery pieces. Yes, it was the standard type, regardless of land battles or naval battles. Use 1. Luo Chong planned to build 120 gunboats first to support various places at any time, because the Han tribe's existing territory, whether it was the big lake next to Kaiyuan County, the estuary over the Tang tribe, or the overseas Bamboo Islands are all places that can be reached by boat, so it is very necessary to deploy such a mobile firepower. 20 of the remaining 80 guns were left at the headquarters, and the remaining 60 guns were all deployed to Kaiyuan County on the grassland. One part was used as a fixed fort on the city wall for defense, and the other part was installed with supporting artillery carriages for field battles. Motorized use. The artillery carriage has been developed, but the gun mount for fixed gun positions has not been developed. This kind of gun mount for fixed gun positions can be used whether on a city wall or a ship, and is unique to artillery carts. The difference is that this one cannot be maneuvered, but its retreat and reset capabilities must be optimized. Artillery vehicles for field use mainly have higher load carrying and maneuverability requirements, and the needs of both sides are different. The characteristics of a fixed gun position are generally the installation of steel guide rails, so that the gun mount can only move forward and backward along the rails, and then ropes and pulleys are installed on the bunker in front of the gun position to facilitate the gunner's operation in a compact space. It took a few days to get out the rails and gun mounts, and then Luo Chong took several samples of guns and gun mounts to the shipyard in Luoyang County. Previously, the Han tribe had begun to trial produce an 80-meter-long ship. The keel has just been laid, and before it is completely built, it can be converted into a sail gunboat. The hull is still the same and basically does not need to be changed. The only changes that need to be made are the layout of the internal cabins. The gunboat needs a full deck, a dedicated gunpowder magazine and a shell magazine, as well as more reasonable crew living areas and other detailed changes. Such a sailing gunboat requires a lot of people. You must know that each gun requires a crew. For 120 guns, if there are 5 people in each gun ship, there will be 600 crew members. This does not include the sailors on the ship. If all these positions responsible for ship operations were added, there would probably be more than 800 people. With so many people eating, drinking, and eating on board, optimizing the cabin is a must. Another area that needs improvement is the communication command system. When the captain is commanding from the top, the order must be instantly transmitted to the artillery decks below, so that the gunboat's firepower advantage can be maximized. Remodeling the cabin and designing the layout were all delicate tasks. In order to allow the Han tribe's first gunboat, or the seeds of the Navy, to successfully sprout, Luo Chong immediately settled down in Luoyang County and personally participated in the command of shipbuilding every day. While Luo Chong was busy building gunboats, the 6 sailboats that went to support Yui also arrived at the mouth of the Sancha River in the upper reaches of the Ruyang River, and successfully connected with Yui's catch. The crew members on Yui's side who had not been back to their hometown for more than half a year were naturally very excited, and the surviving clan leaders or crew members on the ship who followed to watch the excitement were even more excited and shocked. They originally thought that the Han tribe could build such a behemoth as a ketch. After all, they had personally experienced such a convenient, fast, and powerful water vehicle, but they did not expect that the Han tribe would the tribe actually built so many. This time, 5 identical 2-masted sailing ships came at once, and there was also a larger 3-masted sailing ship, which was twice as big as the one they were currently riding. Seeing how powerful the Han tribe was, they became more confident in defeating the cannibals in the future, and then they could save their own tribe and go to the Han tribe with them to live a better life. The representatives from both sides had a cordial conversation and soon continued their journey to the camp in the river valley. Taking advantage of the winter monsoon, the bulging sails pushed 7 large ships, and it took half a month to arrive at the camp in the river valley, and at the camp Yi and the thousands of surviving people who are sitting in the center have long been looking forward to the material support from the Han tribe. Otherwise, in another half-month, when the weather gets colder and the river freezes 3 feet, the fleet will not be able to return before the snow melts in spring. But if they don't have seeds, the farming season will be delayed next spring. The problem of feeding thousands of people is really difficult to solve. Fortunately, they finally came back. In front of the simple wharf in the river valley, thousands of people came out to welcome the return of the fleet. The people who had just arrived from the Han tribe were also shocked. They really didn't expect that Yui was so far away from the Han tribe's headquarters. Being able to collect so many savages, it must be a great achievement to go back. It's a pity that I didn't follow him out earlier. It seems that only by wandering outside can I have more opportunities to make great achievements. No, I must do the things the leader told me better this time and strive to win the leader's recognition as soon as possible. So that I can get myself an adventure mission or something. First release, domain name, please remember. Many people who have just arrived here think so. There are many people from the Han tribe this time. After all, it is a brand new settlement. Although it is only temporary, there is such a large population after all. There is a lot of things to do. There are many craftsmen from various industries. There were only a few people, and they also brought a lot of good equipment, some of which Yi had never even seen before. For example, the carbide lamps obtained from the ship were not yet available in the Han tribe when we went out to the wilderness. Unexpectedly, they had already begun mass production. Oh, Qingshu, I'm very happy to congratulate you. You have done a great service for the Han tribe this time. The newly arrived official representative bowed to Yi and congratulated him as soon as he got off the boat. No, this is not my fault alone. You can't do so many things on your own. I will rely on everyone's help in the future. If you keep an eye on the camp here, you might as well go outside and find more people to come back. Our contribution can continue to grow and develop. The greater the contribution, the more we will share in the future, Yi said very tactfully. Qingshu is too polite. This is what we should do. We must never refuse. Besides, we can't live up to the leader's expectations, right? Everyone is contributing to the development of the tribe, and each other. You don't have to be so polite. The new official representative also replied with a smile. Yi couldn't help but curse the old fox in his heart. I kindly share the credit with you, but you actually used the leader to suppress me. But naturally he would not say these words. He smiled and said a few polite words to the other party, and then began to direct the people in the camp to carry supplies. There are a lot of seeds and tools brought this time, as well as a lot of iron ingots, which allow the craftsmen to make their own farm tools here. They have been busy this winter. They have to make a lot of farm tools before spring. The rest of the daily necessities were quickly moved down. Nearly 1,000 iron pots were piled in the open space in the middle of the camp, as well as other tools, cloth and other materials. The wealth of the Han tribe simply made the surviving people in the camp stunned. These are only part of the idle inventory of the Han tribe. If you add the things used by the Han tribe's own people, they simply can't imagine how much living materials the Han tribe has. Iron pots and cloth are things that can be received for free, but they cannot be distributed directly. Since the camp is now fully taken over by the Han tribe, things must be done according to the rules of the Han tribe. The first thing that needs to be completed is to combine the population, and materials will be reaccounted and registered so that production and work can be organized after next spring. Yu arranged accommodation for those who came from his hometown. Although the house was a bit crude, everyone was quite satisfied. At least it could protect from wind and rain, and there was a fire pit in the house. It was totally fine for people to live in it. It would have been better if the credit was not that cheap. You can earn it, but if you are not prepared to endure hardship, you will not be qualified to earn this credit. In addition, there are simple official offices prepared for officials, which are actually a small courtyard surrounded by walls. The inside is also an adobe house, which is slightly taller. There is also a flagpole in the middle of the courtyard, hanging the banner of the Han tribe. The newly arrived tribesmen also quickly put in office supplies. They even brought their own tables, and brought them with them. Of course, the office supplies were also indispensable. The officials and clerks also quickly stepped into their roles. They brought a bunch of blank forms and bamboo slips and began the intense work of registering households and people. This was their first task. Yu specially called the chiefs of the surviving clans to come over for a meeting and explained the meaning of household registration and the benefits of doing so. He could clearly know the family status of all the people, so that he could reasonably arrange work and distribute supplies. The clan leaders also understood this meaning and expressed that they would figure this out soon when they returned. The chaotic marriage and clan status in their own clan before had to be sorted out again. These things can only be done by their respective clan leaders. It took a day for the chiefs of each surviving clan to sort out all the families in their clan, and then the work of reorganizing households and people officially began. Although it was very difficult for them to have to choose a name based on their surname, when they thought about the many good things they could get as long as they registered their household registration, they couldn't help but use their brains to think of names for themselves and their families. The new officials were also very happy. Although the place was very simple, the layout of the entire camp was still good. The houses were arranged in an orderly manner, which made their work a lot easier. In this cold weather, they naturally couldn't let everyone stand outside and wait, so they sent clerks to call people in rows and start working according to the layout of the house. The people of the bereaved family also received the notice quickly, and then they went to register their household registration with their wives and children, filled in the family information on the form, and then got a household registration book made with bamboo slips on site from the clerk. That thing was actually made of bamboo slips. The writing on the bamboo slips was written with a hot iron, and it could not be modified even if you wanted to. Finally, a red-hot iron seal was used to stamp the official household registration mark on it. Then I was told that this kind of household registration book needs to be properly kept. In the future, distribution of materials, arranging work, and even paying wages need to be handled with the help of the household registration book. In order to receive more supplies, the patriarchs of the surviving clans will naturally not. There is a possibility of underreporting the population. The people who received their household registration books quickly received materials such as iron pots and cloth tools, and also learned new cooking techniques from the Han tribe craftsmen who were responsible for distributing materials. Soon, a new cooking method quickly spread in the camp. Spread among. Add an iron pot to the earth stove, stew fish and meat with firewood, and put a circle of corn tortillas on the edge of the pot. It is simply not too delicious. It's a pity that there are no vegetables to eat here. If this were the case in the Han tribe's headquarters, every household would store a cellar of radishes and cabbage in the winter. The Han tribe has not yet discovered this magical plant, Chinese cabbage. It is really a pity. But this kind of life is already very satisfying for the people who have survived. The newly delivered cloth was also put down according to human hair. It was not much, basically just enough to make underwear, and animal skins were still needed to be worn outside. This situation is similar even among the Han tribe. Fortunately, the Han tribe has raised a lot of sheep over the years. In winter, almost everyone has a sheepskin jacket. After all, this is the most common animal that can be used to keep warm. The skin is gone, and the others are either scarce or too expensive. The Han tribe began to try to grow cotton at the beginning of this year. After it was successful, they immediately promoted it and planted all the seeds. Until winter came, they only harvested one season of cotton, and it was not a lot. Butterfly used it for weaving. However, those newly bred seeds have been retained. Just wait until next spring. The Han tribe can fully promote cotton cultivation within the tribe. After 2 more harvests next year, there will be enough cotton stalks. By next winter, the people we can wear clothes and quilts made of cotton. In fact, weaving has always been secondary. There are many fibers that can be used to weave cloth, but there are really not many fibers that can be used as fillers and to keep warm. If there is no cotton, wool can only be used, but it was too difficult to make all the people wear cotton-padded jackets and cover themselves with wool. The Han tribe would have to raise as many sheep as they could. As for shoes, the Han tribe does not issue them, and those things are usually made by the tribesmen themselves. Although the people of these surviving tribes do not have old clothes to use for shoes, they can still wear straw sandals for a while. They look like just straw sandals, but they can actually be knitted into airtight boots, which can still be worn in winter. Wearing new clothes, wearing new shoes, having firewood at home, and food in the pot, the surviving people also have more learning opportunities at this time. They stay at home in the winter with nothing to do, so some people specially come to see the newcomers. Those craftsmen make instruments. Wooden buckets, wooden wheelbarrows, iron kitchen knives, and farm tools were all technical tasks that the survivors had seen for the first time. They saw ordinary pieces of wood and iron transformed into various good things in the skillful hands of craftsmen. Some people were ready to sign up to study on the spot. Yi also made some arrangements for this situation. This is the base camp for the frontline counterattack. Since it has this name, it is natural to be more careful. It is essential to maintain sufficient strength for all adult males. So now if you want to learn skills, you can only let the underage children learn first. As for the adults, Yi directly promised them that if they want to learn skills, they can wait until they return to the Han tribe. The Han tribe still has, the more techniques you can teach them, the more choices you will have when the time comes. The tinkling sound of iron was heard in the camp. Dozens of craftsmen from the Han tribe were busy in the temporary workshops. There were also many apprentices from the camp who came to learn skills. Of course, the apprentices could not do anything at all now. They can't even touch the hammer, so their current tasks are only to add charcoal and blow the bellows. Although all of them were wearing thin clothes, they were sweating profusely from the heat. Blacksmithing is a technical job, but it's not particularly difficult. To put it bluntly, it's a bit similar to kneading mud. They're both about shaping the material, but one uses hands and the other uses a hammer. The young apprentices watched with deep envy as they watched the steel ingots unloaded from the ship turn into various exquisite tools in the hands of the masters. Kitchen knives, farm implements, and tools are the most lacking things in the camp currently, but fortunately, after the workshop started, the shortage of these materials has been alleviated. The men of the hunting team in the camp are now equipped with newly made long-handled axes and hatchets. While it is not snowing yet, they have to quickly chop more firewood back. The original firewood stored in the camp is almost enough. Yes, but now so many people have come, and blacksmiths and carpenters also need wood and charcoal to make things. They have no choice but to go to the mountains to cut wood again. The remaining half-grown children and some men in the camp, as long as they did not participate in hunting, logging or patrolling, were almost all organized to learn skills. Farm tools are already being produced intensively, but it is a big problem that no one knows how to use the farm tools. Spring plowing must start on time in the beginning of spring. The farm tools will definitely be ready by then, but those who use the farm tools must also learn in advance. Officials from the Sinong Temple of the Han tribe gave special guidance. The common people also knew that this was an important livelihood skill for the Han tribe, so they studied it very seriously. After all, they had seen it with their own eyes and had eaten the corn they grew. This feeling of having food as long as they work hard was something they had never dared to imagine before. What's more, although farming is hard work, it is very peaceful and far less difficult than going out to gather and hunt. However, due to the conditions of the temporary camp, the plows they use to cultivate the land now can only be plowed by manpower. After all, there are very few livestock, and only a dozen wild donkeys have to bear heavy transportation work. The big guys in charge of water conservancy at Sinong Temple are also busy with on-site survey work. They need to combine the local topography and water source directions to reasonably plan the scope of reclamation. This is a delicate job. The land on both sides of the river valley close to the shore has been planned as rice fields, which facilitates irrigation. As for corn, it has strong adaptability and is drought and cold tolerant. It is more suitable to plant it on the hillside, but it is a little troublesome to divert water. It is possible to build several reservoirs on the hillside and then use water trucks to lift water up from below. Farmland planning and agricultural technology training are in progress, and the women in the camp are not idle. They are organized to learn needlework, learn how to cut and sew Han tribe clothes, and introduce the Han tribe's clothing characteristics. Weaving is naturally impossible to miss. Although there are not many looms brought this time, there are many spinning machines, and some looms that have been eliminated. Although we do not expect the camp's own production of cloth that can meet everyone's needs, but they have to make the sacks to hold the grain themselves, and it is impossible for the Han tribe to prepare everything for them. In addition, in terms of textile raw materials, the Han tribe also provided various hemp and cotton seeds to the camp so that they could selectively cultivate and plant them. There are also a lot of vegetable seeds. Generally, in the Han tribe, these things are grown in the auxiliary fields of women, so women also need to learn how to grow vegetables. But everyone's enthusiasm is very high. This kind of life where they can get stable food without having to collect it everywhere is what they dream of. Even some young girls in the camp who were about to come of age couldn't help but feel aroused when they saw the men coming from the Han tribe headquarters. If they could marry into the Han tribe, it might be a good choice. It's a pity, but most of the people who came here this time have wives. After all, underage people will not be assigned jobs at all, let alone come here. On the other side, there is the Luoyang County shipyard of the Han tribe, where Luo Chong still directs shipbuilding. The 80-meter-long ship was the first time the Han tribe had built it. Its size and complexity were no less than building a school. After all, it was originally larger than any teaching building of the Han tribe. There are 8 floors of cabins above and below. It is a high-rise building on land. There are 2 floors of space below the waterline, which are mainly used to store supplies. Gunpowder, fresh water, food, and artillery shells are basically on the 3 floors below and the 3 in the middle. The first floor is the artillery deck. 120 standard guns are arranged on the left and right sides. Portholes are opened on the bulwarks to serve as firing ports for the guns. There are 60 guns on each side and 20 guns on the first floor. The stairs up and down the cabin are located on the central axis of the hull, but between the gun positions and the stairs on both sides, There are shafts and skylights specially used for transporting supplies, which can quickly transport gunpowder and shells from the bottom warehouse during wartime. Slings and pulleys were brought up. Above is the open-air deck. As for the 7th and 8th floors, it is the mast house at the stern. The 7th floor is the kitchen and dining room. The 8th floor is the combat command room and conference room. It is the commanding height of the entire ship and has a great view. Good and easy to direct. The power layout of this battleship adopts a 5-masted sail layout for main masts and a sprit mast on the bow. Although the longitudinal sails, which are always simple to operate, are abandoned, the horizontal sails are more flexible. The surface can be made wider, which can also provide more sufficient power. More importantly, because the longitudinal sail likes to catch crosswind, the sail often needs to be adjusted at an oblique angle. In this way, the ship will inevitably roll, which is caused by the mast. Broken off. But the purpose of this ship is a gunboat. If the ship rolls, the guns will probably slide to one side, so how can we fight at that time? Furthermore, even if the artillery is fixed and will not slide, the pitch angle will still change due to the roll of the hull. The artillery has very strict requirements on the pitch angle. If the height difference is just 1 degree, there will be hundreds or even thousands of errors in the range. Meter deviation. The operation of the square sail may be more troublesome, but the advantage is that the hull is less likely to roll, which is why Luo Chong chose to use the square sail layout. 80 meters long, 18 meters wide, with a rounded nose and flat tail hull with an aspect ratio of 44, plus 4 main sails, it is an absolutely fast vessel. Although the displacement has exceeded 10,000 tons, it is full of power. However, such a large ship mast is not easy to find. It can only be made by splicing with mortise and tenon joints and tightening with steel rings. If you want to find a natural giant wood as a mast, let's not say whether it is easy to find it. Even if you find it, it will be difficult to transport and deal with. Because of the sailboat, the height of the mast cannot generally be less than the captain. Think about it, this is still the height above the top deck. In other words, the main masts of this ship are almost 100 meters high. The thickness of the masts, it's so big that even an adult can't hold it because it's just a pillar. The huge hull has also been severely tested in terms of load bearing and pressure bearing. In order to support such a huge hull and water pressure, the keels and ribs used inside are very thick, and the thickness of the hull outer plate is 25 centimeters. That can't be called a board at all. It should be called a beam or a pillar, but it is just for wrapping. Such thick wood needs to be completely softened before it can be installed on the frame, so it needs to be steamed for a long time in advance. For this reason, Luo Chong also had some new steamers specially built for shipboards. The installation method of such a thick board is also a big trouble. If the craftsmen have no choice, they can only come up with Luo Chong's own ideas. Finally, he chooses a noose to fix and tighten, and then drills holes first and then nails. Thermal riveting process to install. This is the easiest and strongest connection method when there is no lathe to make large bolts. Most of the steel-framed bridges in the early days of the previous life were also made using this process. Luo Chong used the same technology to build a sailboat. Of course there is no problem. What remains is waterproofing. The prosperous shipbuilding industry of the Han tribe has an increasing demand for glue. Whether it is pig skin fat or fish bladder, it is not enough. Fortunately, the Han tribe now has a new waterproof gel material. That is asphalt extracted from coal tar. Mix hemp fiber, sawdust, gypsum powder, or pounded oyster shells with asphalt evenly to make a black waterproof filler and smear it into the gaps in the shipboard. Then fill it with hemp rope and asphalt several times, and finally use the asphalt as scraped, and then a layer of paint is applied to cover it and beautify the appearance. The waterproofing work is completed. Asphalt is just a byproduct of the coking plant and has not been used for much. Now it is finally time to show its value. The output of this thing has always been embarrassing. When the asphalt was first produced, Luo Chong originally planned to build an asphalt road or something. But then he thought about the output of asphalt and forgot about it. It is estimated that it is not even enough to make waterproof linoleum. But now used to waterproof sailboats, these small quantities can still be supplied. As for waterproof glue, asphalt is definitely the best choice. In addition, because many auxiliary industries of the Han tribe began to develop, Luo Chong also spent a lot of money to decorate the two-story poop of the ship. The transparent glass windows on the entire three sides allow people to stand in the command room, and being able to clearly see the situation outside can definitely be called a luxury, but for the sake of better command conditions, Luo Chong is not stingy about this. In the command room on the stern, there are several metal pipes made of copper. In fact, these are the communication devices on the ship. The speakers at both ends are made of copper, but some unimportant sound pipes in the middle have been Luo Chong used a bamboo tube instead. All parts are being made separately, and they are ready to be assembled together when the hull is almost complete. Fortunately, it is winter now, and many people are in a state of idle farming and are willing to come to the shipyard or various workshops for work. There are many people doing odd jobs, which speeds up the shipbuilding process in disguise. In this way, there is hope that this giant ship, belonging to the Han tribe, will be successfully launched before spring. As for the artillery on the ship, that is the last thing to be installed. The artillery must be hoisted one by one when the ship is launched and outfitted. The entire shipbuilding work was in full swing. After Luo Chong arranged everything, he set off to go home. The hardware level of the Han tribe has been improving rapidly, and the software naturally has to keep up. First, he went home to spend a few days with his wife and children. After moving into the new house, Luo Chong's family's living standards improved a lot. Although it is winter now, the two children can also have the opportunity to bask in the sun in the glass room upstairs. This is children from other families cannot enjoy the treatment. The Han tribe still has a long way to go before glass windows are available to civilians. Currently, due to production capacity issues, glass can only exist as a luxury product. Xiao Luoqing and Luo Lan were wearing one-piece cotton-padded clothes sewn by Xiao Dai and wearing tiger head hats on their heads. They were playing with building blocks in the glass room upstairs warmly. According to Earth time, the two of them are now, the children were almost 1 year old and could already walk slowly while holding on to the wall. It was the most naughty time. Fortunately, Luo Chong prepared a lot of toys for them, so they stayed in the house honestly. However, although Luo Chong stayed at home to rest, he still did not leave the people below idle. He took advantage of the few days he returned home to issue orders to various counties and collect records of premature births and people's illness and death over the years. Then let each locality compile the data. There are also records of all the titles due to such events since the promulgation of the meritocracy system, which proposed that one can be granted title and land by contributing a medicinal material. Finally, there is a summary of the medicinal materials that the Han tribe has identified as having curative effects. By collecting this data and information, we are naturally preparing to make a contribution to the medical cause of the Han tribe. It has been 2 years since the Han tribe established a government-run school. The first batch of students will graduate in 1 year. What will they do after graduation? Whether to go home and farm directly, select outstanding talents to join the Han tribe in various industries, or continue studying. Of course these are all possible, but if you continue to study, what should you learn? Luo Chong's idea is to directly register for separate studies independently. He is planning to set up a professional medical school to systematically train medical talents for the Han tribe. After all, medicine is also an important part of society that can increase the average life expectancy. He has no choice but to pay attention to. There is also the military and police comprehensive college, which teaches detective investigation, logical reasoning, and military command knowledge. However, since it is an unpopular profession, the number of people will definitely not be very large, so they can simply be taught together. The remaining ones are the Advanced Academy of Sciences. This school is a direction for ordinary students to continue their studies. The learning content is higher-level mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and other knowledge. According to the current name, it should be regarded as science and engineering. It is a college, but the level of knowledge defined by Luo Chong is far from the current university level. At most, it is at the level between junior high school and high school. It mainly provides talents for various scientific research directions of the Han tribe. The last college that focuses on training can be regarded as an advanced college for liberal arts students. It is mainly aimed at cultivating administrative officials. In addition to teaching more advanced literature and mathematics to improve students' basic knowledge level, the school will also teach current affairs, policy theory, conduct systematic training and teaching on the work that various officials need to know about, such as farming and mulberry farming, administrative management, urban planning and construction, etc., specifically to train and export more backbone officials at the grassroots level for the Han tribe. With Luo Chong personally giving the order, the following data was quickly reported. Luo Chong glanced at it hastily and found that the results were still within the range he could accept. The average lifespan of the people has increased significantly. The most prominent thing is that more and more people are over 40 years old. This was almost impossible before. There are also many newborn children. Due to Luo Chong's several policies to encourage childbirth, such as giving birth to a child, you can receive several acres of tax-free land, etc., the families in the Han tribe are actively creating and reproducing, and the number of newborn children in only 2 years the population has exceeded 30,000, which is no longer a small number for the Han tribe with a total population of only a few 100,000. Of course, this data refers to newborns who are still alive, not those who died in infancy. Statistics show that the mortality rate of children under 6 years old in the Han tribe is 37%, which is a shocking figure, but it is still within Luo Chong's expectations. To be honest, he is very lucky that it does not exceed 50%. This is the result of his efforts to improve the quality of people's lives. If there were no Han tribes, the death rate of young children in those clans would have been terrifying. Luo Chong remembered that the premature death rate for people under the age of 15 in ancient times was about 30%, which was still terrible, but at least less than 1/3. Rabbit also collected statistics on this when the country was first founded, and the newborn mortality rate was 1 in 1,000. Around 200 years ago, 1 in 5 children died in infancy. At that time, the mortality rate for children in the Takajang family was 60 per 1,000, which was much lower. The Han tribe is still in the primitive era. Although it is already very developed in some aspects, this fact cannot be denied. The Han tribe still has a lot to do and a long way to go. Luo Chong still needs to continue to work hard. After looking at the statistics on causes of death, the issues that need improvement became clear. According to the statistical data below, more than 10% of newborns in the Han tribe died during childbirth. In other words, these children were not even born, but simply died. This is not the most frightening thing. What is even more frightening is that usually when such a situation occurs, it is difficult for the mother of the child to survive. Dystocia and massive bleeding are all the culprits that lead to 1 death and 2 lives. Of course, the most direct reason is that the maternal age is too young. This is an unsolvable problem. The only solution is to increase the maternal age. This has nothing to do with medicine, this is a matter of social policy. But it is obviously unrealistic to raise the age of marriage all at once. The current adult standard for the Han tribe is 13 years old. In modern times, it is the 1st and 2nd grade of junior high school. It is still too young. But if the age is directly raised to 10.8, it is estimated that many people will find it difficult to accept it. Luo Chong himself could not accept that this would slow down the population growth of the Han tribe, but there was a problem that had to be corrected, so he decided to solve it by raising the adult standard year by year. The standard of adulthood is raised by 1 year each year. Adults will become adults at 13 this year, 14 next year, and 15 the year after that. Finally, the adult standard will be set at 16. It will take 3 or 4 years to slowly transition and allow people to gradually adapt, without seriously affecting population growth. Marriage at the age of 16 is also a very common age standard in modern times, such as Ermao and Nanbang. The legal age for marriage in these countries is 16. After raising the age standard, we must also improve the reproductive medical system, such as training professional midwives, or directly setting up maternal and child health hospitals, and deploying them according to regions, so that children can be delivered to local maternal and child health hospitals. These are all effective solutions. Method, but in the long run, Luo Chong still prefers the second option, building a professional hospital. These are all for the 10% who die during childbirth, and nearly 27% of infants and young children die from fever, unknown cause, vomiting and diarrhea, unknown cause, intractable diseases, unknown cause, poisoning, trauma, accidental death, such as falling into a river and drowning, being bitten to death by wild animals while out playing. Except for accidental death, the rest all fall into the category of avoidable or salvageable medical treatment, which is worth the effort. Especially for common injuries such as fever, vomiting, diarrhea, poisoning, and trauma, these are all directions that the Han tribe needs to study and explore. Fever is fever. From a scientific point of view, fever is actually a means for the body's immune function to kill viruses. A low fever below 38 degrees does not matter. In modern times, doctors would not even give you medicine for a fever of this level. Instead, they would tell you it's better to burn it. However, once the body temperature is too high, it will damage the human organs and tissues, leaving some disabilities at least, such as burning the eyes or deafening the ears, or simply giving up and dying in the worst case. In the absence of medicinal materials, the Han tribe was not helpless in dealing with this situation. For example, scraping, which Luo Chong used to treat illnesses, was a good way to reduce fever. Others include drinking hot water, covering yourself with a quilt to induce sweating, or using physical methods to quickly cool down, such as smearing the body with alcohol. The Baijiu Han tribe has already brewed it. To make high-concentration alcohol, it is nothing more than distilling it twice more. Not to mention that medical alcohol is only 75 degrees, so purer is not always better. As for special fever-reducing medicinal materials, you can slowly search for them. Even if you are in a hurry, there is nothing you can do about it. The remaining vomiting, diarrhea, and poisoning can actually be grouped together, because sometimes poisoning can also cause symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea. The first is to publicize the active avoidance of contact with poisonous organisms, such as poisonous insects and poisonous weeds. The other category is the category of mild food poisoning. This also needs publicity. Avoid eating unfamiliar ingredients, and do not drink raw well water. The water must be boiled before drinking. Don't eat spoiled food. Of course, artificially fermented food does not count. Even leftovers from the same day must be reheated before eating, because some people with bad gastrointestinal problems will suffer from diarrhea if they eat cold leftovers. It could all have been avoided. In addition to publicity, treatment methods such as inducing vomiting can also be used. Gastric lavage is a bit difficult, but it can be studied slowly. Then there is the active search for drugs that can treat vomiting and diarrhea, which also takes time. Finally, there are parasites in the intestines and stomach, which can be treated with realgar wine. Modern people have eaten sugar cubes used to fight insects. In ancient times, they also had their own means of fighting insects, that is, realgar wine. Realgar powder can be used to repel insects, and making wine can also expel parasites in the body. It is one of the few that Luo Chong knows. A kind of traditional Chinese medicine. However, realgar wine is not good to drink, and it is not advisable to drink too much. Drinking it once or twice a year is enough. The ancients did a good job in this regard, turning drinking realgar wine into a custom linked to festivals, so that people can easily accept a lot and can afford to drink. Luo Chong planned to copy it directly and make the Dragon Boat Festival a legal festival of the Han tribe. He would make rice dumplings, drink realgar wine, smoke mugwort, boil water with mugwort for bathing, clean the house, and drive away poisonous insects. These customs could be promoted. Side dragon boats and other things are not required. There is nothing in this world to commemorate Shuyuan. Besides, not all counties of the Han tribe rely on water, so they do not have the conditions for dragon boat racing. Moreover, it is too expensive and a waste of time. Other things such as worshipping ancestors and sweeping tombs, you can have something like that. As for the time of the Dragon Boat Festival, you can also copy it and set it on the 5th day of May. It is easy to remember. Moreover, this time happens to be in the middle of summer, which is the season when poisonous insects are most active. It is still necessary to carry out a good pest control at this time. Luo Chong was thinking and writing down everything he thought of on paper. These are treatment and prevention options for symptoms such as fever and vomiting, diarrhea, poisoning, etc. The last one is trauma. In fact, this is something that is relatively easy to treat, because the Han tribe already has medicine in this area, and Luo Chong himself is also good at treating trauma. After all, he learned battlefield first aid in his previous life, and most of them were used to treat trauma. Trauma can also be divided into two categories, minor injury and weight according to the severity of the injury. If further subdivided, orthopedics can also be specifically broken down, which is a systematic medical subject. For trauma, we mainly need to pay attention to disinfection, hemostasis, wound dressing, anti-inflammation, and post-care. Disinfection is easy. Now the Han tribe can use alcohol. As for hydrogen peroxide, it can also be prepared with dilute sulfuric acid. However, the energy consumption is relatively high and the shelf life is relatively short. It is not suitable for mass production. Iodine or iodophor, Han, the chemical industry level of the tribe is not yet supported. For now, alcohol is the most suitable disinfectant and has a long shelf life. Apart from being more irritating to wounds, it has no other disadvantages. In terms of hemostasis and wound dressing, some treatment methods such as suturing and ligation can also be added. This is a very common medical technology in ancient China. When it comes to the types and uses of surgical instruments, TCM surgery considers itself second in the world. No one in the world dares to claim to be number one. Traditional Chinese medicine has surgery, and it appeared very early, much earlier than Hua Tuo, who scraped bones to cure poison. He only became famous for a while, because he invented Ma Fei San. It is a pity that Luo Chong is not a traditional Chinese medicine, so he has no experience in this area. Still don't understand things well enough. But he still knows some basic things. For example, medical sutures are not actually made of intestines, but silk. Silk is secreted by the silk glands in the body of silkworms. The main component is protein, which can be absorbed by the human body. Suturing the ligation inside the body eliminates the need for stitches to be removed. This is a medical reserve material under normal circumstances. It is a temporary suture under abnormal circumstances. If there is no thread, the patient's own hair can be used, but it must be disinfected first. Both men and women in the Han tribe have long hair, so there will be no shortage of suture materials for first aid. There is also serious injury surgery, which generally involves internal organs, including orthopedics. Orthopedics also has external bone-setting methods, but there are also open fractures, which are serious wounds that are deep and the broken bones are directly exposed from the wound. Injury. There is no way to do this. We can only slowly explore and research. However, the conditions of the Han tribe are relatively sufficient in this regard. Those cannibal prisoners of war and slaves can be used as experimental subjects for students to practice. The Han tribe has many general teachers, medicine. Special human specimens, mostly donated, a small number of unclaimed corpses, are called silent teachers by students, and those with intact corpses are called gross teachers. Anyway, they are all cannibal aliens, so there is no need to talk about humanism with them. Of course, experimental animals are also indispensable. In this regard, we can also learn from previous social experiences and use mice, rabbits, dogs, monkeys, orangutans, and other creatures to conduct drug experiments. Or use it for practice, and then conduct human clinical trials after the experiment produces certain results. Dissect more cadavers, obtain more human skeleton specimens, and become familiar with all the more than 200 bones and various tissues in the human body. If you do not believe in religion, you will not be able to produce qualified doctors. Moreover, the most important thing about medical school is not medical technology, but inheritance, which is actually more important than medical treatment itself. Traditional Chinese medicine has been a cultural treasure passed down for thousands of years. In fact, not much has survived. Many good things have been lost in the inheritance. Why? Because in ancient times, the bad habit of passing on male rather than female, and passing on relatives, but not outsiders, is not only limited to traditional Chinese medicine, but also many good things. Our advanced technology and cultural treasures have been lost because of this feudal ideology. We would rather put them in a coffin than pass them on to others. Luo Chong is well aware of the dangers of this bad habit, so he will naturally not follow the same wrong path again. Since he wants to engage in medicine, he should put all talents and resources together for centralized training, and use modern teaching models to mass-produce doctors. It is the best way to improve the level of universal medical care. Compile all the medical knowledge into a book, draw the human body structure into a map, print it in batches, and use it as a teaching material for medical students to ensure that everything is passed on. This is the most important thing, and it is much more important than simple medical technology. As for the textbook that the medical school needs to use, Luo Chong has already thought of a name, Compendium of Materia Medica, a popular science book that specifically introduces the properties of various medicinal materials. The content should include the description of the medicinal materials, growth environment, collection methods, cultivation methods, and processing methods. Usage and dosage, main functions, contraindications, etc. Luo Chong would not write such a book, otherwise why would he use his title in exchange for other people's medicinal materials? Those medicinal materials previously provided by the private sector and officially confirmed can now be included. As for other therapeutic taboos, usage and dosage, etc., things can be pondered over slowly. Luo Chong can give a clear direction and make the medical education of Han tribes less detours, which is already his greatest contribution. In addition, there is another book called Atlas of the Internal and External Structure of the Human Body. From skin to muscles, from organs to bones, everything is anatomy and drawn. Since you want to treat people, of course you must first understand the human body. Not only should there be anatomical diagrams of each part, but also the functions of each organ, common lesions, causes of lesions, treatment suggestions, etc., all need to be noted in detail. For others, you can also read the records of divine prescriptions of Chinese medicine, which specifically collects classic prescriptions that have been proven to be effective. This can also be done. Secret Book of Health and Healthcare contains some fitness gymnastics, similar to the ancient Qingshu, as well as health-preserving dietary recipes, and rehabilitation treatment methods after serious injuries or illnesses. Treatment Collection of Miscellaneous Diseases is a collection of treatment methods for various difficult and complicated diseases, including the causes of diseases, symptoms of diseases, treatment methods, etc. Although such a book may seem unconventional, it can at least provide some reference for future generations. When future generations encounter similar illnesses, it would be nice to have a treatment idea that they can learn from. Infectious Diseases and Hygiene, as you can tell from the name, is also a very important book that mainly focuses on the prevention and treatment of various infectious diseases. Get another book called General Knowledge on Maternal and Child Health Care, which can be printed in large quantities and distributed among the public. It mainly compiles some precautions for women during pregnancy and infancy, and can be vigorously promoted among the public. These 7 books are not something that one person can produce in a short time. The process of writing these 7 books is actually the development direction set by Luo Chong for the medical school. As long as these 7 books can be successfully written after writing it down, the medical level of the Han tribe was truly stabilized. It covers almost all basic medical theoretical knowledge. Of course, these are the basics. In short, we will first use this method to train a group of doctors. As for development, Luo Chong welcomes a capable person to write a new book by himself, such as 1,000 Gold Prescriptions for Gynecology. The Yellow Emperor's Internal Medicine and other holy medical books came out. After all, medicine requires not only exploration and research, but also accumulation and inheritance. This is a process of continuous development. Luo Chong has pointed out the direction for them, and the rest is up to them. Although he knows many things, he is not omnipotent after all. A new school needs to be established, and campuses and talents are essential. Luo Chong is planning to build several new campuses, which will be built together with the new city. The Han tribe has increased its population a lot in the past year. The counties outside the territory have increased in population, and the counties in the territory have also seen a large increase in the number of newborns. Kaiyuan County has nearly 20,000 newly admitted grassland herdsmen. Yunji, the governor of Weishan County, has also fulfilled his promise of 50,000 people. Now they have finally recruited all the people, but it is said that there are still some who have not joined around the Great Lakes. Tribe, Luo Chong has given orders to continue absorbing the population. Although the number of savages who come to Luoyang County to work is smaller than before, there are still people who come to visit in admiration, and some of them have successfully become subjects of the Han tribe. Then there are the newly absorbed populations from Ruyang County and Hanyang County. They are all on the periphery of the Han tribe's territory and have the opportunity to come into contact with unfamiliar tribes. Some of those tribes also chose to join in during their frequent interactions with the Han tribe. Especially the counties below Hanyang County, they recruit the most savages. Together with the newborns in the county, the population of 2 counties has exceeded 10,000. Dongxing County, which is far away, is also developing very well in Jingyan's hands. Not only is the output of coal mines stable, but the grain output last year was also large, and the newly admitted population is also the largest. The entire county's population has actually exceeded 30,000 people. However, this growth is reasonable. After all, it is still an undeveloped virgin land, and there are many tribes that have never had contact with the Han tribe. Even the Jiang family, which had a population of more than 2,000, was discovered on the east bank of the Luoyang River. It wouldn't be unusual to find a few more similar large tribes. Finally, there are the surviving tribes that Yui has recently admitted. Their combined population is more than 7,000, and it is still growing rapidly. After a quick calculation, the Han tribe's population has increased by more than 100,000 in 2 years. Adding the original population and the new population, the total population of the entire tribe has exceeded 240,000, and is about to exceed 250,000. In fact, there is another place whose population Luo Chong has not counted, because they have not yet reported the specific situation, and that is the temporary camp at the mouth of the Luyang River, across the river from the Tang tribe. At that time, both Yufu and Luo Chong thought about establishing a marine advance base on the seaside. The location of the Tang tribe was undoubtedly the most suitable. However, the Tang tribe was also a large tribe with a population of tens of thousands. It was impossible for the Han tribe to accept them just by accepting them. It was even more impossible to directly seize their territory, so for better development, the development point was chosen on the other side of the Tang tribe. When Yufu came back from Zhudao for the last time, he left dozens of people and a boat there, asking them to find the small clans that were hostile to the Tang tribe, and first try to conquer a few small tribes, and set up camp. Besides, I don't know what will happen now. Luo Chong has even given the place a name, Tuahai County, which means to open up the ocean. Now he is just waiting for the dozens of people to open up the situation locally, and then large-scale construction can be carried out. However, what Luo Chong didn't know was that at this time, the advance camp of Tuahai County had gathered a population of no less than 10,000 people. This was a collection of 6 small clans and tribes, and they had all moved to the camp. Yofu really values that geographical location because it is close to the estuary of the Luyang River, coupled with the Luyang River's freshwater resources, natural water-based high-speed transportation, and large torrents on both sides of the bank impacting the plains. The land is fertile and the woods are dense. It is very rich in animal and plant resources, as well as iron ore. Whether they are growing food, engaging in industry, building ships, or developing marine fisheries, they are in a unique location. And because they are close to the sea, they don't have to worry about running out of salt. In addition, there is Bamboo Island, not far away overseas, and can also develop maritime trade nearby. In order to gain a foothold there, Yufu also left behind his right-hand man, a young man named Jiangqi. Jiangqi was recommended to him by the clan leader of the Jian family, because his nephew Yu Ji married a woman of the Jian family, and the Yu Jian family was also tricked by Yufu, so the Yufu family has a relationship with the Jian family. It was very good. If there was an opportunity to make meritorious deeds, I would naturally think of them, so the clan leader of the Jian family recommended Jiangqi to Yufu. Jiangqi is really smart. After joining the Han tribe, both in terms of learning speed and adaptability, he was much faster than the teenagers of the same tribe. After seeing the power of the Han tribe, this guy quickly regarded himself as a Han tribe people, nothing else, just because the Han tribe is advanced, powerful, and proud of their capital. Coupled with the platform that Yufu built for him to showcase his talents, Jiangqi quickly showed his prominence in Yufu's fleet, so the task of leading the team to develop Takumi County was given to him this time. Jiangqi followed Yufu out to sea, and met many tribes. He also went to the Xian tribe on Zhudao. He also went to the grasslands. He also visited most of the Han tribes. He can be said to be a very knowledgeable person. And he also has a certain tact in dealing with others. His method of winning over those small clans was actually very simple and crude. He first spent some benefits to hire a few guides in the Tang tribe, and then took them to find those small clans that were independent of the Tang tribe. The men he led were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, and they were given heavy gifts such as silk, porcelain, steel knives, and books. After meeting, they boasted to the sky, telling them how powerful the Han tribe was, and showing them the superb manufacturing technology of the Han tribe. Powerful force and transportation capabilities, advanced agricultural level, and writing that can cover everything. In fact, he doesn't know a few of them, but anyway, just brag about them first. After frightening people, invite some of their important people to go out to sea on a large sailboat, and first go to the sea to catch sea fish. Return to the camp and cook the seafood, put 2 bottles of white wine on the table, and while drinking, introduce the future development plan of the Han tribe here. When the seafood is finished, the wine is drunk, and the plan is listened to, then look back at the fully loaded people. Basically, no leader could resist the temptation of seafood catch, so he agreed directly at that time. Their idea is also very simple. First of all, the Han tribe has high yields of food and more scientific planting technology, which is what they value most. Secondly, the Han tribe has strong manufacturing capabilities and can make all good things. Thirdly, the Han tribe has a developed breeding industry. A lot of them don't have livestock, which they need. The most important thing is that the Han tribe can also build ships. Even if they don't grow food, they can feed all the people in the tribe just by fishing at sea. This is what attracts them the most. After all, it is real meat. Then there is the issue of institutional and cultural differences, which they can accept. First of all, the Han tribe is a tribe composed of multiple surnames. Even if these clans join in, it will not bring about much change. The Han tribe and the Tang tribe are actually similar, and the Tang tribe also has many surnames. Secondly, most clans have the tradition of ancestor worship. After all, if you don't recognize your ancestors, how can you have a clan? This is also consistent with the Han tribe. As for the private ownership of the Han tribe, it is the same as theirs. There is not much change after joining. The last key point is the location of Tuahai County. Tuahai County is on the opposite bank of the Tang tribe and not far from their original settlement. Even if they join the Han tribe, they don't have to move too far. They will still be in a place they are familiar with. This is the easiest thing for the clan people to accept. As long as they don't have to run too far away, they are willing to move. After all, their ancestors have lived here for a long time, and many of their ancestors are buried here. If there is no reason that makes them unable to survive, most of them will not be willing to move far away. Jiangxi has successfully captured 6 clan tribes by relying on this method, but only some people have come to the camp so far, and there are many more who have not come yet. After all, we are developing a new land. It was originally a wasteland and could not accommodate so many people. Therefore, each clan has only sent some of them to the camp to participate in the construction. After the houses are repaired, everyone will move here together. The clan leaders of those clans were not idle either. In order to gain a greater say in the Han tribe in the future, they also began to actively absorb the surrounding savages or smaller clans, actively strengthening their own strength, among other things. As long as the population can remain at the forefront among the many joining clans, that is the most obvious advantage. In the winter of December, Hanyang County is already covered with snow, but at the mouth of the Luyang River, the camp in Tuahai County is as warm as spring. The temperature of 12 or 3 degrees makes people feel very comfortable wearing only single clothes. But here busy people are mostly shirtless. There are many things to do in building a new county town. The first thing is to build a dock, even if it is temporary, at least it can allow sailboats to dock, because a lot of materials have to be loaded and unloaded here. The 2 most important projects in Tuahai County are building water conservancy projects, cultivating fertile farmland, and building houses for people to live in. There is so much work to be done, and although there is no shortage of manpower for the time being, there is an extreme shortage of tools. After Jiangxi reported the situation, Luo Chong arranged for him to use a boat to go to the mission station on Judao for help. Previously, in order to promote currency on Judao, the Han tribe transported a lot of iron materials and craftsmen there, but now the relationship between the Han and Xian tribes has deteriorated. The Xian tribe has explicitly banned the Han tribe from promoting currency on Judao. So, these iron materials are useless if left there. It is better to provide support to Takumi County nearby. In this way, Tuahai County had craftsmen who could lead the team, as well as farm implements and tools. As for the cattle needed to cultivate the fields, Luo Chong also ordered to mobilize them from Kaiyuan County and then ship them over to support them. There were 2 veterans, with the camp supporting them from behind. The construction progress of Tuahai County will be faster. And those clan chiefs who had agreed to join were very happy when they saw so many resources from the Han tribe mobilized here. Isn't this why they joined the Han tribe? In addition, due to the climate in Tuahai County, it is actually possible to grow food this season. In order to make the newly joined local people self-sufficient as soon as possible, Luo Chong also ordered them to plant all the reclaimed land first, and temporarily counted as a collective after the ministry has relocated. The land will be distributed according to the household registration data of all residents. Although the temperature of more than 10 degrees is not high, it does not affect the growth and maturity of crops. It is just that the growth cycle is longer. The maturity cycle of crops is not calculated by time. In modern terms, it should actually be called accumulated temperature, the growth process. When the daily accumulated temperature reaches a certain value, it will mature. For example, crops that require a total accumulated temperature of 3,000 degrees to mature. In the summer, the average daily temperature is above 30 degrees, so it only takes 3 months to mature for harvest. In spring, autumn or winter, the average daily temperature is about 15 degrees. Then it will take about 5 months to mature. As long as the accumulated temperature is enough, it can be harvested naturally. On the plains surrounding Tuahai County, large tracts of land were cultivated, and then planted with corn and rice. These 2 crops are currently the most productive food varieties controlled by the Han tribe, and they are also the sacred food that the surrounding clans yearn for. However, on the other side of the river, but the Tang tribe could only stare blankly. The corn and rice fields here in Tuahai County are lush and green, with rows of field ridges and canals dividing the fields into square and neat rows. The crops sown in rows are also pleasing to the eye, while the wheat fields of the Tang tribe on the other side are still used. The low-level farming method of broadcasting is to turn over the soil, then scatter a handful of seeds and stomp on them with your feet. The Tang tribe produces their own iron, but they do not know how to make iron. Most of their ironware is cast from pig iron, and their agricultural tools are at this level. They have also developed human-powered plows, but they do not have the high-end Colombians of the Han tribe. Wooden stirp machine, as long as you pour the seeds into it and walk along the plot, the seeds can be neatly pushed into the soil. It also has the function of turning and covering the soil. Column is a powerful tool for farming. The biggest advantage is that it can sow seeds quickly and neatly, and it also saves seeds. When planting the same area of land, columbine sowing requires at least half the seeds than broadcast sowing, which can save a lot of time. Human and animal power can also reduce the cost of seeds, save farming costs, and increase farming income. Of course, this alone is nothing. What makes the Tang tribe on the other side the most envious is that the Han tribe actually has cattle. This kind of cool operation of using large animals to work for people. They have lived here for hundreds of years, and still, how could we not make them envious when we met for the first time? The 2 tribes are separated by a river. Every day when Takumi County is working, a large group of people gather on the other side of the river to watch. Although they themselves do not get much benefit, their tribe can learn a lot. For example, the method of digging canals to irrigate fields was something they had never thought of before. Raising large animals to help people work also gave them a lot of inspiration. Even the method of building houses can be made from clay and fired into bricks. They come to build houses, but they themselves use clay to make pottery. Since pottery can be used to hold water, why can't it be used to waterproof it? They are obviously very simple things, but when used by the Han tribe, they appear so advanced. Does your family eat from a plate? The Han tribe put plates on the roof of their houses. This is the first time that land transportation artifacts such as vehicles have appeared in the Tang tribe's field of vision. Before, they still used low-level transportation methods of shoulder carrying and back carrying. However, the Han tribe not only made vehicles out of wood, but also used oxen and horses to pull them. People only needed sitting on a cart and controlling cattle and horses. They can pull things weighing thousands of kilograms at a time. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were killed. But the Han tribe was so magical. Because the Han tribe had not settled here before, there were only a few ships going back and forth, so this was the first time they saw the Han tribe's strong strength in land transportation. After 2 months of observation, Tang Ji, the leader of the Tang tribe, finally couldn't sit still. She actually asked someone to build a big bamboo raft to cross the river and came to visit. There were too many good things from the Han tribe, and she also wanted to learn or buy some. After asking the local laborers, she learned that the person in charge of the Han tribe here was just a teenager. Although he could be considered an adult, she was still a little surprised that a teenager could actually manage so many people. His power is too great. And there are already so many people here, why doesn't the legendary leader of the Han tribe come over in person? Tang Ji feels that he is her equal. In order to learn something good from the Han tribe, let her come over on her own initiative. Meeting the head of a branch tribe was actually considered condescending, she thought. Chief Tang, do you think I'm too young? In fact, the leader of our Han tribe is about the same size as me, and in settlements like Tuahai County, we still have about 10 Han tribes, and there will probably be more next year, so I am temporarily here. It's not uncommon to take charge here. If Chief Tang feels that I am not qualified to talk to you, then I can also send you to our Han tribe to find the leader. I think the leader will be very happy to see you. In fact, when he first knew that there was a tribe here with a population of tens of thousands, I became interested in you as the leader. As soon as Jiang Qi met Tang Ji, he took the initiative to invite her. After living in the Han tribe for more than a year, and traveling extensively with Yu Fu, he actually already had some understanding of the leader. As for Luo Chong's character, knowing that the Tang tribe has such a large population, it would be a strange thing not to think of snatching it all away. And they, Luo Chong's men, actually like to do this kind of thing. The bigger the Han tribe becomes in the hands of this group of people, the more they feel a sense of accomplishment. Oh? You can still send me to see your leader? Tang Ji asked in surprise. Of course you can. If you want to go, I can write a letter to the leader to tell him first, and then formally invite you to go. Jiang Qi said very enthusiastically. The camp of Tuahai County is located on the opposite bank of the Tang tribe. It is impossible to say that Luo Chong has no idea about the Tang tribe. But what Luo Chong's intention is, whether it is war or peace, Jiang Qi can't guess, so he simply leave this matter directly to the leader to decide, and he can act as a microphone in the middle, so as to avoid getting into trouble. Won't the leader of your Han tribe come over? After all, there is such a big new branch city, wouldn't he come over to see it in person? Tang Ji asked, very curiously. If something like this happened to the Tang tribe, it would be a big deal. She would definitely be very concerned about it. She would even stay in the new camp every day to direct the construction, but this Han tribe, the leaders didn't even take a look. How heartless this was. We can't speculate on the leader's itinerary. Our leader is very busy and has a lot of things to do. I'm not sure whether he will come, but at least he won't come this year. Jiang Qi said sincerely to Tang Ji explained. In this case, there is no other way. Although Tang Ji also wants to go to the Han tribe to have a good look, the journey is too far, and after all, she is also the leader of a large tribe, and it is impossible to leave the tribe for so long. In this way, seeing it is very difficult for Luo Chong. But now someone took the initiative and said she could go. It was a rare opportunity, and she didn't want to give up. Seeing her uncertain expression, Jiang Qi guessed what she was thinking, so he took the initiative to give her some advice. If Chief Tang doesn't have time to go, you can also send an envoy to see our leader. In this way, you only need to select a few envoys that Chief Tang trusts. You can also give them some negotiation powers. If there is any need to negotiate with us, just let them talk about the matters discussed by the Han tribe. After hearing this, Tang Ji's eyes lit up. It turned out that there was such a thing as a mission. It would be a good idea to send a few trusted representatives to see it for him. But who is the right person to send? They need to be trustworthy, smart, flexible in dealing with people, and not to embarrass the Tang tribe. Although the Tang tribe is not as powerful as the Han tribe, it is still a big tribe. You still need the face you deserve. After thinking for a long time, Tang Ji really thought of someone, and a graceful figure gradually became clear in her mind. Otherwise, let her go. I dedicated a friend's book, Demon Hunting Career from Scratch, which is about fantasy adventure. If you like it, you can read it. The person Tang Ji was thinking of, based on blood relationship, should be her niece, Tang Yao. Tang Yao is only 14 years old. She has just come of age in the Tang tribe. She is a very lively girl. In terms of dealing with others, at least she has no problem in the tribe. She is never afraid of strangers and can talk to anyone. To put it in a modern way, that is very friendly. He is also very smart and has his own specialties. This little girl likes flowers and plants. She has taken care of a small garden by herself, transplanted many beautiful plants, and also has many medicinal herbs with strange functions. She is also very good at treating diseases and saving people, because she often provides free medical treatment to her tribe members, so he also has a high prestige in the Tang tribe and is a key training target of Tang Ji. If nothing else happens, the next generation leader of the Tang tribe is likely to be Tang Yao. Tang Yao made a great contribution to the tribe. He successively developed many practical medicinal materials and cured many people in the tribe. His prestige was established, but he still lacked a little insight into the overall situation and was very knowledgeable about the management of large tribes. He had little experience, so Tang Ji wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to let Tang Yao go to the Han tribe to learn from the scriptures and see the world by the way. If she can negotiate a cooperative relationship with the Han tribe, she will gain more benefits for the tribe in the future, and her prestige will definitely be raised to a higher level by then. All the tribesmen will be grateful to her, and then her position as the next leader will be stabilized. To put it simply, this is an aunt paving the way for her niece's future. From this point of view, the relationship between the two is naturally the most trustworthy. Tang Ji can rest assured when Tang Yao leads the team to the Han tribe. After figuring out the key, Tang Ji immediately agreed to Jiang Qi's invitation and agreed to the suggestion of sending a mission to the Han tribe. Then she said that she would go back and make preparations, so she went back directly. However, when she went back, she took a big train. The small landing craft on the sailboat was much safer than the bamboo raft. Jiang Qi, who was sure of the news, didn't hesitate and immediately asked someone to write a long letter for him. He first reported on the development of his side, and then talked about the Tang tribe's desire to cooperate with the Han tribe, and invited the other party. Send a mission to the Han tribe headquarters to interview the leader and ask Luo Chong if he agrees. If he agrees, what are his requirements for the mission? After the letter was written, he sent it directly to Luo Chong using Flying Eagle. At this time, Luo Chong was not idle at home. He was leading a group of top Han tribe bosses and his own bodyguards on a winter hunt. That is, hunting in winter. Hunting is just a pretext, and it has no intention of training troops. It is just to call the close friends who are scattered in various places to gather together, and then go to the new territory for field inspection. Because new counties will be established in the coming year, the Han tribe is definitely going to expand outward again. Luo Chong is taking people to visit the spots first. In the plain woodlands to the south, between Ruyang County and Luoyang County, hundreds of horses were galloping here. They pulled a huge arc-shaped circle in the snow and drove the big antlered deer into the woods. This kind of hunting method has many benefits. Dense trees can trap adult big antlered deer. The huge antlers on their heads will become the biggest threat to kill them, while those antlerless doe and young deer with smaller antlers can just run away from the woods. As the saying goes, you should keep a line in life so that you can meet again in the future. In fact, the same principle applies to hunting. Only adult male deer should be killed selectively, and the females and young deer should be released. This way, there will be more to catch next year and it will not lead to genocide. It also gives those wild animals a chance to recuperate. It didn't take long for everyone to drive the deer into the woods, and naturally there was another easy hunt for prey. The newly hunted bighorn deer was slaughtered on the spot. The entourage immediately set up a tent, set up a charcoal stove, put together a folding table, and placed wine bottles. Those who were willing to eat barbecue had barbecue, and those who were willing to cook hot pot had hot pot. Luo Chong and Han, a group of tribal leaders, began to drink heartily, and the followers also lit bonfires and gathered together in twos and threes to roast game. Luo Chong filled his bowl with a few spoons of venison snow water soup filled with chili peppers. He broke the dry food pancakes he brought with him into the bowl and soaked them. He held the skewers in his hands and started eating. Everyone followed suit. They all ate happily. "Chief, I haven't had the pleasure of hunting or eating meat like today for a long time. It's really a pleasure." The rat on the side took a bite of fresh venison and couldn't help but praise it. "Come on, I believe you if you haven't hunted. Do you think anyone will believe you if you say you haven't eaten meat? Let everyone see how fat you have become in the 3 years you have been in Ruyang County." Luo Chong, he couldn't help but teased with contempt. The big trees around, Yunji, Jingyan, Dolly, Yingrui, Yufu, and others all couldn't help laughing. Shuta didn't know whether it was because he had drunk too much wine or he felt ridiculed, so he rubbed himself with a red face. "Belly," he argued dissatisfiedly. "What can I do? Ruyang County is the county in the middle. There are Luoyang in the east, Hanyang in the west, Sidong County, and Xingang County in the north. There is a big forest in the south, and there is not even a tribe. It's hard to find something to do. It would be so boring if I didn't study for something to eat after dealing with the county affairs." "Oh? So you are dissatisfied with your current position? Do you want to be transferred outside?" Luo Chong asked tentatively. In fact, he deliberately lured Shuda to answer. He really wanted to change Shuda's position. Ruyang County was now on the right track. It would be a waste to let Shuda continue to stay. A talented person, in terms of managing the tribe, Shuda is actually a very capable person. After all, he was also a leader in the past. Can it really be transferred to outsiders? Shuda looked at Luo Chong in surprise, his face seemed to be even redder due to excitement. "Well, of course it can be adjusted, but where do you want to go? Tell me first." Luo Chong nodded in response. The bosses around him also looked at him, and they all thought to themselves, "It seems that this hunting is not that simple. The leader has even transferred the rat boss, so how will he be arranged?" Seeing people around him staring at him, Shuda seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter. The leader was not joking, so he began to think about it seriously. After thinking for a moment, Shuda said, "Chief, I have long heard from Brother Yofu that there are many fish in the sea, and they are delicious. Since we want to transfer it out, we might as well move it farther away. Chief, let me go to the beach. Isn't there a new Tuahai County built there? Otherwise, let me go to Zhudao and bring back the beast's teeth. That kid hasn't been back home for 2 years. Luo Chong pondered for a moment, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the big tree on the other side, stared at him and asked, "Yours, where do you want to go, big tree?" Dashu was stunned for a moment, not expecting the leader to suddenly ask him. In fact, among the many elders of the Han tribe present, Dashu is the most capable and the most down-to-earth person. He has a sense of being at ease with the situation. No matter what Luo Chong asks him to do, he is willing to do it down to earth, even if he is not very good, he will learn with humility. Moreover, in terms of experience and length of time in governing a party, Dashu is also the one with the longest time. After all, Luoyang County was the first county established separately from the Han tribe. Dashu has been managing it since the establishment of the county. It can be said that Luoyang County grew up bit by bit in his hands. He never thought that one day the leader would transfer him away, but if the leader really needed him to do something, he would not object. So this guy followed his heart and said, "I can go wherever the leader wants me to go." A very simple sentence, but it shows loyalty and attitude. Luo Chong also nodded happily, and then said happily, "Okay, in this case, I will move the positions of you and Shu Da, and you two will hand over the work in hand, and we will arrive in the spring." Aha! Just as Luo Chong was arranging work for the two of them, there was suddenly a roar of a giant eagle outside the tent, and then a guard came to the door of the tent with a letter box. "Chief, there is a letter from Tuahai County that has just arrived. Bring it here." When Luo Chong heard that they were from Tuahai County, it happened that the new positions he wanted to arrange for Shuda and Dashu were also in Tuahai County, so he planned to read the letter first to avoid any new changes happening after he finished explaining. The letter was very long. Luo Chong glanced at it briefly. He knew almost all of Tuahai County's early construction plans. After all, he had approved many things. The only thing that attracted him was the cooperation that Tang tribe actively sought. This was actually what Luo Chong had expected, because he had considered such a situation when he originally chose to establish Tuahai County on the other side of the Tang tribe. The purpose of doing this is to gain the initiative in the negotiation with the Tang tribe, and let the Tang tribe take the initiative to come to him, so that he can confidently negotiate with the other party. The purpose of the negotiation is naturally to find a way to annex the other party. That was a population of tens of thousands, so Luo Chong had no reason not to be moved. However, he did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to send an envoy over, but it didn't matter. It would just allow them to come and see the power of the Han tribe. In this way, his negotiating advantage would be even greater. The Han tribe had so many good things. Are you afraid that you won't be able to attract them? As for the plan to annex the Tang tribe, Luo Chong has no idea now. In short, he will contact it first. After all, he still knows too little about the Tang tribe. After figuring out the key, Luo Chong immediately asked someone to get paper and pen to write a reply. He immediately sent someone back using a flying eagle. After finishing the reply, he continued to talk to the people in the tent. The Tang tribe across from Takumi County wants to cooperate with us. They are probably interested in the good things from our tribe. We don't know exactly how we will cooperate, but they will send a delegation to visit us for exchanges and visits. They will come by boat in the near future. Let them disembark in Luoyang County when the time comes. Dashu, you will cooperate with the reception work of Honglu Temple. Okay, I understand. Dashu agreed without thinking. Then let's talk about the job relocation after next year. After next spring, Kaiyuan County in the grassland will speed up the construction. Ingrawei, you will continue to be the governor of Kaiyuan County and build the outer city wall as soon as possible. I have reliable intelligence here. The Xian tribe and Mao Dun have hooked up again. They are likely to launch a joint attack on Kaiyuan County. Therefore, in terms of defense, you must treat it seriously and cautiously. Once an enemy attacks, not only block them, but also beat them painfully and cripple them. Although our Han tribe is very strong now, such a large tribe also has a lot of expenses. New counties will be established next year. Materials and manpower are very tight, so there are not so many resources to invest in a long-term war. If you want to fight, give it to me. Take him out once and for all. In addition, there will be a batch of new weapons sent to you at the headquarters soon. After dinner, you can follow Dolly to learn about it. Then, after receiving the weapons and people, take the boat back immediately to prevent Moton from making a sudden attack in winter. Also Dolly, Qingyang County has just been established, so there is no need to move your position. We need to develop Qingyang County first. After explaining the matter of receiving the delegation from the Tang tribe, Luo Chong once again explained the arrangements for next year to Yingrui and Dolly, and the two of them immediately stood up and saluted. Yunji, you should hand over the work when you go back. After the year, you can take up the post of county governor in Ruyang County, Luo Chong arranged again. Yunji was stunned immediately. He never expected that the leader would transfer him. He had just recruited all the people in Weishan County, and before his boat was even hot, the leader had transferred him. Chief, Yunji suddenly showed a bitter face. What, you don't want to? Luo Chong asked, staring at him with stern eyes. Yunji was immediately frightened and trembled, and quickly shook his head in denial. No, Chief, I didn't say I was unwilling. I just wanted to ask who will take over as the governor of Weishan County after I am transferred. After hearing what he said, Luo Chong softened his expression and said again. The county magistrate of Weishan County will be taken over by the current magistrate of Sidong County. The Han tribe is expanding, and the grassroots officials below also need to be promoted and experienced. You older batch of county guards have to work harder. You have to go outside for these years. Engage in pioneering. Those counties that have almost developed should be given to the people below for training. As for the vacancies in Sidong County, they will be promoted directly from the lower-level officials in Sidong County. The missing officials will be supplemented by selecting the best from the school. Hearing Luo Chong's explanation, Yunji became even more confused. It must be a good thing to make great achievements by transferring him to expand the territory, but what's the point of transferring him to Ruyang County, which is located at the center of the Han tribe? Is this a promotion? It's obvious that he is being demoted. How many people are there in Ruyang County now? Can they compare with his Weishan County? So he asked directly unhappily. Chief, since we are opening up new territories, shouldn't we be transferred to other places? There is nothing left to do in Ruyang County. Who said that? I didn't transfer you to Ruyang County to study food, but to value your ability to recruit people. After you arrive in Ruyang County, you will not only have to take over various matters in Ruyang County, but also moreover, 2 new lower-level counties will be established within next year. I won't add more people to you, and you can't take away people from Weishan County, but during the period before spring, if you can bring in a group of people from outside, as many as you can bring, I will let you go there. How much Ruyang County will bring, how large the following 2 new counties can develop, and whether Ruyang County can become the largest county of the Han tribe depends on your Yunji's ability. Luo Chong once again made a shocking statement and proposed a new game rule for Yunji. This was obviously to drain his ability to win people over. However, Yunji, who knew he had no right to object, could only grit his teeth and agreed, and immediately got into the mood. He began to think about where to get more people now, and at the same time he started to complain in his heart. This leader is also cruel enough. If he doesn't give one person to him, he will ask him to come out of 2 more counties. He only gives him more than 2 months to recruit people. Isn't this embarrassing? But if he calculated it carefully with his fingers, he could really attract many people from around the lake. Could it be that the leader had calculated all these things accurately? That leader is too scary, right? Yunji is an ambitious guy, not an honest man. Now that Weishan County has developed, Luo Chong naturally cannot let him continue to operate in Weishan County, otherwise Weishan County will still listen to Luo Chong. I don't even know what to say. Luo Chong ignored him and continued to arrange the transfer. Dashu, you should hand it over when you go back. After the year, you will go to Tuahai County to serve as the county governor. There is a lot of population and resources there. There are also many other resources. After you get there, you must establish Tuahai County as soon as possible. There are also more. There is a new shipbuilding yard, and you are more familiar with shipbuilding. When you go there this time, I will also ask you to bring a group of shipbuilding craftsmen there. In addition, when arriving in Takumi County, you must pay attention to geographical relations. Except for the Tang tribe, which must live in peace for the time being, you can find ways to absorb other clans and tribes that do not belong to the Takumi tribe into Takumi County. Yes, I understand, leader. Dashu simply responded again. Chief, what about me? What am I going to do? Didn't I say that I would be transferred to Takumi County? Could it be that Takashima takes over as the envoy of Beast Fong? Shuda listened for a long time, and at first, he was talking about him. Now everyone else has arranged a circle, but he has been left behind, which is depressing. Luo Chong glanced at Shuda and said with a smile, You? Wait until you and Yunji hand over the work, and then you can take up a military position. Military position? Shuda was stunned again. That's right, you can take up a military position and form the first navy of our Han dynasty, the Fubo Guards. You serve as the first commander of Fubo Guards, and you have a Fubo fleet under you. The flagship is the four-masted ship with 120 cannons under construction in the Luoyang County shipyard, and there are 4 three-masted ballistic ships and 4 more. A 2-masted landing ship, a 3-masted comprehensive supply ship, and a Fubo fleet of 10 ships in total. Take orders directly from me and not controlled by anyone else. Shuda, who was already a little fat, started to tremble with excitement when he heard this. The leader of the Han tribe's first navy and the giant cannon battleship known as the Han tribe's most powerful force actually arranged such a position for himself? Ever since he decided to build large gunboats, Luo Chong had been thinking about who should be allowed to form the navy. There are already ships, but what can we do if there is no one to lead them? In addition, due to the 120 heavy guns, the navy's firepower is so powerful that it is basically impossible to find an opponent among the Han tribe. Such a powerful armed force can be handed over to anyone. Chong was not at ease, and after much deliberation, it was most appropriate to leave it to Shuda. Shuda can definitely be regarded as a senior figure of the Han tribe. When the Black Rat tribe and the Han tribe merged, there were only a few hundred people together. Maybe betray Luo Chong. Why, do you have the confidence to lead Fubo Wei? Luo Chong asked him teasingly, seeing Shuda being so excited that he couldn't help himself. Yes, leader, don't worry. As long as I, Shuda, am still alive, I will definitely lead Fubo Wei into the strongest navy in the Han tribe. Shuda immediately stood up and slapped his chest with a broad slap. That's good. In that case, you can go to Xing'an County with Ing Rui and Dolly in a while, just in time to see our new weapons, especially for you, Rat. Artillery will be the main weapon of the navy in the future. It's what you should pay most attention to. After reading the things, go to hand over the work in Ruyang County to Yunji, and then go to the shipyard in Luoyang County to stay. First, take a good look at the gunboat. From now on, it will be your command ship. As for Fubo, the guard soldiers can be recruited from local sailors. I will have the Navy's training outline and combat methods sent to you when I return. Luo Chong explained again. Yes, please rest assured, Chief. Shuda will definitely live up to the Chief's expectations. When the excited Shuda heard that he could play with cannons, he immediately couldn't sit still. He moved a stool and sat next to Dolly and began to whisper. Ask about this new weapon. Bang bang bang. Luo Chong clapped his hands and once again attracted everyone's attention. Let me talk about the arrangements for the establishment of new counties. Tuahai County has been designated, and Dashu will be the county magistrate. After Dashu's transfer, the vacant Luoyang County will be filled by the Danshan County magistrate. The post of Danshan County magistrate will also be filled. Promote from below. Next year, Ruyang County will also add 2 more counties, namely Jingguan County, which mainly raises silkworms and reels, and Hongtong County, which mainly collects and presses tung oil. Yunji, the governor of Ruyang County, is mainly responsible for the lack of officials. They will be recruited and supplemented by Madian County, Hanyang County. In addition, our Han tribe will establish a new county near the Ukamiya Olmoids forest to the north of Bomagwen and west of Shingon County. The terrain there is flat and open, suitable for grazing and farming, and there is no shortage of woods around it. It can be used as a large settlement. So I decided to build Makino County there, mainly for grazing cattle, horses, and sheep, supplemented by 2 crops of corn and sorghum. The population is mainly composed of the Jiang family who joined last year, and some herdsmen who moved to seek refuge in the grassland. Let them sign up and move here to form a county. The population does not need to be too large. In addition to providing livestock and meat for our other 5 counties nearby, another important purpose is to occupy the Ukamiya forest first. Ukamiya is an important strategic material and will be very useful. What you are using now, carbide lamps, have material components extracted from the Ukamiya Olmoids tree. As for the candidate for the magistrate of Makino County, what do you think? If you have a suitable candidate, you can recommend it to me. Luo Chong first explained the arrangements, and then asked other elders what they thought. After hearing the words, everyone began to think carefully. A county guard is not an ordinary position. There are only a few county guards in the Han tribe now. Naturally, this candidate must be chosen carefully and no random things can be done. After thinking for a long time, it was Yu Fu who spoke first. Chief, I recommend Ling Feng to be the governor of my county. Since my county is mainly about raising livestock, it should find someone who knows the most. Ling Feng is originally a grassland herdsman, so he is definitely responsible enough at this point. Heavy responsibility. In addition, in terms of loyalty to the Han tribe, Ling Feng's status is also quite special. He is the first herdsman to join our Han tribe with his wife and children. There is no need to doubt his loyalty, and if we let him become the county guard, we can still promote it in the grassland to let other herdsmen who seek refuge know the generosity of our Han tribe. As long as they are loyal to the Han tribe, the leader will also give them high officials and generous salaries. Luo Chong did not speak directly, but waited for other people's opinions. Ing Rui, the governor of Kaiyuan County on the other side, was a little surprised when he heard that Yu Fu recommended Ling Feng. After thinking about it for a while, he put forward a different opinion. Chief, Ling Feng is capable of being a county guard regardless of his loyalty or ability, but I don't recommend letting him go to Makino County. Even if Ling Feng becomes the county guard, he should be on the grassland. If he wants to, if a new county is established in the grassland, I also agree that he will become the county governor. Ling Feng was originally a herdsman, and with his special status as the first to join the Han tribe, placing him on the grassland could play a greater role. Placing him in a corner place like Makino County was okay, but it was somewhat wasteful. Talent. Luo Chong nodded this time. In fact, he also saw it this way. Regarding the geographical location of Makino County, there was obviously a more suitable candidate than Ling Feng. Do you have anyone else to recommend? Luo Chong asked again. Yu Fu and Ing Rui have already spoken. Shu De has been staying in Ruyang County and there are no special talents around him. Jing Yan, from Dongxing County, has just climbed up. He has no right to speak here. Yun Ji still has. He was thinking about his own affairs and had no intention of caring about others. In the end, Dashu recommended someone to Luo Chong. Chief, Luyang County's Jian Dun may be able to do the job, Dashu said with his hands in hand. Luo Chong didn't remember who Jian Dun was for a while, so he asked Dashu to introduce him in detail. Chief, Jian Dun is the leader of the Sharphorn tribe who specialized in raising saiga antelopes during the second expansion of our Han tribe. Oh, it's him. Luo Chong suddenly realized, and immediately remembered this person, the leader of the Jianjiao tribe. Didn't the Jianjiao tribe come from the direction of Makino County, which means that Makino County is half of his hometown? When the Jianjiao tribe first joined the Han tribe, it was quite a small tribe. It had a population of more than 600 people and carried thousands of antelopes. It was an absolutely large tribe. Moreover, it was not until the time that the Jianjiao tribe joined the Han tribe. Long had been there for several years, and was the first builder of the Han tribe. Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately understood why Dashu recommended him. As the leader of the original Jianjiao tribe, Jian Dun has certain management experience, and his old profession is sheep herding. He knows a lot about the animal husbandry industry. He has been a member of the Han tribe for a long time, so he has no problem with loyalty. Moreover, in a few years, I have learned to cultivate the land and engage in other production projects. Just looking at Makino County, a half-agricultural and half-pastoral county, Jian Dun is really more suitable than Lingfang. Thinking of this, Luo Chong made a decision on the spot. Then Jian Dun, let him come to Hanyang City, to see me after you go back. Don't tell him about Makino County yet. Yes, I've written it down. Dashu immediately agreed, accepting the matter. Lao Yu's new book Evolution Begins from Gene Fusion has been released. I hope all readers can go to the details page and click my profile picture, and then add favorites and recommendation votes to the new book, and leave comments about this chapter. It would be better if you can invest in it. Grateful. The new book is an apocalyptic theme. In the future world, a large number of mutant creatures created by aliens invade, and the protagonist joins the human genetically modified extraordinary army to fight against mutant monsters. If you like it, you can pay attention to it. I beg for collection and recommendation votes for the new book. Plus, the book isn't going to end so quickly. Well, that's it. There are links to new books below. After the hunting was over, everyone quickly dispersed and went back to complete the tasks assigned by the leader. Yunji ran back non-stop to recruit people everywhere. Shu De, Yingrui, and Dali also went to Xingyang County together to receive the 200 artillery pieces given to them by the leader. By the way, they also familiarized themselves with this kind of artillery at the test gun range. The operation and power of new weapons. Dashu went back to inform Jian Dun that he was going to Hanyang City to meet with the leader. After returning home, Jian Dun made some preparations and then set off to Hanyang County with full of doubts. Jing Yan was the newly promoted county guard last year, so he was not promoted this time. However, he was content with it. The most powerful official position in the Han tribe was the county guard. Being one of them could be said to have already led him to the next level. He has reached the pinnacle of his life, and besides, he really doesn't know what it means to be promoted from county guard to higher. However, although he was not promoted this time, the leader still gave him a lot of real power and ordered him to establish 2 more counties on the land near Dongxing County. In this way, although he was still the county governor, he was actually not the governor of the county. There are 3 administrative cities under his management, which is a big improvement. Jing Yan didn't care about this. The task of establishing 2 new counties might be difficult for others, but it was not a problem for him. There were vast expanses of land on the north, south, and south sides of Dongxing County, and there were many people who had not lived there yet. The discovered primitive tribes, with the current strength of Dongxing County, it is very easy to collect the population of the two counties. This can be regarded as a benefit of the border area. At the same time, after Luo Chong returned to Hanyang City, he also issued a series of job transfer orders. Several existing county-level officials in the Han tribe were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. They went home and called their wives and children to celebrate. The magistrate of Sidong County was promoted to the governor of Weishan County. This was a good job. Although Weishan County was not established for a long time, it has always had the most abundant supplies and population. Moreover, guarding the swampy lakeside, it had the largest internal force of the Han tribe. Lu Pier also has the Morning Star Lighthouse, which is known as the tallest building of the Han tribe. It is also the only place where the Han tribe's liquor is produced. It also produces a large amount of brown sugar. With such a rich output, as long as he doesn't mess around, Weishan County will prosper. It's almost a done deal. The same was true for the county magistrates of the 3 counties in Hanyang County. They were very excited when they were told that they were going to serve in various places. The petty officials below were also happy because they could be promoted accordingly after the chief officials in the county left positions, and if you do well, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to a chief official, such as a county magistrate. Only the county magistrate over Fuma Pass remained silent. The county magistrate before Fuma Pass was Ng Rue. Later, Luo Chong transferred him to be the county guard when he wanted to establish Kaiyuan County on the grassland. The officials below had just the promoted county magistrate's term was less than 1 year, so of course he would not be promoted again. As for Ling Feng, who is also expected to be promoted to the post of county guard this time, he is still busy training troops in Kaiyuan County. Although Ling Feng is not part of the regular army of the Han tribe, he also leads a temporary army, composed of herdsmen, both herding and fighting. Now winter is the season for resting herders, and it is also a good time for herdsmen to train. Moreover, Luo Chong had issued a warning that Kaiyuan County was under attack before winter. There were so many people in Kaiyuan County, and it was also a border county with heavy troops. Of course, we will not take it lightly. At this time, we are all intensively practicing tactics, horse arching, and other combat skills. On the other side of Hanyang City, Jiandun finally arrived at the office on the top floor of the government building. Luo Chong was sitting behind his desk, looking through Jiandun's files that Dashu had sent in advance. This guy had been joining the Han tribe for several years, and he had actually not been idle in the past few years. At the beginning of the establishment of Luoyang County, Jiandun organized his tribesmen to participate in the construction. Later, during the expansion of Luoyang County, Jiandun also contributed a lot, so taking over the overall situation in city construction should not be a problem. After the expansion work was completed, Jiandun also took charge of the livestock husbandry work in Luoyang County. It was not until the Han tribe recruited many grassland herdsmen that he, the person who knew best about antelope breeding, was replaced. Later, Jiandun also participated in the study for a period of time, and reading and writing Chinese characters was no longer a problem. Later, he also managed the carriage and horse transportation in Luoyang County. Overall, this guy's work resume is quite rich. The only shortcoming is that he is not very interested in agricultural planting and has not made much achievements. This needs to be noted. If Jiandun must be appointed as the county guard, then it would be necessary to assign him an additional adjutant in charge of agricultural water conservancy. Luo Chong quickly thought of one person, and that was Jiang Xian, the original clan leader of the Jiang family. The Yujiang family was originally a farming tribe that grew corn, and their love for land and farming was almost ingrained in their bones. Later, after joining the Han tribe and learning new planting techniques and better grain seeds, they became more proficient in farming techniques. Because they attach enough importance to farming, they study very seriously. There are some older people randomly pulled out of the Jiang family who are fully qualified to take the position of local agricultural officials. However, since those young people joined the Han tribe, they have been fascinated by the colorful world and all kinds of good things of the Han tribe. They have forgotten their duty of farming, because here, there are too many careers for them to choose from. After thinking about these things, Luo Chong looked at the nervous Jiandun in front of him and asked, "Do you know why I came to you this time?" "I don't know." Jiandun shook his head. He thought about many things along the way and reflected on whether he had made any mistakes during this period. However, after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't find any mistakes he had made. He also thought about what mission the leader might have. Leave it to him, but there are many people in the Han tribe who are more capable than him, and there is no need to go to him, so he is even more confused. "Come and see this way." Luo Chong led him directly to a huge sand table in the office, and used his baton to draw the land in Makino County and asked, "Do you know where this place is?" Jiandun frowned and looked at it carefully. He was not good at reading maps, but the sand table was made according to the terrain. There were also models and labels of several Han tribe counties on it. He used these things as reference for comparison. He soon found out where the land the leader was asking about was. This is the west of Xingang County and the northwest of Baima Pass. It is the place where our Jianjiao tribe used to graze sheep. After Jiandun finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. The leader must have some task for him, and the task location happened to be the territory of his old tribe. Because he was more familiar with it, he specially found him, but he still couldn't figure out what the specific task was. In Jianduan's impression, that area was all low hilly grassland, as well as woods and plain shrubs. There seemed to be nothing special worth paying attention to. Could it be that the tribe had dug a mine in that place again? He guessed, curiously. Luo Chong looked at his pensive look and stopped talking nonsense to him, but said straight to the point. "Our Han tribe will set up a new county here next year, named Makino County. The local economy is mainly based on animal husbandry, providing a large number of livestock and meat for several counties around our headquarters, supplemented by agriculture. Using drought-tolerant crops such as corn, wheat, millet, and sorghum, the initial population is tentatively set at 8,000. Dashu recommended you to me as the governor of this county. What do you think?" Jiandun was stunned. He really didn't expect that the leader called him because of such a thing, but after carefully analyzing the leader's construction goals, he suddenly understood the idea. Makino County was originally the former sphere of influence of the Sharp-Horn tribe, and he knew the environment there very well. In addition, he was familiar with the animal husbandry industry, which made him more in line with the leader's requirements for Makino County governor. It seems that the leader has figured out a lot of things, so no wonder he is asked to come. However, although he does not particularly want to be the governor of Makino County, if the leader insists on him going, he has no objection. The place where your butt grew up has feelings after all. If you can build a civilized city on that barren grassland with your own hands, it can be considered an achievement. Thinking about it this way, he was looking forward to the position of magistrate of Makino County. How should I put it? It was like a sense of accomplishment that after becoming prosperous outside, returning to his hometown's dilapidated small village, to build a road for the villagers. "Chief, I am willing to go." After thinking for a long time, Jiandun gave his answer. Luo Chong nodded without surprise. Everyone is motivated. There are very few people in the Han tribe who are not enterprising. This is because of the influence of the times. Tribes and individuals who are not enterprising have been eliminated by nature. Such a good opportunity was placed in front of Jiandun, and he really had no reason to refuse. "Well, since you agree, then this matter has been settled, and you will serve as the magistrate of Makino County. However, I heard that you have never been very interested in farming. In this aspect, you are not very good at managing the place. Time is also the top priority. After all, the Han tribe is still a farming tribe. Although my county is mainly based on animal husbandry, the fundamental things cannot be left behind. Therefore, I will arrange another deputy for you. Jiang Shanlai, who joined the tribe last year, will serve as your long history and be in charge of the farming affairs of Makino County. You will be in charge of the overall situation. However, in terms of farming, you must learn more after taking office this time. It will be more beneficial to your future development. Do you understand what I said? How could Jiandun fail to hear the leader's hint? Doesn't this mean he is telling him to study hard and work hard, and there will be opportunities for promotion in the future? Or he could be transferred to another place to serve as a separate county guard, so he immediately bowed and agreed without saying a word. However, Luo Chong reminded him again, in addition to the people migrating from various places to build Makino County this time, the entire Jiang family will also be directly included. In addition, Jiang Xian has become the chief minister in charge of agriculture. Maybe he has some special ideas, or wants to take your place. In this regard, you must find a way to suppress him. You can tell me at critical moments, and I will deal with him, but you can't rely on your status as the chief officer. Deliberately oppressing clan members with Jiang clan to provoke disputes. Just do your job and stay out of trouble, got it? Yes, work hard, stay vigilant, and don't take the initiative to cause trouble. Jiandun immediately repeated his understanding. Very good. Luo Chong patted his shoulder with satisfaction, and explained some things to pay attention to when building the city and the arrangements for other things in the later period, including animal husbandry methods, winter fodder storage, water conservancy farming, and Eucomia ulmoids. Lens patrol and collection missions. After all these things were explained clearly, Luo Chong allowed him to leave. At this time, in the Tang tribe, their leader Tang Ji had just called his niece in front of him and personally discussed with Tang Yao about sending an envoy to the Han tribe. I just finished working on the new book signing contract today, and then there will be nothing else to do tomorrow. Starting from tomorrow, the original book will resume stable updates. In addition, I would like to ask for collection and recommendation votes for old books, and give all the votes to new books. Degree? Thank you, dear readers. In a secluded small garden in the main city of Tang tribe, all kinds of rare flowers and herbs compete for beauty, and the delicious fragrance of the medicines makes people feel physically and mentally comfortable across 2 streets. Under the pavilion in the garden, Tang Ji was drinking with her niece Tang Yao using porcelain and tea sent by the Han tribe. Ms. Ji, these cups and kettles are so beautiful. It would be nice if they were bigger. They can be used to water the flowers. Tang Yao, a 14-year-old girl wearing a light yellow dress, was holding a teapot in the garden. Dancing said. The yellow dress is made of silk and linen fabrics sent by the Han tribe, and the style is also in accordance with the Han tribe's left-fold collar regulations. It is not because Tang Yao likes to make clothes like this, but because the Tang tribe has no serious experience in making clothes. There are no clear regulations like the Han tribe, so since there is an example of the Han tribe, they naturally follow it. Tang Ji pressed the lively Tang Yao on the wooden pillar, took the teapot in her hand and asked. Yao, do you remember all the things I told you? I know, don't you just go to that Han tribe to learn more good things? They are willing to teach better. If we are allowed to exchange things, as long as it is not too excessive and is particularly useful to us, I can agree to it. Is that so? Tang Yao repeated impatiently. She is very smart. She has been the kind of smart girl who has a photographic memory since she was a child, and she has always remembered what she has learned. Then what are the main aspects that I asked you to ask for advice from the Han tribe? Tang Ji was still a little worried and continued to ask. This matter was too big. After all, it involved the future of the Tang tribe, so she couldn't be too arrogant. Well, I've also remembered this. We need grain seeds first, then oxen, carriages, and ships, and by the way, there's also this kind of cloth-making technology. Am I right? Tang Yao stuck out her tongue playfully, feeling very relaxed. Then he recited what Tang Ji told him. Well, it's good that you understand, but you have to remember one thing. I heard that the Han tribe is very powerful and has a large population, so you must not be tough when asking for these things from them, so as not to offend them. The Han tribe, there are big ships, and now we have gathered so many small clans locally, we are no match for them, so you. Oh, okay, I know, can't you just insist on it? If they are really unwilling to give it, then we can also use technology in exchange. Madam Ji, I have thought about it. This time when I go to the Han tribe, I will take some herbs and seeds with me. I will exchange the herbs for their food seeds, exchange the medical technology for their vehicles, boats, cattle and horses, and the method of making cloth. Exchange as much as you can, and we will definitely gain something. Seeing that Tang Ji was about to ramble again, Tang Yao quickly interrupted her and then expressed her thoughts. Tang Ji was stunned after hearing this. To know the planting and cultivation techniques of medicinal materials, as well as the methods of treating diseases and saving lives, many of them were only known to Tang Yao herself. She actually planned to use her most precious things to help the Tang tribe. Welfare, judging from the spirit of disregarding personal interests and putting the interests of the tribe first, Tang Yao indeed has the qualities to become a leader. The aunt and nephew had discussed all the matters concerning the mission, and the members of the mission on the other side were almost ready. There were not many people, there were only 60 people in total. In addition to Tang Yao, who was leading the team, Tang Yao's mother was also accompanying them. The team took care of her. More than 30 representatives of blacksmiths and farmers were preparing to go there to learn skills. The remaining more than 20 people were all powerful warriors responsible for the safety of the mission. Everyone brought a lot of gifts in large and small bags. Although they were not good things to the Han tribe, they were still a thoughtful gift, and they were also specialties that the Han tribe did not have. The group of people arrived at the bank of the river at the agreed time and greeted Takumi County on the other side, where they sent the only ketch to pick them up. After boarding the big ship in a small boat and hoisting the landing craft to the back deck, Tang Yao immediately happily climbed to the open-air deck on the second floor, where the view was the widest and the vast land on both sides of the strait could be appreciated. The leader of the return trip this time was a brother from Jiangxi, who was responsible for bringing the delegation safely to the dock of Luoyang County. His task was very important. As soon as the Tang tribe delegation boarded the ship, he began to order the sailors on the ship to give the delegation the group distributed sheepskin jackets. Tang Yao, who was assigned to the sheepskin jacket, looked puzzled. Although the weather was not particularly hot, there was no need to wear such a thick animal skin. She knew the reason within a few days after leaving. When she first started going north, she only felt cold in the morning and night. After walking for more than a week, she started shivering from the cold. From then on, she never took off her sheepskin jacket. After walking on the waterway for a few days further north, both sides of the bank were already covered with white snow. The winter wind was very cold, but it was also a good thing for the sailboat. The strong cold wind represented strong power, and the sailboat sailed quickly. End of the river, to the north. After riding the sailboat for more than 10 days, Tang Yao became more determined to go to the Han tribe to learn skills. If the Tang tribe also had such a powerful means of transportation, it would definitely lead the Tang tribe to a more prosperous future. Half a month after setting off, in the cold Luoyang River, the sailboat the mission was traveling on finally encountered a living person. It was a fleet of three-masted sailboats, so it naturally belonged to the Han tribe. Looking at the three larger sailboats passing by, each member of the Tang tribe's envoy was stunned and envious. The two-masted sailboat could already hold so many people, and the three-masted ship, how much can be transported at one time? Tang Yao called Jiang Qi's clan brother out of curiosity, and then asked him about the whereabouts of the fleet and what was on it. Messenger, this fleet is bound for Kaiyuan County on the grassland from Weishan County of our Han tribe. It mainly transports a batch of new weapons. We also have our weapons far to the west of your Tang tribe. A city from which most of our Han tribe's cattle, horses, sheep and other livestock were obtained. Tang Yao's eyes lit up when he heard this. It turned out that the livestock used by the Han tribe to pull carts and cultivate the land were obtained from there. Then can you take us to that city to see it? She said with a slightly pleading tone. Jiang Qi's clan brother was a bit dull and not as flexible as Jiang Qi. Hearing Tang Yao's question, he shook his head directly. Sorry, I can't take you there. My mission is to take you to Luoyang County, and I can't go to Kaiyuan County at will without an order. If you really want to go, wait until you see our leader. You can directly ask our leader if he will let you go. That's it, okay then. Tang Yao nodded with some disappointment, then sat at the porthole of the cabin and looked at the scenery outside, and soon became happy again. She was a curious girl. Although she often went out to search for wild medicinal materials and other plants in the Tang tribe, she had never left the tribe so far. This time she took the Han tribe's sailboat to leave, and she realized how big the world was. What surprised and envied her even more was that the Han tribe was actually so powerful. Even though they were so far away from the Tang tribe, they had already extended their tentacles to them. For the same reason, the Han tribe's transportation capabilities were too powerful. The load of the first transport, the speed and time, or the longest transport distance are all beyond what the current Tang tribe can compare with. The sailboat traveled for a few more days, and Tang Yao, who looked at both sides of the strait every day, finally discovered a human settlement that was no less big than the main city of the Tang tribe. When he asked Jiang Qi's clan brother, it turned out that this place was also a Han tribe. The territory is called Dongxing County, and its population is tens of thousands. The black stones piled up like a hill were loaded onto the sunken cargo ship from the dock here, and then continued north with them. Hearing that these black stones were to be sent to other counties for use, Tang Yao became even more curious. Could this be some kind of ore that can be used to refine metal? Although no one told her what it was, from the appearance alone, the stones had a metal-like reflection, and the Han tribe people were not willing to explain, so she was even more convinced of this idea. When we arrived at Dongxing County, it was not far from Luoyang County. The ship the delegation took and the coal-carrying cargo ship walked together for 3 days, and finally arrived at the dock of Luoyang County. However, the coal-carrying ship did not stop, but continued. After walking upstream, Tang Yao knew that the Han tribe would not tell her, so Tang Yao did not ask, and instead waved the people in the envoy to pack their things and get ready to disembark. In front of Luoyang County's large wharf, dozens of large and small boats were parked side by side along a row of more than 20 trestles. Seeing that the Han tribe had so many boats made the members of the mission even more envious. What surprised them even more was that there was a separate trestle on the shore a little further north of the pier. At this time, beside the trestle, a seemingly huge ship was docked there. Countless craftsmen are busy up there. Some were hoisting shiny silver objects into the portholes, and some were painting the hull. On the top deck, there were many people arranging the sail ropes on the mast. On the 2-story poop at the stern, there are also craftsmen who are installing transparent windows on it, and everything is going on in an orderly and fast manner. That huge ship was bigger than any ship Tang Yao had ever seen. The 3-masted sailing ship before was twice as big as the one they were riding on, and the big ship in the distance was even bigger than the three-masted ship. More than doubled, it is like a city on the water. Even if it is not moving, just stopping there is enough to shock people's hearts. Come on, it's time for us to disembark. Just as the envoy was staring at the large ship in the distance, the boat they were riding on had already docked on the pier. Jiangqi's clan brother breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the envoy landed ashore, his mission would be completed. Oh, okay, can I ask, is that the largest ship of the Han tribe over there? Tang Yao came back to her senses, and couldn't help but point to the huge ship not far away, and asked. Jiangqi's clan brother took a look. He had heard of the ship. This was the first time he saw the real thing. When they left the tribe, the ship was still laying the keel. Unexpectedly, when they came back this time, having already entered the water, after listening to Tang Yao's question, he thought for a while and said, "It's the biggest now, but there will definitely be bigger ones in the future, and it won't last long, because I heard from the elders in the tribe that our Han tribe only started building ships in a few years." Tang Yao was even more shocked when he heard this. In just a few years, the Han tribe had built so many ships? This is really unimaginable. Without further delay, the fleet that came to greet the delegation from the dock had already arrived. The people were arranged by Dashu. After receiving the mission, he took them to the guest house in Luoyang County. He did nothing else but coax the group of people to take a shower and change clothes. They stayed on the boat for a month. For a long time I wore the same clothes every day, and my body had already become smelly. After Dashu learned that the leaders of the mission were two women, he quickly sent people to collect several sets of women's clothes to send to Tang Yao. He also sent several maids to teach them how to wear Han tribe clothes and arrange these receptions. After the incident, he quickly sent someone to report to the leader, saying that the delegation from the Tang tribe had arrived in Luoyang County, and asked when they would be taken to Hanyang City. 78 is the fastest updated 0.80 Omega.C Delta. After a lot of trouble, everyone in the envoy was taken to have a feast again. This was not because the Han tribe was being arrogant. Although the Han tribe did not have any explicit rules for entertaining envoys from other tribes, it still depended on the strength of the other party. Come for different entertainments. For a tribe like the Tang tribe that has a large territory, a large population, and is likely to become one of its own in the future, the hospitality must be more generous. This is not the case for small tribes who take the initiative to join. A way to entertain. The dinner provided by the Han tribe was still very sumptuous. The most important thing was that this way of eating made Tang Yao very novel. What is the best thing to eat in winter? Of course it's hot pot. A small red clay charcoal stove was placed on the table, a small iron pot was placed on it, and red chili peppers and butter were rolling in the pot. The table was filled with all kinds of strange side dishes, including re-soaked dried mushrooms. It's so cold that I'm angry. Kong tofu, tofu skin shaped like linen, red tofu made from pig blood, white translucent taro powder, flower-shaped fungus, thinly sliced beef and mutton, and a basin of cabbage from the cellar. Except for a little less green vegetables, it is almost complete, but there is nothing we can do about it. It would be nice to still be able to eat cabbage in winter. Of course, these novel ways of eating are not what attracts Tang Yao the most. In fact, what makes her more curious is the chandeliers hanging in the hall. Why can the Han tribe here illuminate the room as bright as day even though it is night? This is simply like a miracle. The layout of the room and the all-wood decoration, even the ordinary table in front of her, made her feel ingenious. Dashu sat across the table and personally accompanied him. He used serving chopsticks to put a lot of meat and vegetables into the pot, and then he started to entertain Tang Yao. The messenger can use chopsticks. Yes, I learned to use chopsticks on the boat. Tang Yao couldn't help but swallowed as she smelled the aroma of the food in the pot. There is no such thing as a lady in the Tang tribe. The culture of the Han tribe is also very open. Women can also go to school and receive education, and it is no problem to eat at the same table with men. Tang Yao is also a lively person. When she saw the table full of sumptuous food, she couldn't help it. She didn't wait for Dashu to say hello and started eating vegetables in her bowl. As a result, she stuffed a mouthful of mutton into her mouth. It was so spicy that she almost cried. She stuck out her tongue and fanned wildly. Tang Yao's mother also hurriedly handed her a glass of warm water. Chiba Chinese is updated the fastest /PC version. Ask for a favorite recommendation vote for the new book. Degree you degree? Tang Yao, who ate chili peppers for the first time in her life, almost spit out her tongue. She quickly took a few sips of the warm water handed over by her mother. However, she did not directly give up on this very exciting taste. Instead, she became interested in this kind of food. Probably because she often studies medicinal herbs. Then, I fell in love with chili peppers out of control. The winter of the Han tribe is very cold, so eating chili peppers can keep you warm, and eating them in the form of hot pot brings this unique delicacy to its limit. Since the two parties didn't know each other very well, there wasn't much conversation at the dinner table. Tang Yao was still in the stage of being shocked by various things from the Han tribe, while Dashu couldn't figure out what Luo Chong was thinking. Luoyang County is just resting temporarily, and there is no need for him to cause trouble. First release, domain name, please remember. Before dinner was finished, Luo Chong's reply had already arrived. The letter directly told Dashu to send the mission to Hanyang City tomorrow. Now that there is only 1 month left before the beginning of spring, Luo Chong is not that kind. A long time has been spent on the mission, so it would be better to sort out this matter as soon as possible. Tang Yao returned to the bedroom in the guest house to rest. Although the weather outside was very cold, the room was very warm because of the fire, but the slightly dry climate made her uncomfortable. Looking outside through the transparent glass on the window, Tang Yao was very curious and put her little face close to the glass to take a closer look, but soon a layer of breath was left on it, which made her feel very interesting, but there were no acquaintances to talk to her, so some are a little boring. The street trees on both sides of the street outside the window are covered with silver, but they still emit light white fluorescence at night. The branches of the willow sway in the wind, reflecting the entire city in pure white. The beauty here is like a fairyland. The white snowflakes are something you can't see in the Tang tribe. They only have the scorching sun and the humid sea breeze. Although it has its own unique beauty, the Han tribe has a different flavor here. The night gradually deepened, and Tang Yao quickly fell asleep covered with a thick woolen quilt. On this mission, her mother came to take care of her, which made her feel very at ease. Of course, the Han tribe also had maids, but they were not as good as her mother. More thoughtful. After breakfast the next morning, there was already a convoy waiting outside the guest house. Tang Yao and her mother were arranged to ride in a 4-wheeled box carriage, and the rest of the mission accompanied them in long trucks. But fortunately, a carport was built with thick canvas on it. Although it was not very warm, it was able to block the wind to some extent. The novel travel experience made everyone in the mission feel the power of the Han tribe. They could walk far away while sitting down. This was much better than the Tang tribe using their legs to measure the land. From this, Tang Yao came up with the idea of how powerful the Han tribe was. The reason is that these advanced travel methods allow the Han tribe to travel further, so that they can collect more people and resources. On the other hand, although their Tang tribe has a large population, they have accumulated it through their own reproduction over time, and their expansion rate is extremely slow. The reason is simply that they do not have convenient travel tools. Take a day's walk around your home. However, just to go from one city to another, the Han tribe had to first take a boat and then a car, which took dozens of days. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart the Han tribe had gone so far. The convoy arrived at Sidong County at noon to have a meal and rest, and the horses pulling the cart were also directly replaced. Such an inhumane approach shocked the jaws of everyone in the mission. Many people are saying bitterly in their hearts, even if you Han tribesmen have many horses, there is no need to change them all in the middle of the game. Only the attentive Tang Yao noticed when she got out of the car that the horses pulling the cart seemed to be almost cooked, with white heat rising all over their bodies. This was the first time she had seen such a strange sight, but she had traveled such a long distance. These horses must also be exhausted. From this point of view, it must be extremely common to change horses during a long trip. But if it is so troublesome, if the Han tribe wants to use horse-drawn carriages to form a transportation network, how many places must be prepared for changing horses and resting, which maintains transportation? The cost is so high, the Han tribe is really rich. But what Tang Yao didn't know was that in fact, from Luoyang County to Hanyang City, it only needed to change horses once. The Han tribe's current territory was not as large as she imagined. After another tense afternoon, the convoy carrying the mission finally arrived in Hanyang before sunset. However, it is different from the power center of the Han tribe imagined by Tang Yao. This city called Hanyang is far smaller than the previous Luoyang County in terms of scale. If you have to say, how is it better than Luoyang County? That may be because the walls of this city are made of bricks. In terms of appearance, they do look better than those round earth walls. Since it was late and the mission was very tired after a day's journey, Tang Yao was not arranged to meet Luo Chong that day. Instead, the mission was directly accommodated in the pavilion specially built for Honglu Temple. It was not until the morning of the next day that someone came to notify Tang Yao to see him. The meeting place was chosen to be the top floor office of the government building, which is Luo Chong's only public office space now, not counting the study room at home. Walking on the streets of the city during the day, Tang Yao had a deeper understanding of the city. It was indeed very different from the Luoyang County and Sidong County he had seen before. Regardless of the size, it was just the planning and streets in the city. It is not comparable to Luoyang County, because the streets in Hanyang City are all paved with blue bricks, which is simply outrageous. There is also very little snow in the city, because every house has a fire pit, and the indoor temperature is relatively high. The snow that fell on the roof turned into snow almost as soon as it fell. In addition, Hanyang City's outstanding with the 3-level sewerage system, all the snow and water in the city was quickly drained away, and there was not even a single drop of ice on the road. In the morning, when residents in the city come to the wells at the entrance of the alley to fetch water, they can even see rising white heat when they lift the manhole covers. This is also one of the unique scenes in the north. The well water will be very cool in the summer and can even be used to freeze watermelons. However, in the winter, due to the deeper burial, the water temperature will be higher than the air temperature, so the phenomenon of steaming will appear again. This pair has been growing up since childhood. This is definitely the strangest thing for Tang Yao, who lives on the southern coast. She even wondered whether the Han tribe boiled the water in advance and poured it into the well. In fact, this thing was just a facility they used to store hot water. In addition to these, the other thing that caught her eye the most was the constantly rotating windmill in the carpentry workshop and the oil workshop. There was no apparent power behind that thing, but it could keep rotating. She didn't know the key yet. What is that thing used for? So I am very curious. Without giving her a chance to explore, Tang Yao was quickly taken to the government building. Looking at the tall buildings in front of her, Tang Yao felt as if she had come from the countryside to a big city. He climbed up to the top of the 5th floor and was allowed to enter the office after being notified. As a result, the first thing he saw when he opened the door was a child dressed like a ball. He was making a fuss and wanted to fight with Luo Chong. Xiao Luocheng got up. The two people, one big and one small, looked at each other. Xiao Luoqing immediately turned around and ran away, staggering to the back of the desk. He hugged Luo Chong's legs and shouted in a sweet voice, "Dad, there is someone." The next moment, the people looking at each other became Luo Chong and Tang Yao, and then Tang Yao was stunned. Although he had heard that the leader of the Han tribe was very young, when he saw it with his own eyes, he felt that it was not what he imagined. Same. Tang Yao once tried to imagine the image of Luo Chong according to the rumors. He commanded such a powerful tribe, so he must be a very strong and burly man, full of murderous intent. No one in the Han tribe could defeat him. He is also very wise and possesses extraordinary judgment and analysis skills, leading the huge Han tribe to develop step by step. He was also versatile, inventing and creating many practical and dexterous tools and facilities. There are several different identities and characteristics that always make Tang Yao wonder what kind of man can combine these characteristics into one. Now that she has seen it with her own eyes, it makes her feel very special. To say that Luo Chong is very strong, he is not the kind of body with particularly explosive muscles. Wearing a Han tribe robe, he looks well proportioned and slender, and he looks very tall and straight, giving people a powerful feeling. Of course, Tang Yao didn't understand what self-confidence meant. If he knew what self-confidence meant, he would probably know how to describe the aura Luo Chong had. Luo Chong is also too young. In Tang Yao's eyes, he is almost the same age. She herself is 14 years old, and Luo Chong is only 16 now. There is indeed no problem with being the same age, but that's exactly it. What she couldn't believe the most was that the man in front of her had single-handedly developed the Han tribe into what it was now. In Tang Yao's opinion, to manage such a large tribe, one should be at least as old as his aunt Tang Ji. As for his versatility, it's really hard to judge from his appearance. "Are you Luo Chong, the leader of the Han tribe?" Tang Yao asked curiously, but she didn't show any timidity. After all, she used to hang out with the leader Tang Ji every day. No matter how bad the Tang tribe was, it still had a population of tens of thousands. The experience and background of a large tribe make her naturally calm when facing superiors. Luo Chong just nodded and looked at Tang Yao with the same curiosity. He had heard that the leader of the Tang tribe was a woman before, so he was not surprised. He also didn't feel that such a female leader sent a woman as an envoy. "It's strange, but I didn't expect that this messenger was so young and looked younger than him. Is this because the leader of the Tang tribe is too relieved, or does he not take the cooperation between the two tribes seriously at all?" Luo Chong was very curious about this, so he asked him in reply. "You are the envoy sent by the Tang tribe to discuss cooperation with us? Does what you say work? Do you have the power to decide the cooperation between our two tribes?" It's no wonder Luo Chong had such doubts. He originally thought that even if the Tang tribe sent a woman here, she would definitely be a middle-aged woman, maybe an elder like the Xian tribe, but looking at Tang Yao's age, she would be a middle-aged woman. To say she is an elder would be a bit insulting to people's intelligence. Before Tang Yao could reply, her mother, who was beside her, took the initiative to answer the question. "Tang Yao is the envoy sent by our Tang tribe, and she is also the designated candidate for the next generation leader of the Tang tribe. She can promise anything on behalf of the Tang tribe in this cooperation." Luo Chong exclaimed, and suddenly realized that this was still a prince, and that weight was indeed heavy enough. The person in front of him turned out to be the next leader of the Tang tribe. If she was not qualified to make decisions, who else would be? In that case, just sit here. I wonder what the envoy wants to do with our Han tribe for cooperation this time, and what is the method of cooperation? Luo Chong picked up little Luo Qing and held him in his arms, then led Tang Yao and her mother to the tea table for entertaining guests. The maid had already brought boiling water and kept it warm on the small red clay charcoal stove used for making tea. As soon as Xiao Luocheng saw these tea sets, he struggled to escape from Luo Chong's arms. He stood there holding the desk and using bamboo tongs to add tea leaves to the teapot. He did it in a decent manner. He obviously did this at home a lot. However, he didn't dare to touch the boiling water. After adding tea leaves, he pulled Luo Chong's sleeve and shouted to his father to make tea. Tang Yao also came to her senses and looked away from Luo Chong, turning to look at Bai Peng Peng. Xiao Luocheng found it very interesting. Seeing Luo Chong's conversation being so direct, Tang Yao didn't waste any time and directly told him the cooperation content that he and his aunt had discussed when he came out. We want those grains from the Han tribe. It would be best if we can get some of each, as well as farm tools and livestock from the Han tribe. In addition, there are also methods for making cars and boats, and methods for making clothes and cloth. We, the Tang tribe, are willing to use things. In exchange for the things I mentioned, of course, if we have them, I don't know if the Han leader can agree. After explaining the purpose of her visit, Tang Yao looked at Luo Chong expectantly, hoping that he would agree. Although the possibility was not very high, before Luo Chong could answer, she pointed to another lamp on the table. The carbide lamp with glass shade asked, "What is this, and why does it emit such bright light at night?" Tang Yao had been holding it in for a whole day, and finally asked this question, to satisfy his curiosity a little. As a result, before Luo Chong could say anything, Xiao Luocheng pointed at the thing and shouted, "Lamp." Then he giggled, just like Xiao Dai taught him to recognize things at home. This is a condition for practicing. Reflected. Luo Chong rubbed his son's little head, praised him, and made him another bowl of lotus root starch as a reward. Then he turned to look at Tang Yao opposite him solemnly, and simply asked, "What are you going to take?" What to replace? 78 is the fastest updated. 0.80 omega.c delta. To be honest, he had already expected that the other party wanted these things, and he was not surprised at all that Tang Yao would say this. He now wanted to know what the Tang tribe was going to use in exchange. If there were really any resources that the Han tribe needed in particular, he said maybe they will really choose to cooperate with Tang tribe, but the way of cooperation depends on the specific situation. Ask for a recommendation vote for the new book, Omega? Tang Yao didn't expect Luo Chong to be so direct and asked her what she would exchange for. However, she had already prepared the content of the negotiation, so she was not too panicked. We, the Tang tribe, are good at collecting herbs and making medicines, and we can treat people's illnesses. If the Han leader is willing, we can use these things to exchange for the technologies of the Han tribe. We can also discuss the specific exchange method in detail. Luo Chong was stunned when he heard this. He exchanged medical skills and medicinal materials for technology. He really hadn't thought of this in advance. If Tang Yao really had such ability, he wouldn't mind trading technology for some. Anyway, those technologies of the Han tribe, it's not a very clever thing. Even if he doesn't give it to him, the other party can actually get it, but it's just slower. Luo Chong's advantage, or the advantage of the Han tribe, is not the existing technologies, but Luo Chong's forward vision. The opponent may have a way to learn and imitate, but the Han tribe will definitely develop faster than the opponent can imitate. Maybe you have just understood my first-generation technology, but my third-generation products have already been released, and this is its advantage. Thinking of this, Luo Chong did not refuse or agree directly. He didn't know Tang Yao well enough. The most important thing now was to evaluate whether the chips in the other party's hands were really valuable. If he exchanged his skills for the other party's set, it would be better to just go hang yourself if you use the treatment method of the Great Master. Well, you said that your Tang tribe is good at healing diseases and medicinal materials, but our Han tribe also has these things, so I don't know yet whether your medical skills can be used in exchange for technology. You can show it to me, or I can want to ask you some questions? Chiba Chinese is the fastest, mobile version. Can. Tang Yao thought for a moment and then agreed directly. After all, this thing can't be said by words alone. If nothing else, she had already ridden on the Han tribe's vehicles and ships. They were indeed good things, but her medical skills were not yet available. I have seen that this is indeed a bit unfair, and it is not conducive to improving the value of one's own medical skills. It's really hard to display medical skills, so Luo Chong could only learn about it by asking first. The most intuitive thing should be data, so he listened to him ask. I would like to know what proportion of the Tang tribe's population is over 40 years old, and what is the infant mortality rate? How many of the dead people died of disease? These 3 questions are probably the data that can best reflect the level of a force's medical skills, so this is what Luo Chong asked first. However, Tang Yao's Chinese could only be used for ordinary communication, and she didn't quite understand some of the academic terms of the Han tribe, so she looked at Luo Chong in confusion. What is proportion, and what is the premature death rate? Xiao Luoqing put down the wooden spoon he was drinking lotus root starch from and looked at the ant curiously. Luo Chong tapped his forehead and felt a headache. It was too strenuous to communicate like this. What I mean is that there are not many people in your tribe who are over 40 years old. They account for a few % of the total population of the tribe. There are also children born every year. What % of the children die due to various reasons? Also, among all the people who died, a few % died of illness. Can you answer this for me? Tang Yao was immediately confused again. She wanted to ask what these things had to do with her medical skills, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it really did. If the Tang tribe had very good medical skills, would it be possible to prolong a person's life? Will there be more people over 40 years old? If medical skills were high, would fewer newborn children die? If the treatment technology is better, will fewer people die from the disease? It seems to make sense. These questions go straight to the core of the problem. If medical skills can't change these, then what's the use of medical skills? Chiba Chinese is updated the fastest PC version. However, where did she know how to answer Luo Chong's question? The Tang tribe didn't even have the most basic household registration system, that is, the household registration system. It didn't even know how many people it had in total, let alone the classifications Luo Chong mentioned. Statistics. I don't know about this. Our Tang tribe has never calculated these things. Do the Han tribes also have to calculate all these things? Tang Yao was very curious about this. In addition, he had a bit of inferiority complex. He looked at others and then looked at them. Own. From this point, we can see that the Han tribe actually attaches great importance to medical skills. They will also compile such data to find problems. Although the Tang tribe prides itself on its superb medical skills, how many practical medical skills are actually used by the tribe? However, they have never been counted, and they have never thought about it. They simply treat someone when they are sick, and that's it. Luo Chong nodded naturally in affirmation. Medical skills are indeed very important. It is the best thing to improve the quality of life and survival chances of the tribe. However, if it is separated from this goal and loses the ability to benefit the tribe, it will have no meaning. Our Han tribe also attaches great importance to medical skills, and we attach even more importance to the inheritance and popularization of medical skills, as well as the changes that medical skills make to the quality of life of our tribe, so I ordered the calculation of these data. We don't want to use too advanced medical skills for the time being. After statistics, we have found several diseases that are most likely to cause death and are also the most common. We are conducting targeted research on treatment methods and finding suitable medicinal materials. At the same time, we will also, according to the causes of these diseases, reasons to formulate new social rules. For example, in our Han tribe, the current neonatal mortality rate is 37%. That is to say, for every 100 children born, 37 will die before they grow up. Have you ever thought about the impact this will have on the tribe? How much impact will the population reproduction have? Tang Yao was immediately shocked by the data reported by Luo Chong. Nearly half of the 100 children died. This was too exaggerated and terrifying, although she knew that children in the Tang tribe also often died of premature birth and dystocia. People often die, but the clan people seem to have regarded this phenomenon as the norm. How many people have died and for what reasons, but no one has investigated or found a solution. Even myself, who claims to be proficient in herbal medicine, has never. Think about these things. I have to admit that even though the medical skills of the Han tribe are not as good as those of the Tang tribe, the difference between the Han tribe and the Tang tribe in terms of correct understanding and use of medical skills is cloud and mud. The Han tribe is like cloud and the Tang tribe is like mud. What's the use of just being able to cure diseases? Have you found out the reasons why you get sick? Seeing Tang Yao's expression of disbelief and surprise, Luo Chong dropped another bombshell. In terms of the neonatal mortality rate alone, our Han tribe has also conducted more detailed surveys and statistics. Among the 37% of children who died, at least 10% died due to dystocia, and the rest were due to various causes. Illness lost life. Do you know what this means? This means that for every 100 children born, 37 will die before they grow up, and 10 of them even die with their mothers due to dystocia. In other words, for every 100 new people in the tribe, 50 people must die in exchange. Have you ever thought about these things? Tang Yao was shocked by Luo Chong's question. Although she had always been obsessed with the research of medicinal herbs and medical technology, she had never thought about these things from the overall perspective of the tribe. She only knew that if she had good medical skills, she would be able to do more. Save 2 people. This is why Tang Ji chose to let her come out for training. Now Tang Yao is really not suitable to be the leader of a large tribe. Chief Han, have you found out the reason now? What diseases did these women and children who died in childbirth suffer from? What diseases did the other children suffer from? For Tang Yao, who is obsessed with medicine, the content proposed by Luo Chong that directly pointed to the core of the problem has aroused her interest. Her current ideas have been brought to civilian medical care by Luo Chong from cooperation negotiations. Luo Chong thought for a while, but he didn't hide anything from this simple girl. Besides, there was nothing to keep secret about this kind of thing. If the cooperation on medicine between the 2 tribes of Han Tang could solve these problems, it would be a blessing. Good thing for humanity as a whole. The problem of difficult childbirth is mostly caused by the young age of the mother. This is not a medical problem, but a sociological problem. Now in response to this, our Han tribe has introduced a method to raise the adult age standard year by year. In a few years, the adult age standard will be raised. Years, that is, the fertility standard is raised to 16 years old, so that most difficult birth problems can be avoided. In addition, for those children who died in infancy, except for a few accidental deaths, statistics show that the 2 most common causes of illness are fever, and vomiting and diarrhea. Now we have launched targeted research on these 2 common diseases, starting from both treatment methods and medicinal materials, and in conjunction with the policy of gradually increasing the childbearing age, we believe that the problem of neonatal mortality will soon be reduced in the future. Tang Yao blinked her cute big eyes and couldn't understand Luo Chong's explanation. Is the difficulty in giving birth related to the woman's too young age? Chief Han, how do you know that difficult childbirth is related to age? She asked in confusion. Luo Chong licked his lips and didn't know what to say for a moment. Tell you, I am actually a time traveler. What I know is actually common sense from my previous life. Even if the little girl in front of him doesn't think he is a fool. Anatomy. After thinking for a moment, he made up a random excuse. Looking at Tang Yao's confused look, he continued to explain, if you decompose the corpses of women who died in childbirth, and compare them with the corpses of women who died normally in their 20s and 30s, you will find that there is a big difference. For example, a girl's pelvis and hip bones have not yet fully developed, so it is easy for the child to get stuck during childbirth, while for older women who have matured, their childbirth will most likely be smooth. This is my way to get to the truth. Tang Yao was stunned again, covering his mouth and speechless. The leader in front of him actually found the cause of the disease by cutting up the dead bodies for comparison. Isn't this a bit blasphemous to the ancestors? Death is a big deal, and everyone is already dead. It's a dead person, and he's going to cut his body into pieces. Seemingly seeing what she was thinking, Luo Chong continued to explain, this method is the most effective way to find the cause of the disease. Besides, can you find a better method? Our Han tribe has always followed the general meaning of the scientific verification spirit proposed is to make bold assumptions, rigorous verification, and use practice to seek the truth. Anything that has not been personally tested cannot be regarded as truth. Moreover, we do not mean to disrespect the deceased by using their corpses for research. We will also hold a memorial ceremony before conducting anatomy. Furthermore, if a few corpses can bring breakthroughs to medical research, it can benefit countless living people. Isn't the sacrifice of these dead worth it? Do you think the dead are more important, or the living are more important? After all, we want to propagate the tribe, rather than letting the entire tribe rest on its laurels for a few valuable corpses. Do you want to personally dissect 2 corpses to find the cause of the disease, or do you want to watching those girls and their babies die because of difficult childbirth? Luo Chong's words pierced his heart, instantly making Tang Yao lose his temper. How to choose? Is there any need to choose? Of course, living people are more important. Then, Chief Han, does your tribe have any other research and exploration into diseases and medicine? What gains have you made so far? Tang Yao seemed to have become Luo Chong's little fangirl at this time, mainly because Luo Chong's views on medicine were tricky, and he could see higher and further. Unlike her who concentrated on studying medicine, Luo Chong's every thought gave her a sense of enlightenment. Our Han tribe is about to establish a medical college. It will pool all the superior resources of the tribe to study medical technology and various medicinal herbs, including old people who are good at this field and young people with excellent academic performance. In terms of materials, we will also provide more experimental specimens were given to them. In the past, only 1 or 2 people could dissect a corpse. Now, a group of students can watch and perform practical operations at the same time. In this way, more talents with medical skills can be cultivated for the Han tribe. At the same time, the medical school will also divide the subjects. I have personally formulated several main directions for them, covering maternal and child health care, trauma medicine, drug treatment of common diseases, medicinal materials and prescriptions, human body research, etc. Luo Chong briefly introduced the 7-book medical plan he had personally formulated to Tang Yao. Tang Yao's eyes lit up instantly. Unlike her own study of medical skills, the Han tribe's medical research was more professional, is more systematic, and can also cultivate a large number of professional talents. This is what a real leader should do. As for herself, although her medical skills in the Tang tribe are second to none, she is not very good at teaching disciples. This makes the medical inheritance of the Tang tribe a problem, and the territory of the Tang tribe is not small. It is also divided into the main city and several in a small town where clans are separated. The population is tens of thousands. It is useless if there are few people who can treat diseases. It is impossible for her to treat tens of thousands of people by herself. Comparing this, we can see the benefits of the medical school plan proposed by Luo Chong. They are not only concentrating resources on research, but also compiling research results into teaching materials to pass on to their descendants. At the same time, they can also train a large number of talents who know medical skills, so that no matter how large the territory of the Han tribe is, they can send enough medical personnel to various places at any time. At this time, Tang Yao looked at Luo Chong and her eyes were full of little stars, but she heard Luo Chong continue to speak. Our Han tribe also has a merit system. You can be awarded titles and awards by donating unfamiliar information and resources such as food and medicine. This tells you too much and you don't understand it. To put it simply, if someone provides it, if these practical medicinal materials are not yet mastered by the Han tribe and are indeed useful after testing, this person can be allocated more houses and land, as well as livestock and money in the tribe, and his title will also increase accordingly, but the upper limit is relatively low. Although there are many opportunistic people who want to achieve success in this system, it can still bring huge benefits to the tribe. Since the implementation of this system, the Han tribe has obtained more than a dozen different medicinal materials. This is also the development of our medicine. One of the long-term directions. Tang Yao already admired Luo Chong. In her opinion, Luo Chong may not be a good doctor, but he is definitely a good leader. When the Han tribe lacks medicine, he reduces the probability of dystocia by controlling the age of children. She used profit to drive her tribe to find medicinal materials, concentrated all resources to cultivate medical talents, and personally planned their future development direction. These were all things she lacked. After understanding the development plan and layout of the Han tribe's medicine, under Luo Chong's reminder, the two parties began to discuss the details. Tang Yao has many medicinal materials that are not available in the Han tribe, and they are all truly effective drugs that have been clinically proven by her in the Tang tribe. She is a practical person, and Luo Chong is a theoretical person. The two of them hit it off and chatted about these things very speculatively. Tang Yao also has medicines for treating fever, that is, antipyretics, but she doesn't understand why people have fevers and what causes these symptoms. At this time, Luo Chong explained the theory of the human immune system in previous lives. When it comes out, the immune system will increase its own temperature to kill germs, etc. Sometimes it is due to internal lesions, sometimes due to trauma and infection, which may cause fever. This magical theory made Tang Yao feel like a treasure, making her feel that Luo Chong was as omniscient as a god. Fever-reducing medicines can be classified as heat-clearing and detoxifying. Do you have any other medicines? Luo Chong asked again. Well, according to the leader of the Han dynasty, I also have antidiarrheal medicine and medicine for treating trauma. In addition, if the wound is rotten and oozes yellowish-white smelly water, you can also cut out the bad area, rinse it with salt water, and finally apply painkillers and take some antipyretics, and if it lasts 3 days, you will be fine. Tang Yao also continued to introduce his own treatment experience and medicines. Luo Chong's scalp was numb and the wound was inflamed, rotting, and pus-producing. He directly cut out the rotten flesh and rinsed it with salt water. This was really adding salt to the wound. In the end, he was not sure of the cure. He only said that he could survive 3 days. God, only then can I have a chance to survive. So whether you can survive or not depends on luck, right? So how effective is your medicine? Then if it's a big wound, do you have any other options? For example, a deep wound that bleeds uncontrollably? Luo Chong asked again. Then there's nothing we can do. There aren't many people in our Tang tribe who can treat injuries and illnesses. If a situation like what the Han leader said happened, he would probably be dead before he was sent to the doctor. Moreover, such serious injuries it is very difficult to cure the wound. It is difficult to stop the bleeding just by bundling it or sealing the wound with mud. It is even more difficult to close the wound. However, I am currently researching a new method of treating wounds, which may be able to close the wound quickly. Oh? What method? Tell me. Luo Chong became interested in this. Have they already figured out a way to suture the wound? I discovered a small insect that is good at biting. If it encounters a wound, it will clamp it in one bite. If you pinch the wound first, then use such a small insect to bite the flesh on both sides of the wound, and then once the insect's body is cut off, its head will not let go, thus sealing the wound. But I haven't succeeded yet, and I'm still in the stage of raising bugs. Tang Yao first excitedly introduced his research ideas, and then spread his hands helplessly. Luo Chong couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. He had indeed heard of similar wound suturing techniques in his previous life. It said that a kind of ant was used to bite the wound, and then the ant body was cut off, leaving only a row of ant heads as sutures. The sutures seal the wound. It is said that this can save the need to remove the sutures. I don't know if this is true or not. However, regardless of whether it is true or false, such a crude method is not as convenient as using real stitches first. Is it easier to obtain needles and threads, or is it easier to obtain them by ants? But this thing is not worthless. Why would anyone think of using this method to suture wounds? Is it because the unique formic acid secreted by ants can make the wound recover quickly? Or maybe the body fluids released when the ants are torn can be used to sterilize the wound? Luo Chong believes that this is the direction that really needs research, rather than simply using ants for suturing. So he introduced the needlework and suturing skills of the Han tribe to Tang Yao. Tang Yao was also greatly surprised. He chatted with Luo Chong about medical matters one after another. He also heard the idea of a thermometer from Luo Chong, but the Han tribe did not have the technology to make one yet. In terms of medicinal materials, Tang Yao also mentioned many types, covering fever reduction, anti-inflammation, trauma, and antidiarrheal. These are all basic medicines. The only thing that surprised Luo Chong was that Tang Yao said she had a medicine to treat coughs. And medicines that moisten the lungs and resolve phlegm. Of course, she didn't know what the Chinese character for phlegm actually meant. Luo Chong understood these by listening to her description. The negotiation between the two on technology exchange turned into an academic exchange in medicine. At the end of the conversation, Tang Yao suddenly discovered that the medical technology that she originally thought could be exchanged for a lot of technology did not seem to be of much value to Luo Chong. Because the Han tribe also mastered its own unique medical skills, and even surpassed the Tang tribe in terms of medical theory. Many medical aspects have very impressive forward thinking, such as the thermometer mentioned by Luo Chong. If these things could be made, the Tang tribe would certainly want them. But even if the Han tribe was willing to exchange a few medicines and superficial treatment methods with them, it would not be possible to give them that much. So at this time, should she switch to the medical technology of the Han tribe, or the seeds, vehicles, boats, and livestock of the Han tribe? One is people's livelihood, the other is medical skills. She wants both. Leader Han, me. You want to learn medical skills from our Han tribe? But you also want to use your medical skills and medicinal materials in exchange for our technology? Luo Chong took the lead in speaking before she could finish her words. Yeah, okay, is that okay? Is this request too much? Tang Yao wanted to say something, but she didn't know the right words to describe it. However, she also knew that such a request was actually unfair to the Han tribe. Fair enough. Luo Chong did not answer immediately, but stood up and walked around the office with his son in his arms. Of course, what he was thinking about was how to better devour the Tang tribe's population. Yes, this was his real idea. As for medicine, after the Tang tribe becomes the Han tribe, medicine can still develop, and with its own leadership and the execution ability of its subordinates, medicine can be promoted faster. By then, it will not be impossible for all counties to build several government-run hospitals. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a good idea, because he found that since he had artillery, his thinking had become lazy. If he wanted to take down the Tang tribe, how many cannons would they dare to resist? With absolute force, any strategy becomes a joke. After figuring out this key point, he smiled with relief, turned his head, and said to the uneasy Tang Yao, "Yes, but I would like to formally invite you to join the Han tribe's medical school, and work with our people on in-depth research and development of medical knowledge and technology. Regarding the various livelihood technologies and resources of our Han tribe, I cannot give them to you directly, but I can trade with you, such as seeds, livestock, etc. You can buy these. As for cars, boats, textiles, and other things, we also sell them. As long as you can afford the corresponding price." "Really?" Tang Yao immediately stood up in surprise. "Because of some things, well, you may have heard some rumors, so I won't talk about them, alas. There is another chapter in the evening. This book will not be unique, nor will the new book." The verbal agreement between the two tribes of Han Tang was settled in two main aspects. First, jointly research and develop medical technology and medicinal materials, and the two tribes can share relevant research results. Second, regarding technical support for people's livelihood projects, the Han and Tang tribes will conduct equal transactions. For the projects involved, the Tang tribe will make appeals, and the Han tribe will evaluate the price. The first one requires Tang Yao to stay in the Han tribe to study the project developed by Luo Chong, but she can't just stay. Tang Yao's identity is not simple. She is the prince of the Tang tribe. If such a person doesn't say a word, if you stay in the Han tribe and don't go back, it will probably cause a war. Therefore, she must first go back and report the results of the negotiation to Chief Tang, and then return to the Han tribe to participate in the research after obtaining the other party's consent. Luo Chong himself thought the same, because the projects he mentioned were all based on the medical school. The medical school has not been built yet, and it would be useless to keep Tang Yao. It would only increase the worries of the Tang tribe. There is nothing difficult about the transaction in Article 2. Both parties are willing to do it, as long as they exchange it at equal value. But this is where the difficulty arises, because the Tang tribe has almost no output and they have nothing to sell. In response to this situation, Luo Chong simply formulated a profitable labor system agreement for them. "Since you have nothing that can impress me, then just sell your labor force. It is impossible to give it away for free. There is no such thing as this in the world." Exploiting the creative ability of the Han tribe to flatter the population of the Tang tribe? Facts have proved that others will not cherish the things picked up for free. If you try to use this method to buy the favor of those who are not yet part of the Han tribe, it is definitely the brains of the decision-makers that have been eaten by dogs. You have already reaped the benefits of prostitution anyway, so who cares who your Han tribe is? Luo Chong is naturally not a lunatic. The agreement he made for the Tang tribe is very simple. It doesn't matter if we don't have resources. Tuahai County happens to be undergoing a lot of construction. You can let the Tang tribe people go there to work nearby and help us build cities, reclaim land, dig rivers, and build rivers. Dam, logging and shipbuilding, there is plenty of work for you. The Han tribe used coins to pay for labor, so that when the Tang tribe had money, they could buy whatever they wanted from the Han tribe. This is still personal. Regarding the leadership of the Tang tribe, Luo Chong also proposed a suitable transaction project. The Han tribe would provide sweet sorghum and cotton seeds, and the Tang tribe's senior leaders would come forward to encourage the tribesmen to plant. After the harvest, the Tang tribe would purchase and unify it. Sold to Han tribes. These agricultural resources are also resources. After the Han tribe collected these raw materials, they used their superior technology to process them into cotton cloth and sugar, and then sold them at a high price without having to worry about losing money. The Tang tribe can also use these transactions to make the farmers of their own tribe rich first. When everyone has savings, they can buy some livestock from the Han tribe and raise them back. In the future, there will no longer be a shortage of meat and animal power. Isn't it beautiful? Although at first glance, it seems that the Han tribe is stingy, it actually creates a strong, fair, and just impression in the hearts of the people of the Tang tribe. Here in the Han tribe, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can definitely get what you want, a higher quality of life. Lazy people deserve to be poor, but that has nothing to do with the Han tribe, it is your own fault. In this way, even if the Tang tribe is absorbed in the future, they will not have much rebellion. There is another point that Luo Chong did not say, which is to strengthen the marriage between the two tribes of Han and Tang. When the time comes, you will have me among you, and you will among me. We will have blood ties and have a chance to peacefully conquer the Tang tribe. It's even bigger. As for the Xian tribe, Luo Chong no longer had any illusions. Unless the people of this tribe really beat them into submission, they would not be able to submit honestly. After staying in the Han tribe for another week and finalizing the terms of cooperation between the Han and Tang tribes, Tang Yao set off back to the Tang tribe. Not all the envoys who came with her went back, except for half of them. Except for An, who was responsible for protecting her, the rest stayed behind. Luo Chong planned to conquer the Tang tribe peacefully, and since he already had a cooperative relationship, he didn't mind teaching the Tang tribe some techniques first. So the remaining people were assigned to the Han tribe's agricultural and animal husbandry work. Breeding is the main project introduced by the Tang tribe, but they know nothing about it, so they assigned many people to work as interns in the official stables of the Han tribe. The Han tribe provided food and accommodation, and they were responsible for learning and working. Another part was assigned to learn the farming techniques of the Han tribe. Now that spring is not far away, with less than a month left, they will soon be put to use. After the Tang tribe has completely settled this matter, Luo Chong will send the first round of technical assistance and livestock seeds and other resources to the Tang tribe. He will first popularize cotton and sorghum in the Tang tribe. In the last month of winter, Han tribes also began to move frequently in various places. Jiandun had already begun to lead immigrants to Makino County, where they were going to build a new city. Yunji of Weishan County also worked hard and spent 2 months recruiting another 8,000 people, and then took these people to Ruyang County to take up posts. 8,000 people is not too many. If we take the family as a unit, it is actually only about 2,000 households. Plus a group of people who have just grown up among the original population of Ruyang County, it can be said that 2 counties can be barely made up. In the past, he was able to complete the task assigned to him by Luo Chong to build 2 new counties. More people are migrating towards the place that Luo Chong led the senior officials to survey before. That is, the plain to the south, between Luoyang County and Ruyang County, where the winter hunting was held last month. This place has water, land, and forests. It is very suitable for human settlements, and has relatively convenient transportation. Although there is no waterway, but it is easy to run a carriage on the plains. A new county will also be established in this place, named Nanzhong County by Luo Chong, which means southward expansion. The county magistrate will be temporarily promoted from the county magistrate of Madian County. Half a month later, the long-lost spring finally arrived, and the first year of the Han tribe officially began. Everywhere was busy with intensive construction work and spring plowing. Luo Chong also ordered many times to urge officials at all levels below to organize and coordinate various matters for spring plowing, including cattle, seeds, farm tools, ponds and ditches, and sufficient water. Meat and salt, these are indispensable items for heavy manual labor, and the completion of spring plowing is directly counted in political achievements. If you can't even do this well, you don't have to think about promotion in the future. At the same time, with the return of the warm and humid currents in spring, patches of green appeared on the grasslands in the south. The nomadic tribes who had been huddled in winter in various places finally began to move back to the spring pastures. However, some people brought more than just their tribesmen with them. They brought with them bows, arrows, and spears, as well as livestock. They came on horseback with greedy eyes and boiling murderous intent. At the lakeside dock in Kaiyuan County, several large ships from Weishan County are docked there. The people on the ship are using the boom on the mast to unload the arrived artillery. There are also people on the ship next to them who are unloading the artillery. Carrying cast-iron shells and powder boxes, there were also many fixed gun mounts and field-mobile artillery carts. They were accompanied by more than 100 artillery instructors, 2 for each gun, who were responsible for training the soldiers here to form an artillery battalion. The road from the dock to the military camp and school grounds is under martial law. Except for the soldiers who stayed behind at the camp and the city defense, others were lined up on both sides of the road. Many residents and craftsmen in the inner city, as well as the herdsmen who joined the outer city last year, were all at this time. They ran to the side of the road to watch, because it was their first time to see such a large army dispatched on a security mission, so they were inevitably curious about what was being transported. Qianyu Guard Commander Chai Duo, Hubin Guard Command Room Shiwatu, Jinwu Guard Commander Yu Ji in charge of intelligence, and Kaiyuan County Governor Ing Rue. At this time, the 4 Kaiyuan County bosses were standing on the dock, counting the military supplies shipped this time. Hey, dear, such a big iron guy looks like an iron bucket. Is this thing really a powerful weapon? I think it would be appropriate to leave it on the top of the city and use it to hit people, but for such a heavy thing, no one can move it. This was the first time Shiwatu had seen artillery. He had heard before that it was a powerful new weapon developed by the leader, but he had never seen such a powerful method. Ha 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 ha, Commander 2 was joking. There is so much good iron, no, so much good steel. How could the leader be willing to let you use it to hit people? But Commander 2 was half right about this thing. It is indeed its use to hit people, but not with cannons, but with round cannonballs. Ing Rue had followed Dali and Shuda to Xingyang County before to see the power of this thing. This time he escorted the artillery here in person, so he was the person most familiar with artillery in Kaiyuan County. It's really hitting people. What should I use to hit them with? Just use this iron ball. Well, it's quite heavy. I'm afraid it weighs 10 kilograms. How far can this thing be thrown? Shwetu picked up a round iron ball from the car on the side and weighed it in his hands. He found that the weight was not small, but he was skeptical about the range of this thing. When the range of a bow and arrow can easily exceed 100 meters, a weapon that can the usefulness of a heavy weapon that throws an iron ball 30 meters is completely useless, but if it is said that the range of this iron ball can be further than that of a bow and arrow, he will not believe it anyway. Ing Rue didn't answer directly, but shook his head with a smile on his face, and then pointed 3 fingers at Shwetu. 300 meters? Shwetu questioned in disbelief. Ing Rue continued to shake his head. Did I say too much? Shwetu asked tentatively again. Less, go farther. Ing Rue reminded. Really or not? It's farther than 300 meters, and it's 3. Could it be 3 miles away? After Shwetu said this, he was startled by this number, and then immediately retorted, Are you kidding me? You're still fooling me with this, Eagle? Ing Rue still smiled and did not refute, but said lightly, If you don't believe it, there's nothing you can do about it. Try it later and you will know. This is really the most powerful weapon ever invented by the leader. With this, with a small number of soldiers, it can easily resist tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. In an instant, the enemy can taste the power of heaven's punishment, and hundreds of soldiers can be turned into powder in one breath. The few people next to him were stunned by what he said. If it was really so powerful, wouldn't it be incredible? However, they had not seen the artillery fire with their own eyes, so it was difficult to refute. After spending half a day, with the joint efforts of the crew and 2 guardsmen, all the weapons were finally removed. In fact, not only dozens of cannons were transported this time, but also a large number of iron armors and cold weapons, all prepared for the herdsmen who joined the Han tribe. If these natural nomadic cavalry were organized according to the military system of the Han tribe, then it is also a large armed force, enough to allow the small Kaiyuan county to dominate the entire grassland. After transporting these weapons to the camp, several big guys gathered together again. Before anyone else could speak, Yu Ji took the lead and spoke. How long does it take to train for this new weapon, and it might be useful within a week? The 2 commanders and the governor Yingrui looked sideways at the same time. Yingrui asked, "What, is there going to be a war?" "Well, it will be soon. I have received accurate information. Modu's camp has been moved and is migrating to the spring pasture. Moreover, he has been in frequent contact with the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe since winter and obtained a lot of copper, weapons and other in-demand supplies such as white salt. Mao Dun also used these materials to join the Qingshu tribe to persuade the direwolf tribe, promising that if they defeated us, we could give them 30% of the spoils, and also give the direwolf a pasture to live in, a place with lush water and grass by the lake. The place where the direwolves stay is on the plateau, and the environment is not good to begin with. They have long wanted to come to the shore of the Great Lake to station their herds, but they have been suffering from the lack of strength and insufficient resources and weapons. This time, they have the support of the Qingshu tribe and Mao Dun, and the temptation to divide the spoils and land, plus they already had enmity with our Han tribe, so they agreed directly. Several people frowned and fell silent after hearing Yu Ji's information. It sounded like there were a lot of people, and it seemed that the scale of this battle was a bit big. Can you be sure how many people there are on the other side? Chai Duo is not afraid. Kaiyuan County now has 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers in the 2 guard posts alone, as well as new troops formed by the herdsmen who have taken refuge. The total number adds up. There are no less than 20,000 people, and the Han tribe also has equipment and geographical advantages. After all, they are fighting on their own territory. Taken together, as long as the opponent's number does not exceed 40,000, he is not at all vain. About 50,000 to 60,000 people. As soon as Yu Ji said these words, the faces of several people changed, and they were all shocked by this number. Xiutu had a bad temper and was the most excited. He immediately asked, "Where did they get so many people?" "According to the information I know, the Qingshu tribe contributed a lot this time. This time they not only provided weapons and white salt, but also imitated a lot of horse gear and armor." "Yes, you don't have to be so surprised. Bamboo armor. They may have imitated the iron armor they stole from us. They first cut the bamboo into large pieces, drilled holes, and tied them with ropes. It was like the armor of our tribe's bamboo mats, which is as resistant as any. The bow and arrow should be fine. As for the strength of the troops, the Qingshu tribe helped Mao Dun use resources to gather a lot of people, and Mao Dun himself took the initiative to fight. In addition, it is said that the Qingshu tribe himself will send 2,000 to 3,000 people this time. These 50,000 to 60,000 people are actually coalition forces. If their guess is correct, they probably want to wipe our Han tribe from the grassland at once and completely eliminate the influence of the Han tribe on the grassland, so they are so aggressive. Yu Ji explained again. This damn Qingshu tribe, next time I will lead troops to Zhudao to destroy them. Xiutu smashed his palm and cursed through gritted teeth. No more today. Go code new books. The huge difference in strength, between 20,000 and 60,000, made several big bosses present feel depressed. The nomads naturally have an advantage in military strength. Even if the total population of both sides is similar, because they have a system where all people are soldiers, their military strength is natural. It is several times more than farming, which is incomparable to farming nations. However, Ing Rui, who had already received personal guidance from Luo Chong, was not too worried because he knew the power of the artillery. You don't need to be too pessimistic. In fact, we have a greater chance of winning this battle. Oh? What did Governor Ing say? Chai Duo asked in confusion. First of all, we have a geographical advantage, we can wait for work at leisure, we have sufficient ordnance, food, grass and ammunition, and we have great logistic support. On the other hand, the enemy army had marched thousands of miles to attack, and the men and horses were exhausted. Spring was also the breeding season for livestock, and the spring grass was not lush. No matter what, they were at a disadvantage. And we can still fight with our backs against the city wall. If we are really defeated, we can abandon the outside of the city and enter the city to defend it. With the support of the docks and the rear, we have sufficient supplies of food, grass and soldiers, and the enemy can't do anything to us. As time goes by, the enemy will naturally stop fighting. Retreating, of course, is the worst outcome. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Ing Rui paused and continued. In terms of equipment, the enemies all have bamboo arrows, bamboo bows, bamboo and leather armor, and maybe some copper spears, but compared with our all-steel equipment, it is still a big disadvantage. Besides, our Kayuan County is fully armed, and only feathers. We replenished the arrows 4 or 5 times before and after, and we can still get 1,000,000 arrows. Everyone nodded again, and their confidence increased even more when they heard that there were millions of arrows in reserve. But the most important point is, of course, the dozens of artillery pieces approved by the leader. These artillery pieces can withstand hundreds of thousands of troops. This time, the enemy's 60,000-strong army will probably be defeated by the artillery offensive. I was so scared that my liver and gallbladder were broken. Ing Rui once again advocated the new weapon. Everyone looked weird. Is this artillery really that powerful? A few dozen cannons can defeat hundreds of thousands of troops, are you kidding me? Chief Ing, we have arrived at the military camp anyway, and there are no outsiders around, so please give us a clear answer. Is this thing called artillery really that powerful? Shuetu still felt unsure, so he asked again. Ing Rui smiled and asked, have you ever remembered the leader's technique of breaking mountains and rocks to extract salt, and splitting the earth and digging canals? Of course I remember. I had already joined the Han tribe at that time. I had heard about the mountain opening, but I had never seen it with my own eyes. However, I personally participated in the use of explosives to crack the ground and open canals. Shuetu immediately recalled said, and then his eyes widened as soon as he finished speaking. Chief Eagle, are you saying that this new weapon uses the same method? That's about it. Now that we've arrived at the military camp, we might as well demonstrate it to everyone so that everyone can feel at ease. Ing Rui nodded in affirmation. Then he gave some instructions to the officials around him, asking them to inform the herdsmen not to bring their livestock to graze here. Soon there will be thunder on the ground in the military camp, so don't let the herds be frightened. After arranging these peripheral chores, Ing Rui also asked the artillery instructors who accompanied him to assemble the field artillery cart. The long stainless steel barrel was fixed on the 2-wheeled artillery cart, and the fixed powder box next to it was also fixed on the 2-wheeled artillery cart. The cover has been lifted, and the cannonballs are piled up into a hill on the side. The instructors have installed all kinds of aiming and ignition accessories on the cannon, aiming at the straw target group that the cavalry usually uses for training. In order to better demonstrate the killing method and power of artillery, the target distance set this time is not far away, only 200 meters, which is also the range of ordinary bows and arrows. Everyone, let me first take a look at the killing effect of the artillery. In fact, the weapon invented by the leader can hit an iron ball weighing 10 kilograms 6 miles away, but it is too far. If it's far away, we won't be able to see the killing effect. This time we'll show you a closer one, Qingshu introduced to everyone. What the hell? Can you hit this iron ball 6 miles away? You're not awake, are you? Shuetu almost dropped his jaw when he heard his words, and asked in disbelief. Don't worry, you will know after you take a look. Qingshu did not refute, and ordered the instructors to start reloading with a wave of his hand. This is the first time for the big guys in Kaiyuan County to see how this kind of weapon is used. However, the first impression is that it is troublesome. It is too slow to load and fire once. However, considering that this is a heavy weapon with huge lethality, this kind of cumbersome, the operation process and firing frequency are not unacceptable. Isn't the bed crossbow very slow to fire once? As long as the power is worth the time it takes, it doesn't matter. Adjust the left and right firing range to 0, aim at the ballistic baseline, install the elevation measuring instrument on the muzzle, set the elevation angle to 5 degrees, place the hoe, and start cleaning the barrel. All kinds of dry and wet ones, with brushes and felts, were all rotated in the barrel. Finally, gunpowder packed in fixed paper with twice the weight of the bullet was stuffed into the barrel, tamped with a mallet, and then inserted into the barrel. Load a round bullet. The main gunner poured bulk gunpowder into the powder tank at the breech fire door, reset the fusilier, and hung up the rope, and the preparations were completed. Are you ready? Chai Duo asked puzzledly. That's right, please move back a few steps and observe carefully, but it's best to cover your ears first. There will be a loud noise soon, so don't be afraid or worried. Qingshu kindly reminded. TSK, joke. Shuetu was about to brag and say that he would not be intimidated, but when he recalled the rumors about the leader's opening of the mountain, he chose not to say it. He silently covered his ears and stared at the cannon that was about to be fired. Okay, let's fire. Seeing that everyone was ready, Qingshu immediately ordered. Yes, fire. Boom. 10 kilograms of gunpowder exploded in front of everyone. The muzzle of the gun suddenly spurted out a stream of hot white smoke and flames reaching into the sky. A dark cannonball suddenly jumped out from the flames and headed straight for the straw man target in the distance. Group. Affected by the recoil, the artillery shot back several meters. Even though the bosses had taken precautions, they were still stunned by the terrifying momentum. Regardless of the power, the noise is too strong. Even if the iron ball cannot cause damage to the enemy, just pulling this thing to the front of the formation and letting the enemy hear the sound will probably scare them into bowing down on the spot. 3. Call the gods to come down to earth. At this time, the target group of straw men in the distance, directly in front of the muzzle, had been penetrated by the iron balls, and even the shadow of the iron balls could not be found. Everyone checked around and finally found the cannonball that smashed into the grass and left a big crater on the ground at a distance of 1,800 meters. This is really amazing. It can really hit such a distance. How did the leader come up with such an idea? Besides, the power of artillery, a hot weapon across the ages, left a deep impression on everyone, and they all felt that this weapon was incredible. After demonstrating an ordinary artillery shell shot, Qingshu had another shot with chain shells and shotgun shells. Although the linear killing range of these two times was not that far, the coverage was wider. In particular, the killing area of chain bullets and shotguns made several military bosses stare blankly at the sight, and they all sighed in their hearts, "My dear, if such a cruel thing were to fire such a shot at the crowd and cavalry." Shuetu immediately became a die-hard fan of artillery and pestered several instructors to explain to him the principles of artillery and the techniques of firing them. The big bosses finally believed what Qingshu said. With this thing they could indeed crush their enemies. In the next few days, the more than 100 instructors brought were assigned to 2 people per gun, and personnel were drawn from the city's craftsmen and guards soldiers to form a temporary gun squad, and intense training and frequent test firings began. The enemy is getting closer and closer, and there are not many opportunities left for Kaiyuan County. Many big guys in Kaiyuan County gathered together to discuss specific tactics. Defense is definitely necessary, but defense can also be divided into positive and negative aspects. Some people suggest that there is enough food and grass in the city, and with weapons such as cannons, we should directly defend the city. As long as a few cannons are fired, the enemy will definitely be frightened. Run. This is a good thing to say. If you really do this, the enemy will be scared away for sure. But what about next time? Will the enemy come again? So this is a passive defensive strategy. I think we should fight outside the city. Let's not mention that our outer city has no walls at all, and we can't defend it even if we want to. If we defend the city, we can only rely on the walls of the inner city. Then our outer city should just give up. That was built with great effort by everyone. The second point is that since last year, the leader has been vigorously promoting the reorganization of the cavalry unit and devoting a lot of resources to train us to reorganize it into a full cavalry unit. Now that we have finally trained it, you will let us dismount and enter the city? So what's the point of training cavalry? Third, this is the purpose of this operation. I think we should actively defend and even engage in a defensive counterattack. We have strong weapon advantages, so why should we retreat to the city to fight? If we can not only repel the enemy this time, but even maim and kill them, then why don't we choose to end it once and for all? Besides, it's not like we don't have this ability. When someone suggested that the city be defended, Xiutu was the first to give up and immediately put forward various opinions to refute. Such radical remarks as blood massacre also immediately ushered in objections, and some people immediately retorted. What we want now is stability and development, not just fighting. You fart, do you think that if you scare the enemy away this time, they won't come back next time? This kind of stability is only temporary, and defeating them completely is the most effective way to maintain stability. Qian Yue commanded Chai Duo also immediately stood on Xuetu's side and started to share the hatred with the enemy. Okay, don't argue anymore. I'll announce what the leader wants now. In fact, the leader already expressed his position as early as last year. If we must fight, we should cripple and kill the enemy in one go and never give them another chance. An opportunity to jump. These are the exact words the leader said. Therefore, I now declare that the power will cooperate with the active defense strategy of the guard station. If necessary, we can send troops to pursue and expand the results. According to the leader's request, we will completely cripple the enemy. We must make them pay a painful price and let them continue. Deep down in my heart, I am afraid of our Han tribe, and I never dare to jump in front of us again. Seeing that the situation was about to turn into a quarrel, Rue immediately patted the table and took out the strategic policy formulated by Luo Chong last year. Seeing that everyone in the tent no longer had any objections, Rue said again. The strategy has been decided. Now let's discuss tactics. Active defense is for sure, but we still have to be more cautious about how to fight. Because once the army leaves the city and the enemy besieges us, then we will divide our troops to attack the city. Then our Kaiyuan County, it's dangerous, and it's a loss we can't afford. Everyone was silent for a while, and Xuetu spoke again. I have learned in detail about the usage of artillery and logistical support issues in the past few days. After analysis, I believe that the camp should be pushed to 3 kilometers outside the city. And then I will explain the reasons for this decision. The longest range of the artillery is 3 kilometers. From this position, we can fully deploy the army to face the enemy head-on. With the artillery and vehicle array, we don't have to worry about the enemy being able to break through our frontline defenses, and in such an open battlefield, it is more conducive to taking full advantage of the artillery. If the enemy sieges and refuses to attack, that is impossible, because we have the advantage of the range of artillery. It is not the enemy who has the final say whether to attack or not, but it is us who have the final say. If they dare to surround and remain still, that is a living target for our artillery camp. If the enemy chooses to divide their forces to contain us and let the other half attack the city, then we can also use artillery for long-range support. As long as the enemy dares to bypass us and attack the city, their backs will be exposed to our cannons. If they really do that, maybe we can launch a counter-siege by then, trapping at least half of the enemy under the city, and completely eat this part. Blood massacres tactics immediately won the unanimous approval of everyone, even those who were opposed to going out to fight out of the city just now, because when there is no choice, blood massacres tactics are almost the safest, and the walls of the front and rear formations are once within range, they can use their artillery advantage to completely defeat the enemy. Qingshu was also very optimistic about this plan, nodded and asked again, "Does anyone else have anything to add?" Chai Duo thought for a while and said, "I think we should immediately increase the amount of artillery training. Not only for people, but also for our war horses. They haven't had much contact with artillery, and they are closer to artillery than the enemy. Don't get there. Instead of frightening the enemy, we frightened our own horses first, which would be more than worth the loss. There is nothing wrong with other plans, but these details must be thought of in advance to avoid irreversible consequences due to mistakes." Another point is the problem of communication between the army and the inner city. The two places are 6 miles apart and cannot be seen with the naked eye. So how do we judge whether the enemy is attacking the city? If they divide their forces to attack, what will happen inside the city? How the defenders ask for help from us is an important detail. Yes, this is indeed necessary. So what should we use to communicate? Can the sound of drums travel that far? How about we leave a few cannons on top of the city and fire them as a signal? It's too extravagant to set off cannons. Gunpowder is not cheap. I think it's better to use local methods, burning firewood and setting off smoke. In fact, based on the current technological level of the Han tribe, the fastest way to transmit instant information should be a lighthouse. As long as a flashing function is added to the existing lighthouse, Morse code can be transmitted dozens of miles away. However, the shortcomings of this thing are also obvious. The first is that it is expensive to build and maintain. The second is that it is useless during the day. No matter how bright your light is, it will not be visible during the day. What's more, the lighthouse is not suitable for the current war situation, so after discussion, a group of big guys finally decided to use the smoke to convey the message. Light smoke during the day and raise fire at night. The tactics and strategies were finalized, and the next step was intense camp relocation and training. The army broke out of the camp and resettled at 3 kilometers due west of Kaiyuan City. The camp adopted a wooden fence defense line and several more layers of defense. Horses were used to defend the enemy's cavalry from attacking the camp, and several artillery positions were prepared in advance. No matter which direction the enemy came from, the Han tribe could quickly maneuver and provide fire support. The people from the outer city also moved into the city urgently, taking away everything they could. Fortunately, the herdsmen had just joined and didn't have much to take. It was impossible to move the house. If it was destroyed by the enemy, it would only be possible. Can be rebuilt. In the army camp outside the city, scouts and rangers are sent out to patrol the surrounding areas every day to prevent the enemy from making sudden attacks. The school grounds inside the camp are also filled with the roar of cannons and the neighing of soldiers training. It was at this time that Qingshu and Yuji each wrote a letter to report the situation to Luo Chong. Qingshu mainly introduced the tactical plan and defense preparations of Kaiyuan County, while Yuji talked about the intelligence obtained from the enemy. With the combination of the two, Luo Chong finally understood the situation on the grassland. This time it's really going to be a war. But he is not afraid. To be honest, the Han tribe has been preparing for this battle for a long time. Whether it is weapons and equipment, or strategies and tactics, it can crush the enemy across the ages. If they still lose in this way, then it would be too embarrassing for the time travelers. 20,000 versus 60,000? Luo Chong was not very worried about this. Even if the Han tribe lost the battle and retreated to the inner city to defend themselves, the worst outcome would not be too disastrous. He could definitely afford the loss. Therefore, he does not plan to go to the front line to command this battle. Firstly, he will definitely not have enough time. Secondly, he can use this opportunity to train the soldiers and generals below so that they can mature quickly. If he can do everything, if you want to intervene, then why do you need them? In the future, the Han tribe will become stronger and stronger. Will he be exhausted to death? However, what will happen to the entire grassland after this battle is what Luo Chong is most concerned about. When fighting against nomadic tribes, it is impossible to annihilate them. They are the people who know how to preserve their strength best. If they win, they will rush in to grab them. If they don't win, they will run faster than rabbits. It is difficult to catch up. But Luo Chong didn't want to give them a chance to continue jumping around. Since they were beaten, it was better to defeat them completely. Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately set off for Weishan County to inspect the outfitting progress of the gunboats. If he could catch up, he would make it impossible for Mao Dun to return home. Since Xu De was appointed to be in charge of the gunboat has been transferred to Weishan County to receive outfitting, because the demand for carpentry in the later period is not high, but the Weishan County pier close to Huxin Island and Xing'an County is more suitable. After spending a day arriving at Weishan County, Luo Chong immediately went to the big ship and summoned Xu De, asking him to introduce the outfitting situation on the ship to him in detail. Chief, the command communication pipes on the ship have been installed now. There are microphones and loudspeakers on each floor. The other end is gathered at the command podium on the top floor of the stern building. It speaks to several copper speakers. The commanders and gunners on each floor below, you can all hear it. In terms of waterproofing, due to the sufficient materials, the progress is much faster than previous shipbuilding. This asphalt is really good. In addition to being more unpleasant, it is much better than fish bladders in other aspects. The key is to have enough quantity. Unexpectedly, such treasures can still be extracted in coal mines. Luo Chong nodded indifferently and had no idea about this kind of obscure horse. It is not difficult to refine asphalt from coal tar. It is not an achievement worthy of bragging. It is true that it can be put to use when it is produced. How are the other decorations going? I just want to know when this ship can be taken out for combat. Don't worry, Chief. The artillery decks on all levels have been renovated, and the fixed rails and artillery have been installed in place. Now the gunners are training how to quickly load ammunition on the ship. But Chief, I have been watching their artillery training here for a while, and I found that the artillery fire on the ship is not as convenient as the artillery fire on land. The reason is that the space is too small and the density is too high, so I think this artillery should still be used. There is room for improvement. Xu De hesitated a little and said, "How to improve?" Luo Chong looked at him with a half-smile and asked, wanting to test the rat's vision. "I think it would be better to change the ship's artillery to load gunpowder and shells from the back. This will not only save operating space, but also increase the rate of fire. It will definitely make this new weapon more powerful. At the current speed of the crew, one shot of a 40-breath weapon is considered fast, which seriously reduces the terrifying power of the artillery." "You are right. I thought about the breech-loading cannon at first, but with the current level of our Han tribe, it is still too difficult to make one that can be used. Let's use the current one first. It doesn't matter if we are slower. Anyway, we are the only ones who can beat others, and others can't fight back. This advantage alone is enough for us to beat all the tribes near the water. Luo Chong explained. What the leader said is, hey hey hey. Shuda laughed dryly and continued to spin around the boat with Luo Chong. There are 6 floors of cabins, below the main deck. The bottom 3 floors are warehouses. The bottom floor is for various food reserves, the second floor is for various artillery shells, the third floor is gunpowder, and the 4th to 6th floors are the 3 artillery decks above the waterline. Undertake combat and accommodation requirements. The artillery was installed against the sides, and the middle position was designed by Luo Chong to be a common 3-story sleeper on a train for the crew to rest. The first floor of the poop above the main deck is the kitchen and dining room. They are placed above mainly for fire safety and the need for smoke exhaust to prevent the ammunition depot from exploding due to fire. In addition, next to the restaurant, a small space was planned to house a set of blacksmithing equipment, which was used to repair various iron tools on the ship. Finally, we came to the combat command room on the 2nd floor of the stern building. It was also extremely well decorated, with a long conference table, maps, and sand tables. There was a row of shining golden microphones installed on the high command podium. The corresponding areas were marked to facilitate the commander-in-chief to shout and issue orders everywhere. A circle of transparent glass windows around the command podium also allows the commander-in-chief to have an unobstructed view of the surrounding situation. The view is second only to the lookout on the top of the mast. At the same time, in order to prevent rats, there are also several civet cats on board, which can be said to be fully prepared. Finally, he went to the main deck to check the sails, cables, and equipment. After everything was fine, Luo Chong ordered the soldiers to be gathered and prepared to go into battle. Before leaving, Luo Chong personally wrote and gave the ship a name, Fubo, artillery battleship. He had a flag made and hung on the top of the mast, and Fubo's name was painted on both sides of the bow and stern. Besides, 3 days have passed by in a flash, and the atmosphere in Kaiyuan County has gradually become tense and depressing. Although the herdsmen are still grazing, they feel like grass has grown in their hearts. They are suspicious all day long, and they want to grow at the slightest sign of trouble. Take out your wings and fly towards the city. In the early morning of January 12th, the 2nd year of the Han tribe's founding, the long-awaited storm finally broke the peace of the grassland. A group of scouts from the Han tribe were on routine patrol in the periphery. Suddenly, they discovered a billowing smoke and dust appeared in the southwest. The scene seemed to be doomsday, which made people feel frightened. However, in order to obtain more accurate information, this group of rangers still risked their lives to conduct a closer reconnaissance. But before they could get close to the enemy's main force, they were discovered by scouts on the periphery of the enemy's army. The cavalry of both sides showed off their skills, and a small-scale battle involving hundreds of cavalry soon broke out on this grassland. Some of the Han tribesmen were covering behind, and some of the scouts galloped back, running toward the camp while playing the horn trombones hung on their chests. The whining horns were desolate and somewhat depressing, spreading all the way to the surrounding land. The herdsmen heard the warning, hurriedly waved their long whips to drive away the livestock, and ran towards the city with their herds. When they met other herdsmen, they also didn't forget to send warnings to each other, and chaos soon broke out around Kaiyuan City. The billowing smoke in the distance was still approaching quickly. The rangers of the Han tribe rode and shot, constantly shooting arrows at the pursuers in the rear, to get rid of the enemy's pursuit. Those soldiers who ran back first finally returned to the camp outside the city, but before they could report the news, they saw tens of thousands of soldiers gathering in formation in the camp. It was reported that Maoduan's tens of thousands of troops were attacking and had reached less than 15 miles to the southwest. The scout blew the horn all the way. I don't know whether it was because of nervousness and fear or because he was short of breath. His face was red from holding back. He galloped all the way to the camp. He turned over and dismounted as soon as he picked up his iron armor. He held the scout flag and handed it to several people. Chief's report. Come here, raise the beacon fire, to warn Kaiyuan City. It's an order. Upon hearing the alarm from the scouts, Chai Duo of Qianyo Guard also took the lead in ordering a warning to the city, asking them to close all the city gates first. Have you found out how many troops the opponent has? Xuetu also stared at the scout and asked. Returning to the commander, there was no one. I only saw thousands of enemy troops galloping and their flags covering the sun. Most of them were Maoduan's yellow flags. Xuetu was a little unhappy, but they had just met, and there was no way they could expect to find out more information. It was the first time they saw so many enemies, and it was good enough that they were not frightened to death on the spot, so he simply said ordered to explore again. The scouts quickly went out again. In order to get more information, Xuetu and Chai Duo sent more scouts to conduct reconnaissance. Among them were many herdsmen cavalry who had a better understanding of the forces on the grassland. Maybe we can find out more information. At the main camp of Kaiyuan County, Xuetu and Chai Duo also quickly led their troops out of the camp and set up artillery positions and vehicle formations outside the camp. The army lined up behind the vehicles in preparation for an attack. On the battlefield ahead, the rangers from both sides were still fighting each other, with arrows flying across the border like locusts. From time to time, people were shot off their horses. The Han tribe was well equipped with iron armor, standard composite bows, cast iron arrowheads, and solid wood arrow shafts. No matter in terms of penetration, range, or the defensive power of the cavalry, they were not comparable to the Maodan army. However, the rangers selected by Modu are undoubtedly the best among the best. Their equipment is also their most luxurious double-layered leather and bamboo armor, war horses equipped with double stirrups, superb equestrian skills, and superb horseback shooting. Although it is difficult to the cavalry of the Han tribe were shot to death on the spot, but many horses were shot to death. The Han cavalry without horses was finally drowned in the blood and tears of their comrades under the hooves of the enemy's horses. However, the overall battle loss ratio between the two sides was still more advantageous for the Han tribe, although it cannot be said that one Han is equal to the 5 barbarians. But 2 or 3 are still worth it. As wave after wave of rangers risked their lives to conduct reconnaissance, the intelligence compiled by the rear camp became more and more complete. In response to the attack of 60,000 Maodan coalition troops, there are hundreds of bamboo and wooden ladders in the army, which can reach the top of the city. Report the presence of the hide flag of the Dire Wolf tribe on the enemy's right flank, with approximately 5,000 troops. Commander, there are 3,000 yellow-clad bamboo-armored troops on the enemy's left wing, flying the banner of the Xian tribe. Report, the enemy's baggage fleet is about 1,000 vehicles, and they are carrying more than 10,000 livestock. Report, the enemy has 30,000 light cavalry, 1 person and 2 horses, strong bows and arrows, many with leather armor. I report to the commander that the enemy has 10,000 heavily armored lances and cavalry, and they are in the center. Their men and horses are armored, and many of them are equipped with round shields. Under the banner of the Chinese army of the Han tribe, one scout after another sent back intelligence, but the surrounding soldiers were frightened. Good guy, such luxurious equipment does not sound much weaker than that of the Han tribe. This is really life-threatening. Yes. Xuetu and Chai Duo also had different expressions. Chai Duo kept a straight face and said nothing, but Xuetu flushed with excitement. At this moment, 2 more mounted scouts came back from outside the camp and started shouting as soon as they returned to the camp. No, that bastard Suritu is here too. Xuetu's face suddenly darkened, he pointed at the ranger and shouted loudly. The people in the camp are talking nonsense and confusing the morale of the troops. I will capture this guy and behead him in public. Promise. Several soldiers rushed forward and pulled the man off his horse. Before he could shout that he was wronged, his head was chopped off with a pop. Tell me, what's going on? If you dare to talk nonsense again, you will end up like him. Shuetu looked at the other ranger and asked. Excuse me, the commander, Suritu has led 10,000 light cavalry from the north. They are now 10 miles in front of the formation and are waiting in formation. Did he tell you why he came? Chai Duo also asked from the side. He said he came to help us. The scout said weakly. It's a joke, support? Why didn't you say hello in advance? Why didn't you come directly to my camp to be with my soldiers? Shuetu laughed angrily at this answer and couldn't help but ask questions again and again. I think this guy also has ulterior motives and no good intentions, but he probably doesn't dare to take action against us. At most, he just waits and watches. He's just another guy who sits on the fence. If we lose this battle, I'm afraid he will help us take risks. Beat us immediately. Chai Duo also cursed angrily. First send a team of rangers to warn him not to cause trouble, otherwise I will beat him as well. Keep an eye on his movements and report back if there is any situation. Promise. Shuetu didn't take Suritu seriously. This guy was nothing compared to Mao Dun. Mao Dun really dared to fight against the Han tribe. Suritu, who was sitting on the wall, was the most disgusting. If you come to show off, loyal, then come directly. Suritu came uninvited, which the Han tribe did not expect. Even Yu Ji, who was in charge of intelligence, did not get the news in advance. The pressure from Mao Dun and the Xian tribe was too great, and Suritu had always been uninvited. Being relatively honest, I could be forgiven for not noticing him. However, the bosses of Kaiyuan County are not panic, because just as they thought, Suritu has not the courage to attack the Han tribe yet. He is different from Mao Dun. At least, Mao Dun has the cooperation of the Xian tribe and can give him a lot of daily necessities. Suritu couldn't do it. He could only count on the Han tribe. Once he broke up with the Han tribe and lost the support of the Han tribe, Mao Dun, who relied on the Xian tribe, would definitely be the first to kill him. Of course, he also has a second option, which is to be willing to serve at Moton's feet and become Moton's younger brother, but this is impossible. Suritu is also an ambitious person. If he can be Moton's younger brother, he would have done this 2 years ago. There is no need to wait until the Han tribe has established a firm foothold in the grassland before doing this. This is not in his interest. Therefore, Shuetu and Chai Duo are not very worried. For the time being, they only need to send people to keep an eye on Suritu. As long as there is no obvious defeat on his side, he will never dare to act rashly. If his side is going to win, he will also take the lead in leading troops to catch up and beat up the drowned dog. There are many benefits to doing this. The first is that you can curry favor with the Han tribe and get a favor in times of need. The second is to kill Mao Dun, not for the Han tribe, but for himself. Think about it, if Mao Dun had not, the largest nomadic force on the entire grassland is Suritu. In order to gain a greater voice in front of the Han tribe in the future, Suritu will also pursue Mao Dun fiercely. Shuetu ignored him and focused on the incoming Mao Dun army in front of him. Although the Mao Dun side does not have as strict a military system as the Han tribe, it still has its own set of methods. The regular army of the Han tribe was under the garrison system, and was mobilized according to the organization, flags, and golden drums. The herdsmen who joined the Han tribe were under the village system, and were organized according to household registration, and were also mobilized according to the golden drum flags. The Mao Dun tribe is different. They have flags, trumpets, and gongs. These are all learned from the Han tribe, but they don't have drums, because they are difficult to make. The Qingshu tribe has not yet been able to make decent war drums, and the military system is also not unified, and they fight according to the tribal alliance model. Whether it is the tribes he conquered, or the tribes that took the initiative to join him, or they are organized according to their respective tribes. In this way, the power of each tribe is naturally uneven, and Mao Dun only needs to issue orders to the small leaders of each tribe. In fact, these are all his cannon fodder. His own main force of heavy armored lancers are all his own men and horses, sitting in the middle army. As for the 3,000 troops of the Qingshu tribe, most of them are technical support, such as the chariots and horses of the Mao Dun coalition, which are used to climb the city. The ladders are provided and made by the Qingshu tribe. The use and maintenance of these things are also done by the people of the Qingshu tribe. The Qingshu tribe and Mao Dun had the same enemy, so there was a possibility of cooperation. Mao Dun sent troops and the Qingshu tribe provided logistical support. The two sides hit it off immediately. Even if Mao Dun knew that he was suspected of being used as a gunman, he would not give up this opportunity. According to Mao Dun's idea, he went out in force this time with the intention of defeating the Han tribe's grassland distribution in one blow. By then, the Qingshu tribe's mountains were high and the roads were far away, and there were no opponents on the grassland. The legacy left by the Han tribe would still be there. It's not that he can use it however he wants. After 2 years of digestion, he can completely get rid of the shackles of the Qingshu tribe and completely rule the grassland. The Han tribe had already figured out Mao Dun's troop configuration and weapons and equipment based on the information sent back by the scouts. The same was true for the Mao Dun side. They also learned about the Han tribe's information through their own scouts. However, the Han tribe's response strategy obviously exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that the Han tribe's army would take advantage of the city wall to huddle in the city and fight them in a war of attrition using superior equipment such as iron armor and iron weapons. But this is not the case. When they heard that the Han tribe's 20,000 troops began to form a formation to attack them far outside the city, all the bigwigs in the Mao Dun coalition were very surprised. What does this mean? They don't want the city anymore? Actually ran out and prepared to fight directly with him? Are they that confident? How dare you fight with 60,000 soldiers with 20,000 soldiers? Mao Dun was very afraid of the Han tribe, but this did not mean that he was afraid of the Han tribe, otherwise he would not have repeatedly opposed the Han tribe. Therefore, Mao Dun carefully issued the first order, first sending the army pull them 1,000 meters across from the Han army, and have a look. Add some pressure to them and see how the Han tribe reacts. In Mao Dun's opinion, 1,000 meters is already a very safe distance. It is about the distance of 4 arrows, which is the shooting range of 4 bows. No matter how good the quality of the bows and arrows of the Han tribe are, they cannot stay still. If possible, shoot arrows into his army. It takes at least 200 to 300 meters for a horse to go from stationary to accelerating to full speed. If the Han tribe launches a cavalry raid at this time, he will have enough reaction time to mobilize his army, whether it is to charge in the opposite direction or to avoid it. He had time to move even the main force of the Han army. However, as the artillery of the Han tribe was officially put into service, he still miscalculated. Mao Dun never dreamed that he had already entered the shooting range of the Han tribe. The rumbling sound of horse hooves was like thunder in the sky, or like a strong earthquake. Tens of thousands of war horses came galloping towards them. They did not stop until they were 1,000 meters away from the Han tribe's military formation, and the two sides began to enter the confrontation stage. Mao Dun was waiting for the reaction of the Han tribe. He even hoped that the Han tribe would surrender voluntarily or take the initiative to flee back to the city after seeing that there were so many of them. This way he would be more confident to deal with the Han tribe slowly, even if it was a slow siege. Yes, it can be seen from the fact that they brought hundreds of long ladders that they were actually planning to attack the city. Who knew that the Han tribe would suddenly go crazy and run outside to block them, and they were still so far away from the city. Place. This seemed stupid to Mao Dun. As long as the Han tribe was slightly defeated, they would not even have a chance to escape back to the city. With such a long distance, he would definitely be able to escape before the Han tribe's defeated army returned to the city. Intercept them, and then there will be fewer troops in the city, and they will even less be able to block the attack of their own coalition forces. In the Han army's camp, Shuatu, Chai Duo, Yu Ji, and others stood on the wooden command building and saw the dark coalition forces thousands of meters away. Shuatu took out a wooden range-finding card specially designed for artillery, but after gesturing for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how far away the opponent was from him. Anyway, since it can be seen with the naked eye, it must be at least 700 or 800 meters away. This at the end of the distance, he was within the attack range of round bullets, so without saying a word, he ordered the artillery door to start loading ammunition. The order was quickly spread through flags and golden drums, and the soldiers also ran to each artillery position to notify them one by one. Soon the artillerymen received the news. According to the shooting angle of 5 degrees, 1 time the charge, solid spherical iron bullets are loaded, and the firing method is salvo. Due to the preparation in advance, the artillerymen began to load ammunition in an orderly manner, and the speed was very fast. After all, the basic calibration had been done in advance. At each artillery position between the Han Army's vehicle formations, the artillerymen skillfully performed a series of operations such as aiming, clearing the barrel, charging, loading, and igniting, and then each gunner raised the indicator flag. Report, 1 course is ready. The 2nd door is ready. The 6 gates are ready. Seeing the flags indicating that each artillery piece had been loaded raised, Shuatu gave the order to fire without hesitation. Put. After seeing the flag of the Chinese army waving, the gunners immediately waved the flag in their hands to fire the gun, and the gunners also immediately pulled the hemp rope on the fusilier. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, a series of earth-shaking loud noises came from the front line of the Han army, like thunder exploding on the ground, fire flashed, and smoke formed. The shells roared forward one after another, slamming into the enemy formation. Among Mao Dun's coalition forces were large in number, and they were not as commanded as the Han tribesmen. His central army was the first to stop in formation, followed closely by the coalition forces on both wings. As soon as they lined up, they heard the Han tribe's army. There was a rumbling sound over there, which sounded like thunder, and it felt like it was exploding in my ears repeatedly even though it was 1,000 meters away. Mao Dun was stunned for a moment and couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that the Han tribe had come up with some new type of war drum? Is the momentum so terrifying? But this sound doesn't sound like a drum. No matter how powerful the drum is, it can't make such a loud and earth-shattering sound, right? But by making such a big splash, could it be that the Han tribe wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when they were running thousands of miles to gain a preemptive strike while their foothold was not stable? Did they give the order to charge forward? But after the noise, he didn't see any movement from the Han army. Those people were still lined up there. What on earth is the Han tribe doing? Just as Mao Dun opened his eyes and looked carefully towards the Han tribe, after the loud noise, he suddenly saw some black spots flying towards him quickly on the opposite side. Mao Dun's heart suddenly pounded, and he immediately realized that this should be an attack from the Han tribe. Not good. Mao Dun immediately shouted, but before he could react further, dozens of dark iron balls flew into his formation at incredible speeds. In an instant, the iron ball flew into the military formation, creating dozens of bloody alleys among tens of thousands of people. Everything on the ballistic path, whether it was a person, a horse, or a vehicle, was smashed to pieces by the speeding iron ball. Maodan's army was suddenly filled with blood and flesh, and dozens of lines of blood were thrown into the sky. After the artillery shells flew past, there was a burst of wailing of wounded soldiers and the screams of fear from other people in the army. The person who was hit by the cannonball was blasted to pieces by the huge kinetic energy on the spot, and his limbs and flesh were splashed around. Before he could even scream, it turned into a rain of blood, drenching the soldiers on both sides. The same is true for those behind. Those who were hit died on the spot. Even if they were hit by the cannonball, they would still be seriously injured and disabled even if they didn't die. Some people's bodies were directly smashed, some had half of their heads wiped off by the cannonball, and some were just scratched. He was hit in his limbs, but the limbs also separated from his body in the blink of an eye. The huge impact of the shell swept across the coalition camp, leaving dozens of bloody paths. Finally, the kinetic energy was exhausted and it fell to the ground. Then it bounced up from the ground again, continuing to kill the coalition forces behind it. It jumped twice in a row, before it completely hit the ground. Due to many more obstacles, the number of ricocheting of the artillery shells has been significantly reduced by 1 or 2 times compared with the test cannon, and the final range has also been greatly reduced, but the results are still very impressive. After a round of artillery salvo, the Chinese army formation in Maodan was already on its back. However, the coalition forces on both wings were weakly attacked. The outermost army only heard a thunder-like sound, and then there was a commotion on the Chinese army side. They don't even know what exactly happened. Maodan, who was in the middle army, turned pale with fright when he saw the tragic situation of the army behind him. The two sides were still so far away. How did the Han tribe attack them? Moreover, the power of this attack was so huge and cruel. He was either killed or wounded under the attack, and his army was almost destroyed. In this round of attack alone, at least 6,000 to 7,000 of his coalition troops were killed on the spot. Even if they were not dead now, they would definitely not survive a meal. The Suritu scouts who were watching the battle not far from the battlefield also looked at the scene in front of them stupidly. In fact, they had been waiting here for a long time. They saw that Maodan's army had just arrived. They were afraid from the bottom of their hearts that Maodan was outnumbered. When their troops and horses were strong, there was a loud noise from the Han tribe, and then there was a sudden burst of fire and white smoke. The other soldiers, there was no movement, but as a result, Maodan was beaten to pieces, and his body was knocked upside down. This bloody scene did not make them feel excited, but instead gave rise to fear from the bottom of their hearts, because it was not something they could understand. With such shocking power and unrivaled effects, it would be more appropriate to call it divine punishment or witchcraft. Appropriate. Seeing the Han tribe's aggressive moves at the beginning, Suritu scouts didn't even dare to watch anymore. They quickly turned their horses and ran away, hoping to tell their leader how powerful the Han tribe was as soon as possible. On the Moton Allied forces side, the coalition forces had already collapsed without a fight. They had suffered such huge casualties before even seeing the enemy, especially those on both sides of the blood alley, who had seen it with their own eyes. The herdsmen, who had the people around them blown into pieces in an instant, were almost driven crazy by the strange attack and its astonishing power. If the Han tribe continues to use such attacks, how can they fight? Once fear emerged from the heart, it was out of control, and as the soldiers screamed and shouted, it began to spread quickly among the army. They began to run around like crazy, but they couldn't escape due to the crowds of people, and finally they became a crowded group, pushing and shoving. Maodan quickly tried his best to mobilize the army, but now no one listened to his orders at all. Just when he was extremely anxious, there was another loud banging sound from the Han tribe opposite. After the first round of salvos, although Shuatu and the others could not clearly see the results of the battle on the other side, it was certain that all the dozens of shells had penetrated into the enemy formation. As long as they could penetrate, they would definitely cause damage. Now, more bombs would kill them. A few of them will have a greater chance when they fight hand-to-hand. With this mentality, Qingshu immediately gave the order to continue firing, and at the same time began to have the soldiers mount their horses, preparing to launch the attack after 2 more rounds. The artillery in each gun position was pushed back by the violent recoil. In order to restore the gun position faster, they hardly aimed at it. As long as the artillery was roughly pointed at the local military formation, after all, there were so many people crowded together on the opposite side. Such an opportunity is not good. After everyone disperses, it will be difficult to deal such high damage. The 2 instructors assigned to each gun have a strict division of labor. One is responsible for target calibration and firing instructions, and the other is responsible for cleaning the gun barrel and loading ammunition. Each of them leads several soldiers to operate nervously. The second round of artillery fire was quickly prepared. After receiving the instructions from the Chinese army, the flint engine was immediately fired. There was a crisp sound, the flint and the fire sickle collided, igniting the medicine pool below, and there was a loud bang from the fire door. There was a cluster of fire and smoke, followed by a loud bang. The smoke and the fire pushed out the shells, and the entire gun carriage also jerked backwards again under the action of recoil. This time, they didn't care whether they hit the front or not, and immediately started resetting the aim and clearing the barrel for the 3rd time. The speed of artillery preparation had been reached to the extreme. Historically, the French army's elite artillery used the front-loaded, smoothbore Napoleon cannon, which could fire 3 shells a minute. However, Luo Chong's improved cast steel cannon based on the Napoleon cannon could only fire 3 shells in the hands of half-baked artillerymen. With a score of 4 rounds per minute, the resetting and reloading speeds are much slower, but this is enough to deal with the Moton coalition forces on the opposite side. The Metonian coalition forces, which had just suffered a round of artillery shells, were already in chaos. Moton's personal command was now of no use. The coalition forces were frightened by the horrific bombardment and fled in all directions, but they were crowded with each other. We can't go anywhere together, and only the warriors on the outermost perimeter can possibly escape. However, the soldiers on the periphery were not attacked by artillery fire. They only heard loud noises from the Han tribe and riots from the Chinese army. However, they could not see what happened specifically because they were too large. For many reasons, Mao Dun did not have a mature command system. When the battle was going smoothly, it was nothing. When such a defeat happened, even he himself could not command his own army. The second round of shells flew into the chaotic coalition forces again, and the iron bullets roasted by high-pressure flames began to rush between the people and horses, creating a bloody alley in the army. Countless screams and frightened cries resounded through the coalition forces in Mao Dun. Dozens of artillery shells plowed through the coalition forces in Mao Dun again. This time, due to the tight artillery operation, some horizontal firing angles were not aligned, and the shells flew directly towards the coalition forces at an angle. After entering from the front of the coalition camp, they quickly rushed out from the side of the military formation, creating a diagonal bloody alley in the huge military formation. This time, the soldiers on the periphery finally realized something. Looking from the bloody alley that was surrounded by shells, one could see the front row of the army formation at a glance, and all the people, horses, and vehicles along the way were turned into powder. The soldiers on the periphery were also stunned. They finally knew what happened just now. It turned out that the rumbling noise from the Han tribe was attacking them. Seeing such a tragic scene, the soldiers on the periphery were frightened and screamed, and quickly fled on horseback. The people of the Han tribe were already beaten so badly before they saw it. If they rushed to the opposite side with them, don't you even know how to die? Besides, many of them were originally coerced by Mao Dun to attack the Han tribe in Kaiyuan County. They originally thought that they had a large number of people. Even if they really fought, they might not get their turn to be at the front. When the time comes, the Han tribe would be defeated. If you are defeated, you can still grab some good things back in Kaiyuan County. Many people came with this idea, but now that they were beaten so badly by the Han tribe, who would continue to have such unrealistic dreams? They were all awakened by the powerful artillery, so they ran away. Run. As soon as the outer formations dispersed, the Chinese troops inside who were facing the artillery fire began to flee without even thinking. The defeat was certain. Even the leaders of the small tribes could not stop them if they wanted to. When they encountered those who were already scared crazy, they could not stop them. The soldiers rashly blocked their escape, and were even attacked by their own defeated troops. Many leaders of small tribes were killed directly while conveying instructions. Seeing that the enemy's formation was getting more and more scattered, the artillerymen of the Han tribe tried their best to start loading. In order to obtain greater lethality and a longer range, all the artillery positions started to be loaded this time. Twice the charge, an ordinary solid iron bullet, for greater killing effect. The third round of artillery fire was quickly prepared. Amidst the loud rumbling noises, the enemy's formation on the opposite side was completely broken up. Countless coalition soldiers were running frantically around for their lives, but at this time the artillery shells came again. Flying into their formation again in the camp, dozens of bloody alleys once again covered the fleeing coalition forces. Seeing that the Han tribe's attack was not over yet, the enemies thought that what they were worried about had finally happened, and they were even more frightened and did not dare to stay where they were and fight for it. Then flee to the outside or behind. The artillery of the Han tribe finally stopped. As soon as the firing of the artillery over there ended, Chai Duo had already brought 2,000 heavy-armed cavalry from his Qianyo guards, and more than 15,000 people from the herdsman's reorganized army. They rushed over with Maoduan's defeated army. Now, Maoduan's coalition forces are simply drowned dogs. If they don't fight now, it won't be long. Shuatu didn't seize the opportunity to rush to the front line, so he could only stay with the 2,000 men of his Tiger Guard to hold down the formation. Who told him to conduct the artillery battle well just now? If he didn't stay, who would stay? His subordinates, the Huban Guards, are also used to protect artillery and artillery. On Su Ritu's side, not far from the battlefield, he had just heard the report from the scouts in the rear, saying that the Han tribe had dispatched a mysterious and powerful secret weapon. Before the two sides formally met, they had already taken advantage of Maoduan's side. The person who was beaten was knocked off his back and suffered heavy losses. It was as severe as a punishment from God. The Han tribe has good equipment and advanced technology. Su Ritu is absolutely convinced. The Han tribe has a great chance of winning. He also believes this. In Su Ritu's opinion this time, the best outcome is actually for the Han tribe. With its super strength, the tribe withstood Mao Dun's human wave tactics for a while. When huge losses occurred, they would take the initiative to run back to the city. Then his chance would come. At that time, whether he follows Mao Dun to attack Kaiyuan City, or goes to attack Mao Dun's remnant army to rescue the Han tribe, he can discuss the benefits given by both parties and strive to maximize the benefits. But now a group of scouts told themselves that the Han tribe had not even started fighting yet, but they had defeated Mao Dun with just a few godlike moves. Isn't this nonsense? If this is the case, how will he play this time? Su Ritu, who did not want to believe the facts, personally brought hundreds of soldiers to the front line of the battlefield to survey the situation. When he arrived, he happened to see the third round of artillery attacks from the Han tribe. The Mao Dun side had indeed been beaten. People were on their backs and even began to scramble to flee. The Han tribe also launched a general attack after firing 3 rounds of artillery. It was not easy to dispatch more than 10,000 cavalry. Just organizing and maintaining the formation was difficult, not to mention that the Maodun side was already defeated. It was not easy to command. No one listened to him either. Su Ritu was also frightened by the strange attack from the Han tribe in front of him, but when he saw that the Han tribe had taken the lead in launching a general offensive and that the coalition forces at Maodun had also been defeated, he became even more anxious. The previous strategy is no longer useful. Now the only chance to make amends is to help the Han tribe hunt down Moton, the lost dog, so that he can explain to the Han tribe why he led tens of thousands of troops. If this matter cannot be explained clearly, it is estimated that the Han tribe will keep a small book in the future. It is unknown whether more supplies can be purchased from the Han tribe. So Su Ritu immediately sent people back to the army in the rear and asked them to bring their own small tribes together. The final decisive battle has arrived. Since Maodun has been defeated now, let's just beat him to death completely. In this way, apart from him, the only powerful force left in the entire grassland is the Han tribe. By then, he will be able to gain more say in front of the Han tribe. This is the most beneficial thing Su Ritu can think of under the current situation. A result. The rest will be updated later. After squinting for a while, I opened my eyes again and it's now QAQ. At that time, whether he follows Maodun to attack Kaiyuan City, or goes to attack Maodun's remnant army to rescue the Han tribe, he can discuss the benefits given by both parties and strive to maximize the benefits. But now a group of scouts told themselves that the Han tribe had not even started fighting yet, but they had defeated Maodun with just a few godlike moves. Isn't this nonsense? If this is the case, how will he play this time? Su Ritu, who did not want to believe the facts, personally brought hundreds of soldiers to the front line of the battlefield to survey the situation. When he arrived, he happened to see the third round of artillery attacks from the Han tribe. The Maodun side had indeed been beaten. People were on their backs and even began to scramble to flee. The Han tribe also launched a general attack after firing 3 rounds of artillery. It was not easy to dispatch more than 10,000 cavalry. It was difficult to organize and maintain the formation, not to mention that Maodun's side was already defeated and wanted to command. No one listened to him either. Su Ritu was also frightened by the strange attack from the Han tribe in front of him, but when he saw that the Han tribe had taken the lead in launching a general offensive and that the coalition forces at Maodun had also been defeated, he became even more anxious. The previous strategy is no longer useful. Now the only chance to make amends is to help the Han tribe hunt down Moton, the lost dog, so that he can explain to the Han tribe why he led tens of thousands of troops. If this matter cannot be explained clearly, it is estimated that the Han tribe will keep a small book in the future. It is unknown whether more supplies can be purchased from the Han tribe. So Su Ritu immediately sent people back to the army in the rear and asked them to bring their own small tribes together. The final decisive battle has arrived. Since Maodun has been defeated now, let's just beat him to death completely. In this way, apart from him, the only powerful force left in the entire grassland is the Han tribe. By then, he will be able to gain more say in front of the Han tribe. This is the most beneficial thing Su Ritu can think of under the current situation. A result. At that time, whether he follows Maodun to attack Kaiyuan City, or goes to attack Maodun's remnant army to rescue the Han tribe, he can discuss the benefits given by both parties and strive to maximize the benefits. But now a group of scouts told themselves that the Han tribe had not even started fighting yet, but they had defeated Maodun with just a few godlike moves. Isn't this nonsense? If this is the case, how will he play this time? Unwilling to believe the facts, Su Ritu personally brought hundreds of soldiers to the front line of the battlefield to investigate the situation. When he arrived, he happened to see the third round of artillery attacks from the Han tribe. The Maodun side had indeed been beaten. People were on their backs and even began to scramble to flee. The Han tribe also launched a general attack after firing 3 rounds of artillery. It was not easy to dispatch more than 10,000 cavalry. Just organizing and maintaining the formation was difficult, not to mention that the Mao Dun side was already defeated. It was not easy to command. No one listened to him either. Su Ritu was also frightened by the strange attack from the Han tribe in front of him, but when he saw that the Han tribe had taken the lead in launching a general offensive and that the coalition forces at Mao Dun had also been defeated, he became even more anxious. The previous strategy is no longer useful. Now the only chance to make amends is to help the Han tribe hunt down Moton, the lost dog, so that he can explain to the Han tribe why he led tens of thousands of troops. If this matter cannot be explained clearly, it is estimated that the Han tribe will keep a small book in the future. It is unknown whether more supplies can be purchased from the Han tribe. So Su Ritu immediately sent people back to the army in the rear and asked them to bring their own small tribes together. The final decisive battle has arrived. Since Mao Dun has been defeated now, let's just beat him to death completely. In this way, apart from him, the only powerful force left in the entire grassland is the Han tribe. By then, he will be able to gain more say in front of the Han tribe. This is the most beneficial thing Su Ritu can think of under the current situation. A result. The final decisive battle has arrived. Since Mao Dun has been defeated now, let's simply kill him completely. In this way, apart from him, the only powerful force left in the entire grassland is the Han tribe. By then, he will be able to stand up to the Han tribe. Winning more voice is the most beneficial result that Su Ritu can think of under the current situation.